Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 1675 to Chapter 1751. On the Kunlun continent. What's going on? What's going on? The green ox, the black dog, and the dragon horse woke up from the ground one by one, their faces full of confusion and confusion. They felt as if they had slept for a long time and had a very long dream. Xiaoyi, suddenly, a cry of despair woke everyone up, reminding them of what had happened before they fell asleep. That day, a mysterious man and woman descended on the ancient planet Songhuang, immediately attracting the attention of many powerhouses of the Ninth Realm. They led a crusade, but the seductive snake beauty's eyes flashed, and a large number of cultivators were petrified and lost their ability to fight. In the chaos, the white-boned Taoist lord, who had been motionless for many years, stood up and fought the middle-aged man in a green robe. Because they had no idea about the enemy's background, they immediately planned to escort the Gu family away from the ancient planet Songhuang, but they did not expect the snake beauty and a short Taoist priest to appear. The short Taoist priest took Gui away, and they tried to fight back, but they lost consciousness the next moment. Oh no, Xiaoyi, the green ox, the dragon horse, and the others remembered everything, and their expressions changed drastically. They hurried to the source of the sound and saw Ji Lanchu sitting on the ground with a pale face. Gu Tianming, Xin Yushu, and Gu Yuan were also panicking, not knowing what to do. Everything had happened too suddenly, they did not even know who the enemy was or where they came from, but Gui had been taken away just like that. There were countless powerhouses inside and outside the ancient planet Songhuang, but such a tragedy had still happened. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect my master's only bloodline. The green ox knelt in front of the Gu family, his face full of pain and guilt. The dragon horse, the black dog, and the powerhouses of the Ninth Realm who had rushed over from all over the ancient planet also had solemn expressions, unable to say a word. In order to protect the Ninth Realm, Gu Chen had gone to Xing County alone. He had been gone for so many years, and no one knew how much he had suffered until now. They had stayed behind to protect their homeland, and they should have taken care of his only bloodline, but they could not even do this well. Roar! The dragon horse roared to the sky in extreme pain, and the black dog hung its head dejectedly. Little E, I want to go find Little E. Ji Lanchu crawled up from the ground. Her eyes were red as she murmured. Normally, she was an elegant queen of the Kunlun continent. Everyone's impression of her was that she was strong and cheerful. However, now that she had lost her son and spiritual sustenance, she was just an ordinary mother. Lanchu, don't worry. Little E will definitely be fine. We'll send someone to look for him immediately. Xin Yushu consoled her. God knew how much hardship this daughter-in-law had suffered all these years. The heavens were truly unfair. First, they took away her husband, and now they wanted to take away her son. I can't stay here any longer. If Gu Chen comes back, how am I going to explain to him that we lost our son? Ji Lanchu's heart was completely broken. She said to everyone in tears. She had been pregnant for 10 months and painstakingly gave birth to Gui. From the moment he was born, he grew up under her care. She taught him how to play the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. She taught him the art of war. She worked hard to cultivate him into an outstanding person. She didn't want him to go astray because of the lack of his father's company. 16 years, she worked hard to suppress the fear that her husband might never return. In these 16 years, she took care of and taught Gui wholeheartedly. He was her spiritual support, her flesh and blood, but now, Gui had disappeared. They didn't even know who the person who took him away was or what they wanted to do with him. How could this not cause her to have a mental breakdown? Ji Lanchu had suppressed her emotions for far too long. At this moment, she was wailing like a child. Everyone tried to comfort her, but a mother who had lost her child could not be comforted. In the end, everyone could only lower their heads and remain silent, letting her vent her emotions to her heart's content. Little E, where are you? Gu Chen, our child is lost, Ji Lanchu cried like a pear blossom in the rain. She knelt on the ground. Her figure was so lonely and despairing that everyone felt sad and sympathetic. Old Ox will go look for Little E now. If I can't find him, Old Ox will never return. The green ox said sorrowfully. He was about to stand up, but when he raised his head, his eyes suddenly widened. The ninth realm is isolated from the world. The enemy definitely can't escape. I'm going to kill them. The dragon horse roared loudly. At this moment, the green ox pushed it. What? The dragon horse looked in the direction that the green ox was pointing, and its eyes suddenly widened. It looked like it had seen a ghost and quickly rubbed its eyes to make sure that it was not seeing things. The black dog, the ghost emperor, Shi Jian, Yi Qingxuang, and many others quickly noticed it. They all looked behind Ji Lanchu and were momentarily stunned. Chen Xinyushu's face revealed a look of surprise. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled back by Gu Tianming and shushed. Xinyushu immediately understood what he meant and said no more. Everyone at the scene suddenly quietened down. Only Ji Lanchu was still immersed in grief, unable to extricate herself. Gu Chen, our child is lost, she kept repeating this sentence, and large drops of tears fell from her eyes. He's not lost. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded behind her, causing Ji Lanchu's body to tremble. She slowly turned her head and saw the gentle and reliable young man in her memory holding Gu Yi's right hand, standing less than 10 feet behind her. She was completely stunned. At this moment, she felt that she was dreaming. Was it a dream? If it was a dream, could she never wake up? At this moment, Ji Lanchu's wish was very simple. She did not even dare to think that such a beautiful thing would happen to her. I'm sorry, I came back late. Gu Chen spoke again, his voice trembling. He, who had never shed tears, looked at his wife's lonely and helpless appearance. His eyes also reddened and were covered with a layer of mist. After so many years, he was finally back, finally able to reunite with his family. Thank the heavens, he thought that he had lost everything, but in the end, he had regained everything that he had lost. Sob sob, when Ji Lanchu heard Gu Chen's voice, she finally confirmed that everything was not a dream. She could not help but burst into tears again. Gu Chen immediately let go of Gu Yi's hand and went forward to hug her tightly, comforting her softly. Ji Lanchu cried even harder, her delicate fists punching Gu Chen hard. How long have you been standing behind me? Did you deliberately watch me embarrass myself? Why did you and your son come back together? When did you come back? Ji Lanchu choked with sobs and asked a series of questions. Gu Chen patiently explained one thing after another, letting Ji Lanchu pinch and punch him, not daring to offend his wife who had experienced great sorrow and joy in life. Everyone looked at the couple reuniting after a long time and could not help but laugh. End of this chapter. It was a false alarm. Not only was Gu Yi safe and sound, but even Gu Chen had returned. The memories of everyone on ancient Sky Yellow Planet were still stuck at the time when Gu Yi was first taken away. They had no idea what happened after that, nor did they know that several years had passed since Gu Yi was taken away. Heaven equal immortal emperor, Feng Yaya, and many cultivators of the Tyrant County followed behind Gu Chen and landed on the Kunlun continent. Seeing Gu Chen reuniting with his family, they all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. They had followed Gu Chen for so many years, but they had never seen such a bright smile on his face. His wish of many years had finally come true. He was home. It seems that a lot of things have happened. The dragon horse looked at the many new companions of Gu Chen and guessed. Dao Lord. The green ox looked at the white-boned Dao Lord, Li Wuwei, who was not far away and murmured subconsciously. He was its previous master, but in this life, he was only left with a skeleton, while it was only left with a piece of ox skin. It can be considered a happy ending for everyone. The white-haired demon monarch looked at the happy reunion of his family and friends. A blessing in disguise. If it weren't for Feng Yuan, this situation might not have happened. Li Wuwei smiled at the side. Even so, luck was still a big part of it. Your bet was really thrilling. The white-haired demon monarch shook his head. Without a big enough risk, why would the glorious ancient overlord body appear again? Isn't the current situation the result of the hard work of the tyrant race from generation to generation? Li Wuwei looked at Gu Chen, who was not far away. The will of the tyrant race passed down from generation to generation is now inherited by him. I don't have much time left, so I'll leave him to you. The white-haired demon monarch fell silent when he heard this. From the moment he saw Li Wuwei, he could tell the condition of his body. His consciousness, which was only left with a skeleton, could be preserved until now only because of the obsession in his heart. I thank you on behalf of the Tyrant race, the white-haired demon monarch said. The white-haired demon lord said. He knew how much Li Wuwei had sacrificed for today's situation. I did it for the common people, not for the Tyrant race, Li Wuwei replied. No matter what, you gave the Tyrant race hope to rise again. The white-haired demon monarch sighed. He looked at Gu Chen and solemnly promised. Don't worry. Leave the rest to me. However, as his master and benefactor, there are some things that you should explain to him. That's why I'm still here. However, it was better to let him reunite with his family first. No matter how big the matter is, it's not as important as this moment of warmth. Li Wuwei smiled. What are you guys talking about? As the two chatted, the elusive red-clothed girl suddenly appeared behind the white-haired demon monarch, causing his eyelids to twitch. Where did this little girl come from? He couldn't help but ask. Li Wuwei, who was left with only bones, was horrified, but at least he could see what was going on. But this little girl, unspeakable variables. Li Wuwei sighed, keeping them in suspense. In the ninth realm on the vast star passage, 3 stone statues were floating. It was unknown how long they had been drifting. At a certain moment, the stone nature of the 3 stone statues slowly faded, and they became flesh and blood. Tang Ning, Li Xuanyu, and the Taoist priest Fengzhen looked at each other. They all felt a headache. For a moment, they couldn't figure out why they were here and what had happened. Oh no! After a while, they remembered the dam invader. Their expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to rush to the ancient Song Huang star immediately. No need to go, it's safe. Before they could move, many rainbows descended from the starry sky and appeared in front of them. This group of people had extraordinary auras, and they looked like emperors. You are? Tang Ning looked at the group of immortal emperors and god emperors in front of him and felt that he had seen them somewhere before. Father? Li Xuanyu looked at immortal Emperor Tai Su in the crowd, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Tang Ning was shocked by his words. How could the old Li Xuanyu have a father? Could it be that the person in front of him was old ancestor? Before he could ask, the similarly aged Taoist priest Fengzhen also spoke excitedly, and he almost fell to the ground. Oh my, Kunlun God Emperor, Immortal Emperor Tai Su, the immortal emperors and god emperors of the primordial era had all returned? Tang Ning. The first heavenly emperor smiled and called out. He had already heard from others that in the past million years, Tang Ning and Li Xuanyu had made great contributions to the legacy of the celestial court. Ah? Hello, Your Majesty. May I ask, are we in the netherworld? Tang Ning was dumbfounded. He suspected that he was already dead, and that he had only met the immortal emperors in the netherworld. Nonsense, the netherworld is under my control. I won't take you in. The Yellow Springs immortal emperor joked coldly, and the immortal emperors and god emperors laughed heartily. The Taoist priest Fengzhen looked at the Kunlun god emperor and the first heavenly emperor standing side by side, and he recalled the story of Xiao Budian and Xiao Long in the Valley of Time. Little Loach, I want to build an immortal world, a perfect world where all living beings can live in peace. I hope that one day, everyone in the world can be like dragons and live forever. If that world is really so beautiful, Xiao Budian, can you leave a place for me? The simple conversation between Xiao Budian and Xiao Long in the past reverberated in the Taoist priest Fengzhen's mind, and he couldn't help but tear up. He clearly remembered the misunderstanding between them a million years ago, and the words that he didn't say in the end. Now, the 2 living ancestors were standing in front of him, laughing heartily, as if they had let bygones be bygones. Primogenitor, Senior Heavenly Emperor, is the threat of Xing County gone? A perfect world where all living beings can live in peace is no longer a beautiful fantasy? The Taoist priest Fengzhen choked with sobs. In front of the elders, he was no longer the old man who had 1 foot in the coffin, but more like a young child. Yes, we are closer to that perfect world than ever before. The Kunlun God Emperor sighed and looked at the first heavenly emperor beside him. The 9th world is no longer divided into immortals and gods. We are all one family. The first heavenly emperor laughed heartily and shook hands with his most precious friend. Tang Ning, Li Xuanyu, and the Taoist priest Fengzhen were all deeply moved. The immortals and gods were united because of an overlord, and now that the immortal emperors and god emperors had returned, they would become even closer. The immortal emperors and god emperors have returned, and Xing County no longer exists. Does that mean that Gu Chen has returned as well? Tang Ming's eyes quickly brightened. He has already returned to ancient Song Huang planet to reunite with his family. He was the one who told us that you were here. The first heavenly emperor smiled. The three of them were overjoyed, and they had the urge to immediately head to ancient Song Huang planet to meet their old friends. Don't be hasty. The enemy's invasion of the ninth world left behind many hidden dangers. Let's get everything back on track first, the first heavenly emperor reminded. The first generation celestial emperor reminded. Tongming and the other two were only their first stop. They still had to see how the others were doing. Alright, we will follow the immortal emperors and god emperors. The three of them smiled. The immortals and gods had reconciled, and Xing County had fallen. The ninth world was finally flourishing. End of this chapter. It was a sleepless night in Tiannan City. The news of the celestial emperor's return and reunion with his family spread to all the big forces in the ninth realm immediately. As a result, the Heart Ape clan, Kunlun clan, Barbarians, and Star Ocean Sand clan came one after another. Many guests came from the Ascension sect, the Nether World, Ling Long Celestial Palace, and the Tempest Temple. The threshold of the Gu Mansion in Tiannan City was almost smashed. Banquets were held one after another. Gu Chen had survived the disaster and reunited with his family. He was so happy that he drank with his old friends and got drunk. The Gu Mansion was brightly lit that night. People passing by could occasionally hear singing that was not in tune with the beat. It was the dragon horse and the green bull singing to their heart's content, and the black dog beating the drum to liven things up. Heaven equaling Celestial Emperor and First Celestial Emperor had a drinking contest. They drank one jug after another. The Kunlun Divine Emperor was already drunk. He accidentally fell asleep leaning on First Celestial Emperor. Green Ghost and Gu Huang were even more exaggerated. They shouted in the ninth realm's home ground and made a large number of fairy gods drunk. They brought honor to the Tyrant County. In the midst of laughter, everyone drank until midnight. Gu Chen pretended to be drunk and stumbled back to his room. Although it was his room, Ji Lanchu was the only one who couldn't sleep all these years. When Gu Chen was about to get on the bed, Ji Lanchu kicked him off with her fair leg. What do you mean, my wife? Gu Chen said with a smile. You were happy to see me humiliated during the day, weren't you? Ji Lanchu said angrily, pretending to be unhappy. Gu Chen blinked and walked closer as he spoke. My wife, I was wrong. But as the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Don't be angry now. It's not absence. You've been gone for so many years. Ji Lanchu said, feeling wronged. Gu Chen sighed. He realized that even if he didn't kneel on the washboard tonight, he couldn't avoid eating durian. With guilt in his heart, the tyrant in the eyes of outsiders became a little white rabbit in the house. And the gentle and lovely princess of the past had turned into an empress. How do you want me to deal with you? That's up to you. Fine, I'll punish you to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. Don't. Let's change another one. Exchange for what? Xiaoyi told me that he wants a sister. Ji Lanchu suddenly exclaims. The curtain on the edge of the bed falls down and the candlelight goes out. The Overlord was the Overlord after all. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, in Gu Yi's room, Gu Chen and Ji Lanchu were sitting on a chair while Li Wuwei was diagnosing Gu Yi's condition. Although Gu Yi was saved, his behavior was not as agile as before, and he even seemed a little stiff. He still remembered his mother and his grandparents. After knowing Gu Chen's identity, although he called him father, his emotions seemed to be sealed, and he didn't know how to express his feelings. This was clearly not in line with his previous title of Little Overlord. Something must have happened to him. Thus, on the second day after reuniting with his family, Gu Chen impatiently asked the knowledgeable Li Wuwei to help him investigate what Feng Yuan did to Gu Yi. Li Wuwei examined for a long time and came to a conclusion. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Gu Yi's heavenly soul is missing. If I'm not wrong, it should have been taken away by Feng Yuan. Heavenly soul? Gu Chen was moved. Ji Lanchu's face was full of worry. She had already learned of Fang Yuan's existence from Gu Chen. Knowing that her husband had died because of him, she felt a lingering fear in her heart. Now that Gu Yi's soul had been taken away, it was unknown if there would be any impact. You don't have to worry too much. The heavenly soul is in charge of essence, energy, and spirit. Losing the heavenly soul will affect Gu Yi, but it won't harm his life. Moreover, it's not impossible to make up for the heavenly soul. Li Wuwei smiled and informed Gu Chen and Ji Lanchu. When he saw their serious expressions. How? Gu Chen's eyes brightened. The 3 souls and 7 spirits of a human come from heaven, but they are also affected by the environment. A person with a weak or incomplete soul can make up for it or even strengthen it through reading or cultivation. Gu Chen nodded when he heard this. A cultivator's primordial spirit was essentially the result of the strengthening of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Heaven, earth, and human have 3 souls. The heavenly soul is in charge of essence, energy, and spirit. A person's essence, energy, and spirit are closely related to his experience, knowledge, and temperament. In other words, even if Gu Yi lacks the heavenly soul, he can make it up through training. There are many ways to make up for the heavenly soul. For example, you can bring him to visit famous mountains and rivers and personally teach him. These are all very effective. Li Wuwei's words made Gu Chen feel completely at ease. When he saw Gu Yi's confused expression, he made up his mind. As his father, he had never been by Gu Yi's side since he was born. Now that they were reunited, he had to make up for this regret. He would make up for the heavenly soul that he lacked. He wanted to give him an even stronger essence, energy, and spirit. Thank you, teacher. After Li Wuwei finished his treatment, Gu Chen bowed to him gratefully. Li Wuwei had taught him 3 techniques, saved him, and solved Gu Yi's problem. He was completely worthy of the title of teacher. Li Wuwei gladly accepted the bow. Then, he stood up and left the room. Gu Chen, can you accompany me for a walk? He asked. Gu Chen nodded. He knew that Li Wuwei had a lot to say to him, but he had endured it the day before. He told Ji Lanchu what to do. Then, he accompanied Li Wuwei out of the Gu residence and out of the ancient Songhuang planet. Li Wuwei was silent as he flew through the starry sky. Gu Chen did not ask any questions and just followed him closely. The 2 of them reached the border of the 9th realm. Li Wuwei finally stopped as he looked at the endless chaotic barrier in front of him. Gu Chen, you must have a lot to ask me, right? Li Wuwei stared at the chaotic barrier and asked. Gu Chen nodded. He had unknowingly become involved with Li Wuwei in his life. Only he could answer many of his mysteries. Teacher, what is the origin of the seed that flew into the 9th realm 30,000 years ago? Gu Chen asked the question that had been stuck in his heart for the longest time. It was also the question that he wanted to ask the most. Back then, the origin seed had sprouted in Gu Chen's body and turned into the origin root of all things, which had started his magnificent life. The celestial phenomenon art had been brought about by the origin seed. Many of his future encounters were also related to it. How could he not care about it? 30,000 years ago, the origin seed had been like an aurora that had cut through the chaotic barrier of the 9th realm. It had flown through many star areas and finally landed on the ancient Songhuang planet. At that time, Li Wuwei, who had already passed away, had sensed it. He had turned a piece of cowhide into a green ox and asked it to find the legendary son of an era. Therefore, Gu Chen believed that Li Wuwei should know the origin of the origin seed and could answer his many years of doubts. End of this chapter, the origin of the seed of origin? When Li Wuwei heard this question, he thought for a long time before shaking his head slowly. If you want me to give you a clear answer, I can't tell you. Why? Gu Chen was stunned. In fact, I didn't know that the seed of origin would appear 30,000 years ago. I don't even know what kind of changes it would bring. Li Wuwei's empty eye sockets revealed a strange light. I only took a gamble before I passed away and saw some of the future. In the future I saw, the aurora that cut through the 9th realm was the beginning of everything and also where hope lies. Fate Dao? Gu Chen understood and was speechless. Fate Dao was the strangest among the many great Dao. Fang Yuan had used Fate Dao to plot against him and steal his creation. On the day Li Wuwei died, he comprehended the three Tao techniques that the heavens did not tolerate. At that moment, his realm had probably reached the highest level in his life. It was not strange that he had used it to peek into some distant future. Gu Chen thought he would get the truth today, but he did not expect such an answer. Although I don't know the origin of the seed of origin, I think it has something to do with the primordial mist Tao world. Li Wuwei continued, no matter where it came from, it has already transformed into the Tao verification cauldron in your hand. You just need to be firm on the path you are on. Everything else is not important. Your disciple has learned something. Gu Chen accepted Li Wuwei's suggestion humbly. Next, Li Wuwei and Gu Chen chatted for a long time and answered many of his doubts. Several hours later, Li Wuwei flipped his palm and took out a golden ancient book, handing it to Gu Chen. This is... Gu Chen's eyes narrowed. The Tyrant's Inheritance Treasure Manual. Your ancestor gave it to me back then. Now that you have awakened the glorious ancient overlord body, you will need it, Li Wuwei explained. Gu Chen took the treasure manual and said. Now that my divine Tao foundation has been taken away, it has instead activated the special overlord body physique. I do have a lot of questions in my heart, Li Wuwei waved his hand, and the soul seed in his skull dimmed a little. The questions that you want to know, the problems that you are facing now, the experience that this grimoire provides might be able to satisfy you. If the grimoire can't answer, then neither can I. After all, the glorious ancient overlord body has already become a legend. Gu Chen nodded. This was indeed the case. I don't have much time left. I believe you should be able to tell. Li Wuwei said honestly. Gu Chen felt a little sad when he heard this. No matter how heaven-defying the essence of nature was, it still had its limits. All that was left of Li Wuwei was a skeleton. He was a ghost that wandered the world, but because he had not completed his mission, he had persisted until today. Making the glorious ancient overlord body reappear should have been his mission. Now that he had succeeded, his obsession had naturally disappeared. He would not be able to hold on for much longer. Ever since I woke up in the ruins, I'd been absorbing the essence of the world every day in exchange for some time. Originally, this amount of time was enough for me to teach you a lot of things. But because of that Feng Yuan's appearance, this time has been greatly shortened. Li Wuwei's eyes were filled with wariness. He had fought with Feng Yuan on Song Huang Ancient Star and had some guesses about his background. There is a serious lack of time now. The only thing I can do now is to tell you the truth of this world. Li Wuwei pointed at the chaos barrier in front of him. You can easily bring me through it now, right? Gu Chen nodded. With a flick of his finger, a golden light flew out and pierced through the chaos barrier. A passage that allowed two people to pass through appeared. The glorious ancient overlord body was once the most domineering physique during the ancient underworld era. One of the reasons why it was so domineering was that this physique did not fear the chaotic energy. Each trace of chaotic energy contained countless chaotic origin powers. But with the power of the glorious ancient overlord body, it could forcefully suppress all the origin powers and make them calm down. Gu Chen followed Li Wuwei's request and brought him through the chaos barrier. The two walked aimlessly. Soon, they passed by a world and saw wars, plagues, and natural disasters. Compared to Gu Chen's ninth realm, the other worlds were not so lucky in the upcoming dark chaos. Gu Chen saw a wave of chaos tide that connected the heavens and the earth in the distance. Its scale was far more terrifying than before the realm pass had closed. Even Tao Lords were helpless against such a natural disaster, much less the ordinary living beings of the 100 commanderies who had lost the protection of Tao Lords. Gu Chen was silent. He felt a heavy pressure in his heart. He had heard about what happened at Border Seas Ferry. Feng Yuan slaughtered the Tao Lords of the 100 commanderies. This was simply adding insult to injury for the living beings of Chaos Sea. Right now, the entire 100 commanderies had fallen into chaos. The emperors who had once belonged to the Tao Lords had lost their backbone and were fleeing for their lives. Who would care about these ordinary people? You must feel terrible seeing this, right? Li Wuwei sensed Gu Chen's emotions and sighed. I was born in the War County era and personally witnessed the chaos in Chaos Sea during that era. I know how helpless ordinary people are in the face of war. Those in power only know how to fight for power and profit. Tao Lords kill each other constantly. In the past, I hated these things but could not change them, so I chose to escape. Li Wuwei recalled. Gu Chen listened seriously. What he said about his past self was not different from what he had gathered from the intelligence. However, on that day, I also made a decision to do something for the common people of the world. Gu Chen did not know which day Li Wuwei was talking about. At that moment, he recalled the fragmented memories he had when he first met Dao Lord Whitebone. Dao Lord, do you still remember the common people of the world? I have pursued an action my entire life, but today, I want to do something. The impassioned words of the young man, Li Wuwei, were still vivid in Gu Chen's mind. He didn't know what it was that could make a man who was indifferent to fame and fortune and wholeheartedly shunned the world say that he wanted to fight for it. Gu Chen, do you know how the primordial chaos Dao world was born? Li Wuwei asked again, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Rumor has it that 9 primordial Dao laws were born and gathered the 8 primordial Dao lands to create the primordial Dao world, said Gu Chen after some thought. That's right. The primordial chaos Dao world was indeed born this way. However, do you know that the path of the primordial chaos Dao world's expansion has never stopped? Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Master, you mean, why does the primordial chaos Dao world send people to the lower realms to select talents every once in a while? Why does there be chaos in the dark world every time the realm pass closes? Have you ever thought about the reason? Some people say it's a natural disaster, but it's actually man-made. The chaos of the darkness was forced on countless living beings in the Chaos Sea. It was an extremely unfair disaster caused by the arrogant people of the higher realm. Genius 1 second remember site address. Mobile version, Li Wuwei told Gu Chen the shocking truth. Every time the realm sea opened, the primordial chaos Dao world's realm would expand outwards. The reason why there was dark chaos was because the expansion of the Dao land changed the living environment of the Chaos Sea. There will only be new life when there is destruction. The Dao world's fertile soil grew on the bones of the Chaos Sea. Over the years, the expansion of the primordial chaos Dao world has never stopped. As a result, the living space in the Chaos Sea has become smaller and smaller. Today, the chaos in the darkness is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid the Chaos Sea can no longer withstand such plunder. Li Wuwei's voice became especially heavy and pained. At that time, all living beings in the countless worlds in the Chaos Sea will die. Gu Chen was so shocked by everything he said that he couldn't say a word. The darkness chaos always appeared when the realm sea opened. He knew that there had to be some internal connection between the two. He had thought that this was similar to the laws of nature and could not be stopped, but according to Li Wuwei, this was not the case at all. Since the primordial Dao world needs more territory and the Chaos Sea can provide it, why don't the people of the upper realm migrate the living beings of the Chaos Sea into the Dao world? This is the best of both worlds, Gu Chen said subconsciously. If he were to lead the primordial chaos Dao world, he would only choose a win-win solution when faced with the problems of expanding living space and bringing disaster to the Chaos Sea. This is indeed the most suitable method. According to what I know, the upper realm is vast and the Dao court is powerful. It's not impossible for them to accommodate the refugees from the Chaos Sea. However, this is only our wishful thinking. Li Wuwei looked at the people living in misery in the distance, his bony fingers cracking. In the eyes of many people in the higher realm, the low-level living beings in the Chaos Sea are not worthy of breathing the same air as them. Therefore, even though the dark faction was in chaos because of them, they had never thought of solving it. They only want the resources of the Chaos Sea, but they aren't willing to shoulder their responsibilities. Didn't the people of the upper realm migrate over from the chaotic sea during the ancient underworld era? Gu Chen's gaze turned cold. He had long known that the people of the upper realm were arrogant, but only now did he realize the extent of their disregard for life. No, perhaps in their eyes, the people of the Chaos Sea were not living beings at all. The human heart has always been the most complicated since ancient times. Li Wuwei sighed. Could it be that there's no solution to the current predicament of the Chaos Sea? Gu Chen felt oppressed and aggrieved. The people of the Dao world were high and mighty, wantonly plundering the Chaos Sea, and the living beings of the Chaos Sea did not even know about it. The difference between the two sides was just too great. If this continued, the Chaos Sea would completely disappear sooner or later, and all living beings in the myriad worlds would be completely annihilated. Gu Chen had heard from the other Dao Lords that the chaos in the darkness this time was much more ferocious than before. Perhaps the Chaos Sea really could not hold on much longer, even if the time of destruction didn't come so soon. How many people in his hometown, the Ninth Realm, his family, friends, and all living beings could survive the dark chaos? Gu Chen was very clear that this was a major event that could affect the entire situation. Ordinary people could ignore all of this due to ignorance, but people like them could not. As the top group of cultivators in the Chaos Sea, they should bear the responsibility of saving all living beings. Gu Chen completely understood why Li Wuwei had turned from avoiding the world to resisting. This was because he knew that if a top Dao Lord like him was unwilling to do these things, there would be no hope in the Chaos Sea. Li Wuwei felt gratified when he saw Gu Chen's heavy expression. If Gu Chen remained indifferent to what he had said, he would not be the person he had been waiting for. The difference between the Chaos Sea and the primordial Chaos Dao world is too great, making it extremely difficult to resist. Fortunately, it's not completely hopeless. Li Wuwei changed the topic. He had said so much today not to tell Gu Chen how dark and hopeless reality was. On the contrary, he wanted to increase his confidence. Gu Chen's expression turned serious as he listened attentively. In the primordial Chaos Dao world, even though a large number of people are unwilling to consider the commoners of the Chaos Sea, there is also a small group of people who have been working hard to fight for the Chaos Sea for countless eras. The opening of the Realm Sea is actually a kind of plunder of the Chaos Sea. There is no need for the upper realm to send people across the sea to select talents. The reason there is this selection is the result of the hard work of that small group of people. People who enter the primordial Chaos Dao world from the Chaos Sea often have feelings for their homeland and hometown. If they rise in the Dao world, they will speak up for their hometown. They have joined forces with a small group of people in the upper realm and are still fighting to this day. If they win, perhaps the dark chaos will end. Be it the people of the Chaos Sea or the people of the Dao world, all living beings can truly be equal and coexist peacefully. Li Wuwei's words made Gu Chen feel emotional. What lofty ambitions. The Tyrants were once a small group of people, Li Wuwei suddenly said. Gu Chen's expression turned cold. Back then, I was willing to do my best to help the Tyrants because I learned the truth of the world from their patriarch, Gu Jingtao. It is said that the reason the Tyrants were banished to the lower realm is related to this matter. Gu Chen took a deep breath and vaguely realized that Li Wuwei was going to talk about serious matters. Even though there is a small group of rebels in the Dao world who are working hard to fight for the people of the Chaos Sea, their power is ultimately too weak. They need a true leader, an expert who has both wisdom and martial strength to lead them. The legendary strongest physique that once illuminated the entire ancient Netherworld era is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. If such a person appears, the rebels will burn the entire primordial Chaos Dao world like a spark. Those who pursue equality and peace in their hearts will also have the courage to stand up. It is for this lofty ideal that I bet everything with the remaining elders of the Tyrants 1,000,000 years ago. Gu Chen's expression changed. It had been a long time since he had seen such a person who had sacrificed himself for an ideal and shed his blood for a change that he did not know would come. Most cultivators were deceitful and would not do anything without benefits. A person like Li Wuwei, who was chivalrous and only had the common people in his heart, was like a dream. If it had been someone else who had said this in a dignified manner, Gu Chen would have doubted whether he was sincere or not. However, Li Wuwei, who had been reduced to a skeleton, had said this for the sake of his dream. Gu Chen knew that he was really betting everything on it. Can the glorious ancient overlord body change this world? Gu Chen muttered to himself. He felt that he was not as noble as Li Wuwei and often did not think that far ahead. End of this chapter. When everyone dreamed of stepping into the primordial mist Dao world, he only wanted to go home. His family was very important to him. The moment he finally reunited with his family, his hatred for Feng Yuan lessened greatly. However, his family had reunited, but what about the outside world? In the dark chaos, there were tragedies of families being separated at every moment. Countless people wandered from place to place, and countless people died in wars and plagues, but they had done nothing wrong. Gu Chen felt a trace of shame. He was immersed in the happiness of reuniting with his family, while Li Wuwei was all alone. All he cared about was the people of the world. Before the glorious ancient overlord body reappeared in your body, it was only a legend. No one believed in its existence. However, it has appeared again, so nothing is impossible. Li Wuwei looked at Guchen with a burning gaze. He had said so much, so Guchen should understand his intentions. Guchen slowly closed his eyes and began to think about it seriously. He understood Li Wuwei's intentions. The reason he had said so much to him was because he hoped that he would be the person who changed the world. If he wanted to do that, he would have to step into the primordial mist Dao world. He might have to face endless blood and fire. He did not know how many allies he would have in the higher realm, but this change was destined to be extremely difficult. What he wanted to shake was the old order that had guarded the primordial mist Dao world for countless years. What he wanted to change was the deep-rooted beliefs of the people of the primordial mist Dao world. Everything he wanted to do was far more difficult than ruling a realm or a county. It was even more difficult than ruling the entire Chaos Sea. It was a powerful world that he was completely unfamiliar with. What he possessed was this new body and the will that had been passed down from generations of predecessors. Guchen fell into a long contemplation, while Li Wuwei waited anxiously. He did not make a direct request because he did not want Guchen to feel that he was forcing him. To do this for the people of the world, he had to be willing and sacrifice himself for his ideals. Ideals were too illusory for most people. Some people did not even dare to mention it. If Guchen agreed to his request, it would mean that he would have to part ways with his family once again, and the price he would have to pay would definitely not be low. However, since ancient times, there was no one who could lead the revolution and the new era without paying the price. Guchen was an intelligent man. He believed that he had a ruler in his heart to measure the situation. All he could do was wait. He had already told him everything, and the decision was in his hands. Guchen pondered for a long time. On one hand, his mind was filled with the happy smiles of his family when they saw him again. On the other hand, there were countless corpses in the Chaos Sea and the tears of all living beings. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. His life once belonged to him, but after being resurrected once again, it was no longer the same. Guchen finally opened his eyes. There was no confusion, no hesitation in his eyes. "Master, I've thought it through." As Guchen spoke, Li Wuwei's eyes shone with anticipation. "I won't be heading to the primordial chaos Dao world for now." Li Wuwei's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. In the primordial chaos Dao world, perhaps there are really people who are willing to help the people of the Chaos Sea. Perhaps we can truly resolve the problem there. However, we can't place all our hopes there. We have to do what we can. Guchen's eyes lit up. Li Wuwei heaved a sigh of relief and blurted out. "What do you want to do?" "The dark upheaval has descended. Countless people in the Chaos Sea are suffering. I want to change everything," Guchen said. He could not stay in the ninth realm with a clear conscience and fantasize about world peace. He also could not embark on the path to the primordial Chaos Dao world to seek an uncertain future. He still had some things to complete. Only after completing everything would he embark on the path to the Dao world. The dark upheaval has affected tens of thousands of worlds in the Chaos Sea and affected trillions of living beings. "How do you want to change it?" Li Wuwei asked. "I want to lead an army to quell all the wars, resolve all the plagues, and resist all the natural disasters. As long as everyone is united, the darkness of this era will eventually dissipate." Guchen was so ambitious that Li Wuwei was deeply moved by his words. The dark upheaval did not change because of a person's will. However, Guchen wanted to suppress the entire Dark Age alone. What he wanted to do and what he was willing to do far exceeded Li Wuwei's expectations. He was even more thorough than he had thought. Good. As expected of the glorious ancient overlord body. What astonishing boldness. My Chaos Sea has finally welcomed a glimmer of hope. Li Wuwei choked up as the last bit of obsession in his heart slowly disappeared. Crack. Crack. Cracks began to appear in Li Wuwei's bones. As he no longer had any regrets or worries, the fire seed in his skull dimmed. "Master." Guchen's face was filled with sorrow. "Don't feel sad for me. I'm very happy today. If I have any regrets, it's that I can't personally witness the Overlord suppress this dark age." Li Wuwei smiled as he comforted Guchen. Suddenly, he thought of something. If you choose to suppress the dark upheaval, it will definitely take a long time. By the time you enter the Tao world, I'm afraid Fang Yuan will have already pulled away from you. If I'm not wrong, Fang Yuan is probably the reincarnation of an almighty in the upper realm. Once he enters the Tao world, his rise will definitely be astonishing. You have already formed a death feud with him. If you enter the primordial chaos Tao world later than him, the situation will probably be extremely disadvantageous to you. Li Wuwei's tone was stern. He knew what kind of enemy Fang Yuan was. Gu Chen had already been defeated by him once. If his progress was slower than his, it would be really worrying. So what if he's the reincarnation of an almighty? So what if he enters the Tao world in advance? I've already lost once. I won't lose again. Gu Chen answered resolutely without any fear in his heart. Some debts had to be settled. He would not forget the grudge of seizing the origin. Fang Yuan would pay the price sooner or later. Good, it's good that you have confidence. I really want to see what kind of expression he will have when he sees you in the Tao world with the glorious ancient overlord body. Li Wuwei's soul power fluctuations became weaker and weaker. More than half of his body had completely turned into powder and drifted into the distant galaxy. Gu Chen looked at his remaining skull, slowly knelt down, and bowed to him. This bow was not only for teaching him, but also for all living beings in the world. Master, you've worked hard. You can rest in peace. From now on, I'll finish what you haven't done. Gu Chen promised solemnly. I'll entrust everything to you, Li Wuwei said in a gratified manner. In the end, his skull collapsed and turned into powder. That trace of soul seed also completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The Tao Lord passed away suddenly, but all living beings in the world did not know what he had done. Perhaps, a true hero was nothing more than this. End of this chapter. Li Wuwei had passed away. Gu Chen held the Tyrant's inheritance treasure book with both hands and stood there silently for a long time before returning to the ninth realm. As soon as he returned to the inner realm, he saw the white-haired demon lord who had been waiting for a long time. Obviously, Li Wuwei had informed the white-haired demon lord beforehand. After his death, the white-haired demon lord would be Gu Chen's guide. When the white-haired demon lord saw that Gu Chen had returned alone, he knew that Li Wuwei's wish had been fulfilled and he had passed away completely. He sighed and asked. I think Li Wuwei has said everything that needs to be said. What are your plans next? Gu Chen didn't hide anything and told him what he thought. You want to solve the dark chaos? The white-haired demon lord was moved when he heard that, but he did not discourage Gu Chen directly. Instead, he thought about it seriously. Although you've awakened the glorious ancient overlord body, power isn't something you can achieve overnight. You're still far from the legendary level of our ancestors. Moreover, the area of influence of the dark chaos is so large. Can you and the people of the Tyrant County do it? Gu Chen had already considered this. He casually raised his left hand and pointed at a meteorite in the distant starry sky. Something strange happened. With the meteorite as the center, the stardust in the sky began to gather and formed a small planet in a very short time. Then, water and air appeared on the planet. Green began to cover the surface of the planet, and even microorganisms were born. The white-haired demon lord's expression froze. Creating life was an ability that all Tao lords had, but it was still very shocking that Gu Chen could create the embryonic form of a life planet in such a short time. After I woke up, I realized that my connection with the Chaos Sea's nomological power had become stronger than ever. Gu Chen spoke with a calm expression. If I'm not wrong, this should be because almost all the Tao lords in the Chaos Sea are dead. The white-haired demon lord pondered for a while and came to a sudden realization. The cultivation realm of the Chaos Sea was very different from the primordial Chaos Tao world after the peak of the Tao Quarrying realm. Because the Tao lords could not come into contact with a higher realm, they all chose the Tao Severing realm and used the nomological power of the Chaos Sea to make themselves stronger. The Tao lords of the 100 commanderies all had their own territories and were in control of their own portion of the edicts. However, at Realm Sea's ferry, Fang Yuan slaughtered the 100 commanderies' Tao monarchs, creating a vacuum in Chaos Sea's authority. Following Gu Chen's resurrection, he became the only surviving Tao lord in the world, and he actually inherited the power of the laws which Tao Lord 100 commanderies had left behind. No wonder you were able to summon a large amount of origin power so easily. I thought the records about the glorious ancient overlord body were wrong. The white-haired demon monarch said emotionally as he recalled how Gu Chen had used his origin energy to heal everyone. The glorious ancient overlord body was strong, but the supernatural power that Gu Chen used back then did not quite match with the rumors. He had answered one of his doubts. I didn't expect the nomological power of the Chaos Sea to operate like this. You are indeed more confident to be able to borrow such a large-scale nomological power to suppress the chaos in the dark world. The white-haired demon monarch realized that Gu Chen was not acting on impulse. As the only creator in the Chaos Sea, he could do many things with the nomological power. The troublesome wars and plagues that were happening in the various realms were no longer a problem for him. The biggest problem was the various natural disasters caused by the Chaos Aura riots. And this problem could be solved by the glorious ancient overlord body. Ever since I resurrected, although it's my own body, I feel very unfamiliar with it. I'm far from having complete control over it. Gu Chen looked at his hands and said, as a member of the Tyrant race, your understanding of the overlord body far surpasses mine. Senior, as a member of the Tyrant race, your understanding of the overlord body far surpasses mine. Therefore, I hope you can enlighten me in this aspect. This body can help me suppress the chaos in the dark world. At the same time, when I can familiarize myself with its power, the time to enter the primordial chaos Tao world will be truly ripe. The white-haired demon monarch understood all of Gu Chen's concerns. The reason he had delayed entering the primordial chaos Tao world was partly because he cared about the common people like Li Wuwei, and partly because he wanted to make sufficient preparations. He was more mature and wise than he had imagined. There was almost no trace of the rash young man he had been in the Tyrant mystic ground. I understand. I will teach you everything I know during your journey to pacify the 10,000 realms, said the white-haired demon monarch seriously. White-haired demon lord said seriously, my full name is Zhou Fengling. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Ling. When he mentioned his name, his emotions were a little off. Gu Chen keenly noticed it. The white-haired demon monarch was originally from the Tyrant race. Logically speaking, his surname should be Gu, but his surname was Zhou. Since his surname was Zhou, he should be called Uncle Zhou. However, he did not seem to be willing to let others know his surname. Gu Chen understood that there was definitely a reason behind this, but he did not probe further. He nodded. I understand, Uncle Ling. Zhou Fengling nodded his head and took out a jade slip from his pocket. By the way, Dao Lord Xing is already dead. Before he died, he left us a jade slip. I've read the contents of the jade slip. It's quite useful. Gu Chen looked at the jade slip with a complicated glint in his eyes. He had never expected that Dao Lord Xing would use his last bit of strength to release the door of decaying Dao and do him a great favor. They had always been enemies. Although he was not grateful for what Dao Lord Xing had done, his opinion of him had changed significantly. At the end of the day, Dao Lord Xing was just a pitiful person who had been devoured by hatred. Gu Chen took the jade slip and took a cursory look. He realized that this jade slip did not actually belong to Dao Lord Xing. It should have been left behind by Kong Sheng. The jade slip recorded some of Kong Sheng's research regarding the upper realm. Dao Lord Xing almost succeeded in killing the Dao world emissary mainly because of the contents of this jade slip. Most of the contents are of little value. After all, no matter how much Kong Sheng speculated about the primordial chaos Dao world, he did not understand it as well as I did. However, if the weapons mentioned can be turned from theory to reality, they will be helpful when we cross the realm sea, said Zhou Fengling. Zhou Fengling said. Gu Chen looked at the weapons described in the jade slip according to Zhou Fengling's reminder, and his eyes showed surprise. I know who I should give this jade slip to. Gu Chen put away the jade slip and made up his mind. Oh, also, you should meet Feng Shiji of the Feng family, whom I saved. You should be able to obtain a lot of information about Feng Yuan from him. Zhou Fengling had already started to consider all sorts of things after Gu Chen entered the Dao world. After all, this was the mission he had to complete after replacing Li Wuwei. Feng Shiji, Gu Chen pondered. He had heard about what had happened at the ferry in the Realm Sea. Feng Shiji had to thank Sui Chuanqiu for sparing his life. Ba Jun's companions had told him that Sui Chuanqiu had betrayed them and joined Feng Yuan, but he did not think so. Sui Chuanqiu had never been someone who was willing to submit to others. End of this chapter. Xianxia killed Feng Shiyang but purposely spared Feng Shiji. This proved his guess. Feng Shiji was very useful. He might be a great help to him in dealing with Feng Yuan in the future. But now, Feng Shiji had just suffered the pain of losing his father. He did not know the truth of what happened at the ferry. He did not know that the person who harmed them was his uncle, and because Feng Yuan had the same face as him, he was filled with enmity towards him and Ba Jun. In this situation, there was no point in talking to him. Gu Chen had more important things to do. Let's provide him with good food and drinks first. When the time is right, I will have a good chat with him, Gu Chen said in a low voice. Zhou Fengling nodded indifferently. When are you going to quell the darkness chaos? Zhou Fengling asked again. Every day, many innocent people in a world in chaos might die in vain, so the sooner, the better, Gu Chen said honestly. So you were saying that you are going to separate from your family right after returning home, aren't you afraid they will object? Zhou Fengling teased after they finished talking about official matters. It is different this time, I will bring them along, Gu Chen replied with a smile. Several days later, at the border of the Ninth Realm, all the members of Ba Jun gathered together. The immortal emperors and divine emperors of the Ninth Realm were also present. Dragon Horse, Green Bull, Black Dog, Tang Ning, Taoist Priest Feng Zhen, Ghost Emperor, many Dao Querying Realm cultivators formed an army. This army, which looked inconspicuous at first glance, was destined to leave a deep mark in the history of the entire Chaos Sea. All the participating cultivators volunteered. When Gu Chen mentioned the long journey he was about to embark on, almost no one hesitated. The peace of the Ninth Realm was only temporary. Only when the entire Chaos Sea was saved could it welcome the true dawn. After learning the truth of the world, everyone understood more than ever that the 100 counties of the Chaos Sea had to be united. The army was ready to set off, while Gu Chen stood beside limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex, bidding farewell to his parents. Chen mother has always been proud of you for so many years. Xianxia personally tidied up Gu Chen's clothes. Even if Gu Chen was already the overlord whose name shook 100 counties, in her heart, he was still that high-spirited youth from that time. She had always believed that her son would have a bright future, but she never imagined that his current achievements would far exceed the scope of her understanding. He was about to embark on a new journey to suppress the age of darkness and pacify the turmoil of the myriad worlds. How great of an achievement would that be? Xianxia's heart was incomparably proud, and this pride far surpassed the sadness of parting. Be careful and take good care of the mother and son. Gu Tianming was not as emotional as Gu Chen. He only reminded Gu Chen over and over again. Father, mother, don't worry. I will take good care of myself, and I will take good care of them. Gu Chen was full of smiles. Ji Lanchu, who was wearing a thick windbreaker, was holding Gu Yi's hand. Her pretty face was also full of joy. This time, Gu Chen finally didn't abandon her. Instead, he chose to take her with him. She knew that this trip would be very difficult, but as long as she could be with her husband, it would be worth it no matter how hard it was. Moreover, what her husband was going to do made her incomparably proud. To be able to accompany him and witness everything was the greatest happiness for her. Let's go. After bidding farewell to his family, Gu Chen first let Ji Lanchu get on the back of the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then, he also leaped up. Gu Yi was carried by the dragon horse and followed behind the two. Behind them, the majestic procession passed through the primal chaos transit window of the Ninth Realm and rushed into the vast primal chaos sea. The Golden Wave domain used to be a beautiful world under the banner of the Golden Crow County. The four seas were peaceful, and the people lived and worked in peace. However, on that day, everything suddenly changed. An endless gray fog appeared at the edge of the world. Wherever the fog passed, many life stars would be forever submerged in it. The people who were still alive did not know what happened. They only knew that none of the living beings that were sucked into the gray fog had ever come out alive. As a result, panic spread throughout the Golden Wave domain. Countless races began to migrate. The people dragged their families with them, hoping to find a safe home. However, when it rains, it pours. War broke out all of a sudden. It was rumored that the Golden Crow Dao monarch who ruled the Golden Crow County had died. As a result, the various worlds under the Golden Crow County fell apart. The chaos caused the primal chaos transit window to become impassable. Behind them, the gray fog would devour a star passage every day, causing serious panic. In the midst of the panic, some evildoers took the opportunity to commit murder and arson. Some bandits seized the opportunity to rob and plunder. As a result, countless families from various races were destroyed every day. There were people who died before their children, and there were children who lost their parents forever. What was even worse was that countless corpses were left behind in the chaos of war. These corpses triggered a terrifying plague. Some corpses even developed spiritual intelligence, creating a terrifying corpse tide. Natural disasters, chaos of war, and plague destroyed every race and every ordinary citizen of the Golden Wave domain. The survivors were immersed in fear every day, praying for salvation from the heavens. Sob, sob, go away, let my mother go. A girl about 10 years old said to a group of people in front of her with teary eyes. She held a dagger in her hand. A corpse lay beside her. Not far away, a flying ship was burning. It seemed to have been attacked not long ago. When the cataclysm began, the girl and her parents fled their hometown in an attempt to leave the dangerous Golden Wave domain. However, halfway through their journey, they heard from the people in front of them that other worlds had also fallen into chaos of war. The road to other worlds had even been cut off. Helpless, the girl and her family wandered the starry sky. The good times didn't last long. The girl's flying ship was attacked by bandits. In order to protect the mother and daughter, her father stopped the bandits by himself and allowed them to escape. Later, her father never returned. From then on, the mother and daughter depended on each other. The girl was kind-hearted. Not long ago, she saw a severely injured foreign race person and kindly took him in. Who would have thought that after the foreign race person recovered, he would try to steal their things? Thus, a conflict arose between the girl and her mother. During the conflict, her mother was killed. The foreign race person fled without a trace. The girl desperately guarded her mother's corpse. However, the heavens didn't seem to have any intentions of pitying her. The commotion caused by the conflict attracted some refugees from the starry sky. The refugees saw that the girl's mother was dressed extraordinarily and actually wanted to steal something from her corpse. Forced into a desperate situation, the girl could only pick up a dagger and desperately defend the last bit of her mother's dignity. Sob, sob, what kind of world is this? Good people don't get good rewards. Our family has never done anything bad. The girl cried bitterly. She was close to despair. End of this chapter. Sorrowful cries of despair reverberated in the starry sky. The girl almost had the urge to commit suicide. Her mother was dead and she was the only one left. She would never be able to continue living. She no longer had any attachment to this unfair world. No matter how chaotic the world is, there will always be people who uphold their conscience. Justice may be late, but it will not be absent. Suddenly, as if responding to the girl's inner voice, a loud voice resounded everywhere. As the voice faded, miserable screams resounded in every corner of the Golden Wave domain. Those who were committing crimes were punished by the heavens at the same time, and they were turned into ashes. At the same time, a green light descended from the sky and landed on the body of the girl's mother. A shocking scene appeared. The wounds on the girl's mother's body rapidly healed. Her eyelashes moved and she slowly woke up. Mother! The girl hugged her mother in surprise. The refugees who tried to rob her were also afraid of the miracle and fled in panic. Why am I not dead? The girl's mother had a confused expression after waking up. I don't know, there was a voice just now. The girl was also confused, but her eyes lit up with hope. In the distant starry sky, Guchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him was Gui. Gui saw the pitiful mother and daughter being reborn from afar. A smile appeared on his dull face. Wait for your mother here. I'll be right back. Guchen stared at the gray tide in front of him and said casually to Gui. They had pacified various worlds along the way and arrived at the Golden Wave domain today. At the beginning of the journey, Guchen was worried that his wife, Lan Chu, would not be able to bear the hardships. He didn't expect her to be so strong. Along the way, Lan Chu had saved many people. Her experience in governing the country allowed many places to quickly recover from the chaos. As soon as they arrived at the Golden Wave domain, Lanshu discovered a planet with a particularly serious plague. She brought Feng Yaya there. Guchen brought Gui to the most severely affected area of the Golden Wave domain and prepared to solve the problem. He slowly walked out, his robes fluttering in the wind. The endless gray tide in front of him was terrifying. Father. The dull Gui revealed a worried expression and subconsciously called out. Don't worry. Watch carefully. Natural disasters are nothing to be afraid of. You must remember, a person's heart should be as upright as a sword. As long as your heart is upright and outspoken, even heaven and earth cannot make you bow. Guchen taught by example and by word. With a smile, he walked 10,000 miles with each step and entered the gray tide. The moment he entered the chaotic aura, the golden blood energy within Guchen's body began to boil and emit boundless multicolored light. Instantly, the surrounding chaotic aura reacted as if it had seen a snake or scorpion, and it dodged in panic. The glorious ancient overlord body could suppress all laws in the world. The chaotic and disorganized origin energy in the chaotic aura could only flee in front of it. Guchen stood in the midst of the chaotic aura, unmoving like a mountain. He slowly took a deep breath. He raised his arms, and a huge golden shadow appeared behind him. This was the Tyrant's remarkable ability, Domineering Grand Map. However, when Guchen used it, its power was completely different from before. The golden shadow continued to expand until its head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the edge of the world. The shadow was extremely solid, and its golden bones and flesh were clearly visible. Its face was exactly the same as Guchen's. At this moment, anyone in the Golden Wave realm would be able to see a gigantic god supporting the advancing gray tide when they looked up at the starry sky. Mother! Look! The girl whose mother had been resurrected pointed at the majestic golden god and said excitedly. What is that? Her mother was shocked. That must be the person who saved us. He's our savior, the girl said happily. Woo-woo. God has opened his eyes. At the same time, the common people who were saved by the members of the Tyrant County all cried tears of joy and kowtowed to the huge golden god to thank him. Guchen stood in the chaotic aura. The indomitable domineering Grand Map pushed the gray tide slowly toward the edge of the world. He had to end the chaos here and open up a new path to continue to the next world. Along the way, he fought against the dangerous environment of the chaotic sea with his own strength, and the task of his companions was to save as many people as possible. In the process of saving people, they also summoned ambitious people at the same time. More people had to participate in this war in order to defeat the darkness. After spending an entire day, Guchen drove the chaotic aura to a place where it was harmless. His body relaxed, and the domineering Grand Map behind him disappeared. Compared to the last time, I lasted for 2 more hours. Zhou Fengling appeared not far away from him and said. Along the way, Guchen was not only fighting against the chaotic sea, but also breaking in and developing the glorious ancient overlord body. The glorious ancient overlord body had unlimited potential, and the thing that could stimulate its potential was the dangerous chaotic disaster. I've almost mastered the original mystiques. You can teach me new mystiques now. Guchen smiled and said to Zhou Fengling. Humph, it's not that easy to develop new mystiques. Don't be too smug. Zhou Fengling dampened his enthusiasm. He looked at Guchen, but in a trance, he felt like he was looking at the ancestor of the Tyrant race from the ancient Netherworld era. It was said that the first glorious ancient overlord body was born in countless battles with the chaotic sea. The current Guchen was undoubtedly walking the path of the ancestor. As Zhou Fengling thought about it, he felt his blood boil. Far away in the primordial Tao world, the 9 great Tao courts would never have imagined that a new star was rising in the chaotic sea that they despised. The crisis of the Golden Wave realm was resolved. The chaos was suppressed immediately, and the chaos barrier was stabilized. Looking at the devastated Golden Wave realm, Guchen flicked his sleeve, and countless nomological powers were mobilized. Pitter-patter-patter. The Creator's rain fell all over the Golden Wave realm. The lifeless stars grew green again, and a large number of ruins seemed to reverse time and space, returning to its original state. The injured and dying refugees were drenched in the rain and miraculously recovered. As for the corpses that were infected by the plague, they melted in the rain like snow without a trace. The entire world welcomed a baptism. The fear in the hearts of countless people who had lost their homes slowly disappeared. Benefactor, may I know who you are? How should we address your leader? A foreign race cultivator who had received help asked the first celestial Darch excitedly. We are people like you. As for him, he is our celestial Darch. The first celestial Darch looked in Gu Chen's direction with a wistful expression. Is it really good to give him the title of celestial Darch? The Kunlun Divine Emperor teased. The first celestial Darch shook his head, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. I'm only the celestial Darch of the ninth realm, but he will be the celestial Darch of the entire chaotic sea. With him around, we will create a bigger and more perfect immortal world. End of this chapter. Qing County, Coral World. The other side of the world was drowned by a black flood, while on the other side, countless large ships raised their sails and prepared to set off. A large number of refugees rushed to board the ships. Don't worry, we won't leave anyone behind. There's still time, look after the elderly and children. Hai Dongqing stood on the port, gently and patiently instructing the refugees to board the ships. Although his pair of blind eyes looked a little scary, the refugees around him, regardless of gender or age, all showed enough trust in him and followed his instructions. Brother Hai, it's been hard on you. If I was in charge of the evacuation, the situation would definitely be chaotic. A group of armored cultivators arrived in front of Hai Dongqing, led by a dark-skinned man with many scars on his left cheek. He looked even scarier than Hai Dongqing. As soon as he appeared, the children lining up to board the ships cried out in fear, causing him to hurriedly put on his helmet. If it weren't for Brother He Qi and your subordinates, the evacuation wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I should be the one thanking you, you've saved many lives. Hai Dongqing said. He knew that although He Qi looked fierce on the surface, he actually had a righteous heart. Rumor had it that he was a general under Qing Daolord's banner and had made countless contributions, known as the God of War. When the darkness chaos descended, Qing Daolord died for some unknown reason, leaving behind a huge mess in Qing County. Under these circumstances, the former high-ranking cultivators of Qing County all fled on their own, many of them long gone without a trace. However, He Qi didn't care about running for his life. Instead, he kept thinking of ways to help the people of the various worlds under Qing County's banner. He and his subordinates had always been brave and skillful in battle. In the face of natural disasters, they could fearlessly rush to the front lines. In the face of evildoers, they could also be ruthless. However, they just didn't know how to deal with refugees. At this time, Hai Dongqing just happened to appear. After leaving the ninth realm, he had been wandering around the various worlds. When the darkness chaos occurred, he risked his life to save many people, gradually gaining quite a bit of prestige among the refugees of many worlds. He Qi learned of his existence and specifically came to ask for his help, to which he readily agreed. From then on, the two of them appreciated each other and saved many creatures together. To this day, many commoners in Qing County who were in dire straits had heard of their existence and were looking forward to their rescue. The last batch of refugees in the coral boundary had basically been transported, and the two pondered where to go next. Rumble. At the end of the countless sailboats, a loud noise suddenly came from the passage that led to other worlds. What happened? Black Qi and Hai Dongqing's expressions changed. Not long after, a few of the Qing commandery soldiers flew over in panic, their faces pale. Oh no, the passageway has collapsed. We can't get out. The soldier cried out involuntarily. His words caused everyone's hearts to sink to the bottom. The turmoil of the dark had caused the space in every world of the Chaos Sea to be abnormally unstable. Things like the sudden collapse of the Chaos Transit window were common. Everyone had been mentally prepared since the beginning of the rescue mission, knowing that they might die from a natural disaster one day. However, there were still a large number of refugees who had yet to be transported out of the coral boundary. The exit had already collapsed, and behind them was the monstrous netherwater. Where could they go? Perhaps they could only watch helplessly as the flood devoured everyone, including countless young children. Before they could grow up and see the beauty of the world, they would die from this cruel natural disaster. Damn it. If I had known earlier, I would have sent some people away first. He Qi said painfully. It was too late for regrets. Now that things have come to this, we can only stall for time as much as possible. Hai Dongqing looked at the great flood in the distance and said solemnly. What's the use of stalling for time? The exit is already gone, and no one will come to save us. Several of the Qing commandery's generals said dejectedly. Are we just going to do nothing? Hai Dongqing's tone became solemn as he berated. Look at them, they still don't know what happened. They trust us, so we must fight to the last moment. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they could not help but look at the refugees who had already boarded the ship. Many of the refugees thought that they were already safe, and their faces revealed happy smiles, looking forward to the future after they left this place. Heiqi saw the child who had been scared to tears by his appearance. At this time, the child had already stopped crying, and it seemed that his mother had said something to him. When he saw Heiqi looking over, the child smiled brightly and waved at him, no longer showing any fear. Seeing this scene, Heiqi could not help but feel his nose sour, and he cursed. Damn it, let's do it. Brother Hai is right, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Since the exit was gone, he had to find a commanding height in the coral boundary and send all the ships there, therefore, everyone quickly moved, and one ship after another broke through the sky, looking for a suitable place to take refuge. Finally, they arrived at the highest part of the coral boundary, on the snowy plateau, and everyone settled here. Next, we can only leave it to fate. After doing everything he could, Heiqi looked up at the sky and smiled bitterly. Hai Dongqing nodded solemnly. He came to the edge of the cliff alone, sensing the monstrous evil water in the distance and the rising water level below, and silently prayed. The black flood gushed out from the chaos, and it had the power to destroy everything, so when it approached, no one could resist it. Behind him were millions of creatures, and if there was still no turning point in the end, the reality would be too heavy. Hai Dongqing was not afraid of death, but he hoped for a miracle. Your Majesty, where are you now? In the last moments of his life, Hai Dongqing thought of Gu Chen. For him, that person was not only his boss, but also his best friend. The reason why he had left the ninth realm was that he would be able to find him one day and help him, but he did not expect to die in this place in the end. Hai Dongqing sighed, took down the demon blade of spiritual speech from his waist, and inserted it into the edge of the cliff. If today, the old man is doomed to die, then this life of his will be handed over to you. It's better to hand it over to you than to die under this ruthless natural disaster. When the demon blade of spiritual speech heard his words, the blade made a trembling sound. Even this demon blade, which was famous for its evil nature, revealed a bit of sadness at the moment. The black flood was getting closer and closer, and countless refugees gradually learned the truth. Desperate mothers covered their children's eyes, not wanting them to see the cruel reality. Heiqi looked up to the sky and let out a sorrowful roar. He did not understand what he had done wrong, and what everyone here had done wrong to have to bear this punishment. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version. Millions of living beings on the plateau were immersed in an atmosphere of despair. They could only watch as the black flood grew from tens of thousands of miles away, to tens of thousands of miles away, to only 1,000 miles away. In the end, it seemed to be right in front of their eyes, about to swallow every single one of them. Rumble. Just as Hai Dongqing was about to commit suicide, in the sky above the snowy plateau, at the primal chaos barrier, a storm suddenly surged, a vortex forcefully appeared at the barrier. The vortex continued to expand until it formed a huge passageway, from which golden light sprinkled down. Run! A voice echoed in everyone's ears. Hai Dongqing and Heiqi's eyes lit up. They immediately led everyone and flew toward the passageway. At this time, the flood was already close at hand. Hai Dongqing saw that the last of the group would not be able to escape in time. He clenched his teeth and rushed back, determined to buy himself some time. Brother Hai! Heiqi chased after him. Run! What are you staying behind for? Hai Dongqing said anxiously. You alone cannot stop it. I'll help you buy time. Heiqi took out his life weapon, a spear. He gripped the spear with both hands and fiercely slashed at the incoming flood. Seeing this, Hai Dongqing did not say anything else. He slashed out with the demon blade in his hand. Boom, the two's joint attack successfully caused the flood to roll back, finally buying them some time. However, the reversed flood quickly formed a huge wave thousands of zhang high. In an instant, it would drown them. We're dead. The two looked at each other and smiled calmly. The last group of refugees had successfully escaped from the coral world. In the end, they had completed their mission. It would be a pity if you all died here. There are still many people in the primal chaos waiting for you. A calm voice suddenly sounded. Hai Dongqing and He Qi felt a golden light flash before their eyes. Then, the entire world spun around them. Someone was moving them. Before the flood completely submerged the coral world, they miraculously escaped. The vortex in the sky slowly closed and disappeared. Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Hai Dongqing cried out involuntarily as he looked at Gu Chen. Friend Hai, long time no see. Gu Chen smiled at him. He was the one who had saved them just now. It was not entirely a coincidence that he happened to save Hai Dongqing. It was mainly because he had heard rumors about a blind swordsman in the world he had been to previously. He guessed that the person was Hai Dongqing, who had been missing for many years. He happened to be on the way, so he came over to take a look. When he came to the coral boundary, the passage to the outside world had already been isolated by the chaos. It took him a lot of effort before he finally found someone. Fortunately, he managed to save his old friend in time. Otherwise, who knew how regretful he would be? Overlord. When He Qi saw Gu Chen, his eyes were filled with fear and anger. He was one of the 5,000 lucky cultivators that had survived the Realm Sea Fairy, so he had a deep impression of everything that had happened. In his opinion, the reason why the Chaos Sea had fallen into such a chaotic situation was because of the Overlord who had slaughtered so many Dao monarchs. He did not know that the person back then was Fan Yuan. He did not think that Gu Chen, who had clearly crossed the Realm Sea on the boat, would return to the Chaos Sea. Gu Chen frowned when he heard He Qi's tone. He looked at him carefully and felt that he looked familiar. After thinking about it, he seemed to have seen him beside Dao monarch Qin. He soon understood what was going on. It seemed that Fan Yuan had made him a scapegoat again. Brother He Qi, what's going on? Hai Dongqing did not know why He Qi was hostile towards Gu Chen and asked in surprise. It's him, he caused everything. He Qi said through gritted teeth. Even though he had just been saved by Gu Chen, he could not let go of his Lord Dao monarch Qin's death. You misunderstood. Gu Chen shook his head. Soon, a few cultivators ran out from the crowd behind him. Fellow He, we have all misunderstood. That person back then was not Overlord. The leader said. He Qi was stunned when he saw him. The person in front of him was one of the 5,000 cultivators who had escaped from the Realm Sea Fairy with him. That journey back then was not easy, many people unfortunately died, and those who survived naturally became trustworthy friends. That person was not Overlord? He Qi's expression was uncertain as he thought of all the abnormalities that happened back then. It seemed that Dao Monarch Heaven I had said something similar back then. The few people who were explaining to Gu Chen were people that Gu Chen had taken in by chance during his journey to pacify the various worlds. They were the pillars of their respective commanderies. They stepped forward bravely in this era of great calamity, so they were recognized by Gu Chen and joined Overlord Commandery. In fact, during his journey to pacify the various worlds, Gu Chen had gathered countless ambitious people. Their scale was growing every day. After their repeated explanations, He Qi finally believed the truth of the matter. When he looked at Gu Chen again, he suddenly felt a little awkward. The other party had just saved him, but he was showing hostility towards him. What should he say now? He Qi found out that many powerhouses from the various commanderies were now following Gu Chen to pacify the chaos in the dark world, so he wanted to follow him. In this era of darkness, there must be an absolute leader for the people of the myriad worlds to have hope. He was very clear on this point. And Overlord's demeanor had left a deep impression on him. Without a doubt, he was the most suitable candidate. Your Majesty Celestial Arch, please forgive He Qi for his offense. Please take him in. Hai Dongqing saw through He Qi's thoughts and knew that he was indeed a rare talent, so he spoke on his behalf to Gu Chen. He Qi was shocked. What was he thinking? He actually wanted Hai Dongqing to speak on his behalf. Was his face that important? Overlord, I want to follow you. He Qi was an uncouth man and did not know how to say nice words. He blushed, knelt down, and bowed. Please rise. Gu Chen did not put on airs and immediately helped him up. I've seen everything you've done. I'm very honored that Overlord Commandery has you in it. Gu Chen said. In this chaotic time, the more people like He Qi, the better. He was thirsty for talents, so how could he reject them? He Qi saw that Gu Chen did not hold a grudge against him and heaved a huge sigh of relief. His face lit up with joy. He looked behind Gu Chen and saw a large group of people gathered behind him. Every one of them seemed to have extraordinary cultivation. With so many powerful comrades and the Overlord as their leader, they would definitely be able to do great things. Let's go to the next world. After solving all the problems, Gu Chen said indifferently. Roar. He Qi and Hai Dongqing stood in the crowd and responded passionately. In the myriad worlds of the chaotic world, a hurricane was blowing with celestial large Gu Chen at the center. This hurricane would eventually become a prairie fire and change an entire era. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Time flew by and 100 years passed. Today, a grand banquet was being held on Greenvine Boundary's Heavenly Cloud Mountain. The main character of the banquet was Gu Yunluo. Today was her birthday and she had just turned 16. It was just a little girl's birthday, but ever since the banquet invitations were sent out, a large number of flying ships came to Greenvine Boundary almost every day. Heavenly Cloud Mountain received so many birthday gifts that the entire mountain couldn't fit them all. On the day of the banquet, the situation was even more exaggerated. The Heavenly Cloud Mountain was almost completely packed with guests. Those who couldn't squeeze their way up would simply set up a stool at the foot of the mountain and sit down, satisfied. Excuse me, I'm Immortal Emperor Xianxia of Purple Chin Boundary, please give me a seat. A cultivator who came late couldn't go up Heavenly Cloud Mountain. He looked at the densely packed benches at the foot of the mountain and helplessly said to an ordinary-looking old cultivator in front of him. Immortal Emperor Xianxia was quite famous in Purple Chin Boundary and the neighboring boundaries. He guessed that the old cultivator would give him some face. Stay on the side. Look carefully, that is Thousand Demon Realms Demon Emperor He Qi, the one next to him is Black Frost Boundaries Witch Emperor. Do you, a mere Immortal Emperor Xianxia, have more face than them? You actually want to cut the old man's team? The old cultivator glared at Immortal Emperor Xianxia and casually pointed at a few cultivators not far away from him and scolded him. Demon Emperor He Qi and Witch Emperor. Immortal Emperor Xianxia's expression changed when he heard this. He already knew that countless reputable figures from the Chaos Sea would gather at the Heaven Cloud Mountain today, but he didn't expect that there would be so many emperors sitting on cold benches at the foot of the mountain. The two emperors the old cultivator pointed at were indeed more famous than Immortal Emperor Xianxia, especially Witch Emperor. She had followed Celestial Emperor's army for 30 years and had made many military achievements. Such people could only sit on benches at the foot of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. One could see how many more important people were sitting on the densely packed benches at the foot of the mountain. Immortal Emperor Xianxia suddenly felt a little guilty. He suspected that the old cultivator's background wasn't simple. Old senior, don't blame me, I was rude just now. Immortal Emperor Xianxia shamelessly said. He sat down not far from the old cultivator and started chatting with him. Seeing that his attitude had changed in time, the old cultivator didn't bicker with him and started chatting with him with a smile. Xianxia, why did you come so late? Look, the people at the front, that great demon, have been lining up here for 3 days. The old cultivator said in a friendly manner. Immortal Emperor Xianxia smiled bitterly when he heard this. I have already rushed over at top speed. Unfortunately, the green radish world is simply too far away from my Purple Chin realm. Moreover, this grand occasion has exceeded my expectations. This only means that you set off too late and didn't pay enough attention. You have to think about who Princess Yunluo is. She is the apple of His Majesty's eye, the pearl in his palm. The number of people who would want to attend her birthday is like the stars in the sky, uncountable. Ever since the chaos in the dark world gradually subsided, the number of natural disasters in the various realms has greatly decreased, and His Majesty the Celestial Emperor has rarely shown his face in front of people. Today is Celestial Emperor Yunluo's birthday, so he will definitely show his face. Many people are waiting to see him. Even just one glance is enough. The old cultivator sighed. Immortal Emperor Xianxia felt sad. The reason why he came to Lulua Boundary was to see Celestial Emperor Celestial Emperor. Back then, Celestial Emperor passed by Xichen Boundary and saved his entire clan. Unfortunately, before he could thank him and say a few words, Celestial Emperor hurried to another world. Over the years, Celestial Emperor left behind countless myths and legends in various worlds, but most people who were saved by him didn't have the chance to repay him or even say thank you. With his own strength, he used only 100 years to suppress an unprecedented calamity. Celestial Emperor was not only his benefactor, but also his life goal. He believed that there must be many cultivators who came here with the same feelings as him. His task today was to strive to speak to Celestial Emperor. Even if it was just a few words, he would have no regrets in this life. However, looking at the situation, the big shots of the Chaos Sea were gathered here, so there was no chance for him to speak. Immortal Emperor Xichen lowered his goal. As long as he could see Celestial Emperor, he would be able to go back and brag to his family and friends. Princess Xianluo was born in an era of war. Her birth was an accident, but it was also the most beautiful accident. When she was born, His Majesty the Celestial the Arch was fighting against 10 demonic creatures in the primal chaos. Those 10 demonic creatures were all evolved from the primal chaos. Each of them possessed monstrous divine power and brought terrible disasters to many worlds. At that time, Empress Ji was waiting for Celestial Emperor at Lulua Boundary's Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Unfortunately, the child in her belly was born at that time. That day, the Empress had a difficult labor. Countless citizens of Lulua Boundary gathered at the foot of Heavenly Cloud Mountain and silently prayed for the Empress. In the end, the child was born smoothly. After Celestial Emperor killed the demons and returned, he named the child Xianluo. Today, Princess Xianluo's 16th birthday is being held in Lulua Boundary. It can be seen that Celestial Emperor treats our boundary differently. The old cultivator was a native cultivator of Lulua Boundary. He spoke with fervor and assurance. He was very familiar with the stories of Celestial Emperor and Princess Xianluo. The people around him listened with great interest. Roar! A loud and clear dragon roar suddenly came from the horizon. A dragon horse came from afar and instantly entered Heavenly Cloud Mountain like a meteor. It attracted everyone's attention. What kind of demon emperor is that? It can actually go up the mountain without being stopped, someone exclaimed. That is one of Celestial Emperor's mounts. It looks domineering, doesn't it? Let me tell you, that dragon horse is nothing. Celestial Emperor still has a limitless tyrant dragon. That is the true supreme being. The old cultivator said proudly and looked down on these country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Damn you! The dragon horse had just landed on Heavenly Cloud Mountain and was eavesdropping on the countless cultivators at the foot of the mountain. When it suddenly heard the old cultivator's ridicule, its face darkened and it cursed loudly. Alright, how old are you? Why are you still so concerned about other people's comments? The black dog that rushed over after hearing the dragon horse's commotion shook its head and went straight to the point. How is it? Guchen will be able to make it back in time, right? The dragon horse immediately shook its head. Guchen has been in the chaos for 5 days, and there are no signs of him leaving. Gui was by his side, but he didn't even warn him. I wonder what exactly happened. The black dog frowned. If Guchen can't make it back in time for the banquet, then it'll be troublesome. That little girl Xianluo will definitely cause a scene. It was not worried that something would happen to Guchen. In the current Chaos Sea, no one could pose a threat to Guchen. End of this chapter. However, Guchen was extremely busy and had little time to spend with his daughter. If he could not make it to the banquet, the little girl would feel wronged. Sigh, I can only hope that Guchen comes back in time. If Xianluo is angry, I will probably bark like a dog again, the dragon horse said helplessly. As the little princess of the Gu family, Gu Xianluo was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. They followed the tradition of raising a girl in a rich family and spoiled her to the heavens. Little Xianluo did not develop an unruly personality, but every time she was unhappy, she would make it bark like a dog and call it Ergu. What was going on? It was a dragon horse that had awakened the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Its current strength was even stronger than the ancestral dragon of the past. Even if it could not compare to the Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex, it should not be compared to a dog, right? Every time it barked like a dog, everyone would laugh. It was too embarrassing. What's the big deal about barking like a dog? We are from the same clan. I want to bark like a cat. The black dog said with a headache. The two looked at each other. They were in the same boat. In the palace on Mount Xianyun, a mischievous-looking girl was pouting and shaking Xianxia's hand as she complained. Mother, father is too much. He said he would accompany me for the next few days on my birthday, but he still hasn't come back. Why can big brother accompany him every day, but it is so difficult for me to see him? Gu Yunluo looked aggrieved and was about to cry. Her facial features were even more exquisite than her mother, Ji Lanchu. Don't worry, your father must be delayed by something. He will definitely rush back. As for your big brother, you know that he had an accident in the past, so your father is used to bringing him around and teaching him to be independent. Your big brother often suffers when he is with your father, unlike you. Your father dotes on you the most, okay? Ji Lanchu comforted her daughter, but she was also criticizing Gu Chen in her heart. He said he would accompany Yunluo for the next few days, but he suddenly went to the Chaos Realm. Now, no one could call him back. Humph, will he bring me a present? Gu Yunluo's anger came and went quickly. She blinked her big eyes and asked. She thought about it carefully. Usually, her father was indeed strict with his eldest brother, but he would grant her every request. Maybe he went out for so long to prepare a gift for her. Of course, but haven't you received enough gifts recently? What else could he lack? Ji Lanchu was a little speechless. This little miser had cheated a lot of treasures from her father all these years. That's different. After all, this is my 16th birthday. If father's gift isn't good enough, I won't let him off, humph. As Gu Yunluo spoke, she happily went to dress up. Today, she wanted to be the most beautiful princess. Amidst the chaos, a golden halo repelled the surrounding chaos energy, protecting the two people within the halo. The person in the lead was Gu Chen. He had been standing there motionlessly for 5 days with his eyes closed. Gui stood not far behind him. Looking at his father's meditative appearance, he was secretly anxious. Looking at the time, little sister's banquet is about to start, but father's situation is clearly not right. What should I do? Should I remind him or not? Gui murmured. He was in a dilemma. At this moment, Gu Chen's eyes were closed. He did not know how Gui was feeling, nor did he know that 5 days had passed since he started meditating. The reason for this situation was because he had heard some strange sounds 5 days ago. That sound came from the Chaos Realm. The closer he was to the Chaos Realm, the clearer the sound was. In fact, this was not the first time he had heard this sound. In the 100 years he had been suppressing the chaos in the darkness, he would hear it from time to time. Gu Chen had already forgotten when he first heard it, but every time he heard it and looked at the dusky chaos barrier, he would always have a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if the chaos realm in front of him wanted to talk to him. This feeling was very ridiculous. Gu Chen even suspected that he was hallucinating because he was overworked. However, over the past 100 years, as he pacified more and more worlds, the era of chaos and the darkness gradually faded away. The voice became clearer and clearer. He gradually confirmed that the voice really existed. The Chaos Realm seemed to be telling him something. This was a very unbelievable experience. Although the Chaos Realm nurtured countless living beings in the infinite worlds, natural disasters and chaos also originated from it. In the past 100 years, Gu Chen had been fighting a life-and-death battle with the Chaos Realm. The Chaos Realm that he understood was originally chaos and darkness. How could it have its own consciousness? Did the Chaos Realm really have its own consciousness, or was there another explanation for the source of the voice? In order to solve this question, when he heard the voice again, Gu Chen chose to enter the Chaos Realm. This time, the voice he heard was exceptionally clear, and he even felt a mysterious spiritual connection with it. This spiritual connection was everywhere, as if it came from all directions. This made him slowly confirm that the Chaos Realm was indeed talking to him. Why did this happen? What did the Chaos Realm want to say to him? Gu Chen's mind entered. In his perception, He seemed to have fused with the chaos realm and experienced the countless traces of chaotic Chi's transformations. The chaotic Chi's transformations were irregular, he could not track its traces and naturally could not understand its thoughts. But he was not anxious. Since the chaos realm wanted to tell him something, it would definitely let him understand. Finally, after spending a whole 5 days, Guchen suddenly understood. A huge list appeared in his mind. There were many names on the list. Guyi's name was at the top of the list, and Xianxia's was at the second. Heavenly Luck Board. Guchen recalled the origin of the list and became even more puzzled. The chaotic Myriad Spirit Board had disappeared 100 years ago. Why did the Chaos Realm want him to see the Heavenly Luck Board? Suddenly, he recalled the conversation he had with Feng Yuan. He had once mentioned to Feng Yuan that he was tampering with the Heavenly Luck Board, but Feng Yuan showed a puzzled expression. Could it be? Guchen's pupil shrunk as he blurted out. The first and second places on the Heavenly Luck Board were arranged by you? He recalled the origin of the Heavenly Luck Board. This list was originally chosen by the Chaos Realm and its selection rules had always been mysterious and unfathomable. Feng Yuan did not tamper with the Heavenly Luck Board and put Gu Yi and Xianxia in the first and second places. Was this your idea? But why did you do this? Guchen mumbled as he thought of a shocking possibility. This Chaos Sea, the world environment that no one saw as having consciousness, might have been paying attention to him since a long time ago. End of this chapter. Gu Yi was Guchen's son, and Xianxia was Guchen's best friend. Chaos Sea's consciousness chose to send these two to the Heavenly Luck list, and now, it took the initiative to find Guchen. There was no doubt that it had been paying attention to him for a long time, and it had something to ask of him. However, as the nearly omnipotent Chaos Sea that had given birth to all living beings in myriad worlds, Guchen did not understand what it needed him to do. Moreover, there were many people who were related to him, so why did Chaos Sea choose Gu Yi and Xianxia? Guchen fell into deep thought. Over the past 100 years, he had brought Gu Yi with him and accompanied him to countless famous mountains and great rivers. He had seen the vast galaxy and universe, and he had finally completed his missing heavenly soul. Furthermore, he had a vision that ordinary people could not have. The current Gu Yi's talent could be said to be at the top of the entire Chaos Sea's younger generation, even surpassing him in the past. However, this was the current situation. 100 years ago, when Gu Yi was on the Heavenly Luck list, not only was he unknown, he did not even leave the 9th realm. He was deliberately chosen to be the first on the Heavenly Luck list. If this was done by Feng Yuan, it could be understood as a kind of arrogant provocation, but it was done by Chaos Sea itself, which was quite shocking. As for Xianxia, what was so special about him? Why was he not on the list like Nameless or Feng Yaya? Guchen's eyes shone with the light of deduction as he tried to guess Chaos Sea's motive. Back then, when Gu Yi was kidnapped, I was coerced by Feng Yuan and had 4 of my origins snatched away. I died in battle, this was the reason. Losing 4 origins was a blessing in disguise. I awakened the glorious ancient Tyrant body, this was the result. From this point of view, Gu Yi was an important factor that determined the direction of everything back then. As for Xianxia, the biggest difference between him and the others back then was that he chose to follow Feng Yuan to the primordial Chaos Dao world. As Guchen thought about it, his expression gradually changed. Chaos Sea gave birth to all living beings. Guchen did not dare to underestimate the deeper meaning of its actions. Feng Yuan could easily deduce and even tamper with other people's fates. Could Chaos Sea's consciousness not have foresight? Perhaps, it had seen everything that had happened in the past, and the development of the matter was in line with its intentions. Guchen's expression suddenly turned cold. He understood Chaos Sea's motive. For countless years, the primordial Chaos Dao world had been expanding its territory. And the way it expanded was very simple. It plundered everything in the Chaos Sea through the Realm Sea. The Chaos Aura was terrifying to ordinary living beings in the Chaos Sea, but it was not impossible to tame it in the primordial Chaos Dao world. The primordial Chaos Dao world had primordial chaos essence energy. It was tamed, stable, and could be absorbed. The Chaos Sea had countless chaos gases. To the primordial Chaos Dao world, they were resources that could be constantly excavated and developed. The existence of the Realm Sea was essentially to plunder the Chaos Sea's chaos aura into the primordial Chaos Dao world, allowing the primordial Chaos Dao world to have more and more living space. As time passed, the Chaos Sea naturally became weaker and weaker. One day, it might completely disappear and become nutrients for the primordial Chaos Tao world. The self-consciousness of the Chaos Sea might have been born under such a crisis. It was saving itself. It was looking for a solution to the problem, and it finally found him. Likely Wu Wei, it had pinned its hopes on the existence of the glorious ancient overlord body. Perhaps, as early as 1,000,000 years ago, this consciousness had been spying on everything that had happened to the tyrants. Since you already knew everything, why did you wait until now to appear and communicate with me? What do you expect me to do for you? Gu Chen looked at the chaos aura in front of him and said coldly. Within the layers of chaos aura, the strange voice sounded again. This time, Gu Chen actually understood its emotions. Because of the 100 years of battle, my connection with you has become closer. That's why you can finally communicate with me? Gu Chen frowned. In the past century, the number of times he had heard the voice of the Chaos Sea had gradually increased, and it had gradually become clearer. So what if that's the case? As a true god, you have been watching countless lives die in vain for countless years. Now that you are weak, you have a favor to ask of others. Gu Chen did not like the self-consciousness of the Chaos Sea. In the past century, he had traveled all over the world to suppress the chaos of the dark world. Although he had saved countless lives, he had also witnessed the deaths of countless innocent people. In his opinion, the self-consciousness of the Chaos Sea was a true god. It had the power to change everything, but it had always watched coldly from the sidelines. The Chaos Sea gave an answer. Son of AB** TCH Heavenly Tao. Gu Chen berated. The Chaos Sea's response was nothing more than the Heavenly Tao's laws having their own destiny, and the cycle of life and death was normal. It had fallen to the point where it needed to place its hopes on him, but it could not change its arrogance. After being scolded by Gu Chen without any scruples, the surrounding chaos aura suddenly became turbulent, as if the heavens had been humiliated and were furious. Dad. Gui was originally happy when he saw that Gu Chen had finally ended his meditative state. However, he saw him curse at the Chaos Sea a moment later, and the Chaos Sea seemed to respond. He instantly tensed up. Why? You want to attack me? Can you do it? Gu Chen's body emitted boundless golden light as he mocked coldly. For the past century, he had been fighting the Chaos Sea. It had long been unable to do anything to him. The angrier it appeared, the more it showed that it lacked confidence. Gu Chen's fearlessness made the Chaos Sea completely lose its temper. The surrounding gray tide slowly receded as the strange voice sounded again. That's right. Remember, only when I enter the primordial Chaos Tao world will you have a chance of prolonging your life. Gu Chen completely understood the Chaos Sea's thoughts as he sneered. The Chaos Sea replied. You say that I don't understand how powerful the primordial Chaos Tao world is? That my chances of success are extremely low? Gu Chen shook his head. Indeed, but you have to understand that even if my chances of success are only 1 in 1,000,000, it's all your hope. The Chaos Sea fell silent. So, let's discuss the conditions. Gu Chen's eyes erupted with a glint. I will enter the primordial Chaos Tao world as you wish. Even if I reach an agreement with the people of the Tao world in the future, I will protect your life. The surrounding chaos aura suddenly boiled again, stirring up waves. You already knew that I would definitely enter the primordial Chaos Tao world. You could have chosen to wait and see, but you still came forward to contact me. Aren't you afraid that if I succeed, I will reach an unfavorable agreement with the people of the Tao world? There's no need to hide it. You contacted me in advance because you wanted to bribe me. In that case, come up with sufficient conditions. Surging golden flames erupted from Gu Chen's body, forcing the surrounding chaos aura to retreat far away as though it had seen a snake or scorpion. I want to establish the myriad kingdoms in the Chaos Sea. I want to create an eternal immortal world. I want you to worship me as the Chaos Heavenly the Arch. If you can accept all the conditions, I'll take you in as my little brother. Genius 1 second. Remember this website's address, mobile version website. Gu Chen's voice rumbled like thunder, causing the winds and clouds to surge in the chaos, producing all sorts of shocking phenomena. His conditions weren't just harsh. They could be said to be fantastical. However, these conditions weren't something he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Instead, they were ideas that had gradually surfaced in his heart over the past 100 years. By establishing the Chaos Myriad Kingdoms and replacing the original 100 counties and 10,000 realms, he hoped to break the boundaries of the various worlds and increase the exchanges between the various races and civilizations. Creating the eternal immortal world was the ideal of the first celestial the Arch. He hoped that there would be a holy land in the Chaos Sea that wouldn't be threatened by the Chaos Aura. Everyone there would be like dragons and live forever. The immortal world ruled over the myriad kingdoms and united all the races in the Chaos Sea into a single force. That way, they could completely end the influence of the War County era and bid farewell to all the chaos. When the eternal immortal world and the myriad kingdoms developed greatly, perhaps one day, they would be able to fight the primordial Chaos Dao world. Gu Chen had a grand dream in his heart, but it wasn't easy to achieve all of this even if he grasped the nomological powers of the Chaos Sea. In the past few years, as the various worlds gradually stabilized, he had been thinking about feasible policies for the future. He had to do everything well before he could head to the primordial Chaos Dao world with peace of mind. For this, his hair had nearly turned white from worry. At that moment, the Chaos Sea's self-consciousness took the initiative to find him. It wanted to negotiate with Gu Chen, but he had seen through its true situation. Gu Chen naturally didn't stand on ceremony and demanded an exorbitant price. He needed the Chaos Sea's recognition. Only by making the omnipotent heavens lower its noble head in front of him could all the grand blueprints in his heart be realized. After Gu Chen set his conditions, he stood with his hands behind his back. No matter how the Chaos Aura surged like a tsunami, it couldn't change his harsh conditions. The Chaos Sea roared for a long time before gradually calming down. Under the conditions that Gu Chen couldn't change his mind, it finally made a decision. Buzz, countless chaos auras turned into more than 10 hurricanes that crazily gathered together, causing the space to tremble. When they were compressed to an extreme, a dazzling light erupted. In an instant, it pierced through the chaos world. Gu Chen closed his eyes because of the strong light. When he opened them again, he saw a seal floating in front of him. This seal was completely gray and squarish, and it was covered in ancient patterns that were constantly moving like stardust. It was extremely strange. Gu Chen casually made a grabbing motion, and the seal fell into his hand, forming a strange spiritual connection with him. Sensing its ability, Gu Chen's face revealed a look of joy. He bit the tip of his finger, and a drop of pure golden tyrant blood fell onto the seal. The seal quickly changed color, from a deathly still and monotonous gray to a dazzling golden yellow. Ha 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 ha, at least you know what's good for you. Deal. Gu Chen laughed loudly and shouted into the void. The chaotic sea, who had made a concession and felt that he was at a disadvantage, clearly did not want to bother with him. Gu Chen didn't care. He held the Heavenly the Arch seal in one hand and floated up slowly. Today, in my name, I will change the world. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and the Heavenly the Arch seal in his hand shone brightly. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, at the edge of the chaotic sea, a shocking phenomenon occurred at the chaos barrier. It rumbled and surged, causing the armies of the various realms in charge of defending the border to be in an uproar. Oh no, is the chaos calamity going to appear again? His Majesty the Heavenly the Arch finally suppressed the dark chaos. Is everything going to repeat itself now? The emperors of various realms immediately rushed to the edge of the world, panicking. Meanwhile, in the Lulua domain, the cultivators of the Heavenly Cloud Mountain also sensed the abnormality of the world at the same time. All of them looked towards the edge of the world with solemn expressions. What's happening? Ji Lanchu held Gu Yunlua's hand and raised her head to look at the sky, feeling nervous. Nameless, Heaven's equal immortal emperor, the dragon horse, the black dog, and the others immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. This was the battle instinct that they had developed over the past 100 years. Just as everyone was preparing to approach the chaos barrier to check out the situation, a dignified voice spread across the chaotic sea. From today onwards, the 100 commanderies and 10,000 realms will no longer exist. There will only be chaotic 10,000 kingdoms. It was Gu Chen's voice. Nameless and the others heaved a sigh of relief, but they were still confused. Changing the 10,000 realms to 10,000 kingdoms, what did that mean? Before they could figure it out, they saw an unbelievable scene. At the edge of the Lulua domain, on the chaos barrier in all directions, huge whirlpools appeared. those whirlpools expanded at an astonishing speed. After expanding to a certain extent, they stopped spinning and slowly turned into stable gates, including the original Chaos Transit window. 6 nation gates appeared in the Lulua domain at once. These nation gates were connected to all the surrounding worlds. Originally, there were only 2 Chaos Transit windows in the Lulua domain. These 2 Chaos Transit windows could not be used by ordinary cultivators or ships, greatly affecting communication with the outside world. But now, 6 sturdy nation gates stood between the heavens and earth. From then on, Lulua domain had a transportation network that extended in all directions. Everyone immediately understood what Guchen meant. He had broken the boundaries of all the worlds in the chaotic sea. This was destined to profoundly change tens of thousands of worlds. At the same time, in the chaotic sea, or rather in the brand new chaotic sea, countless cultivators exclaimed in excitement. Your Majesty Celestial, the Arch is indeed remarkable. Coming here today was worth it, worth it. Immortal Emperor Xianxia said excitedly in the crowd. Just hearing the celestial Thearch's voice made his face flush red. What a bumpkin from the countryside. The old cultivator next to him pretended to be reserved and mocked him. But the next moment, he was shocked by an even greater miracle. Today, the eternal celestial realm will be established. Any cultivator from the chaotic sea who meets the requirements can enter to cultivate. Guchen's voice spread across the chaotic sea. Then, under the control of the celestial the Arch Seal, the many abandoned worlds in the chaotic sea fused together. At the same time, endless chaotic aura surged into it, splitting heaven and earth, creating a new universe. The seal that the chaotic sea had given to Guchen was actually a kind of power. With this seal, he could create anything in the chaotic sea as he pleased. The power of this seal surpassed the laws controlled by Tao lords. It could be said that it was the origin of the chaotic sea, the heart of chaos. Guchen grasped supreme power and opened up a brand new world in the chaotic sea according to his will. Back then, the first celestial the Arch and the various immortal emperors had only found one chaotic origin stone and used it to establish a celestial realm. And now, Guchen's power was equivalent to billions of chaotic origin stones. Under the influence of the celestial the Arch Seal, the originally chaotic and dangerous chaotic aura evolved into the purest origin and opened up the ultimate cultivation celestial ground. End of this chapter. Vast continents, ethereal immortal mountains, and the embryonic eternal immortal world took shape under Guchen's will. At the same time, it passed through the limitations of space to appear in the sky above the myriad kingdoms of primal chaos. Guchen had used the celestial court's ninefold heavenly palace as a reference to the power of primal chaos to create a strange spacetime passageway between the eternal immortal world and the myriad kingdoms. Using the spacetime passageway, the cultivators of the myriad kingdoms could ascend to the eternal immortal world, and the people of the immortal world could use it to travel to the myriad kingdoms. In the past, it would take years or even decades to travel from one county to another. The armies of the immortal world could travel to any nation in the primal chaos in a single day. The shortening of the distance would have a profound effect on the progress of civilization in the myriad kingdoms. As the holy land of cultivation for the myriad kingdoms, the eternal immortal world would produce countless experts for the primal chaos in the future. Guchen followed his own will to create his ideal eternal immortal world. As the cultivators of the myriad kingdoms bore witness to the birth of the eternal immortal world, their faces lit up with fervent passion. For the past 100 years, Celestial the Arch Guchen had become a sort of faith. Countless cultivators had only heard of his legends and seen his miracles, but had never seen him in person or even heard his voice. But now, the eternal immortal world was a holy land for cultivation, and they were closer than ever to the Celestial the Arch. As long as I become an immortal, I can see the Celestial the Arch. Immortals were a term that only existed in a few worlds, but on this day, the people of the myriad kingdoms came to understand it, and it became their goal of cultivation. It took only a few hours to create the eternal immortal world, and Guchen's face lit up with satisfaction. Thanks to the power of the Celestial the Arch Seal, the eternal immortal world had gathered the purest essence of the primal chaos. There was no place in the eternal immortal world that wasn't a paradise. Cultivating in the eternal immortal world, even Tao querying cultivators would benefit greatly. They wouldn't have to conquer other worlds to advance their cultivation base like they had in the past. He had single-handedly changed the cultivation environment of the primal chaos, and even the system of cultivation would change. These transformations would take time to digest, and the resources of the eternal immortal world would need to be built up over time. In the past, Dao Lords dreamed of entering the primordial chaos Dao world. They were both envious and fearful of the primordial chaos Dao world. However, Guchen was different. He had personally created an eternal immortal realm. He was ambitious and hoped that one day, this immortal realm would surpass the primordial chaos Dao world. Guchen had unknowingly obtained a terrifying layout that no one else had. His limits were already unfathomable. Dad, today is little sister's birthday. You didn't forget, right? Gui was fascinated by the newborn immortal world, but he quickly came back to his senses and hurriedly reminded Guchen. Guchen, who was satisfied with the celestial realm he'd created, had a serious expression on his face when he heard this, and he cursed in his heart. Over the past few days, his attention had been completely attracted by the Chaos Sea. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Fortunately, the day was not over yet. There was still time to make up for it. Guchen was quick-witted. He instantly left the Chaos Sea with Gui and appeared in the sky above the heavenly cloud mountain. Countless cultivators on and below the mountain noticed the celestial Thearch's appearance. Their faces were filled with ecstasy as they bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Guchen waved his hand and cleared his throat. His voice spread throughout the heavenly cloud mountain. "Today is my daughter Yunluo's birthday. Thank you for coming. I built a palace in the eternal immortal realm for my daughter. Since everyone is here, let's go take a look." After Guchen said this, Gu Yunluo, who was on the mountain, cried out excitedly. In her opinion, her father had appeared so late today to prepare a birthday gift for her. She had never expected that her father would actually create a world for her. This was the best gift she had ever received. His Majesty really dotes on Princess Yunluo. That's great. Thanks to Princess Yunluo, we will be the first cultivators to enter the eternal immortal realm. All of the guests on and below the mountain were wild with joy, and couldn't help but think that they had made the right decision to come. Today, they would be able to experience the wonders of the eternal immortal realm for themselves. It was a rare opportunity. Everyone was full of praise for Guchen, and Gu Yunluo was basking in happiness. Only Gui, who stood next to Guchen, had a strange expression on his face. He knew that his father hadn't prepared all of this for his little sister. As expected, the older, the wiser. Of course, he wasn't going to expose him. Guchen flicked his sleeve and led everyone into the eternal immortal realm. The eternal immortal realm was filled with towering ancient trees and orchids. It didn't look like a new world, but rather, a paradise that had existed for countless years. As soon as some of the cultivators entered the eternal immortal realm and sensed the pure vital energy of heaven and earth, their cultivation bottlenecks began to loosen. "I'm going to break through," one of the cultivators exclaimed, and the others cast envious glances at him. Guchen allowed everyone to move about freely and experience the eternal immortal realm as much as they could. The first group to enter the eternal immortal realm would bring their impressions of the immortal realm back to the myriad nations, and encourage them to work hard at their cultivation. Guchen took his daughter to her residence in the eternal immortal realm, where a sign hung above the entrance that read, Cloud Luo Palace. Gu Yunluo had the heart of a young girl, and when she saw the beautiful palace and the dazzling gardens within, she excitedly ran inside to look around. She was very pleased with the gift, and had completely forgotten about Guchen's absence for the past few days. Guchen breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy expression appeared on his face. While he was still around, he wanted to make sure the child felt a father's love. After all, it wouldn't be long before. As he thought about what he was about to do, Guchen's expression grew more serious, and he couldn't bear to part with her. Over the past 100 years, suppressing the chaos in the dark world had been very difficult, but he had also spent a good time with his family. He and his wife, Lan Chu, had gone through thick and thin together. Together, they had saved countless people, and they had even helped Gui complete his heavenly soul. Although Yunluo's birth had been an accident, over the past 16 years, he had done his best to be a good father. His life had become complete because of his son and daughter. He had received all the familial love and friendship, and his life had become more meaningful. Guchen was no longer as lonely and stubborn as he had been in the past, and he had become a person with warmth. How could he bear to give up such a good life? However, he knew that there were things waiting for him in that distant place, and he had to do them. Parting was for the sake of a longer future. It was time for him to leave the chaotic sea. Genius 1 second to remember this website's address. Mobile version. 2 months after the establishment of the eternal immortal world. Gu Qin met white-haired demon Lord Zhou Fengling in the Tyrant mystic land in the 9th realm. He had not been here for many years, but the mystic land of the Tyrant had not changed much. The ancient cloud pillars supported the square building and guarded the shrine in the center. The eternal immortal world was established 2 months ago. I thought you would come to me the next day. Zhou Fengling was sitting on a futon in front of the shrine. Beside him was the golden coffin. When he saw Gu Qin, he spoke. During the 100 years of suppressing the dark chaos, Zhou Fengling had initially followed Gu Qin and guided him in his cultivation of the tyrant body. Later, Gu Qin had mastered almost everything he could teach, and the dark chaos had gradually subsided. Zhou Fengling then came to the mystic land of the tyrant to live in seclusion. He had been waiting for Gu Qin to settle everything. He knew that Gu Qin would come to him when he was ready. The immortal world has just been established, and there are many government decrees that need to be implemented. That's why it was delayed by 2 months. Gu Qin answered with the unbounded tyrant dragon by his side. The man and dragon came to the front of the golden coffin. Gu Qin flipped his hand and took out an incense stick to pay his respects to the tyrant ancestor in the coffin. The unbounded tyrant dragon crossed its claws in front of its chest and solemnly mourned with the unique etiquette of the tyrant dragon tribe. The tyrant tribe does not have the habit of offering sacrifices. Zhou Fengling watched as Gu Qin lit the incense stick and said casually, I know. Gu Qin followed the customs of his hometown and paid respects to the ancestor. Then, he sat down on another futon in front of Zhou Fengling. Do you know why I chose to wait for you here? Zhou Fengling looked at Gu Qin, who had matured a lot compared to 100 years ago. I think there are some stories I have to hear before entering the primordial chaos Tao world. Gu Qin answered calmly and glanced at the golden coffin. An ancestor of the tyrants was buried in the golden coffin. However, until now, Gu Qin had no idea what this ancestor's position in the tyrants was or what kind of past he had. Back then, he had questioned the unbounded tyrant dragon, but it refused to answer anything related to this ancestor or the enemies the tyrants faced. Back then, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex had thought that Gu Qin wasn't strong enough, and it knew that it would only bring more harm than good, so it refused to tell him. Later, when Gu Qin awakened the glorious ancient overlord body, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex was willing to tell him, but Gu Qin never asked again. He knew that Zhou Fengling would tell him all the stories before entering the primordial chaos Tao world. The ancestor's heart in the golden coffin had disappeared without a trace. His spirit coffin had accompanied the tyrants from the primordial Tao world to the lower realm and had never been buried. Anyone could tell that there was a deep story behind this. The ancestor in the coffin was named Gu Xinghao. He was once recognized as the spiritual leader of the various rebel armies in the primordial chaos Tao world and was known as the martial sage. In terms of seniority, he was the uncle of the previous patriarch of the tyrants, Gu Xingtao, and also the previous patriarch of the tyrants. Zhou Fengling didn't beat around the bush and told Gu Qin directly. Martial sage. Gu Qin remembered this name. 1,000,000 years ago, the tyrants were banished to the lower realm because the martial sage was involved in the Yiyan Mountain Rebellion. In that chaos, the martial sage fell, and the tyrants lost their last protection. In the end, they were judged by the 9 Tao courts and banished from the lower realm. Gu Qin took a deep breath when he heard that. In the past few years, he had heard Zhou Fengling mention the 9 Tao courts more than once. They were an amalgamation of the 9 super forces that controlled the primordial chaos Tao world. It was said that they originated from the legendary 9 Tao laws of primordial chaos. The 9 Tao courts governed countless forces in the primordial chaos Tao world. They had all the power to legislate and enforce the law. They had supreme prestige. I won't tell you in detail what happened in the Yiyan Mountain Rebellion. There are many things that you need to investigate and listen to. All you need to know is that the biggest culprit who caused the martial sage to fall in the Yiyan Mountain Rebellion and the force that kept chasing after the tyrants after they descended to the lower realm is called the Sacred Family. When Zhou Fengling mentioned the Sacred Family, his face revealed an intense look of hatred. Even the limitless tyrant dragon beside him had a cold look in its eyes. "What's so special about the sacred family?" Guchen murmured. There was no doubt that when he appeared on the Dao land of the primordial chaos Dao world as the successor of the tyrants, the sacred family would become his greatest enemy. Back then, the calamity in the ninth realm was caused by this clan. The person who chopped off Dao Lord Xing's head and used it as a collection of purple blood was a member of this clan. During the birth of the primordial chaos Dao world, there were 10 clans that contributed the most and were the strongest. They were known as the 10 ancient underworld clans. And the sacred family is one of the 10 ancient underworld clans. The tyrants and tyrant dragons are also part of the 10 ancient underworld clans. The Feng family behind Feng Yuan, who plotted against you, is called the Origin clan in the primordial chaos Dao world. It is also one of the 10 ancient underworld clans. When Guchen heard Feng Yuan's name, his pupils constricted slightly. The 10 ancient underworld clans were once the creators of the primordial chaos Dao world, and the 9 major Dao courts were also established by them. However, over the long years, the encounters of these 10 clans were different. Some clans flourished to this day, while others perished long ago. The Tyrants and the Origin clan were expelled into the Chaos Sea one after another. Why was the Origin clan expelled? In that case, Feng Yuan's situation after entering the Dao world is not as optimistic as mine. Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he recalled many details of the Origin clan crossing the sea 100 years ago. Although he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he had learned about the situation from various parties afterwards. Feng Yuan had helped the higher realm emissary and slaughtered all the Dao lords. In the end, he had gained the favor of the higher realm emissary and easily boarded the ship. When he had left, he had not used his identity as a member of the Feng family. Instead, he had used his own appearance and might even have used his own name. Gu Chen had never understood his intentions. Now that he heard Zhou Fengling's words, he felt even more puzzled. The Tyrants and the Origin clan had many enemies in the primordial chaos Dao world. Would it be safer for Feng Yuan to use his identity? The Origin clan weakened earlier than the Tyrants. When the Tyrants were still strong, they had already been reduced to a small clan. As for why they were expelled, their situation was different from the Tyrants. However, in essence, it was because their clan was weak and they had offended other large factions. In fact, if Feng Yuan entered the primordial chaos Dao world with the identity of the Origin clan's successor, he would have been safer than using your identity. After all, the Tyrants were expelled only 1,000,000 years ago, and their influence still exists. On the other hand, the Origin clan has been forgotten by many people. Zhou Fengling's words made Gu Chen frown even tighter. Since it was more dangerous to enter the Dao world with his own identity, why did Feng Yuan still do that? If he did not want to expose his identity as a member of the Feng family, he could have fabricated a name. It would have been safer than using his identity. End of this chapter. I know what you are thinking. The truth is, I don't understand why Feng Yuan used your identity. This person is really unfathomable. You have to be careful after entering the Dao world. However, compared to him, you have to be more wary of the sacred family. Zhou Fengling said earnestly, for countless years, the sacred family has always been the sworn enemy of the Tyrants. The battle between the purple blood and golden blood has been going on for a long time. Although you've awakened the glorious ancient overlord body, the bloodline of the sacred family is extraordinary as well. Their inheritance has never been interrupted. Although every phenomenal success Yonggu overlord body has suppressed the sacred family in history, you are still far from reaching the phenomenal success realm. After entering the Dao world, you still have to hide your strength and be cautious. I understand. Gu Chen nodded seriously. He knew that the primordial chaos Dao world and the Chaos Sea were two completely different worlds. Although he now stood at the peak of the Chaos Sea and controlled the nomological powers of the Chaos Sea, the nomological powers he possessed no longer existed in the primordial chaos Dao world. The primordial chaos Dao world was created by the 9 primordial chaos Dao laws and had its own great Dao law. There, he could only rely on his physique. Although the glorious ancient overlord body was special, it had some limitations before it was mastered. According to what Zhou Fengling said, he couldn't easily reveal his physique. That would be even more restrictive. After entering the Tao world, there will be many dangers, but I will help you arrange everything. You will have enough time to grow. As long as you grow to a certain extent, the sacred family will no longer be a threat to you, and the tyrants will rise again. Zhou Fengling's eyes were filled with hope. For the past 100 years, he had been looking forward to Gu Chen stepping into the primordial chaos Tao world every day and helping the tyrants wash away all the humiliation they had suffered in the past. Gu Chen had not experienced the glorious era of the tyrants. He had not even grown up in the tyrants, so he could not understand Zhou Fengling's feelings at the moment. However, he knew very well that as long as he could rise in the primordial chaos Tao world, he would have the qualifications to negotiate with the 9 great Tao courts. That way, he would be able to fight for the rights of the Chaos Myriad Kingdoms. The starting point was slightly different, but the goal was the same. Gu Chen trusted Zhou Fengling as a guide. You know everything you need to know. I'll explain the details to you when we reach the primordial chaos Tao world. Have you thought about who you want to bring across the sea? Zhou Fengling asked. The primordial Tao world was fraught with danger, especially when he followed Gu Chen. He was destined to be surrounded by danger. However, it was also a holy land for cultivation. Many cultivators in the chaotic sea were willing to give it a try no matter how dangerous it was. Gu Chen had quite a number of subordinates. In Zhou Fengling's opinion, many of them had a certain amount of potential. Perhaps they could help Gu Chen in the future. Therefore, he hoped that Gu Chen would bring some people into the Tao world. However, at the same time, there could not be too many people. Otherwise, trouble would easily arise. If they attracted the enemy's attention before the time was right, things would be very troublesome. I've already considered it, and I've also asked for the opinions of some people. Gu Chen listed out the names of the people he was going to bring. Nameless, Gu Huang, and some of the original members of the Tyrant County had the idea of entering the primordial chaos Tao world, so Gu Chen decided to bring them along. Apart from them, there was also Heaven-equal Immortal Emperor, Xianxia, and the unbounded Tyrant Dragon. As for his family, the Dragon Horse, the Green Bull, and the Immortal Emperors of the 9th Realm, Gu Chen decided not to bring any of them. The primordial chaos Tao world was simply too dangerous. Gu Chen could control everything in the chaotic sea and protect his family and friends. However, that was not feasible in the Tao world. He did not want his family to take risks with him. Therefore, he was not prepared to bring Gu Yi, who had grown the fastest in the past 100 years. As for the Dragon Horse and the rest, although their strength had grown quite fast in the past 100 years, they were still inferior to the members of the Tyrant County. Most of the members of the Tyrant County were originally famous experts. Over the years, they had followed him to fight everywhere. Most of their cultivation levels were already at the peak Tao seeking and had reached a bottleneck. His friends from the 9th realm, even if they were immortal emperors, were still far from the peak Tao seeking realm, so they did not have to enter the Tao world. Now that the eternal immortal world had been established, the Dragon Horse and the others would be able to practice cultivation in a much more comfortable environment. After considering all the factors, Gu Chen finally decided on the members he would bring and informed everyone. After he left, the Celestial the Arch Seal would be handed over to Gu Yi for safekeeping. With the Celestial the Arch Seal's ability to control the Chaos Sea, the stability of the Celestial world and the Myriad Kingdoms would be guaranteed. The Dragon Horse, the Black Dog, and the various immortal emperors would also assist Gu Yi, allowing the immortal realm to grow rapidly. Gu Chen had considered almost every aspect and made all the necessary arrangements. Bringing these people is indeed a safer choice. Zhou Fengling nodded. Seeing that Gu Chen only answered his question without showing enough curiosity, he couldn't help but ask. Things have already come to this, could it be that you aren't even going to ask me how exactly I am going to cross the Realm Sea? Do you know how risky this is? The Realm Sea had been closed 100 years ago. If they wanted to enter the primordial chaos Tao world, they could only rely on another path. This path was also prepared by Zhou Fengling for Gu Chen. However, after so many years, Gu Chen had never taken the initiative to ask. As long as I know there is such a path, it's enough. As for the rest, I believe you. Gu Chen answered with a smile. Back then, Tao Lord Xing had tried all means to get another path from Zhou Fengling, but he had ultimately failed. This showed the significance of this path to Zhou Fengling. Back then, Zhou Fengling had not been expelled to the lower realm with the tyrants. Instead, he had entered the Chaos Sea through other means. Gu Chen did not know how difficult it was to enter the Chaos Sea in the primordial Chaos Dao world, but he knew that not everyone could enter the lower realm at will. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Chaos Sea would have come into contact with a few people from the Dao world over the countless years. Therefore, he guessed that Zhou Fengling had a certain background or a backer. Of course, this backer could not be the declining tyrants. Considering his current surname and the words of the unbounded tyrant dragon, Gu Chen knew that this was related to some secrets that he did not want others to know. Thus, he did not ask further. Zhou Fengling was moved by Gu Chen's complete trust. After he had left the tyrants, no one in the tyrants had complete trust in him. Some people were even on guard against him. He was not a fool. He quickly guessed the reason why Gu Chen had done this, and he felt a warmth in his heart. He clearly does not even know my background, but he did not ask and left his life to me. This kid is really... Zhou Fengling muttered in his heart, his eyes becoming firm. Just because of Gu Chen's consideration for him, he would send him safely across the realm sea even if he lost his life. Since you trust me, leave everything to me. I will not disappoint you and send you safely to the primordial Chaos Dao world. Zhou Fengling stretched out his hand and shook Gu Chen's hand tightly. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. The plan to cross the sea was officially put on the agenda. Gu Chen arranged the affairs of the eternal immortal world and the myriad kingdoms and bid farewell to his family. The crew members who were about to follow him also took care of their own affairs to ensure that they would not leave any regrets before they left. It was hard to say whether they would live or die, and they might never return, so everyone cherished their last moments. The day of the sea crossing was set for the day after the winter solstice, not too far away. Within the myriad kingdoms, almost no one knew that the celestial arch was about to leave. Gu Chen deliberately blocked the news. After he left, a decree would be issued that he would retire behind the scenes and let young Emperor Gu Yi handle the affairs of the immortal world on his behalf. For the past century, Gu Chen had taught Gu Yi personally. He was convinced that his character and temperament were enough to win the trust and respect of the people of the myriad kingdoms. And with the help of the celestial arch token and many old friends, the peace of the myriad kingdoms was ensured. Gu Chen believed that even if he was gone, the myriad kingdoms would still prosper, especially the eternal immortal world, which would usher in a period of rapid development. Gu Chen had done his best for the world. In the last days before he left, he chose to spend all his time with his family. Ji Lanchu had long known the reason why Gu Chen had to go to the primordial Chaos Dao world. Although she was reluctant and nervous, she firmly supported him. Gu Yi was also mature and sensible. He promised his father that he would take good care of his family and govern the immortal world. Only the 16-year-old Gu Yunluo learned that her father was about to leave, and that he did not know when he would return. She was extremely sad and could not accept it. Gu Chen could only comfort her and make a lot of promises. It took him several days to get the girl to agree to this matter. On the day of the winter solstice, Gu Chen followed the customs of his hometown on the ancient pale yellow planet. He sat around the stove with his family and ate hot glutinous balls. Glutinous balls meant reunion, but for the Gu family, this might be their last reunion. The atmosphere was inevitably a little gloomy. Gu Yunluo's eyes were red. Thinking that her father would leave early the next morning, the delicious glutinous balls in her bowl lost their taste. Why are you so sad? It's not like I won't return after I leave. Gu Chen tried his best to talk cheerfully in front of his family, not showing any sadness. In fact, when it was time to leave, he was more worried than anyone else. Gu Yi was fine as he had already grown up, but Yunluo was still too young. Gu Chen regretted spending too little time with this girl in the past 16 years. If he left this time, he might not be able to see her get married with his own eyes. He wondered which rascal would be so lucky to be able to woo his daughter in the future. Daddy, when can you come back? Gu Yunluo's eyes were filled with tears, and she could not help but sob. In fact, she had asked this question countless times in the past few days, but Gu Chen could not give an accurate answer. What Gu Chen was about to do in the primordial Dao world was destined to be a long and arduous journey. It was possible that he would never be able to achieve his goal in his lifetime. I'll go home as soon as possible. Gu Chen could only softly comfort her. 100 years, or 1,000 years? Gu Yunluo was clearly not satisfied with Gu Chen's answer. Gu Chen was silent for a while. He had learned a lot about the situation in the primordial Dao world from Zhou Fengling. The lifespans of the creatures there were generally very long. 100 years or 1,000 years were but a blink of an eye. As an outsider, could he easily change everything that was deeply rooted in such a short time? Seeing that Gu Chen did not respond, Gu Yunluo immediately knew the answer. She wiped her tears and gritted her teeth. Then Yunluo must cultivate well and live long enough. When Daddy comes back, Yunluo will be more powerful than Big Brother. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen laughed. The whole family was also amused. Little Yunluo, you have to work hard. Big Brother is not that easy to surpass. Gui snorted coldly. I'm much more powerful than you, Big Brother. Just you wait and see. Gu Yunluo put on a tsundere expression and pointed her finger at Gui. She was telling the truth. Although Gui was older than her, he could not compare to her in terms of the Tyrant bloodline. This was mainly because when Gu Yunluo was born, Gu Chen had already awakened the glorious ancient overlord body. As a result, after Gu Yunluo was born, the concentration of the Tyrant bloodline was far higher than that of the previous tyrants, even Gu Chen. Gu Chen, who had the glorious ancient overlord body, was equivalent to the ancestor of the tyrants. As the second-generation heir, even if Gu Yunluo did not have the glorious ancient overlord body, the concentration of the bloodline in her was extremely shocking. Although she was only 16 years old, she was not far from Gui in terms of the development of the overlord body. Of course, although Gui was not as strong as the little girl in terms of the overlord body bloodline, he was far better than her in terms of comprehension, willpower, and other aspects. This was all thanks to Gu Chen, who had brought him along to cultivate for 100 years. After his heavenly soul was replenished, his comprehension was extremely terrifying, allowing him to make rapid progress in the cultivation of the natural origin source. The son and daughter of the Gu family were both talented geniuses. Gu Chen was very satisfied watching them quarrel. That night, everyone gradually put aside the sadness of parting, and the Gu family's courtyard was filled with endless laughter. The next day, Gu Chen set off on time. At the southern heavenly gate of the eternal immortal world, all the cultivators who were about to board the ship had arrived early. Gu Huang, the evil shark emperor, and the others could not hide the excited smiles on their faces. They had been looking forward to this day for 100 years, and now, their wish was finally going to come true. The group of members of the Tyrant County knew each other well and were enthusiastically discussing the topic of the Dao world. However, there was a young man who stood alone in the corner, looking out of place. He was dressed in a black robe, and his face was more exquisite and handsome than a woman's. However, his eyes were exceptionally cold, and they were so cold that no one dared to approach him. A long time after everyone had gathered, Gu Chen bid farewell to his family and arrived late. As soon as he arrived at the southern heavenly gate, his gaze swept through the crowd, and his eyes fell on the black-robed young man. He walked up to the young man, who had a solemn expression on his face when he saw him, and bowed respectfully. Shiji greets your majesty, the celestial emperor. The black-robed young man was Fang Shiji, who had lost his father 100 years ago. 100 years ago, he had been saved by Zhou Fengling, who had then handed him over to the Tyrant County. At the beginning, Fang Shiji had believed that Gu Chen had caused his father's death because of the pain of losing his father, and he had been brooding over it all this time. Later, as he slowly calmed down, and under Gu Chen's instructions, the Tyrant County had always treated him with respect, he gradually understood everything. He had known that the person back then was not Gu Chen at all. That person was proficient in the Feng family's fate-changing art, and even his father had believed that he was a member of the Feng family. How could he be related to Gu Chen? Later, when he found out that the person back then was his missing uncle, Feng Yuan, his heart broke down. He had never imagined that the useless uncle he had looked down on back then had hidden his strength so deeply. Feng Yuan's strength had shocked him, but what he could not accept was the way he had treated his father. End of this chapter. He admitted that he had neglected this uncle of his in the past, he even wanted him to die. However, his father had always taken great care of this younger brother who could not cultivate since he was young. He had never treated him unfairly. Fang Shiji could accept Fang Yuan's ruthlessness towards him, but he could not accept how he treated his father. They did not provoke him. Even if Fang Yuan did not want them to board the ship, he could not have killed them. He cruelly treated his brother who could not forget him after he went missing, and even before his death, his brother did not know that the one who wanted to kill him was his younger brother. He even tried to curry favor with Fang Yuan. His father died, Fang clan's hope of rising up was gone, and the enemy was already far away on the other side of border sea. Fang Shiji could not accept this. He was tormented by hatred day and night. He could not see any hope. He even had thoughts of suicide. But at this time, Gu Chen gave him a chance to live again. In the past few years, Ba Jun had given him a large number of cultivation resources, and today, Gu Chen had even given him a ticket to board the ship. He allowed him to board the ship. He would have a chance to take revenge on Fang Yuan. Fang Shiji asked himself. Back then, Fang clan's betrayal of Gu Chen was their fault. Even if Gu Chen took revenge later, it was natural. However, in fact, Gu Chen had never deliberately targeted the Fang family. The decline of the Fang family was due to their own wrong choice. Gu Chen had taken him in after the Fang family had been utterly defeated and his father had died. Even if Gu Chen had ulterior motives, Fang Shiji knew that he owed him a great favor. Thus, Fang Shiji had no resentment towards Gu Chen today. He was filled with gratitude. Right now, he was sincerely convinced by the words Your Majesty Heavenly Emperor. You have been living alone for these years, you are not used to it, right? They are not difficult to get along with, you will become friends in the future. Gu Chen could tell that Fang Shiji was estranged from the others. He spoke. 100 years ago, Fang Shiji was a smooth talker, but ever since his father died in front of him, his personality slowly changed. He was very antisocial now, but because of this, his Fang clan's Genesis technique cultivation improved greatly. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Fang Shiji knew that Gu Chen was doing this for his own good. He then took out a jade slip and solemnly handed it over to Gu Chen with both hands. This is? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. Everything I know about the Fang clan's legacy is recorded in there. Fang Shiji said seriously. There was a trace of sorrow in the depths of his eyes. Although Gu Chen had never made any requests of him, Fang Shiji was not a fool. He was clear that if he wanted to take revenge on Fang Yuan, he could not rely on himself, he needed Gu Chen's support. One of the main reasons Gu Chen had kept Fang Ping alive, and provided for him to eat, drink, and wear, was because he wanted to acquire the legacy of the Fang clan. Only by understanding the Fang clan's Genesis techniques and various inheritances could he better deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Shiji had always known Gu Chen's thoughts, but Fang clan was once one of the 10 ancient underworld clans, the Origin clan. Their inheritance was sacred and important. How could he be willing to give it to an outsider? If he did that, he would become a sinner of the Fang clan. His father might not forgive him even in the afterlife. Fang Shiji fell into a dilemma because of these considerations. Fortunately, Gu Chen did not force him, he did not even hint at it. His understanding and tolerance made him feel even more ashamed, and the desire to take revenge for his father eventually suppressed that tiny bit of pride, making him make today's decision. Fang Shiji decided to join Gu Chen's boat. He wanted to become his companion, and if he wanted Gu Chen to accept him, Fang clan's inheritance was the best gift. You don't regret it? Gu Chen looked at the jade slip in Fang Shiji's hand, capturing the emotions in the depths of his eyes as he asked calmly. Fang Shiji shook his head solemnly. Today, I am willing to hand over Fang clan's inheritance, and from now on, I will follow His Majesty Heavenly Emperor's orders. Fang Shiji knelt down, raised the jade slip in his hand, and asked Gu Chen to accept it. Get up. Gu Chen accepted the jade slip and pulled him up. I promise you that Fang Yuan will definitely die without a burial place. Gu Chen's words were calm, but there was a trace of coldness in his voice. Hearing his guarantee, Fang Shiji nodded hard, and the other members of Overlord Commandery also revealed a sinister smile. It had been 100 years, a whole 100 years. It was time to take revenge for what happened back then. Back then, Gu Chen's 4 divine-grade origin sources were seized, and the cultivators of Overlord Commandery, from top to bottom, also suffered different degrees of injuries from Fang Yuan. Gu Huang lost an arm, La Qingqingsang's 2 legs were cut off, and Wu Ming's blood was sucked dry. Although everyone's injuries healed after consuming the immortality elixir, the pain and humiliation at that time were deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Especially Gu Chen. Because of Feng Yuan, he had been dead for 2 years, and it was a miracle that he could revive. No one could forget the humiliation back then. Gu Chen entered the primordial mist Dao world not only for the chaotic myriad kingdoms, but also to take revenge on that man. Let's go, we should set off. Gu Chen waved his sleeves, and the immortal world's southern heavenly gate projected a rainbow bridge, connecting to an unknown space-time. Swish swish, the rainbow bridge lit up, and everyone disappeared on the spot. Using the immortal world's space-time power, they were teleported to the agreed location with Zhou Fengling. After the world spun, everyone appeared in front of the chaos barrier that connected heaven and earth, and there were many desolate dead stars around. This is not far from the original Realm Sea Ferry. Wu Ming looked around and recognized where they were. The chaos barrier not far away was originally the location of the Realm Sea Ferry, but after the Realm Sea closed, it was submerged by endless chaotic qi. You guys are here. Zhou Fengling's voice resounded. Everyone looked over and saw that he was wearing a brown cloak today, and the dwarf emperor was standing beside him. I was wondering why I didn't see you, old man. So you came first. Tian Chanzi saw the dwarf emperor and scolded him with a smile. The others were also curious why the dwarf emperor would leave the group and stay with white-haired demon monarch. How's the situation? Gu Chen, however, understood the reason and asked the dwarf emperor expectantly. Don't worry about me. The dwarf emperor said proudly, then looked at the chaos barrier and whistled. As the whistle fell, the grey fog started to stir violently, as if a huge monster was about to rush out. What is it? Everyone was stunned, but before they could think, a golden treasure ship broke through the chaos barrier and stopped in front of them. Fortunately, I did not fail. The sea-crossing treasure ship that leader gave me, Kongxing's research, has successfully tested it. The dwarf emperor grinned. End of this chapter. Before Dao Lord Xing died, he had left behind a jade slip, which recorded some of Kongxing's research on the primordial chaos Dao world. 1,000,000 years ago, Xing County had come into contact with people from the upper realm, which became the source of information for Kongxing's research. On the jade slip, Kongxing had once conceived a treasure ship that could, in theory, withstand the tearing force of the realm sea. However, theory was theory after all. In order to successfully build such a treasure ship, Kongxing lacked the most important thing. That thing was the power core of the treasure ship. The treasure ship needed a special crystal core that could absorb and contain super-dense energy. Only then could it withstand the tearing force of the realm sea and sail smoothly. And the forging method of this crystal core was in the hands of the dwarf sovereign. Furthermore, the difficulty of forging was simply too high. Even if they knew the method, only the dwarf sovereign could forge it in the entire Chaos Sea. This was why Kongxing had imprisoned the dwarf sovereign back then. He had always wanted to use his power to forge the required crystal core. With this crystal core, not only would the treasure ship crossing the realm sea become a reality, but it could also be used as the core to forge a large number of weapons with unimaginable destructive power. Back then, Gu Chen had heard the dwarf sovereign mention the reason he had been imprisoned by Kongxing, so when Zhou Fengling gave him the jade slip, he quickly passed it to the dwarf sovereign. In the whole world, only the dwarf sovereign's forging skills could turn Kongxing's various theoretical weapons into reality. And the dwarf sovereign did not disappoint Gu Chen. Today, the treasure ship had successfully set sail. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Chen looked at the majestic treasure ship and said to the dwarf sovereign. This treasure ship could travel in the Chaos Sea, which was undoubtedly a huge development in the Chaos Sea. It could be used in an unimaginable range. From now on, even without Gu Chen, cultivators would have the possibility of traveling in the Chaos Sea. Of course, to really reach that step, a lot of effort was needed. For example, they had to solve the problem of losing their sense of direction in the Chaos Sea. Good fella, if you can build such a treasure ship, why didn't you do it earlier? Gu Huang stared at the dwarf sovereign. If such a treasure ship had been built earlier, who knew how many refugees they could have saved during the Chaos Sea in the past 100 years? Do you think that treasured ships are cabbages that can be refined just because you want to? Do you know how complicated it is? The dwarf sovereign glanced at Gu Huang in disdain. Even with Kongxing's blueprint, it took the old man a few decades to successfully build the hull of the ship. It took another few decades to make the hull and the crystal core fit perfectly. Theory is theory. Although Kongxing's ideas are good, when it comes to implementing them, many things have to be changed. I'm just asking because I don't understand. You are the authority in this field. Gu Huang smiled embarrassedly. Then, he eagerly jumped onto the boat and touched it here and there. Everyone curiously studied the treasure ship. To them, a ship that could sail in the primal chaos was simply too awesome. Other than this ship, can the weapons that Kongxing mentioned be developed? Gu Chen was very satisfied with the treasured ship. When he thought of the theoretical weapons he had seen in the jade slips, his heart couldn't help but be moved. After entering the primordial Chaos Dao world, they would encounter many dangers. If they could turn those weapons into reality, everyone's combat strength would undoubtedly increase. The most difficult problem is the compatibility between the crystal core and the weapons. In the past century, I have improved the forging mystic arts of the crystal core. Although I have not tried it, it shouldn't be difficult to develop those weapons. It will take much less time than this ship, the dwarf sovereign answered truthfully. The dwarf sovereign answered honestly, but a hint of hesitation could be seen on his face. You don't want to refine those weapons? Gu Chen could tell what he was thinking and asked with a smile. The dwarf sovereign nodded, his expression turning solemn. The forging mystic arts of the crystal core are only passed down from generation to generation among the dwarf race's patriarchs. Before every generation's patriarch imparted the forging mystic arts, he warned us not to easily refine the crystal core. Why? This weapon is so powerful. Since the dwarf race has grasped this technology, if it was used effectively, it wouldn't. The evil shark sovereign was a straightforward person, but he realized that it was inappropriate at the end of his sentence. He immediately shut his mouth. Apart from the dwarf sovereign, the rest of the dwarf race could be said to be extinct. The dwarf race had grasped such a terrifying technology, but they did not use it until the extinction of the dwarf race. It was hard to understand. Using the crystal core as a power source, we can indeed make many killing weapons, but it will also bring terrible disasters. The dwarf sovereign did not care about the evil shark sovereign's straightforwardness. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. In the history of the dwarf race, our ancestors used the crystal core to make a large number of killing weapons, which led to wars and plunged the people into misery and suffering. Later on, a tall tree attracts the wind. The dwarf race was attacked by all the major forces. We were almost on the verge of extinction. Because of this, our ancestors realized that overly powerful weapons would only lead to fear and war. Therefore, they set down a rule that forbade our descendants to easily refine the crystal core. The dwarf sovereign sighed. The old man agreed with our ancestors' rule. Something as dangerous as the crystal core should be hidden. However, because of this, when the Shang County's army suddenly appeared in front of us with a large number of killing weapons, we lost the power to fight back. The crowd fell silent. They could understand the pain in the dwarf sovereign's heart. It was understandable that the dwarf sovereign abided by the ancestors' rule. However, because of this, he lost all his family forever. It was hard to say whether his choice was right or wrong. However, after experiencing the tragic death of his clansmen, he was still in awe of the weapons, instead of being crazy and reckless. This was admirable enough. The crystal core can be used to benefit the people, but it should never be used to make killing weapons. Even if we have good intentions, we cannot guarantee that these killing weapons will not be used to harm innocent people. The dwarf king said seriously. This was his philosophy. His people had died because of Kongxing's weapons of slaughter. Therefore, he didn't want the more powerful weapons that Kongxing was researching to come into being. He didn't want the other races to suffer the same pain as the dwarfs. However, he was now under Gu Chen's command. He knew that Gu Chen was not a person who only knew how to kill. Therefore, if Gu Chen asked him to make the crystal core, he might go against his principles and agree. He did not want to, but he could not refuse. Therefore, he told Gu Chen what he thought. You will achieve what you insist on. You are right. Gu Chen understood the dwarf sovereign's thoughts and affirmed him. Everyone had their own set of principles. Even if the dwarf sovereign was now his man, he wouldn't force him to do anything he didn't want to do. Moreover, if the dwarf sovereign was a person who would do anything to achieve his goals, he might not have become his companion. The reason why they were able to work together was because they had the same bottom line. End of this chapter. The dwarf emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Guchen had quickly put this matter behind him without any unpleasantness. The reason he followed Guchen was that he valued his humanity. Once again, Guchen had not disappointed him. Alright, let's get down to business. Zhou Fengling saw that all the members had boarded the ship, so he interrupted their conversation and went straight to the point. With this ship, we can reduce some of the risks we encounter when crossing the sea. However, all of you should know very well that the real key to crossing the sea is not here. With a solemn expression, he flipped his hands and a bow and an arrow appeared out of thin air. The bow and arrow were silvery white, and their surfaces were covered with densely packed veined patterns. Just a glance at them would make one feel a little dizzy. Guchen sensed a trace of spatial fluctuation from the bow and arrow and looked pensive. The realm sea was closed 100 years ago. Under normal circumstances, it will only open again during the next selection of talents. However, the arrow in my hand can penetrate the realm sea and forcefully open a path to the upper realm for us. When Zhou Fengling said that, everyone became excited. However, this path back to the Tao world was originally prepared for me alone. Now that all of you are here, there will be many more variables. Zhou Fengling changed the topic, causing everyone to involuntarily stop smiling. Before today, even Guchen did not know how they were going to cross the realm sea. Every wave in the realm sea was a broken world. When the tide surged, countless worlds would be destroyed. No life form could resist that monstrous power and successfully cross. Everyone only hoped that white-haired demon Lord Zhou Fengling, who came from the Tao world, would have a way to cross the sea. However, based on his tone, this matter was not absolutely safe. This arrow can open a path for me, while this bow can protect my body and protect me against the wind and waves of the realm sea so that I can enter the Tao world smoothly. Zhou Fengling looked at the bow and arrow in his hand and said in a low voice, "This bow is specially customized. It can protect me and keep me safe. However, if all of you are here, there will be so many people and there will be risks. When we cross the sea, we can all hide in your body. Won't all the problems be solved then?" Feng Yaya said in a bold and imaginative way. "That won't work. This bow protects not the number of people, but the energy." Zhou Fengling shook his head. To put it simply, everyone has a certain amount of energy in their body. As long as everyone's energy doesn't exceed the protective range of this bow, it will be able to bring us across the sea smoothly. The more people there are, the greater the energy. The protection provided by the bow will be overloaded, which will increase the risk. Everyone could not help but frown. Heaven's equal immortal emperor said in a low voice. "What's the limit of the bow?" "Not sure." Zhou Fengling shook his head. His answer made everyone unhappy. Since there were more people crossing the sea, the risk would increase. Why didn't they tell them earlier? Now that everyone had boarded the ship, if some people were to get off at the last moment, how awkward would that be? Depending on the person who refines the bow and arrow, the final result will be very different. Zhou Fengling explained. The person who gave me this bow and arrow is not simple, so in theory, it should not be a problem to bring all of you along. However, this is only my guess after all. Therefore, I want to remind you to be mentally prepared so that you won't panic when the time comes. In fact, the reason we need this ship is to reduce the potential risks when the time comes. Now that we have double protection, our chances of crossing the sea successfully are still very high. When he said that, everyone understood and heaved sighs of relief. However, the real trouble lies after we reach the Tao world. Zhou Fengling did not finish his sentence in one breath. I can bring you into the primordial Tao world, but your identities are illegal immigrants. Once discovered, you will be executed on the spot according to the Tao world's rules. Zhou Fengling's gaze was solemn. Therefore, when we are about to reach the Tao world, I will attract the attention of the Realm Sea garrison while you find an opportunity to escape. When it is safe, I will think of a way to find you. After Zhou Fengling said that, he thought he would see everyone's nervous expressions. He did not expect them to look somewhat excited. When crossing the Realm Sea, Everyone was worried that they would die before entering the Tao world. If that happened, they would die inexplicably. It would be too grieving. However, after entering the Tao world, whether they could survive or not depended on their abilities. No one was afraid of death. The excitement of taking risks far overwhelmed the fear of the unknown. What will happen to you if we escape? Won't anyone hold you accountable? Asked Gu Chen. Don't worry. I might face some trouble, but my life will not be in danger. Zhou Fengling's eyes flickered. He did not wish to talk about this matter further. Instead of worrying about me, worry more about yourselves. The primordial Tao world and the Chaos Sea are two completely different worlds. After you enter, your bodies will experience many abnormalities. First of all, the most direct feeling is that you will discover that you can no longer fly. When Zhou Fengling thought of that scene, his face revealed an expression as though he was watching a good show. Why is this happening? Tian Chanzi's eyes widened in surprise. Many of the others were already mentally prepared, so they weren't surprised. This is because the primordial Tao world is formed by the convergence of the various primeval Tao lands of the Chaos Sea. Coupled with its expansion over countless years, its spacetime has become abnormally stable. Because of this, the gravity that one needs to withstand in the Tao world far exceeds that of any realm in the Chaos Sea. Without a very high cultivation level, one can't fly at all. At the same time, your strength in the Chaos Sea is enough to shatter space. However, you might not be able to penetrate a mountain there. Think about it carefully and you will understand this logic. If your strength can shatter the space of the primordial Tao world, how can the Tao world withstand the erosion of the Chaos Sea? The level of the Tao world spacetime is too high. The natives will not feel anything, but outsiders will definitely be restricted by heaven and earth when they enter. It will take some time for them to adapt. The more Zhou Fengling spoke, the more worried they became. This was not the end. The worst thing for you is not the problem of adapting to the environment, but the aura on your bodies. The living beings in the primordial Tao world grow up bathed in the primordial chaos essence energy, and you have the aura of the Chaos Sea on your bodies. To the people of the Tao world, the aura on your bodies is turbid. Anyone will be able to sense it as long as they get close. In other words, after entering the Tao world, no matter where you go, everyone will know that you are inferior living beings who have sneaked into the upper realm. The army will capture you immediately. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, Booksellers Mobile, doesn't this mean that we have nowhere to hide? Everyone looked solemn. It was indeed not easy to sneak into the upper realm. That's not necessarily the case. As long as you endure for 5 days, your bodies will gradually get rid of the impurities under the nourishment of the primordial essence Qi. By then, you will look no different from ordinary Tao world beings. 5 days is just a rough number. The time required is different according to everyone's physical condition. Some people only need 3 days, but the slowest ones need as long as a month. This is not entirely a bad thing. The primordial essence Qi will have the effect of cleansing one's meridians and marrow. It can be considered an opportunity for you. Everyone did not care much about the opportunity that Zhou Fengling mentioned. Most of them frowned as they pondered how to avoid the first 5 days. Crossing the realm sea was risky, but it was even riskier once they reached the shore. There was no doubt that this would be a tough battle. Alright, if there's no problem, we'll set off now. Zhou Fengling looked at the dwarf sovereign, who nodded and steered the rudder. The ship slowly turned around and sailed into the chaos. As soon as the ship entered the range of the Chaos Qi, the runes all over the deck lit up and propped up a huge golden light shield that firmly blocked the Chaos Qi outside. The treasure ship set sail just like that. Zhou Fengling walked to the bow and slowly raised the silver-white longbow in his hand. He placed the silver-white arrow on the bowstring and pulled the bow into a full moon shape. He made a standard shooting motion and aimed at the gray fog ahead. Just as everyone was curious about where the entrance to the realm sea was, he loosened his fingers. Swoosh, swoosh, the arrow turned into a silver light that tore through the air and penetrated the layers of fog ahead. In an instant, a dazzling silver light appeared ahead, and Gu Chen felt a strong spatial fluctuation. The ship began to shake violently, and the surrounding spacetime shattered and reorganized in an extremely short time as if it was going to tear everyone into pieces. Buzz, at the crucial moment, the longbow in Zhou Fengling's hand turned into a shadow that enveloped the entire treasure ship like a silver crescent. The shaking of the ship suddenly stopped, and the silver crescent light strangely supported the ship. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the ship suddenly accelerated, leaving the scenery on both sides behind. Everyone's eyes were filled with a strong light. When their vision recovered, they were already on the vast sea. In front of him, the sea and the sky were one. He could not tell whether he was moving forward or flying up. It was a very strange feeling. The surroundings were filled with moving multicolored lights, as if they were in an illusory world. We're already at Realm C? The body of the ship was very bumpy. Gu Huang stood firm with great difficulty. He looked around and asked with uncertainty. Look below. Heaven's equal immortal emperor walked to the side of the boat and looked out at the sea with a stern expression. Gu Huang followed his line of sight, and his expression changed. Looking out into the sea from the ship, what they saw was not the azure seawater, nor were there any shoals of fish. Instead, what they saw were pieces of broken mountains and rivers. Those mountains and rivers seemed to have been branded in the seawater. As the waves surged, with every wave, one could see the mountains and rivers being destroyed, and countless living beings fleeing in panic. However, before they could escape, as the waves landed on the sea, everything turned into bubbles and illusions. Are these scenes real or fake? Feng Yaya came to the side of the ship and took a deep breath as she muttered. They're real and fake. Zhou Fengling had long seen such scenes as he calmly explained. What you see is a real world. The destruction of the world is also real. However, it exists in the spacetime of the past. The primordial chaos Dao world is formed from the primordial Dao lands of countless worlds. When the Dao world was born and formed a sufficiently strong spacetime, the worlds that lost the primordial Dao lands transformed into realm Cs. As the spacetime of those broken worlds is completely distorted in the realm C, you can see the scenes of the past spacetime from the sea. Everyone understood as Feng Yaya could not help but say. The success of a general rests on the bones of thousands. It was unknown how many worlds were sacrificed for the establishment of the Dao world. From the expressions of the living beings in the scenes, they clearly knew nothing about the impending disaster. Not only was the primordial chaos Dao world stained with blood when it was established, but it is still the same now. Heaven's equal immortal emperor pointed to a wave in the distance. From the world within the wave, everyone could see a few familiar figures. It was the original Qin County's coral world. During the dark chaos, an apocalyptic flood had inundated the place. Before the world was completely destroyed, Hai Dongqing and He Qi had tried their best to save countless commoners. At that moment, everyone saw Hai Dongqing and He Qi's original figures in the wave. They even saw the scene of Gu Chen's final rescue. Hai Dongqing and He Qi were now living well in the immortal world. The world in the wave was indeed as Zhou Fengling had said. It was something that happened in the past. However, since they could see the scenes in the past, it meant that the coral world that had been submerged by the flood had ultimately been reduced to a wave in the realm sea. Countless broken worlds transformed into realm seas, becoming a natural moat between the chaos sea and the primordial chaos Dao world. As they watched the dark chaos repeat itself in front of them, everyone's hearts turned heavy. Thankfully, the silver-white moon's halo carried the treasure ship forward at an abnormally fast speed. Soon, everyone was attracted by other strange and dazzling worlds. The worlds in the realm sea truly existed. They spanned from the ancient Netherworld era to the War County era until the present day. Every world had its own unique civilization. Even though it had been reduced to a dilapidated state, one could still catch a glimpse of its past prosperity. Heavens, a ginseng fruit that was even larger than a star once existed. That giant is actually larger than Gu Huang's body. Could it be an ancestor of the devouring Kuan race? Everyone saw many scenes that subverted their imaginations. Even though they had once traveled all over the chaos world, they were still amazed by the mysterious and distant ancient civilizations. Gu Chen was also overwhelmed. He saw the scene of the dinosaur race once dominating the chaos sea. However, as the world collapsed and volcanoes erupted, most of the dinosaur race died in despair. He saw a mechanical civilization that was different from the present cultivation civilization. Flying mechas fought in the starry sky, and mushroom clouds bloomed on beautiful planets. Countless strange scenes assaulted his vision. Some of the natural treasures that occasionally appeared in the broken worlds made everyone's hearts itch unbearably. They had the urge to rush down and pick them up. However, a wave was a world. When they thought of the extreme tearing force, everyone quickly dispelled the thought. End of this chapter. The realm sea is vast and boundless. We will be sailing on the sea for about a month. You'd better conserve your energy and prepare for any possible accidents. Zhou Fengling reminded everyone. The light emitted by the arrow had been leading the way in front of the ship, and they could not see the end of it. No matter how peculiar this scene was, one would eventually get tired of it. Everyone quickly entered the cabin and meditated to cultivate. After entering the Tao world, it would be a tough battle to escape capture. Everyone knew that they did not want to be a burden to the team. Thus, they could only work harder. Guchen did not leave the deck. Instead, he walked to the bow and stood side by side with Zhou Fengling. Leave this to me. Zhou Fengling glanced at him. Previously, you said that you would be in charge of diverting attention after we reached the shore and we would take the opportunity to escape. You were ambiguous, but I want to clarify some things. Guchen's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Zhou Fengling had explained a lot of information before, but he had not explained this point clearly. Although he had said that his life would not be in danger, Guchen still felt somewhat uneasy if he did not understand where his confidence came from. Zhou Fengling was silent for a while when he heard Guchen's question. Then, he sighed. He understood Guchen's temperament. He was not someone who would easily abandon his companions. Thus, if he did not clearly tell him, Guchen might make a mistake out of concern for him. If he wanted to explain this matter, he had to explain it to the family clan behind him. Zhou Fengling knew that it was time to thoroughly explain everything to Guchen. You must be very curious why my surname is Zhou and not Gu, since I was originally from the Tyrant clan, right? Zhou Fengling's expression became somewhat gloomy. Guchen did not deny it. The reason is very simple. When the Tyrant clan was declining, I married into the Zhou clan, a major force in the primordial Tao world. From then on, I gave up the cultivation path of the Tyrant clan and became a member of the Zhou clan, Zhou Fengling said in a self-deprecating manner. Marrying into the Zhou clan and giving up his bloodline, Guchen immediately understood why Zhou Fengling had a conflict with the ancestors of the Tyrants back then, and why he wasn't on the list of people being hunted when the Tyrants were being hunted down. Marrying into another clan meant that he was no longer a member of the Tyrants. What's more, he had given up on the cultivation path of the Tyrants. Strictly speaking, he was no longer related to the Tyrants. It was no wonder that Zhou Fengling didn't want to say much before. For many men, marrying into the family was not an honorable thing, and abandoning the bloodline left behind by their ancestors was an extremely shameful thing. If you knew that I betrayed the Tyrants back then, would you look down on me? Zhou Fengling smiled bitterly. Back then, when the Tyrants were on the decline, any disciple of the Tyrants should have saved the Tyrants from extinction and carried the banner of reviving the race. However, he chose to join another force. In the eyes of many people, this was a betrayal. If Uncle Ling had really betrayed the Tyrants, he wouldn't have taken the risk to go to the lower realm with the Tyrants after they were expelled. Guchen shook his head. Over the past 100 years, Zhou Fengling had taught him many things, especially in the development of the Tyrant body. He could see that Zhou Fengling actually understood the Tyrant body very well. The reason he had joined another force to walk on another cultivation path was probably because he had no other choice. Guchen could feel that Zhou Fengling's feelings for the Tyrants were far deeper than his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to go to the lower realm alone and waited for 1,000,000 years to protect the last hope of the Tyrants. Thank you for your understanding. Zhou Fengling felt more or less comforted by Guchen's words. If the elders of the Tyrants were still alive and knew that he was guiding the glorious ancient Tyrant body forward, they probably wouldn't blame him for his choice back then, right? The Zhou clan that I married into is very powerful in the primordial Tao world. It's not much weaker than the sacred family. Therefore, even though they knew that I had gone to the lower realm, the sacred family didn't dare to make a move on me. Zhou Fengling quickly restrained his emotions and returned to the topic that Guchen wanted to talk about. The bow in my hand was personally made by my wife to ensure that I could return home smoothly. My wife has a high status in the Zhou clan and is quite famous in the Tao world. With her arrow light as a guide, even if the Realm Sea garrison finds out that I secretly brought a cultivator from the lower realm into the Tao world, they won't dare to make things difficult for me as long as they don't personally catch any evidence. In the end, they can only hand me over to the Zhou clan. I won't die when I return to the Zhou clan, right? Zhou Fengling revealed a relaxed smile. Gu Qin could see that he was telling the truth. With his identity as a member of the Zhou clan as a guarantee and a wife who seemed to have a significant background, Zhou Fengling would be much safer than a remnant of the Tyrant clan. It's good that you won't sacrifice yourself. Gu Qin nodded and let go of the worries in his heart. When I get rid of the Realm Sea garrison, I'll look for you as soon as possible and arrange a place for you to stay. Since you've just entered the Tao world, you must remember to keep a low profile and wait for me to meet you. Zhou Fengling nagged and valued Gu Qin's safety far more than his own. Gu Qin responded, and the two of them chatted. When there was nothing else to talk about, Zhou Fengling focused on observing the route ahead while Gu Qin focused his attention on the sea surface again. Tides surged above the Realm Sea, and countless worlds were destroyed and reborn. Gu Qin stood at the bow of the ship and felt like he was standing at the edge of heaven and earth. A wonderful feeling arose in his heart. His mind gradually relaxed and blended into heaven and earth, feeling the pulse of the Realm Sea. Unknowingly, there was a strange movement in his mind. A large amount of information poured into Gu Qin's mind, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. His eyes revealed a strange light. On this Realm Sea, his heavenly stellar manifestation art, which had been stagnant for more than 100 years, had a breakthrough. The contents of the fourth volume of the heavenly stellar manifestation art, the domain volume, automatically unfolded in his mind. He, who had been unable to enter the door, suddenly crossed the threshold. In contrast, the 11th level of the mystic art, rising tide, that he had been unable to enter, was like the spiritual light of the beginning of heaven and earth. It suddenly flashed in front of his eyes and overlapped with the waves of realm waves in front of him. As expected, it's really like this. Gu Qin's eyes lit up, and his mind kept deducing at this moment. The heavenly stellar manifestation art had a total of 5 volumes. The last 2 volumes were clearly named the Domain Volume and Primordial Mist Volume. When Gu Qin was unable to enter the door, he had speculated that these 2 volumes could only be cultivated after entering the Primordial Mist Tao world. Such a situation was not strange. The Stardust Volume, Star Core Volume, and Black Hole Volume were closely related to the environment he had been in. Vaguely, it seemed that the progress of the heavenly stellar manifestation art would be restricted by the heaven and earth. Gu Qin did not understand the reason, but now that the bottleneck of the 4th volume, the Domain Volume, had loosened, it gave him a huge surprise. The power of the 33 levels of heaven mystic art was still vivid in his mind. The various mystic arts that followed made him yearn for them. The path has finally been continued again. After entering the Primordial Mist Tao world, I finally have another trump card. Gu Qin revealed a look of excitement as his body circulated the cultivation route of the heavenly stellar manifestation art. His eyes stared at the endless realm sea as the door to the 11th level of the mystic art quietly opened. Watch first post Zue new chapter please arrive Tang Ke store, phone address. Watch first post Zue new chapter please arrive Tang Ke store, phone address. The sea was boundless, the waves surged and flowed endlessly. Crossing the Realm Sea was a wondrous journey. Time and space seemed to intertwine here, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, west, or past. Gu Qin stood at the bow of the ship and meditated. He meditated for many days and nights. The mysteries of the domain scrolls unfolded in his mind. Unknowingly, a small black vortex had appeared between his eyebrows. Gu Qin had already cultivated the 3rd volume of the heavenly stellar manifestation art, the Black Hole Scroll, to great completion 100 years ago. Back then, when the Black Hole Scroll was completed, Gu Qin's body turned into a black hole and his thoughts were affected for a while, almost becoming a purely unconscious natural phenomenon. Later, he relied on his strong willpower to get rid of the negative influence and even refined the myriad life-form origin into his Tao weapon. From then on, he fused the heavenly stellar manifestation art, the nameless immortal body, and the tyrant body, and walked on his own path. From then on, the heavenly stellar manifestation art was no longer Gu Qin's main cultivation method. He gradually perfected the path he walked according to his own understanding and divided it into divine path, martial path, and hegemony path. If everything developed step by step, the current Guchen would still be exploring his own path and would not be able to predict where he would go. However, the path he was walking on had completely changed because of Feng Yuan. Back then, Feng Yuan took away Guchen's 4 divine-grade origin cores, not only destroying his divine path foundation, but also destroying the cultivation direction that Guchen had set. After losing the origin power, not only could Guchen not use any Dao techniques, even the 33 heavens of the heavenly stellar manifestation art was affected. There was no trace of origin power in his body, not even the lowest level of essence energy. What he relied on now was the pure Tyrant body. For 100 years, under Zhou Fengling's guidance, Guchen focused on the development of the Tyrant body divine ability. He combined the original hegemony path with the martial path and walked on the most orthodox cultivation path of the Tyrant tribe. However, Guchen had always felt regret that he had lost the ever-changing Dao techniques, the refining of sun and moon, the heaven summoning quake, and other secret techniques that he had painstakingly mastered. Guchen had almost forgotten the feeling of mastering the secret technique. But now, he had broken through the 11th heaven secret technique in an unexpected situation. On the 14th day of Guchen's meditation, waves of invisible energy surged into his body from the surrounding heaven and earth, like layers upon layers of ripples. Zhou Fengling was the first to notice the changes in Guchen. Soon, Feng Yaya, heaven's equal immortal emperor, and the others also noticed it. Everyone gathered around Guchen one after another. Feeling the weak yet continuous ripple-like power, they looked at each other in dismay. This is origin energy? Leader can cultivate Dao techniques again? Wu Ming said in shock. It doesn't look like the usual source power. This energy seems to be pure and has no specific attributes, Feng Yaya frowned and said. Although there were thousands of sources in the world, Dao querying cultivators could only absorb the corresponding source power. Every source had its own unique attributes, but the heaven and earth energy that Guchen had attracted was mild and had no attributes. It was very special. This should be the power of natural source, right? Elder Xiao guessed. Natural source can absorb the power of natural source of all attributes, not this kind of non-elemental energy. Feng Yaya shook her head. Among everyone, she knew Guchen's past cultivation path the best. Therefore, she was sure that the energy that was constantly being attracted was definitely not the power of natural source. Could it be primordial chaos essence energy? We have already crossed half of the realm sea. That's possible, right? Gu Xiao scratched his head and said. Everyone looked at Zhou Fengling. He, who was born in the primordial Dao world, knew best if Guchen was absorbing primordial chaos essence energy. Zhou Fengling immediately shook his head. You can simply understand primordial chaos essence energy as pure heaven-earth essence energy. Since it is still heaven-earth essence energy in essence, it is naturally composed of all kinds of source powers and has all kinds of attributes. Everyone was confused when they heard this. If it was not primordial chaos essence energy, what was the heaven-earth energy that Guchen was absorbing? With huge doubts, everyone silently observed Guchen for a long time. They were especially curious as they stared at the small black vortex between his eyebrows. It was a pity that Guchen was completely in a Dao enlightenment state. It was obvious that he would not wake up anytime soon. After observing for a long time, everyone was not surprised and went about their own business. After another 10 days, the silver-white moon halo that enveloped the treasure ship became much dimmer and thinner than before. The speed at which the ship braved the wind and waves forward also started to slow down. Zhou Fengling's expression gradually became nervous as he paid special attention to the sailing situation. They were not far from reaching the Dao world, and no accidents were allowed to happen now. At that moment, Guchen ended his meditative state. The mysterious energy that had been flowing into his body for many days finally stopped. Everyone, except for Zhou Fengling, gathered around Guchen with curiosity written all over their faces. Leader, did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? Nameless asked expectantly. Sort of. Guchen nodded and extended his left hand with his palm facing up thoughtfully. Poof, a flame surged on his palm. As the flame burned, it emitted wisps of smoke. The smoke strangely froze into countless ice particles and fell down. Leader's missing divine Dao is back? Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Gu Chen was clearly using the source power to cast a Dao technique. No. Gu Chen shook his head with a mysterious smile on his face. Seeing that he was keeping them in suspense, everyone impatiently asked him carefully. When the Divine Dao Foundation was stolen by Fang Yuan, it was completely seized. If it was so easy to recover, it would not have waited until now. The reason why I can use Dao techniques now is because I've cultivated a secret technique. This secret technique can absorb a type of energy from the world. This energy allows me to use Dao techniques again. Gu Chen explained simply. He did not know what kind of energy he had absorbed, but it was the essence of the Ocean Tide Birth Mystic Technique. The 11th Heaven Ocean Tide Birth Mystic Technique was neither like the Heaven Attraction Mystic Technique, which could form a terrifying gravitational force, nor was it like the Void Nirvana Mystic Technique, which could control space. It was closer to the Sun and Moon Refining Mystic Technique than the Sun and Moon Refining Mystic Technique. However, the Sun and Moon Refining Mystic Technique absorbed the essence of the Sun and Moon, while the Ocean Tide Birth Mystic Technique absorbed a kind of mysterious energy. Gu Chen called it the Mystic Technique energy. However, the Sun and Moon Refining Mystic Technique could produce abilities like Purple Extreme Pupils and Moonlight Soul Refining Mystic Technique after absorbing the essence of the Sun and Moon, while the Ocean Tide Birth Mystic Technique only absorbed energy and did not even mention what this energy could do. At first glance, this mystic technique seemed useless, but Gu Chen did not think so. End of this chapter. He realized that the mystic art's energy could be stored in his body after he absorbed it. It was just like the power of origins. However, it needed to be stored in advance and would not automatically recover after it was used. Even so, the mystic art's energy was very magical. It could evolve into any elemental power. Its inclusiveness and expansibility even exceeded the natural origins. This meant that as long as the mystic art's energy reserve was sufficient, Gu Chen could completely cast the various Dao techniques that he was good at in the past. One had to know that although his Divine Dao Foundation was gone, his original comprehension or realm was still there. He understood the principles of Dao techniques. In the past, he just lacked the support of origins. But now, this problem was solved. Leader has mastered the Dao technique again. Doesn't that mean that your strength has doubled? Everyone understood, and all of them revealed looks of excitement. The glorious ancient overlord body's Gu Chen was already strong enough. Coupled with the ever-changing Dao technique, it was equivalent to having an additional guarantee when they entered the primordial chaos Dao world. My strength has not doubled. At present, the combat strength that this mystic art can provide me is far inferior to the overlord body. Gu Chen shook his head. How could things be that simple? First of all, the Tide Birth Mystic Art could store a limited amount of mystic art energy, and the absorption speed was slow. He had absorbed the energy for 10 days, which was barely enough to cast a relatively powerful Dao technique. After casting the Dao technique, the energy was almost exhausted and he had to absorb it again. How could such a state compare to his divine Dao back then? Secondly, the glorious ancient overlord body was extremely powerful. After 100 years of development, even without the assistance of the nomological powers, Gu Chen could easily crush all the experts in the Chaos Sea. It was not something the Tide Birth Mystic Art could compare to. Since this mystic art is so different from your overlord body, what's the point of cultivating it? Leader, what's there to be happy about? Gu Huang understood the drawbacks of the mystic art and was immediately confused. From the looks of it, Gu Chen seemed to have gained a lot, but it did not sound like much. First, I've only just begun cultivating this mystic art. It has infinite possibilities in the future. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a glint of anticipation. As he cultivated it to a deeper level, he believed that the speed at which he stored the mystic art's energy would increase. Furthermore, the true value of the mystic art's energy was definitely not in casting those Dao techniques, but in using the 12th, 13th, 14th firmament mystic arts. Second, although the overlord body divine power is powerful, using it casually will easily attract attention in the primordial chaos Dao world. With this secret technique's energy, I can hide my true strength. Gu Chen stated the second reason. This was the most practical use of the secret technique's energy at the moment. After entering the Dao world, it would be very difficult for him to guarantee that he would not get into conflict with others. Once a battle broke out, it would be very difficult for him to hide his overlord body. He had originally planned to use his identity as a body cultivator as a disguise. With his tyrannical physical qualities, it would be easy to pretend to be a pure body cultivator. However, the combat style of a body cultivator was still relatively simple, and the blood energy in his body was too majestic. If the battle was too intense, it would be hard to avoid exposing himself. But now, with the secret technique's energy, he could disguise another identity, and his safety was greatly guaranteed. Leader is still the one who thinks things through carefully. The primordial chaos Tao world is filled with danger. We do have to be careful. It's not just the leader who has to hide his identity. We have to do the same. Don't forget that Feng Yuan and his partner entered the Tao world 100 years before us, and they know our background very well. Nameless' expression was solemn as he reminded everyone. Everyone immediately thought of the Qian family's patriarch. That damn traitor. When he had infiltrated the Tyrant county, he had known almost everyone's background clearly. Feng Yuan and his group had entered 100 years before them, so they did not know how they were doing now. Given the hatred between the two sides, if they did not want to be in a passive state, they had to hide their identities well. After this reminder, everyone became vigilant. The Tao world was right in front of them, and any carelessness could cause them to be doomed eternally. Rumble, the ship suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Have we reached the shore? Everyone tried their best to stand firm as they asked in bewilderment. Zhou Fengling stood at the bow of the ship with an extremely ugly expression. He was using all his strength to turn the rudder, causing the ship to tilt greatly. Why did you change the direction? Gu Chen's expression turned cold. The direction had been fixed ever since they set out to sea. The arrow light that the Zhou clan had guided had not deviated, so he did not know why Zhou Fengling was doing this. It's not that I want to change the direction, but there are abnormal currents in the sea. If we don't turn, we will capsize. Zhou Fengling turned the rudder with all his strength and gritted his teeth as if he was facing a great enemy. Currents? There are currents in the realm sea? Everyone was nervous. The realm sea was not a real sea, so why would there be abnormal currents? Who knows what's going on? Zhou Fengling was anxious. He did not understand what was happening, but he knew that if they did not change the direction, the mysterious force coming from the bottom of the ship would capsize the whole ship. At that time, even with the protection of the bow, they would die without a burial place. Zhou Fengling used all his strength, and the ship tilted even more. Everyone looked down from the ship and finally saw the currents that he was talking about. It was a strange black color, like the reflection of a huge creature in the water. It was extremely close to their ship. Quick! Let's help! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It did not matter if it was a current or a monster, it was able to move in the realm wave. It was not ordinary. If it were to collide with the treasured ship, they would undoubtedly be the ones who would fall apart. Everyone moved and ran to the other side of the ship to increase the degree of tilt. The dwarf sovereign also activated all the arrays on the treasure ship. Countless cannons appeared at the bottom of the ship and shot a terrifying shockwave toward the sea. With everyone's help, the ship finally broke away from the currents below and deviated to the side. In the next moment, the huge black creature at the bottom of the sea came out of the water. Each wave was a world, and that black creature seemed to have passed through countless worlds and different spacetimes. At this moment, it appeared in everyone's spacetime. It was an incomparably huge three-masted black ship. It rushed out of the realm sea and set off huge waves that reached the sky. Plop plop. Plop plop, the splashing waves landed on Gu Chen and the others on the treasure ship. They were blocked by the silver halo, but because of this, the light dimmed a lot. The ship shook violently, and everyone finally steadied themselves. They looked to the right side of the treasure ship and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The three-masted black ship stopped next to them. The ship was 3 times the size of the treasure ship. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the black ship. Vaguely, they felt a pair of eyes staring at them. In an instant, everyone's heart jumped, and they trembled inexplicably. Gu Chen's pupils shrank. At this moment, the dominating cauldron of origin in his dantian moved imperceptibly. End of this chapter. The shaking of the dominating cauldron was extremely light, as though someone was gently fiddling with it. Gu Chen sensed something, but this feeling was fleeting. His attention was quickly attracted by the black ship. This huge ship that suddenly emerged from the bottom of the realm sea gave off an extremely ancient and vicissitude feeling. The black lines on the ship's body made people feel exceptionally repressed. Around the ship, cold winds blew, and black fog lingered. Inexplicably, everyone felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at them. Just this feeling of being spied on made them shiver all over. It was as if their bodies and Xianxia had been frozen. The legend is actually true. Zhou Fengling looked at the black ship, somewhat dazed. Then, a rare look of fear appeared in his eyes. "Uncle Ling, what is this?" Gu Chen's face was full of wariness. His body was instinctively palpitating with fear. This was something that had never happened before. There has been a legend in the primordial Tao world since ancient times. There is a cursed black ship sailing in the realm sea. As long as you encounter it, you will die without a doubt. Zhou Fengling took a deep breath and told a story that he had recalled. This story was widely spread in the Tao world, but most people thought that it was just nonsense. He had originally thought so too. The realm sea was a dangerous place. There were very few ships that could sail there, and they often shouldered special missions. What was the probability of these ships encountering a cursed black ship? The probability was infinitely close to zero, so no one could prove that this legend was false. The more it was so, the more it showed how ridiculous this lie was. Those who believed in the existence of the black ship, even 3-year-old children in the Tao world, would laugh at them. Yet right before his eyes, Zhou Fengling had seen the black ship that had been passed down since ancient times. This had severely impacted his knowledge. A cursed ship? One will die if they encounter it? Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard this. They were too unlucky. They had yet to reach the Tao world, and they were going to die under a mysterious curse? Who cares what legend it is? If it dares to block our path, we will fight it. Heaven's equal immortal emperor was fearless as he took the initiative to step forward, the freedom staff appearing in his hand. When everyone saw this, they cursed in their hearts. *CK his grandma. They had survived the dark turmoil for 100 years, so how could they be frightened by an absurd legend? Thus, everyone entered battle mode. Gu Chen stood at the very front, the golden blood in his body boiling. From the black ship came a sound similar to that of the deck being in disrepair, and the huge ship slowly moved again. It brushed past everyone's boat and continued to sail towards the sea ahead. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, everyone was taken aback. They had already set up their stances, but where was the curse that they had agreed on? Zhou Fengling's expression was a little awkward. The Qirofun was indeed very similar to the one in the legends, but the rumored death upon encountering it did not appear, which made him confused. Everyone stared at the direction in which the black ship left, and when it was a little further away, they could catch a glimpse of the scene on the ship. There were actually countless skeletons and corpses walking back and forth on the ship. They were all bound by chains and were waving the ancient weapons in their hands as if they were fighting someone. At the stern of the ship, a naked human man with translucent blue skin crossed the sea and looked at Gu Chen's group from afar. He had no hair, and his eyes were the same blue as his body. His face was expressionless. Gu Chen shuddered. The gaze that he had felt earlier seemed to have come from that blue-skinned man. There's really a curse? Everyone looked at the doomsday-like scene on the ship and believed Zhou Fengling's words a little. The three-masted black ship finally went far away and disappeared into the sea. When it was completely out of sight, everyone was completely relieved. No matter where that strange ship came from, they seemed to have escaped by luck. Oh no! Zhou Fengling's expression suddenly changed as he looked outside the hull. Because of the sudden appearance of the black ship, they had slightly deviated from the course. What was worse was that the silver halo protecting the hull had weakened a lot. This meant that the energy that was originally enough to support them to reach the Tao world was not enough, and they might die in the ship's destruction. Everyone, focus and keep your spirits up. Next, we have to move forward at full speed. Zhou Fengling shouted loudly as he urgently turned the ship around and steered back to the original course. The energy of the crystal core might not be enough. We need to activate the backup energy. The dwarf sovereign checked the hull and said solemnly. Where is the backup energy? Everyone asked hurriedly, aware of the crisis. They were just one step away from reaching the door. They could not die here. You are the backup energy. Follow me. The dwarf sovereign hurriedly ran into the cabin, and everyone followed behind him. Guchen wanted to follow. Guchen, you stay. Zhou Fengling shouted with an exceptionally serious expression. Leave the rest to us. You stay here and conserve your energy. Listen, they trust you and will follow you to the destination. You must bring them to the destination alive. Do you hear me? His last sentence was almost a roar as he looked back at Guchen. Guchen's expression turned solemn. He looked past Zhou Fengling and saw a coastline at the far end of the horizon. They were about to reach the primordial chaos Tao world. I understand. I won't give up on a partner. Guchen's expression was resolute as he clenched his fists. Everyone had their own mission to complete, and his mission was to escape the pursuit of the Tao world army after reaching the shore. That was definitely the most difficult mission, but compared to what he wanted to do after entering the primordial chaos Tao world, this was just the easiest beginning. Master, I will follow by your side. I will lead the way. The limitless tyrant dragon came behind Guchen and said firmly. Guchen nodded. He no longer cared about how the ship shook or how many strong winds and huge waves there were in the realm sea. All his attention was on the distant coastline as he adjusted his condition. As for the treasure ship that crossed the sea, it braved the wind and waves all the way, its speed reaching the limit it had ever reached at sea. Rumble. Rumble, huge waves appeared on both sides of the ship, eroding the already fragile silver light barrier from time to time in an attempt to drag the treasure ship to the bottom of the sea. As they gradually approached the coast of the Tao world, the intense air pressure of the Tao world formed a terrifying gale that came head-on, attempting to tear the ship into pieces. Zhou Fengling controlled the rudder tightly, ensuring that the ship did not deviate. The outer layer of the silver halo weakened to a thin layer and suddenly shattered with a cracking sound. The gale that blew over from the land attacked, causing Zhou Fengling's white hair to flutter. His face was cut by the fine, knife-like wind. Guchen was in the midst of the gale and huge waves. His eyes were tightly shut, turning a blind eye to this dangerous situation. End of this chapter. Let's work together. We have to endure it. Inside the cabin, the dwarf emperor roared in front of the resplendent crystal core. All of Guchen's companions pressed their palms on the crystal core. Using the most primitive method, they injected all their strength into the crystal core. With everyone's combined efforts, the crystal core flickered with electricity as an explosive energy was released through the array formation connected to the ship's hull. The treasure ship shone brilliantly. After the silver halo dissipated completely, a golden halo protected the ship's hull and propelled the ship forward at an even crazier speed. Kacha kacha kacha, the treasure ship's speed reached its limit. The golden halo on the periphery constantly dissipated as it moved forward. Various parts of the ship's hull cracked at an astonishing speed. We have to charge into the primordial chaos Tao world. Everyone roared angrily and used all their energy. Before the ship completely disintegrated, they swore to charge into the supreme world. At an astonishing speed, the coast of the primordial chaos Tao world gradually became clear. At the point where the Tao world was connected to the realm sea, there were silver vortexes of light constantly spinning. The distance went from 100,000 feet to 50,000 feet and then 10,000 feet. More than half of the ship's hull had been destroyed, and the crystal core in the ship had exploded. Many companions ran out of the cabin. We succeeded. Everyone looked at the coastline that was only a few thousand feet away and cheered. Guchen also opened his eyes at that moment. He saw the Zhou clan's guiding arrow beam converge into a vortex of light ahead. A few black shadows appeared in the vortex of light, as though they were waiting for their ship to reach a predetermined position. Go. We have to survive. Zhou Fengling shouted as the ship left the surface of the sea and charged forward. Guchen did not hesitate. He turned around and flicked his sleeve, storing all his companions into his internal space. Then, he leaped onto the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex's back. Before the shattered ship completely rushed into the designated vortex of light, the man and dragon leaped into the other vortexes of light. Goodbye, Uncle Ling, Guchen muttered in his heart. The next moment, his figure merged into the vortex of light. The world spun as a tidal wave of pressure swept over. When Guchen regained consciousness, he felt that there was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. It was as if all the blood in his body had been injected with lead. However, when he opened his eyes and saw the dense foliage and heard the sound of flowing water, he couldn't help but smile. He tried to get up from the ground, but he felt like he was carrying a huge mountain. Guchen pressed his hands against the ground and adapted to the gravity that was countless times stronger than in the Chaos Sea. Finally, he stood up and straightened his spine. He looked around curiously and found that he was surrounded by a dense primeval forest. The realm sea was not a real sea, so when he entered the primordial Chaos Dao world, he naturally might not appear by the sea. The light vortexes from before were spatial doors. If one entered from different spatial doors, they would likely appear in different places in the primordial Chaos Dao world. Where is this place? How far is it from Uncle Ling? Guchen muttered, cautiously looking around. Although this place seemed desolate, he had entered through the realm gate. No matter where he was teleported to, he should be at the border of the primordial Chaos Dao world. In other words, the realm sea garrison could appear at any time. Hiss, Guchen instinctively took 2 deep breaths, and his eyes quickly revealed a strange look. When the air entered his lungs, it actually nourished his flesh and blood. Every cell in his body became active. He sensed with his heart and discovered that all the origins powers in the world were abnormally pure and vast, as though they were inexhaustible. Is this the primordial chaos essence energy? Guchen muttered and was about to carefully experience the profundities of this essence energy. Suddenly, the distant forest rustled as a large number of people moved at high speed, causing the airflow to be chaotic. Someone has invaded from the realm sea. The detector has captured the turbid aura of a person from the lower realm. It's right ahead. Capture it. The excited voices of soldiers entered Guchen's ears, causing his expression to turn cold. Master. Let's go. The limitless tyrant dragon immediately crouched down. Without hesitation, Guchen immediately flipped onto its back. When he first entered the primordial Chaos Dao world, the gravity here affected his speed in the past. As for the limitless tyrant dragon, it was originally born in the Dao world, so it could adapt to the gravity here. Swoosh. The moment Guchen rode on the limitless tyrant dragon's 2 hind legs bounced out with astonishing strength as it leaped into the vast forest ahead. The tyrant dragon's speed wasn't fast. In fact, from the perspective of the Chaos Sea, its speed was extremely slow. It couldn't even compare to an ordinary immortal. However, Guchen knew that this was due to the influence of gravity. The tyrant dragon's speed was already at its limit. Boom. Boom, the soldiers behind chased relentlessly, accompanied by sounds that Guchen had never heard before. The tyrant dragon's speed couldn't shake them off. When Guchen turned his head, he saw figures flashing in the forest behind him. Their movements were very strange. They leaped, but they were able to catch up to them steadily. Guchen's heart palpitated. Although speed didn't represent all their strength, the tyrant dragon was still caught up to by a group of soldiers despite its full speed. How high were their cultivation realms? Discovered the target. Surround him from all directions. Don't be in such a hurry to kill him. How many years does it take to encounter a lower realm being? The tyrant dragon kept changing directions in the forest, trying to shake off its pursuers. However, they had completely predicted its location. Not only were the people chasing relentlessly, but there were also people chasing from other directions. An invisible net slowly formed. When the tyrant dragon fled to the side of a river, it finally had nowhere to run. In all directions, a total of 13 foreign clansmen wearing standard armor either walked out of the forest or jumped onto the tree branches, staring at Guchen with great interest. I'm sorry, master. The limitless tyrant dragon stopped in its tracks and said with an ugly expression. It's not your fault. Guchen's expression was calm as he swept his gaze over the 13 soldiers' somewhat strange wings, as well as the shoes on their feet. The tyrant dragon's speed was actually not slow. It was just that these soldiers had used the wings on their backs and the shoes on their feet to increase their speed by several levels. Thus, they were able to catch up to them. After confirming this, Guchen felt much more at ease. If these soldiers had relied purely on their cultivation to catch up to him and the tyrant dragon, then the overall standard of the primordial Dao world's cultivators would probably far exceed his imagination. He would be in trouble today. However, he might not lose just by relying on his Dharma treasures. Guchen jumped down from the tyrant dragon's back and coldly looked at the surrounding soldiers. They're quite fast at escaping. Why are there two of them? The leader of the soldiers looked at the target and said in surprise. They had only discovered a turbid chi and thought that there was only one target. Genius, 1 second to remember this website's address. Mobile version. Isn't it better to have one more? Only then can we enjoy ourselves to our heart's content. Another soldier teased, causing everyone to burst into laughter. They were condescending, as though they were catching turtles in a jar. They seemed completely unworried that their prey would escape. Only 13 people? Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he paid attention to any new movements in the distance. Under the restrictions of the primordial Tao world, he discovered that his spiritual perception, which had a wide range in the past, was greatly limited. It could only extend 100 feet. Under such circumstances, it was not as good as his eyes. In his opinion, it would not be difficult to deal with the 13 people in front of him. What worried him was that reinforcements would come endlessly. He did not know how many soldiers were stationed at the border, so the situation looked terrible. Dirty fourth-class life form, what are you looking at? The leading soldier looked down from above. When he saw that Gu Chen did not panic as he had imagined, he spoke in a slightly displeased manner. I'm thinking that there are only 13 people in total. You guys are a little weak. Gu Chen glanced at the other party and deliberately mocked him. Weak? The soldiers were stunned for a moment before they convulsed with laughter. As expected of a bumpkin from the lower realm. You don't even know that you're about to die. You actually think that we have too few people? We think that there are too many people and not enough to split the prey evenly. The soldiers laughed exaggeratedly. Their every move was extremely careless, and they appeared to be very undisciplined. Listen up, dirty fourth-class life form. The leading soldier spoke again, his face full of disdain. For lowly and weak life forms like you, even if 10,000 people come at the same time, a single soldier is enough to slaughter all of you. The 13 of us are in charge of an area of 50 kilometers. It's not that we think highly of you that all 13 of us are dispatched to deal with a puny ant like you. It's just that we're too bored. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes as he captured important information from his words. There were only 13 soldiers patrolling an area of 50 kilometers. Wasn't the defense too lax? That's right. The mission of guarding the border has always been the most boring. Since ancient times, not many lower realm life forms have been able to enter the border. Even people from the Tao world rarely take the risk to head to the realm sea. You're the first creature from the lower realm that we've met in so many years. You're just in time to relieve our boredom. When the other soldiers voiced out their true thoughts, Gu Chen immediately understood everything. He had previously fallen into a misunderstanding. He believed that his infiltration into the primordial chaos Tao world would definitely cause quite a stir, but that wasn't the case. It was too difficult to cross the realm sea. Apart from being chosen by the Tao world messenger, not many cultivators from the lower realm had been able to successfully infiltrate the realm sea. This made realm sea's garrison extremely useless. The soldiers were too idle, not having anything to do at all. As time went by, the number of soldiers naturally decreased, and even the few soldiers became numb and careless. So that's how it is. I'm relieved then. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. He was no longer worried that a large army would appear. Relax? Your nightmare has just begun. One of the soldiers couldn't help but make a move. With a flap of his wings, he glided down from the treetop and charged at Gu Chen with his saber. Roar! The unbounded Tyrant Dragon King roared and swept its vigorous and powerful dragon tail at the speed of a whip. Paw! The soldier grunted and flew backward at a speed faster than when he came. However, the armor on his body flowed with multicolored light, and he didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Be careful. This Yalong species isn't simple, he said. As the unbounded Tyrant Dragon King had disguised itself beforehand, it had actually mistaken a supremacy ancient dragon for a low-grade Yalong species with a low-grade bloodline. His Tao force isn't even 1,000. He's just like ordinary demon beasts with thick skin and thick flesh. As for the other one, the eyes of the leading soldier emitted a strange blue light as he sized up the unbounded Tyrant Dragon King disapprovingly. When his gaze shifted to Gu Chen, he was stunned. His Tao force is actually 0, he said in disbelief. What? When the other soldiers heard that, their eyes also emitted blue light as they stared at Guchen carefully. Guchen frowned and felt that he was being spied on. However, the feeling of being spied on was extremely weak, and it couldn't see through him at all. His Tao force is really zero. The living beings of the lower realm are unimaginably weak. In the Tao world, even a 3-year-old child can't possess such low Tao force. I've really broadened my horizons today. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder as though they were watching a monkey. Tao force, Guchen murmured. He had once heard Zhou Fengling mention the cultivation realm of the primordial Tao world. The so-called Tao force was actually the origins power cultivated by Tao-seeking realm cultivators. However, in the Chaos Sea, there was no specific division of the amount of origins power. However, the Tao world seemed to have quantified it in detail. 0 Tao force, Guchen's 4 divine-grade origins had been snatched away, so he didn't have any origins power in his body. Of course, it was 0. Ignore this piece of trash. Take down that Yalong species first. The leading soldier said arrogantly. The shoes on his feet sprayed out a gust of air, emitting the strange sound that Guchen had heard when he was being chased. Boom. Boom, his speed suddenly increased greatly. He stepped in midair and flapped the wings on his back, giving him the ability to fly for a short period of time. He wasn't the only one who attacked. At the same time, 6 figures flew towards the Tyrant dragon. The others were calm and unruffled, clearly believing that this number was enough. The Tyrant dragon opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards the 2 people closest to it. Its back was exposed to the other 4. How foolish. The leading soldier glided over like a bat. He slowly pulled out a Zamadeo from his waist and was about to slash down. Swoosh. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. His movements weren't fast, but he firmly protected the Tyrant dragon's weak back. You're courting death. The soldier sneered when he saw that it was the piece of trash with 0 Tao force. He flipped the saber in his hand and slashed out with the back of the saber. He didn't want to kill this low-level living being so quickly. It was better to keep him alive and play with him slowly. Martial Tao, Battle Dragon Claw, Guchen's left hand turned into a claw and his eyes revealed killing intent. Dang, under the head-on collision, Guchen's left hand was unscathed. However, the Zamadeo was bounced off and blood splattered from the soldier's hand. What? The soldier's expression changed. He spread his wings and wanted to dodge with a strange glide. Hee hee. He heard a burst of mocking laughter. Then, he felt his wings being grabbed by someone and his body was forcefully pulled over. Bang! Guchen grabbed the enemy's wings and used the momentum at just the right time to throw the enemy's body towards the other 3 soldiers who were pouncing on him. The 4 soldiers instantly smashed into each other and wailed. Guchen held the wing fragment in his hand. This fragment was made of metal, and the gap was densely covered with runes. It was clearly a magic treasure that increased speed and sensitivity. As for the soldiers in front of him, even if they had wings, they couldn't really fly. They could only glide for a short period of time. End of this chapter. You're courting death. The expressions of the soldiers who were watching the show changed when they saw that their companions were at a disadvantage. A few of them brandished their sabers in the air. The fiery red saber flare and the sharp green saber flare landed on Guchen's head. The scene was quite astonishing. Guchen's eyes shone brightly as he punched with his right hand, causing ripples to appear in the air. He did not want to use the Overlord Body Divine ability, so he used the stored Mystic Technique energy and turned it into the origin of vibration, Rumble. The power of vibration was far from being able to easily shatter the void like it was in the lower realm. However, when the saber flare collided with it, it still disintegrated. However, it only managed to block the saber flare. The power of vibration was weak. When it extended to the soldiers who attacked, only a breeze was left. The power has been reduced so much. Guchen sighed inwardly when he saw this. Under the restrictions of the Tao world, he was afraid that the destructive power of the Tao-seeking realm in the Chaos Sea was at least at the level of the Tao-seeking realm. Tao power suddenly jumped from 0 to 300. What's going on? Could it be that the spirit testing eye is broken? That's impossible. Seeing that the saber flare had been blocked, a blue light flashed in the eyes of the soldiers as they spoke in bewilderment. They were all wearing the spirit testing eye that could test a cultivator's Tao power. The spirit testing I was very widely used in the Tao world, and the error rate was extremely low. Under normal circumstances, the Tao power would be measured as much as it was measured, and it rarely fluctuated. Even if there was an error, it would definitely not be the difference between 0 and 300. It has risen to 300? Guchen revealed a look of interest when he heard that. It seemed that the mystic technique energy would not be detected when it was not used. However, when it was used to cast Tao techniques, the situation was different. Fourth-class living being. The leading soldier who fell to the ground suddenly got up and roared as he pulled out an ancient sword from his waist. His saber had just been flicked away by Guchen. At this moment, he held the sword and smiled sinisterly as he waved it casually. The sword in his hand was called Ten Commandments sword. It was a weapon specially used to deal with the living beings of the lower realm. Back then, Fang Yuan had used this sword to kill the Tao monarchs of the higher realm. As soldiers stationed at the border of the realm sea, even if the possibility of beings from the lower realms invading the border was extremely low, it was still necessary for them to be equipped with this kind of special restraining weapon. The failure of the previous attack had angered the leader of the soldiers. He no longer had the mood to play with them slowly and immediately drew out the Ten Commandments sword. Clang, the sword of the 10 Commandments was waved, and the runes on the blade glowed. The soldier was looking forward to seeing Guchen's body split into two. However, Guchen remained standing where he was, completely unharmed. The power of the 10 Commandments sword did not descend upon him through the air. What's going on? Is this sword broken? The soldier was dumbfounded because he had never had the chance to use the 10 Commandments sword. He did not know if there was a problem. Was this the sword that killed so many Tao lords? Guchen looked at the 10 Commandments sword. He had heard Zhou Fengling mention this sword before. It was a Tao artifact specially refined by the upper realm to deal with the living beings of the Chaos Sea. There was a huge difference in life structure between the living beings of the Chaos Sea and the living beings of the primordial Chaos Tao world. It was said that this Tao artifact could easily kill the living beings of the Chaos Sea because it had studied the weakness of the life structure of the living beings of the Chaos Sea. Guchen did not know the principle behind it, but those all-powerful Tao lords had all died miserably under this sword. He felt that it was not worth it for them. This kind of competition was unfair from the beginning. Fortunately, he was different. Guchen's eyes were cold. He approached the soldier, but the other party was still waving the 10 Commandments sword randomly. You keep talking about filthy fourth-class living beings. I wonder what class you will be after reincarnating. Guchen dodged the disorderly sword and pressed down on the soldier's neck with one hand at lightning speed. He lifted him up. His palm was covered in a black fog that emitted a thick aura of death. Tao power has risen to 500 again. A soldier not far away exclaimed. Seeing that the situation was not good, the others had already rushed towards Guchen in an attempt to save their companions. Boom, the mystic technique energy in Guchen's body was completely activated at this moment. The terrifying death origin energy erupted in one breath when the enemy rushed over. The fastest few people seemed to have been struck by lightning. Their bodies instantly shriveled up, as though their vitality had been sucked out. Their eyes revealed fear. Crack, goo. Chen also exerted strength in his hand. He twisted the neck of the enemy he was holding and casually threw him to the ground. In an instant, his Tao power rose to 800. But it's only 800. The remaining soldiers' eyes were a little dull. Guchen's Tao power was erratic. It was too strange. However, this was not the strangest thing. Even if it was 800 Daos, it would still be very weak. But why was it that his companions did not have the strength to resist and fell one by one? He did not know how terrifying Guchen's physical quality was. Even without a trace of Tao power, he still had a crushing advantage. Plop. Plop. Several badly mutilated corpses fell to the ground. The infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex had also killed all the enemies that had rushed towards it. In a short period of time, only 2 of the original 13 soldiers were left. I worked hard to come to the Tao world. If I were to be killed by a few nameless soldiers here, it would simply be the biggest joke in the world. Guchen looked at the remaining 2 soldiers and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your eyes can see the strength of a person, right? Then watch carefully and see how much Tao power I have. The golden blood in Guchen's body surged out from his limbs and bones. A supreme and powerful aura overflowed, but he deliberately controlled it within a range of 30 meters. The two soldiers felt a domineering aura that seemed to come from the heavens. Their legs went soft and they fell to the ground, their eyes filled with fear. Who are you? The two of them stammered. In the next moment, a cracking sound came from the eyes that were emitting blue light. Ah! The spirit-testing eyes they were wearing shattered at this moment. Their eyes were instantly blinded, and blood flowed non-stop. The power of the glorious ancient overlord body was not something that could be measured by the spirit-testing eyes. It could not even be withstood. The 13 soldiers were all dead, and their blood flowed all over the ground. The huge primeval forest was very quiet for a moment. You actually didn't need to use the overlord body just now. The infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at Gu Chen, a little puzzled. He was not usually so careless. They can't escape anyway. Gu Chen shrugged and wiped his blood-stained hands with a trace of excitement in his eyes. The infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex saw his eyes and understood what was going on. Gu Chen had long been invincible in the Chaos Sea. Now that he had entered a wider cultivation world, his blood was probably boiling. He was a steady person and had a strong Tao heart. He had a vague premonition that an unprecedented storm would be stirred in the primordial chaos Tao world because of the person in front of him. End of this chapter. On a desolate mountain peak that was hundreds of miles away from the mortal world, surrounded by clouds and mist. Many of Gu Chen's partners were lying on their backs in the cave, breathing rapidly. Their skin was red and hot, and their bodies were constantly emitting hot air. Gu Chen was guarding the entrance of the cave, meditating and expelling. He inhaled and exhaled like a surging river into his internal organs. He exhaled slowly as if he was filtering something bit by bit. The sun rose and the moon set. Day and night alternated between the mountains. However, the cave was still pitch black. Occasionally, strange roars and groans could be heard. After more than 3 days, the evil shark emperor was the first to climb up from the ground. Its shark skin had turned into an exceptionally clean silvery white color, and the shark fins on its back had turned into a row that looked like sharp saw teeth. Its teeth and claws shone with a sharp luster in the dark, and its pair of green eyes scanned the cave entrance. "Leader, how many days have passed?" it asked. Although it looked ferocious, its voice was filled with excitement and familiarity. Gu Chen, who was in the midst of expelling, did not respond. Instead, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was lying beside him, replied casually. "It has only been 3 days, and you are the first to complete the transformation." After killing the soldiers at the border, Gu Chen and the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex flew day and night without stopping until they were far away from the border and all places with human habitation. They only stopped when they reached this remote mountain range. After that, Gu Chen released his partners from the space in his body. After coming into contact with the environment of the Tao world, their bodies more or less experienced abnormalities. Due to Zhou Fengling's prior warning, Gu Chen was not worried. He left all his partners in the cave and guarded them while adapting to the environment of heaven and earth. Now that 3 days had passed, the evil shark emperor was the first to wake up and adapt to the environment of heaven and earth, which was shorter than the normal time that Zhou Fengling had mentioned. Ha ha ha. I got rid of the impure qi in my body in just 3 days. My body also received significant benefits from the cleansing of my tendons and marrow. It seems like my talent is much higher than the others. The evil shark emperor was a little smug. He turned around and glanced at Gu Huang, Wu Ming, and the others who were still rolling on the ground in pain. Who says the shorter the time it takes to expel the impure qi, the greater the talent? Unbounded Tyrannosaurus Dragon replied lazily. The longer it takes, the more turbid the qi in my body is, isn't it? Evil Shark Sovereign stroked his chin. I'm afraid that's not how you calculate it. Everyone's physique is different. The longer the primordial origin energy surges into the body, the greater the benefits. Limitless Tyrant Dragon retorted coldly. That's just your guess. In any case, I woke up the earliest, which means that my adaptability is the strongest. The evil Shark Emperor firmly believed that his talent was the highest among the group, so he used the method of spiritual victory. You still have the nerve to talk about adaptability? Apart from Master, all of you are terrible. The unbounded Tyrant Dragon shook its head. As soon as Guchen arrived in the Tao world, he had clashed with the Realm Sea garrison and annihilated all the enemies when his body was not used to it. On the other hand, after the others were summoned, they were all suppressed by the heaven and earth. They had basically lost the ability to fight. Fortunately, he had not summoned this group of people during the battle. Otherwise, they would have been more of a hindrance. He. The leader is the glorious ancient overlord Physique. How can we compare to him? The evil shark emperor rolled his eyes, not at all ashamed of the tyrant dragon's sarcasm. The two of them chatted for a while. Then, the evil shark emperor walked to the entrance of the cave and took up the responsibility of guarding. Guchen was very engrossed in his cultivation, so he did not dare disturb him. Instead, he waited patiently for his companions to complete their transformations. Less than half a day after the evil shark emperor, the stone humanoid emperor also woke up. He looked like he had changed even more than the evil shark emperor. His body had originally been huge, and his stone body looked like it was made of granite. However, after accepting the primordial origin energy and removing the turbid chi in his body had actually shrunk a lot. He had originally been much taller than the evil shark emperor, but now, he only reached his chest. However, even though he had become thinner and shorter, his stone body had become like it was made of prismatic diamonds. He was more energetic and agile than before. This is not fair. The evil shark emperor's eyes were almost blinded by the stone humanoid emperor's sparkling body. The stone humanoid emperor's body had changed much more than his, so he began to doubt his previous statement. What's not fair? The stone humanoid emperor's voice was still deep and heavy, but his steps were much lighter. He reached the entrance of the cave in just a few steps. The evil shark emperor did not want to explain, so he only rolled his eyes at him. In the next few days, his companions gradually completed their transformations and woke up one after another. When Gu Huang woke up, his body quickly grew bigger, almost collapsing the entire cave. Luckily, the tyrant dragon reached out in time, grabbed him with its mouth and threw him out of the cave. His body swelled up in the air, causing everyone to worry for a while. Gu Huang was a member of the devouring Kuan clan, and his body was 10,000 feet tall. If he really returned to his original size, it would probably startle the outside world. Luckily, he quickly regained his consciousness and controlled his body to shrink again. When he returned to his normal height, everyone found that there were only 2 sharp horns on his head. Other than that, there were no other changes. Of course, since they could not see his original body, it was not easy to guess how much he had benefited from the cleansing. Other than Gu Huang, Zhong Shenrua and the invisible woman did not change much when they woke up, but they could not help but smile, which was intriguing. Wu Ming had changed a lot. He was originally stooped and had white hair, but after the cleansing, his spine was no longer bent, and he looked like a middle-aged man. There were even a few strands of black in his silver hair. It was like he had a second spring. Feng Yao's change was the strangest. When she absorbed the primordial qi, her body was completely wrapped in colorful light, as if she was sleeping in a cocoon. When she woke up, the colorful light faded, and her appearance was even younger than before. She looked like a harmless girl of 15 or 16 years old. She hid her hands behind her back at once, and stuck her tongue out at everyone, looking mysterious. Heaven's Equal Emperor's change was the most unexpected. After absorbing the primordial qi, the monkey fur on his body almost disappeared without a trace, and he turned into a young man of the human clan, leaving only the symbolic third eye between his brows and a tail. His appearance was demonic, and his eyes were like knives. Just a casual glance from him was enough to make everyone's heart palpitate. The time taken for the transformation varied. The shortest was only 3 days for the evil shark emperor, and the longest was 12 days for the dragonfly monster. The dwarf sovereign, Tian Chanzi, Old Owl, Qingsong Dharmaraja, Green Ghost, and Fang Shiji had also successfully cleansed their tendons and cleansed their marrows. Everyone's body had more or less changed, and it was obvious whether they had benefited from it. End of this chapter. After staying in the cave for 13 days, everyone except the Chiemo had woken up and completely adapted to the brand new environment. This guy is essentially a corpse. Is the primordial essence energy useful to it? The invisible woman asked doubtfully as she watched the Chiemo combat body emit a faint light. The GMO combat body had been maintained since the first day and had not undergone any further changes. Even if the GMO combat body can't cleanse the tendons and marrow, the Qi worm will definitely benefit. However, the strange thing is that it hasn't moved. Nameless subconsciously touched his beard and realized that after becoming younger, only a small tuft of his beard was left. He was somewhat embarrassed, but fortunately, no one noticed his predicament. The leader, who is connected to the Qi worm's mind, should know best. However, from the looks of it, the leader is clearly not in a hurry. Zhong Shenrua looked back at Gu Chen, who had been meditating for many days, and somewhat admired his patience. They had just arrived in the primordial Tao world, so to be honest, they were extremely curious and could not wait to quickly experience this brand new world. Almost everyone had this thought after completing their metamorphosis. How could they still be in the mood to meditate and cultivate? However, after Gu Chen had thrown them into the cave, he had been breathing and expelling. His meditation technique was really admirable. The leader is not in a hurry. Why are we in a hurry? We have already arrived in the Tao world. What's the rush? Before the Qi worm wakes up, let's spar with each other and familiarize ourselves with how to fight here in advance. Dharma King Ching Song suggested, which won everyone's approval. After waking up, everyone realized that what Zhou Fengling had said was not exaggerated at all. Not only could they no longer fly, but their speed and agility were also much worse than before. At the same time, the power of executing the Tao technique that could destroy heaven and earth no longer existed. The time and space here were abnormally firm, causing all matter to become even firmer. A punch that could destroy an ancient planet with life might not even be able to shatter a small mountain in this place. Under such circumstances, everyone had underestimated their own strength. If they rashly fought with the Tao world cultivators, they would very likely suffer a great loss. Therefore, it was very necessary for the companions to spar with each other and familiarize themselves with the fighting style. Thus, they set up a rule. Other than a few people guarding the cave every day, the others would go to the mountains and fight with different types of companions every day to increase their combat experience. Many more days passed like this, but the Qi insect still did not wake up. The Qi demon battle body was also emitting a faint light all the time, as if the process of absorbing the primordial Qi had never stopped. Gu Chen got up once during this period. He looked at Mo with anticipation in his eyes. Then, he went out of the cave and watched his companions spar with each other. He was very satisfied with the heated exchange between the people. This kind of spontaneous behavior was the foundation of the Tyrant commandery's strength. After watching for a while, Gu Chen went back to cultivate. He cast the Sea-Tide Birth secret technique, causing the surrounding void to ripple and constantly absorb the mysterious secret technique's energy from heaven and earth. He discovered that after arriving in the Tao world, the speed at which he absorbed the mystic technique's energy had suddenly increased a lot and his realm was constantly soaring. At first, he did not understand the reason, but as he meditated, he gradually understood. He was not very sure what the mystic technique's energy was, but he guessed that it had something to do with the Heaven-Earth Essence energy. The Heaven-Earth Essence energy in the Realm Sea was not as abundant as in the primordial Tao world, so the mystic technique's energy there was probably less. This had led to his previous absorption efficiency being very low. Because it was his first time absorbing, he had misjudged the time needed to cultivate this mystic technique to the phenomenal success stage. After entering the Tao world, the speed at which he absorbed the mystic technique's energy suddenly increased many times. Gu Chen was pleasantly surprised. He estimated that he only needed another 3 to 4 months to cultivate the 11th heaven's phenomenal success stage. Because of this discovery, he was especially diligent these days. Not only would he be able to open the next heaven after the phenomenal success stage, but he would also be able to store more mystic technique's energy, which would be more secure for his life. The black vortex in the middle of Gu Chen's eyebrows spun at a constant speed. He was completely oblivious to the passage of time. After everyone stayed in the mountain for a month and a half, there was finally some movement at the Qi demon battle body's location. The faint light emitted by the Qi demon's surface disappeared, and his originally shriveled and lusterless skin gradually fell off amidst cracking sounds. As if shedding its skin, the Qi demon battle body turned from a corpse to a body of flesh and blood that looked full of vitality under everyone's witness. Swoosh! At some point, he opened his eyes and slowly sat up, stretching his body. Who are you? Everyone watched this scene in bewilderment. They were not sure if the Qi demon in front of them was still the Qi worm's consciousness. One had to know that the Qi demon was originally a battle corpse, but his current appearance looked like he had been resurrected from the dead. If he was resurrected from the dead, then the one who came back to life might be that Tao Lord from long ago. How many years has it been? I'm finally alive. The Qi demon spoke slowly with a magnetic voice. His expression was no longer as hard as before, and his eyes were much more lively. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. They did not expect the primordial chaos essence Qi to be so powerful that it could bring a Tao Lord who had been dead for countless years back to life. Where is the Qi worm? Is it dead? Heaven's equal immortal emperor asked coldly. The Qi worm was more or less their partner. Now that the Qi demon battle body had regained the consciousness of its original owner, then the Qi worm's consciousness that was residing in his body might have been erased by the other party. Heaven's equal immortal emperor's words brought everyone back to their senses. Their eyes turned cold and they got into a fighting stance. They did not care that this battle body originally belonged to the other party. If their partner was dead, they would not let it go. The resurrected Qi demon was stunned when he saw everyone's stance. Then, he showed a touched expression. Alright, stop teasing them. It wasn't easy for you to control this body. You don't want to be crippled, do you? At this moment, Gu Chen's voice came from the entrance of the cave. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled. Ah, Master, you knew that I was faking it? The Qi demon blurted out. This voice revealed its true identity. Under the nourishment of the primordial chaos essence Qi, the Qi demon battle body walked the path of reincarnation. You seized this opportunity and merged with it. You did not disappoint me. A smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. He had discovered this secret many days ago, and it was also because of this that Qi Chong needed more time than the others. Now, it was no longer a parasite, but a real Qi demon. When the Qi demon heard Gu Chen's words, it was moved. It came before him and knelt down. Thank you, Master, for fulfilling my wish. It thanked him sincerely. If it wasn't for Gu Chen, it would not have had today's transformation. End of this chapter. From a corpse bug to a true physical body that had been tempered by chaos aura and primordial essence energy, Qi Mo's transformation was unimaginable. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had transformed from a bug to a dragon. Therefore, it was extremely grateful to Gu Chen who had given it everything. Back then, Gu Chen could have only left behind the nightmare battle body and killed it. You went from death to life and cultivated the life and death origins. However, you know very little about the Tao of life. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can ask me at any time. Gu Chen said thoughtfully. In fact, if he still had the life and death origins, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. He could just directly inject the relevant Tao marks into Qi Mo's mind. Master is really too good to me. Qi Mo was even more touched. It recalled the scene of Gu Chen waiting for it outside the chaos aura and refused to leave. It almost burst into tears. Good Lord, so you were just playing with us. Unforgivable. His companions, who were on guard just now, understood the truth and revealed unfriendly gazes at Qi Mo. Qi Mo quivered and looked at everyone with an awkward smile. Everyone, I can explain, cut the crap. Following that, everyone joined forces to beat Qi Mo up. Qi Mo screamed in the crowd. What are you pretending for? Don't you feel no pain as a corpse? I'm already alive now. I will feel pain. Everyone, please show mercy. Master, save me. Gu Chen ignored Qi Mo's plea for help. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. His companions knew when to stop. The group was like a family. It was not a big deal for them to mess around. When everyone was almost done with their lesson, Gu Chen flipped his hand and an ancient sword appeared out of thin air. Everyone noticed his action and stopped fooling around. Gu Chen held the ancient sword and casually waved it in everyone's direction. Whoosh, an abnormal wind blew in the cave, but many of his companions present were not affected and were unscathed. Very good, the impure qi in everyone's body has disappeared. We are considered safe in the primordial Tao world. Gu Chen said in satisfaction as he put away the 10 Commandments sword with a flip of his hand. He had taken the 10 Commandment swords after killing the Realm Sea garrison. According to Zhou Fengling, when they received the baptism of the primordial chaos essence energy and completed the cleansing of their tendons and marrow, they were equivalent to living beings of the primordial chaos Tao world. The 10 Commandment swords would no longer pose a threat to them. Right now, the ability of the 10 Commandments sword had indeed failed. This meant that even if they walked out of the outside world, they wouldn't have to worry about their true identities being discovered. The primordial chaos Tao world was vast and filled with thousands of races. Many races had originally migrated from the Chaos Sea, so even if their actions were a little abnormal, no one would suspect their origins. Of course, he himself was an exception. Many factions knew that the Tyrants had been expelled from the primordial Tao world a million years ago. Now that a physique like the glorious ancient overlord body had appeared, even without the grudges from a million years ago, he was bound to stir up the entire primordial Tao world once he was exposed. Therefore, Gu Chen decided that if it wasn't necessary, he would leave everything to his companions. This was to avoid encountering an expert who could pry into the secrets of his physique. "Leader, where do we go next?" "Wait for the white-haired demon lord?" Gu Huang asked excitedly. Gu Chen pondered for a while and then looked at the 17 companions present. "Although Uncle Ling said that he would look for us, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. When we went ashore, I observed that the spatial door we entered was random. In other words, our current location might be 108,000 miles away from Uncle Ling. Therefore, the first thing we have to do now is to gather information and figure out where we are now. At the same time, we aren't in a hurry to find Uncle Ling. We should first find a suitable place to settle down and adapt to life in the Tao world. This will prevent us from revealing our identities in the future." Gu Chen's considerations were very reasonable. Everyone nodded their heads, unable to hide the excitement on their faces. No matter what the arrangements were, they were finally going to leave this barren land and see the unfamiliar Tao world. "Since everyone is ready, let's set off now. Remember, keep a low profile and endure as much as possible to avoid attracting attention." Gu Chen explained a few things to take note of. The group of 18 people finally left this unknown mountain range that they had stayed in for more than a month. Everyone headed east, deliberately avoiding the famous mountains and rivers that were full of spiritual energy. They chose the official roads that were crowded with people as they advanced. All the famous mountains and rivers were often occupied by powerful cultivation factions. Without knowing their depth, Gu Chen would not start with them if he wanted to understand the Tao world. On the other hand, if they took the official road with people coming and going, they would not attract attention even if there were many of them. Secondly, they could observe the living beings passing by at close range. This choice was obviously correct. After traveling on the official road for 4 hours, Gu Chen had a preliminary understanding of the primordial Tao world's basic situation. First of all, thanks to the existence of the primordial chaos essence energy, the living beings here generally had long lifespans, and everyone cultivated. The races here were also very diverse, and there were all kinds of strange races everywhere. Therefore, this group of people did not stand out. Although it was said that everyone cultivated, the primordial Tao world's heaven-earth suppression was especially severe. Ordinary cultivators here were no different from mortals in the lower realms. Many of them only had some martial strength at best. As for the ability to fly in the sky and move mountains and drain seas, those who could do it in this world were absolute almighties. Because it was extremely difficult to fly in the sky and the primordial Tao world's territory was too vast, many auxiliary Tao artifacts and transportation tools gradually appeared with the development of civilization. The Realm Sea garrison that Gu Chen had encountered previously had all been wearing auxiliary Tao artifacts, allowing them to fly in the sky for a short period of time. At the same time, they were more agile. When he had looked at those Tao artifacts, Gu Chen had felt that they were nothing much. However, after seeing many passers-by on the road, he realized that they should be relatively expensive Tao artifacts that not everyone could afford to wear. The most common transportation tool on the road was actually a dragon. These dragons were not divine 5-clawed golden dragons, nor did they look like powerful savage dinosaurs. They looked more like large lizards. Didn't the dinosaur race dominate the ancient Netherworld era? How did they end up in this situation? Gu Huang muttered softly, somewhat puzzled by this situation. Logically speaking, if the dinosaur race was powerful enough, they would absolutely not allow their clansmen to become the mounts of the general public. What was the difference between them and beasts? Humph, those are just Yaolong species that have been bred through hybridization. They are far inferior to the true dinosaur race. The unbounded Tyrannosaurus rex's ears were very good, so it snorted coldly when it heard that. Yaolong species. Back at the border, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus rex had deliberately concealed its true body, so the soldiers had mistaken it for an ordinary Yaolong species. Guchen looked at a Yaolong species that was not far away and said thoughtfully, "How many pure-blooded dinosaur race are there left?" End of this chapter. The unbounded Tyrant Dragon was the natural leader of the Tyrant Dragon tribe, and the Tyrant Dragon tribe ruled over the dinosaur tribe. Therefore, Guchen was quite concerned about this force. Upon hearing Guchen's question, the unbounded Tyrant Dragon's face turned gloomy. Although it had left the primordial chaos Tao world with its previous master when it was young, it still had its inherited memories. How could it not know about the dinosaur tribe's situation in the Tao world? Although the dinosaur tribe dominated during the ancient underworld era, it mainly relied on its strong physique and terrifying reproductive ability. The dinosaur tribe is just a general term. If we break it down, there were more than 100,000 tribes at their peak. 100,000 tribes? There were actually so many of them? Everyone was dumbfounded. This was equivalent to 100,000 tribes. Even if there were only hundreds of thousands of dinosaurs in each tribe, the power of the entire dinosaur tribe was still very terrifying. It was no wonder that they could dominate during the ancient underworld era. At that time, humans were probably not even qualified to be their food. Although there were many dinosaur tribe members, their ability to adapt to the environment and their talent in cultivation was far inferior to the human tribe and other tribes. Therefore, during the darkest period of the ancient underworld era, a large portion of the dinosaur tribe had already gone extinct. Of course, there were also strong tribes among the dinosaur tribe. The most well-known ones were the 23 king bloodlines. The Tyrant Dragon tribe belongs to one of the 23 king bloodlines and is also the most powerful among them. We have been the leaders of the dinosaur tribe for generations. When the unbounded Tyrant Dragon mentioned its bloodline, its face revealed a proud look. However, it was quickly replaced by a gloomy look, and it even sighed. This is all in the past. Like the Tyrant tribe, the dinosaur tribe also slowly declined in the history of the primordial chaos Tao world. There were fewer and fewer dinosaurs with pure bloodlines, and a large number of subdragons with low intelligence appeared. Feng Yaya asked curiously. Everyone had seen the situation of the subdragons. They were no longer the same race as the dinosaur race. Feng Yaya asked curiously, what about the 23 king bloodlines? How are they now? This was also the question that Guchen was asking. The unbounded Tyrant Dragon looked at him and said, "In the long history of the dinosaur tribe, several of the 23 king bloodlines have gone extinct forever. The ones that survived either lived in seclusion or had very few descendants. I'm not too sure about the specifics." The Tyrannosaurus rex looked gloomy when it said this, and Guchen understood its mood. The Tyrant Dragon clan was also one of the 23 royal bloodlines, and one of the 10 ancient underworld clans. However, it seemed like the unbounded Overlord Dragon was the only one left in the Overlord Dragon clan. Guchen wasn't very clear about the specific situation, but he understood that the reason the Tyrant Dragon tribe had come to this point was definitely related to their choice to follow the tyrants. If that's the case, then the dinosaur race can't be counted on. Nameless said regretfully. He had hoped that the unbounded Tyrant Dragon's identity would allow him to command the entire dinosaur clan. That way, they would have a foothold in the Tao world. This was also very beneficial to what Guchen wanted to do. Not necessarily. The hidden royal bloodline might still exist. If I can find them, I should be able to convince them to help Master. Even if the hidden royal bloodline really can't be found, there is still one bloodline among the 23 royal bloodlines that has never secluded themselves from the world and are still considered a first-rate force in the Tao world. The unbounded Tyrant Dragon didn't mention the specific name of that bloodline, but its expression became somewhat complicated. It's difficult to convince that bloodline, but it's not impossible. The main thing is that the time is not ripe yet. Master has to become stronger. I understand. Guchen didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. It would naturally be best if the dinosaur clan had a force, but if it didn't, he wouldn't force it. Strength was the foundation of everything. If he wanted to have a place in the primordial Tao world, he would first have to become stronger. As everyone chatted, a majestic city appeared at the end of the official road in front of them. In fact, everyone had already guessed that the cultivators on the road were walking in this direction. However, when they saw it, they still felt somewhat excited. We've finally reached a big place. Guchen smiled and stepped into the city with everyone. Soon, under Guchen's arrangements, everyone split up and gathered all sorts of information about this place. 6 hours later, everyone gathered again. They already had a macroscopic understanding of this place and the primordial Tao world. The primordial Tao world was originally formed from the various primeval Tao lands of the Chaos Sea, so it could be understood as a continent. Outside this continent was the boundless realm sea. However, although it was a continent, the continent's area had expanded over countless years and was abnormally large. Its terrain and environment were extremely complicated. The entire Tao world was controlled by the 9 major Tao courts because they each controlled the 9 primordial Tao laws that had created the Tao world back then. Guchen originally knew the status of the 9 major Tao courts, but the actual situation of the Tao world was much more complicated than that. This was because the 9 major Tao courts weren't a single faction but an amalgamation of countless factions. Therefore, although they had supreme authority, they were divided into different regions. On the vast continent, there were ancient and powerful families, sects that created their own Tao, and hundreds of imperial dynasties. The relationship between the families, sects, and imperial dynasties was complicated. Some imperial dynasties were powerful enough to influence the decisions of the Tao courts, while some imperial dynasties relied on the families and sections. Under the imperial dynasties, there were many kingdoms. The place where Guchen's group was currently located was the Pei Nation under the Desheng imperial dynasty. The factions in the Tao world used the 9 major Tao courts as their foundation. They were like trees with branches and leaves growing wantonly, to the point where they were densely packed. The information that Guchen's group could gather in this city was limited, but they quickly understood one thing. The entire primordial Tao world wasn't monolithic. Countless factions gathered on this continent. The imperial dynasties fought endlessly, and the sects and families schemed against each other. At every moment, there were forces that were dying and new forces were rising. Logically speaking, the 9 major Tao courts controlled the primordial Tao laws and had the strength to end such a chaotic situation. However, they hadn't done so. Instead, they had allowed such a situation to develop for countless years. This was different from what Guchen had imagined. Although Zhou Fengling had said a little, he hadn't understood it that deeply. In the 100 Empire War, the heroes are divided. To us, this is simply the best situation. Heaven's equal immortal emperor's eyes lit up. If the primordial Tao world had a fixed order and law from top to bottom, then there would be very little room for them to perform. Now that they were hidden among the chaotic factions, their safety was greatly guaranteed, and they could perform even better. End of this chapter. Everyone shared the information they had gathered. Most of them were optimistic about the current situation in the Tao world. As Guchen listened to everyone's opinions, he was deep in thought most of the time. Occasionally, a puzzled look flashed in his eyes. In Guchen's opinion, the 9 major Tao courts controlled the primordial Chaos Tao law. This was equivalent to obtaining the recognition of the Chaos Sea and mastering the Celestial Arch Seal. Under such circumstances, the 9 major Tao courts possessed absolute strength. Why would they allow the entire primordial Chaos Tao world to be divided? In Guchen's opinion, a unified Tao world was definitely beneficial to the development of civilization. The 9 major Tao courts' actions were illogical unless there was a deeper reason behind it. Guchen could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He laughed involuntarily and simply threw it to the back of his mind. He had just entered the Tao world and did not understand the various factions. What was the point of thinking about this? As he gradually understood this world, the truth would come to light sooner or later. As the crowd continued to communicate with each other, Guchen noticed that Feng Shiji, who was in the crowd, remained silent and occasionally showed hesitation on his face. "Shiji, what's the situation?" Gu Chen asked curiously. Fang Shiji seemed to be pulled back to his senses by Gu Chen's words. After a stern expression, he bowed solemnly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. There's something I haven't told you. The moment he said that, everyone stopped talking and looked at him in surprise. What is it? Gu Chen was also rather surprised. 100 years ago, my father got me to participate in the Chaos Myriad Spirit List battle. In fact, he was secretly making arrangements for my future after I entered the world. Fang Shiji's words greatly aroused everyone's interest. Feng Yaya said casually, although the Fang family has some ties to the primordial Chaos Dao world, that was a long time ago. Does your father still have such capabilities? Fang Shiji revealed a bitter smile. Countless years ago, when the Fang family was banished to the lower realm, the ancestors of the Fang family were indignant and focused on reviving the family. Before they went to the lower realm, they secretly made some arrangements in order to leave hope for their descendants. Oh? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes, completely attracted by these words. My father told me all these things. Before heading to the Realm Seas Ferry 100 years ago, my father gave me a token and asked me to find an opportunity to go to the Peiqiao Luo sect to seek refuge after entering the Dao world. As Fang Shiji spoke, he solemnly took out an item from his bosom and handed it to Gu Chen with both hands. It was an antique bronze mirror. Gu Chen took a quick look at it but didn't take it. Upon seeing that he did not take it, Fang Shiji explained awkwardly, this matter should have been explained to His Majesty the Celestial Emperor before entering the Dao world. However, a long time has passed, and the backup plan left behind by the ancestor might not still exist, so, before he could finish, Gu Chen shook his head. You misunderstand, I don't care about that. It was clear that Fang Shiji had kept this matter a secret. Before crossing the sea, he had handed over the Fang clan's inherited supreme technique, but he had not mentioned anything about the keepsake. Gu Chen knew what he was thinking, but he also understood that this was human nature. Although he had raised Fang Shiji for the past 100 years, it was not out of kindness but out of consideration for Feng Yuan's existence. Fang Shiji was also aware of this, so he was naturally worried that he would be killed after losing his value. Handing over the Fang clan's inheritance was a risky move. Gu Chen originally only wanted to take a look at the Fang clan's secret techniques mystery and find a way to deal with Feng Yuan. Fang Shiji was very smart. He was afraid that after handing over the inheritance, he would lose his value and Gu Chen would go back on his word and not bring him on board. Thus, he concealed the keepsake. This way, if he went back on his word after obtaining the Fang clan's secret technique, he could still use the keepsake as a bargaining chip. If he was lucky enough to board the ship and reach the Realm Sea, he would have two choices as to how to deal with the keepsake. One was to hide this matter and find a chance to leave Gu Chen after reaching the Dao world and search for the opportunity left behind by the ancestor. The second was to reveal everything like what was happening now. Fang Shiji had obviously chosen the latter. Since he had chosen the latter, Gu Chen would not be calculative about his thoughts. The keepsake was left behind by your father, and the opportunity also belongs to your Fang clan. Why are you giving this keepsake to me? Upon seeing Fang Shiji's nervous expression, Gu Chen explained with a smile. Fang Shiji was moved. After entering the Dao world, he had been conflicted about whether he should tell Gu Chen about this. On one hand, he was worried that Gu Chen would be on guard against him and turn hostile. On the other hand, he indeed had his own thoughts. He shouldered his father's dying wish and the Fang clan's hope. If he had a chance to make the Fang clan flourish in his hands, how could he be willing to hand over the opportunity? He was worried that Gu Chen would snatch his opportunity. However, after thinking about it again and again, he decided to tell Gu Chen about this matter. Firstly, it would be very difficult for him to survive alone in the Dao world. It was hard to say whether he would be alive to find the opportunity. Secondly, he had personally witnessed Gu Chen suppressing the dark chaos by himself. He had an inexplicable confidence in him and believed that he would definitely help him take revenge on Feng Yuan. After thinking about it for many days, he finally decided to reveal everything today. In fact, he was already prepared to be scolded by Gu Chen and even lose the Fang clan's opportunity. However, he had not expected that Gu Chen would not care about this matter and would even let him keep the keepsake. Upon seeing his frankness, Fang Shiji's entire face turned red. He was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure and underestimated Gu Qin. He had also belittled himself. "Your Majesty, you are magnanimous. You have made me feel ashamed." Fang Shiji retracted his hand and clutched the ancient mirror tightly, his emotions complicated. "Since we're already in the Tao world, don't call me Your Majesty anymore. Just call me whatever they call me. Also, since you're following me, we're all brothers. You don't have to be so restrained or think too much." Gu Qin said faintly. "Understood, Chief." Fang Shiji nodded his head heavily. The burden in his heart for many days was finally gone. Everyone quickly started talking about the Fang clan's keepsake. Pei Dynasty, Luo sect. Is this Pei Dynasty related to the Pei Nation? Nameless guessed. Pei Dynasty, Pei State, it sounded too much like the same thing. I suspect this too. If that's the case, then the Luo sect shouldn't be too far away, Fang Shiji said excitedly. He was full of anticipation for the ancestors' arrangements and could not wait to go to the Luo sect immediately. The Luo sect should be a sect. It's been so long, so the arrangements left by the Fang clan's ancestor might not be fulfilled. We can't be too hasty about this matter. According to our original discussion, we'll stay in this city first and familiarize ourselves with the Tao world situation. Gu Qin said this after careful consideration. Everyone agreed with this cautious approach. Even though Fang Shiji was looking forward to it, he knew that he could not be anxious. Thus, everyone stayed in the city as outsiders and integrated into the lives of the common people in the city to solve the problem of not being able to adapt to the climate. Genius 1 second. Remember this website's address, mobile version website, 2 months later, everyone had basically adapted to life in the city. Their words and actions gradually blended in, and the traces of outsiders finally disappeared. At the same time, everyone gradually had an answer about whether the Pei Nation was the Pei Dynasty and what the Luo sect was. The Pei Nation had originally been the Pei Dynasty, which had once ruled over the 7 major kingdoms. However, the Pei Dynasty had gradually weakened and been replaced by the Desheng Imperial Dynasty. The current Pei Nation's territory and strength were far from what they had been in the past. It was considered the weakest kingdom in the Desheng Imperial Dynasty. The Luo sect was a Fate Path sect that had once been the most powerful sect in the Pei Dynasty. It was said that the Luo sect had been the backer of the Pei Dynasty's imperial family. The Pei Dynasty's demise was said to be related to the Luo sect's weakness after offending many cultivation forces. The Luo sect still existed and was still the most powerful sect in the Pei Nation. However, it was completely different from what it had been in the past. When the Luo sect had been powerful, it could be considered a first-rate force in the entire Tao world. It even had a seat in the Pure Heaven Tao Court, one of the 9 major Tao courts. The seats in the Tao Court represented voting rights. They could vote on many major matters that affected the Tao world. This was enough to show how influential the Luo sect had been in the past. However, the current Luo sect was content in a corner of the kingdom. It could not even be considered a fourth-rate force in the Tao world. As for its seat in the Pure Heaven Tao Court, it had been lost many years ago. After learning about the current situation of the Luo sect, Gu Qin was no longer optimistic about the so-called arrangements of the Fang family's ancestors. He did not know the specific purpose of the token, but the ancestors of the Fang family wanted to use the Luo sect's strength to help the Fang family's disciples gain a foothold in the Tao world and even make a comeback. However, the Luo sect had now become a second-rate force. Even if Fang Shiji went with the token, could they still help him? Even if this sect kept its promise and waited for the Fang family's disciples to appear, given their current strength, how could they help? If Gu Qin could understand this, so could Fang Shiji. After learning that the Luo sect had declined, he sighed and felt that the hope of taking revenge and revitalizing the Fang family was much smaller. Actually, you don't have to be too regretful. Going to the Luo sect might not be the best choice. People's hearts can change. Once you go there, you might expose your identity as a origin race descendant and attract unnecessary danger, Gu Qin comforted Fang Shiji. The Origin clan had enemies in the Tao world. The Luo sect might have had a close relationship with the Origin clan, but after so many years, the Origin clan had perished. It was hard to guarantee that their descendants would still be loyal. If Fang Shiji showed the token at the Luo sect and was betrayed in the blink of an eye, it would bring them unknown risks. I understand leaders' words, but with my talent, if I want to catch up to Fang Yuan in life path, I cannot rely on myself. Furthermore, the inheritance of the source race has lost a lot of its essence through the generations. I originally hoped that I could restore it in the Luo gate. Fang Shiji's expression was solemn as he clenched his fists. It was clear that he did not want to give up the Luo men's opportunity. Guchen fell silent. The Luo sect was a destiny path sect, and the Fang clan also cultivated the destiny path. It was obvious that this was not a coincidence. Fang Shiji's thoughts were reasonable. If he had the guidance of a destiny path sect, his cultivation of the destiny path would improve even faster. However, in Gu Chen's opinion, the chances of catching up to Fang Yuan were too slim. It was not that Gu Chen looked down on Fang Shiji, but according to his speculations, Fang Yuan had an extremely impressive past life. How could Fang Shiji compare to him, who had cultivated for 2 lifetimes? Gu Chen did not expect Fang Shiji to surpass Fang Yuan in terms of destiny path and help him. However, he could not say this to Fang Shiji. He wholeheartedly wanted to take revenge for his father, and Gu Chen recognized his feelings, so he did not want to dampen his enthusiasm. Leader, before my father died, he saw Fang Yuan use the destiny-changing technique and said that it was the highest level of destiny-changing technique. Although Fang Yuan's identity is still unknown, one thing is certain. The Fang clan's origin technique that he possesses is far more orthodox and profound than ours. This is the result of Fang clan's decline from generation to generation. If we cannot find the most orthodox Fang clan origin technique, we will never be able to defeat him in the contest of destiny path. Fang Shiji's heartfelt words moved Gu Chen. He recalled the great fate technique that Fang Yuan had used on him. 100 years ago, in front of that great fate technique, Gu Chen could not resist at all, and his origin source was seized by Fang Yuan. Indeed, that Dao technique was too strange. Even with the glorious ancient tyrant body now, Gu Chen did not have the confidence to win if they fought again. He wanted Fang clan's inheritance because he wanted to find a way to defeat Fang Yuan from it. However, after these few months of research, Fang clan's current inheritance was indeed not as profound as Fang Yuan's Dao technique. In this situation, Fang clan's inheritance was of little use to him. In fact, because of its flaws, it might cause him to lose something in the contest against Fang Yuan in the future. Can I definitely complete Fang clan's inheritance after going to Luo sect? Gu Chen closed his eyes and thought seriously. I'm not sure, but since the ancestors made such arrangements, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. I want to give it a try. Fang Shiji gritted his teeth, hoping that Gu Chen would allow it. His life belonged to Gu Chen. If something happened to him going to Luo sect, it might bring danger to Gu Chen and the others. Therefore, he needed Gu Chen's permission. He could see that Gu Chen did not have any expectations for the declining Luo sect, so he did not want to take extra risks. You can go, but you can't reveal your identity directly. Gu Chen opened his eyes after thinking for a while. Fang Shiji's idea was not unreasonable. If there was a chance, he wanted to find a way to break the Great Fate technique. Fang Yuan had entered the Dao world 100 years earlier than him, so it was not too much to prepare against this great enemy. In fact, he had inquired about Fang Yuan in the past 2 months, but they were in a small place and had limited access, so he did not get any results. It was too risky to let Fang Shiji go directly to Luo sect with the token. He had to think of another way to get in touch with him and further understand him. What should we do then? Fang Shiji asked. Gu Chen thought for a while, but he did not have a good idea. After all, no matter how much the Luo sect had declined, it was still the strongest sect in Pei Nation and would definitely be heavily guarded. They could not sneak in to investigate the situation, could they? The risk of doing so was no less than bringing the token to their door. At that moment, Xianxia came back from outside and heard their conversation. She threw a document on the table. What a coincidence. I happen to have a way. She smiled sweetly. Gu Chen picked up the document on the table and glanced at it casually. His eyes immediately lit up. What a coincidence that the Luo sect is recruiting disciples from the outside. As the strongest cultivation sacred ground in Pei Nation, it was normal for the Luo sect to recruit disciples from the outside. The larger cities in Pei Nation would also receive notices. Feng Yaya noticed it on the street and thought it might be useful, so she immediately took it back. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, booksellers mobile they would use the Luo Sec's entrance test as an excuse to get a closer look. If things did not work out, they would just leave. If there was a chance, that would naturally be the best. Gu Chen had an idea. He looked at the time on the document. There was only 1 month left before the Luo Sec's entrance test, and the Luo sect was not close to where they were. Inform everyone that we should leave this place. Gu Chen decided on the itinerary. The next day, the group of 18 people left the city that they had stayed in for several months. Before coming here, they had exuded the aura of foreigners. When they left, they were no different from the ordinary cultivators who came and went in the city. The Luo sect was located in the Fenghui mountain range in the Pei Nation. Gu Chen's group checked the map and found that it would normally take 40 days to reach the place on foot. The entrance test was in a month. By the time everyone arrived, it would be too late. What was the point of probing and getting in touch? If we had the dragon riders, we could greatly speed up our pace. Unfortunately, we don't have any Dao crystals on us. Nameless shook his head regretfully. The so-called Dao crystal was a common currency in the primordial Dao world. It could be used for transactions and could also be absorbed by cultivators. The Dao crystal contained pure origin power. Only in a place like the primordial Dao world, where primordial essence qi was everywhere, could such a strange crystal stone be produced in large quantities. Gu Chen's group had come to the Dao world from the Chaos Sea, so they naturally did not have any Dao crystals on them. Although they each carried a lot of Dharma treasures, elixir pills, and even natural treasures, they could not easily exchange them for Dao crystals. First of all, the refining level of Dharma treasures and elixir pills in the Chaos Sea was very different from that in the upper realm. Anyone who knew a little would be able to see something fishy at a glance. As for the natural treasures, since they were naturally nurtured by the Chaos Sea, they were naturally contaminated with the Chaos Sea's aura and would easily attract attention. Furthermore, given the Dao world's vast territory and abundant resources, many priceless treasures in the Chaos Sea were not worth much here. There were many things in the Dao world. Take this Dao crystal for example. Its interior contained rich origin power that could be directly absorbed by cultivators. If this kind of thing reached the Chaos Sea, it would definitely cause the emperors of the 10,000 kingdoms to go crazy. Therefore, everyone was completely poor in the Dao world. Where would they get the money to buy the dragon riders? Let's go at full speed. Given our speed, we can still reach in a month. Gu Chen did not hesitate too much and made the final decision. In reality, if he threw his companions into his body space and let the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex carry him, it would be faster than those subdragons. However, since they had just arrived in the Dao world, Gu Chen hoped that everyone could come into contact with this world. Moreover, as the leader, he could do everything. Why did he need for a leader? Therefore, the group of people identified the direction on the map and hurried toward the Luo men. Not only did they eat and sleep in the open, but they also had to travel thousands of miles barefoot. It was simply torture. They were to be more if they could too. For the Yangwang sect. B. Chen after 2 at Luo every day. Luo by Feng Dong. After Luan after. Was to the Luo after Yang, was sect was to say. Gu in just 13 days, they were less than half the distance to the Luo gate. From the looks of it, it would be easy for them to make it in time for the entrance examination. It's been hard on everyone to rest here for half a day. When they arrived at a mountain ridge near a river and a waterfall, Gu Chen saw that the scenery here was not bad. It had been a long time since everyone last rested, so he said. Hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Everyone sat down on the ground to rest. Gu Huang was panting heavily. As a member of the devouring Kuan race, his body was extremely huge. Although he had shrunk his body size, his insides remained the same. The gravity he endured was still frighteningly great, causing him to move the slowest among the group. Originally, there was also the Stone Emperor who shared the same fate as him. However, after the Stone Emperor went through the primordial baptism, he was no longer as bloated as before. Everyone sat on the ground to rest. Gu Chen also walked to a black rock by the river and sat cross-legged, silently circulating the 11th heaven mystic technique. Everyone else had to travel on foot, but he had the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex to carry him. Therefore, the journey was much easier, and he spent most of his time cultivating the mystic technique. The reason why he stopped here was that he felt that the ocean tide birth mystic technique was about to reach phenomenal success. He could achieve this in just a few months, thanks to the unique environment of the Tao world. As Gu Chen meditated and listened to the breathing, the black vortex between his eyebrows rotated slowly. Waves of mysterious mystic technique energy in heaven and earth gathered towards him like ripples. Everyone was used to this. Some of them rested, while others stayed vigilant. Ferocious demon beasts often appeared in this mountain range. They had encountered some troublesome beasts before, so they did not dare to be careless. 4 hours later, the essence chi fluctuation near the rock Gu Chen was sitting on suddenly became abnormally intense. Everyone turned to look in surprise and saw that the black vortex between Gu Chen's eyebrows had rotated rapidly to a certain extent before it suddenly stopped. When the black vortex stopped, the intense essence chi fluctuation also disappeared. The black vortex between Gu Chen's eyebrows gradually disappeared and was replaced by a strange rune. That rune looked like a cross and was branded in the middle of Gu Chen's eyebrows like a tattoo, emitting a faint white light. Leader, this is? Everyone looked at each other. They felt that Gu Chen, who had an extra rune between his eyebrows, looked indescribably demonic. The 11th heaven mystic technique has finally reached phenomenal success. Gu Chen opened his eyes and smiled slightly. The rune mark between his eyebrows was the symbol of the phenomenal success of the ocean tide birth mystic technique. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and gathered around curiously. Why is it a cross? Isn't it the 11th heaven mystic technique? This might not be the cross, you know. This rune itself might have a deeper meaning. While everyone was talking, Gu Chen reached out and touched the rune between his eyebrows. Under his deliberate control, the light of the rune dimmed. At first glance, it looked like a special tattoo. However, this tattoo could disappear as long as he did not use the mystic technique's energy. This is a little troublesome. It seems that I have to wear this rune when I meet people in the future. Gu Chen sighed. After entering the Tao world, Gu Chen had been thinking about how to disguise his identity. He could not expose his brilliant ancient overlord body, but he could not completely not fight with others. Under such circumstances, the 11th heaven mystic technique seemed very useful. After fighting with the Realm Sea garrison last time, Gu Chen had discovered that things like the spirit eye, which could measure the level of a person's internal Tao power, were very common in the Tao world. Baidu search 881 Chinese network yen. No advertising words under normal circumstances. Under the observation of the spirit eye, he was a person without any cultivation level. If he suddenly displayed considerable strength without any cultivation level, it would easily arouse suspicion and attract unnecessary trouble. The shocked expressions on the faces of the Realm Sea garrison when they had discovered that his Tao power was erratic was enough to show how troublesome this matter was. As the strongest sect in the Pei Nation, the cultivators in the Luo sect naturally had a higher outlook and could easily see that he was unusual. Thus, he had to think of a way to solve this matter. In fact, the problem was not difficult. When Gu Chen used the mystic technique energy and transformed it into origin power, the spirit eye could test the level of his Tao power. Therefore, as long as he maintained the transfer of the mystic technique energy at all times, there would be no problem with his cultivation level in the eyes of outsiders. The strength of his cultivation level could also be changed according to the amount of mystic technique energy that was transformed, which greatly increased his concealment. If he were to show that his cultivation was only 100 Daos of power, even if his strength suddenly exploded to 1,000 Daos of power after fighting with others, others would only suspect that he was hiding his true cultivation. They would never have thought that his physique had other secrets. The glorious ancient overlord body had a chi-locking supernormal power. After studying it hard for the past 100 years, he had been able to perfectly lock that massive blood chi. Coupled with the concealment of the ocean tide birth mystic technique, Gu Chen was sure that even some big shots in the Tao world would find it difficult to see the truth of his physique. However, there was now a rune between his eyebrows. As long as Gu Chen used the mystic technique energy, this rune would appear. In order to hide the secret of his physique, he would always use the mystic technique energy. This meant that this rune, like a tattoo, would become his symbol in the future. This made him feel very helpless. A man with a cross tattoo on his head would probably be very eye-catching no matter where he went, right? He had no choice. Compared to exposing the secret of his physique, attracting attention was a trivial matter. Are you imitating me? Heaven's equal emperor pointed at the third eye between his eyebrows and teased Gu Chen. When he did not use the third eye, there was a vertical line between his eyebrows. However, Gu Chen had a horizontal line and a vertical line. Wasn't this imitating him? Gu Chen looked at him speechlessly. He really wanted to say something, but there was a commotion in the forest nearby. Someone is approaching us. Everyone noticed that the commotion coming from the forest was not small. It seemed that a large group of people were moving, and their speed was not slow. The commotion caused by the breakthrough of the secret technique must have attracted someone. Gu Chen's expression darkened. It wasn't strange for the essence chi here to attract the attention of cultivators or demonic beasts. The newcomers quickly leaped out of the forest. They were actually soldiers clad in dark green armor, riding wyverns. There were more than 100 of them, and they walked out of the forest one by one. Gu Chen's group showed vigilance. When the soldiers saw Gu Chen's group, they sized them up and silently surrounded them in a battle formation, showing that they had enough combat experience. However, they did not act immediately. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. Not long after, a young man and a young woman rushed out of the forest riding a flood dragon. The flood dragon they were riding was obviously a grade stronger than the others. Eh? Why did the earlier commotion disappear? After the young man arrived, he looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Gu Chen's group with a slightly puzzled look. Sure enough, they were attracted by the commotion caused by the breakthrough of the secret technique. Gu Chen secretly sighed, but his face was indifferent. You really like to join in on the fun. We came here for nothing. The woman beside the young man opened her red lips slightly, and a helpless look appeared on her face. This woman's facial features were not very exquisite, but she had a heroic spirit. In particular, she was tall and wore a full suit of armor, giving people a feeling that she was not inferior to men. Her aura was clearly much stronger than that of the young man beside her, and she also seemed to be a little older. The young man was a little dissatisfied. He glanced at Gu Chen's group and said condescendingly, "Hey, let me ask you, what happened here just now?" The expressions of Gu Chen's companions immediately turned cold. It was fine if he spoke to them in such a tone, but to speak to His Majesty the Celestial Emperor like this was simply courting death. The group of people's expressions turned cold, and the battle-hardened soldiers present vaguely felt uneasy. In a state of vigilance, they all drew the spears on their backs. Nothing, we were just sparring here just now. Did we disturb you? Gu Chen's expression was calm, and his eyes signaled for everyone to control their temper as he replied indifferently. Hee, is what you said true? The young man was skeptical and wanted to get to the bottom of it, but the woman beside him spoke up. I see, it's us who disturbed you, my apologies. The woman's voice was much more pleasant and polite than the man's, and with Gu Chen's reminder, everyone's expressions became a lot better. The woman rode on the flood dragon and looked around, then smiled and said, the scenery here is not bad, and we are also tired from the journey. I wonder if we can rest here for a while. She directly asked Gu Chen, and at a glance, she could tell that he was the leader of the group. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. This place by the river was not small, and it was not his home, so he had no reason to refuse. Of course you can, please go ahead. Gu Chen replied calmly, then returned to his seat and chatted with his companions, pretending that he did not care about this group of people. Sorry for disturbing you. The woman cupped her hands at Gu Chen, then let the people rest. Everything looked orderly, and the division of labor was clear. Clearly, she came from the military. Gu Chen's group sat together, seemingly chatting casually, but in fact, they had been paying attention to this group of people. There were about 200 people in this group, and every one of them was riding a flood dragon. The emblems on their armor were also very clear, and they clearly belonged to a certain faction. Unfortunately, Gu Chen and the others did not know much about the factions in Pei Nation, so they could not determine which faction they belonged to from the emblems on their armor. Leader, that woman insisted on staying here for no reason. I'm afraid she doesn't have any good intentions, the evil shark emperor reminded Guchen softly. Is that important? Guchen smiled nonchalantly. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. That was true. They could roughly see the strength of these people, and they were not much of a threat to them. It would be great if they attacked us. My feet are blistered all the way here, Feng Yaya muttered. Feng Yaya pouted. She looked at the group of flood dragons that were drinking water not far away. Her thoughts were crystal clear. Yeah, we're really going to die of poverty. Zhong Shenrui felt a little sad, and he stared at the storage rings of the soldiers. As the saying went, poverty stunted ambition. If someone was in a hurry to give them money, they would not refuse. Let's wait and see. If someone is blind, I won't stop you. Guchen answered casually. This mountain road was extremely remote, and there was only one direction ahead. This group of people passing through here made him a little curious about their destination. While Guchen's group was quietly watching, they did not know that the same thing was happening on the other side. Sister, why are you being so courteous with these people? Just chase them away so that they don't disturb our rest. Sitting in the temporary camp that was surrounded by soldiers, a young man said to the woman with dissatisfaction. The man's name was Tang Jianqing, and the heroic-looking woman sitting beside him was his sister, Tang Gaolan. Brother, father has repeatedly taught us not to underestimate anyone in this world. That group of people did not provoke us, and they came here first. What reason do we have to chase them away? Tang Gaolan shook her head, knowing that her brother's bad habit of living like a prince was acting up again. When he asked that group of people earlier, the leader of the group gave him a blatant lie. He was dissatisfied and naturally wanted to teach them a lesson. However, she answered in time, so he could not lose his temper. Now, he was complaining to her. The vitality here was unusually restless earlier. It might be the birth of a rare treasure. That guy with a cross tattoo on his forehead said that they were sparring, but he was simply fooling me. It's fine if they are fooling me. I don't care about any rare treasure, but why are we discussing with them so politely? This place belongs to the Water Dance Army. Would they dare to say no if we asked them to leave? Tang Jianqing said with some arrogance. Having a group of unknown people around him when he was resting made him instinctively uncomfortable. I told you not to underestimate anyone in this world. If you chase them away and they refuse, what good will it do to us if there is a conflict between the two sides? Tang Gaolan's face showed worry. Her brother rarely went out, and he had always been arrogant and looked down on everyone. If this continued, something would happen sooner or later. From what you said, sister, do you think that this group of people is not simple? Do they have the ability to fight against 200 of our Water Dance Army elites? Tang Jianqing laughed when he heard this. He glanced at Guchen's group in the distance with a face full of disdain. This mountain is dangerous, but this group of people is walking on foot with only a flood dragon. This is enough to prove that they have no background. Looking at their clothes, they are also very shabby, which proves this point. Having no background meant that one had no power. This was true not only in Pei Nation, but also in the 100 dynasties. It wasn't that he looked down on others, but because cultivation was something that consumed a lot of resources. How much cultivation could a person without a background have? Normally, I asked you to learn how to observe people's words and body language, and you did learn it. However, you only learned the basics and didn't grasp the essence at all. Tang Gaolan rebuked, think about it carefully. Are these people as simple as they seem? What do you mean? Tang Jianqing was confused. He carefully thought back to the previous situation and didn't feel like he had overlooked anything. Tang Gaolan saw that he couldn't understand, sighed, and her expression became slightly serious. It's the aura. Didn't you notice that this group of people didn't panic at all when they saw the soldiers of my dancing water army in this wilderness? When Tang Jianqing heard this, he carefully recalled, and his pupils slightly shrank. The soldiers of our Water Dance Legion have a great reputation. Even if we don't deliberately display our imposing manner, it's still enough to make many people feel uneasy. However, the soldiers of our Water Dance Legion suddenly surrounded this place, and we don't know how many people there are in the forest, but this group of people didn't panic at all. Remember, it's not just one or two people like this, but a whole group of people. Do you still think they are simple? Tang Gaolan felt that this group of people were calm and unruffled, which was why she was so polite. Tang. Jianqing was silent for a moment. He carefully recalled that when this group of people looked at him, it seemed that they really didn't have any concerns. Was this normal? In the face of 200 elites of the Water Dance Legion, a mere dozen people still dared to stay here, which in itself indicated something was wrong. Since this group of people is suspicious, why do we set up camp next to them? What if we are ambushed? Tang Jianqing began to seriously consider. Tang Gaolan's eyes flickered when she heard this, but she didn't immediately answer. She had been ordered by her father to send her brother to the Luo Gate to participate in the entrance examination. This was a matter of great importance, and in order to prevent any accidents on the way, her father had specially arranged for 200 Water Dance Legion soldiers to accompany and protect them. Tang Jianqing only thought that his father was concerned about him, but he didn't know that the reason why his father was so cautious was because he had received news in advance that enemies were preparing to intercept and kill them on the way. The source of the news was uncertain, but since there was such a thing, they naturally had to be cautious. Because she hoped that Tang Jianqing could focus all his attention on the upcoming examination, Tang Gaolan didn't let him know about this matter, and she had been secretly on guard. According to her original analysis, if the enemies wanted to make a move, the next part of the journey would be the most likely place to do it. When she first met Gu Chen and his group, her instinctive reaction was that this group of people were assassins sent by the enemies. However, after meeting them, she quickly determined from various signs that this group of people were not the assassins she had imagined. First of all, this group of people were the ones who had taken the initiative to find them. After the other party discovered them, although they didn't panic in the face of danger, there was still vigilance on their faces. Secondly, if this group of people were assassins who wanted to approach them in disguise, then they were simply full of flaws. This mountain path had always been deserted, and almost all those who passed through here were heading towards the Luo Gate. The journey to the Luo Gate was long, but there was only one fled dragon with this group of people. Was this normal? If they were assassins, they would never leave such an obvious loophole to arouse suspicion. Therefore, she judged that this should be a group of powerful rogue cultivators who wanted to go to the Luo Gate to try their luck. In today's world, rogue cultivators were mostly poor, so it was understandable that there was only one fled dragon among a dozen people. After confirming that this group of people were rogue cultivators and judging that they had some strength, Tang Gaolan's mind suddenly became active. She didn't know when the hidden assassins would appear. Maybe they had been hiding in the dark for a long time. In this case, she could make contact with this group of rogue cultivators, so that the assassins would not dare to act rashly without knowing the details. It would be best if they could reach the Luo Gate safely in this way. If the assassins couldn't help but take action, she thought that maybe this group of rogue cultivators could be used as a shield. It was not easy to train every elite soldier of her water dance army, so there was no need for them to die here. Tang Gaolan calculated in her mind, but it was not good to let Tang Jianqing know about this, so she changed the topic and reminded him, "Why do you care so much? The assessment of the Luo Gate has always been strict. Do you know Knowing Destiny, Xiang, and other scriptures like the back of your hand?" Hearing this, Tang Jianqing's attention was indeed diverted. With a headache, he took out a few ancient books from his arms. These scriptures are not cultivation methods. I really don't know why the Luo Gate requires its disciples to memorize them. He complained, but he didn't dare to look down on them. He held the ancient books and read them seriously. Seeing that he was revising seriously, Tang Gaolan nodded with satisfaction. After thinking carefully, she got up and walked to the place where Gu Chen and his group were. Genius in a second to remember website. Mobile version. Gu Chen's group immediately noticed Tang Gaolan's approach. "I'm really sorry to have disturbed you all. Have you all eaten?" She politely gestured for her soldiers to bring the food boxes. Then, she personally opened the boxes and placed the delicacies in front of everyone. Gu Chen's companions were secretly wondering if they could get some viper dragons from this group. They looked at each other when they saw the woman's politeness. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. If this woman came looking for trouble, they would be more than happy and prepared to fight. However, things did not go as they wished. They did not know what to do. "Please take a seat," Gu Chen smiled when he saw that the woman was interested in getting to know them. This group of people did not seem to be ordinary. He wanted to get some useful information from them. Tang Gaolan sat down and introduced herself gracefully. Then, she asked for Gu Chen's name. My surname is Chen, first name Yi. Gu Chen casually made up a story. Oh, it's Brother Chen. Tang Gaolan did not suspect anything and started chatting with Gu Chen. The food was spread all over the place, but Gu Chen and the others naturally wouldn't casually eat the food given by others. Except for Gu Chen, most people were indifferent to Tang Gaolan, but she didn't mind. She always wore a friendly smile on her face. Brother Chen's group, are you planning to go to the Luo Gate? Tang Gaolan asked curiously after chatting for a while. I've heard of the Luo Gate for a long time. I do intend to join and cultivate there. Gu Chen did not deny it. He casually asked, Miss Tang should be the same, right? It was not difficult to guess the destination of those who were heading in this direction. Tang Gaolan had a strange expression on her face when she heard Gu Chen say that everyone wanted to join and cultivate there. However, she did not say it directly. Instead, she replied, I'm only responsible for escorting my younger brothers to the Luo Gate to participate in the entrance examination. As for cultivating there, I don't have that kind of luck. Oh? Is it that difficult to join the Luo Gate? Gu Chen could not help but ask when he heard the hidden meaning in Tang Gaolan's words. They had previously seen the Luo sect's disciple recruitment notice in the city. The notice did not specify any specific requirements for the disciples' aptitude or age. After that, they set off for the Luo men. To be honest, their understanding of the Luo men was very limited. Originally, Gu Chen had planned to learn more about the situation when he arrived at the Luo men. Since he had encountered this group of people on the way, it would be good to get some information in advance. A bunch of country bumpkins. Do they think anyone can enter the Luo Gate? A voice came from not far away. Tang Jianqing walked over with a look of disdain on his face. Previously, when he heard his sister's words, he thought highly of this group of people. Therefore, after Tang Gaolan deliberately went up to talk to them, he secretly listened to their conversation. When he heard Gu Chen say that all of them wanted to join the Luo sect to cultivate, he immediately understood that his previous judgment was correct. This group of people was indeed very shabby. Jianqing, what nonsense are you spouting? Tang Gaolan frowned and stopped Tang Jianqing from saying anything more offensive. Sister, I'm not wrong. The Luo Gate isn't a place that anyone can enter. Tang Jianqing walked over and waved the scriptures in his hand. Do you recognize these books? He looked at Gu Chen and asked. Gu Chen glanced at them. Of course, he didn't recognize them, so he smiled and shook his head. See, you don't even know the basic scriptures that are required for the Luo Gate's assessment. You want to enter the Luo Gate? You must be dreaming. Tang Jianqing said bluntly. He despised the group of people in front of him. He had spent a lot of time and energy preparing for the Luo Gate's entrance assessment. Naturally, he couldn't underestimate the difficulty of the Luo Gate's assessment. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. My brother doesn't have any manners. Please don't take it to heart. Tang Gaolan said awkwardly, but she didn't think that her brother was wrong. The group of people in front of her clearly didn't even know the specific requirements of the Luo Gate's assessment. This proved her previous guess. They were indeed a group of rogue cultivators who wanted to try their luck in the famous sections. Even rogue cultivators knew how to get information, but this group of people were completely unprepared. She didn't know what they were thinking. Weren't they afraid of becoming a joke by going to the Luo Gate just like that? It's fine. We really don't know anything about the Luo Gate's assessment. Since the two of you know, can you tell us? Gu Chen didn't mind Tang Jianqing's disdain. Instead, he took the opportunity to ask what he wanted to know. Fang Shiji also listened attentively. The more information about the Luo Gate, the better. Tang Gaolan was a little surprised by Gu Chen's frankness and indifference. She glanced at Tang Jianqing and wanted her brother to say something to ease the awkward situation just now. I'm not interested in telling you anything. Even if I did, you don't have the ability to enter the Luo Gate. Tang Jianqing chuckled and turned to leave. So, he came over to say a few words just to humiliate them. Reckless brat. Gu Huang's face immediately revealed a murderous look. His companions were also unhappy. The Luo Gate only recruits disciples once every 100 years. This time, it's a little special. It's only been 10 years since the last recruitment. Although the assessment method is different every time, there are some things that must be tested. It's not hard to find out as long as you ask around. Tang Gaolan quickly answered for Tang Jianqing. Gu Chen's attention was on her. The 3 books and 6 classics, such as Knowing Destiny and Xiang, are required to be tested when the Luo Gate recruits disciples. In comparison, the Luo Gate doesn't have many requirements for a disciple's age and cultivation. What do these books talk about? Gu Chen asked. Most of them are knowledge about fate, but they aren't specific cultivation methods. Many of the contents in the books are difficult to understand. I don't understand them either, Tang Gaolan said honestly. Oh? I wonder if Miss Tang has any extra scriptures? Gu Chen asked politely. Tang Gaolan was speechless. The 3 books and 6 classics were difficult to understand. Many people spent their entire lives studying them but still didn't understand them. Now that the assessment was approaching, was there any use for these people to cram for the Buddha's feet? Even though she thought so, she didn't reject him and smiled. Of course I do. With that, she took out many books from her storage ring and handed them to Gu Chen. I'll give them to Brother Chen. Thank you, Miss Tang. Gu Chen took it and handed it to Fang Shiji next to him. Fang Shiji took the books and began to read them seriously. Tang Gaolan didn't mind this. She glanced at the infinite tyrant dragon lying not far away and muttered. Brother Chen, do you plan on going to the Luo Gate like this? I'm afraid you won't make it in time. It's fate that we met. How about this, I'll have some people prepare some dragon riders for you. We can travel together so we can look out for each other. She was quite generous. She didn't wait for Gu Chen's group to scheme and took the initiative to offer a dragon rider. Gu Chen and his companions were surprised to see the man who had given them scriptures and amount. Was she being generous, or did she have some ulterior motive? Gu Chen pondered for a moment. He didn't refuse and nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble Miss Tang. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Gu Chen's group traveled with the Tang siblings. With the wyvern as a ride, they didn't have to travel long distances and were much more relaxed. Both parties talked and laughed along the way, and Gu Chen gradually learned about their background from Tang Gaolan. The siblings were from the Water Dance Army, which was a famous army in Pei Nation and deeply trusted by the Lord of Pei Nation. Even though Tang Gaolan didn't reveal her exact identity, she vaguely revealed that her family held a high position in the Water Dance Army. This wasn't the result of Gu Chen's indirect questioning. In fact, he wasn't interested in whichever force the siblings were from. The reason why he took the initiative to approach them was to learn more about the Luo clan. However, Tang Gaolan was very enthusiastic. She seemed to reveal her identity unintentionally, but the sharp Gu Chen sensed that she must have some ulterior motive. Gu Chen didn't care. From the moment Tang Gaolan took the initiative to invite them along, he knew she had some ulterior motive. No matter how hospitable one wouldn't invite strangers to travel with them. What if they were stabbed in the back? Gu Chen was well aware of this, but he did need the wyvern to ride. He also wanted to learn more about the Luo clan, so he cooperated with Tang Gaolan. Speaking of which, the Tang siblings were quite interesting. Tang Gaolan looked cheerful and generous on the outside, but she was actually a scheming person. As for Tang Jianqing, he showed all his worries on his face. Tang Gaolan's politeness toward them made Tang Jianqing very unhappy. He made sarcastic remarks along the way, and in order not to travel with them, he even rode the wyvern to the back of the group. Both parties traveled for a few days, and Gu Chen gradually learned more information from Tang Gaolan. Although they had collected a lot of information when they settled in the small city, due to the limited channels, most of it was information that the common people knew. The Water Dance Army was quite powerful in Pei Nation, so Tang Gaolan naturally had access to a lot of information. She might not have thought much of the information, but it was quite useful to an outsider like Gu Chen. For example, she mentioned that the Luo sect did not have a sect master. The person with the highest position in this sect was the Great Prophet, and the Great Prophet of every generation was conferred the title of State Preceptor by the King of Pei Country. Every ruler of the Pei nation would pay a visit to the Luo Gate before they ascended to the throne. This showed how high the Luo Gate's position in the Pei nation was. Gu Chen listened to these matters with relish. The relationship between kingdoms, dynasties, sects, and aristocratic families in the primordial Tao world was indeed complicated, and their interests were involved. He also tried to ask about the relationship between the Luo sect and the Origin clan. Of course, he did not directly mention the Origin clan. Instead, he asked about the ancestors of the Luo sect. Tang Gaolan did not know much about this. She only knew that the Luo sect's ancestral master was rumored to be a down-and-out scholar who accidentally received guidance from an expert and went into seclusion to cultivate. After he came out of seclusion, in just 100 years, he assisted the founding emperor of the Pei dynasty and established the Pei dynasty. From then on, he established the mighty name of the Luo family. The rumors she mentioned did not mention the Origin clan at all, so Gu Chen suspected that she might not know anything about the Origin clan. Ordinary cultivators in the Tao world had never heard of one of the dignified 10 ancient netherworld clans. This showed how much the Origin clan had declined and how far the upper echelons of the Tao world were from him. Gu Chen adjusted his position, knowing that he could not rush what he wanted to do. He would just treat it as a sightseeing tour. A few days later, when everyone passed by a canyon, melodious flute music suddenly came from the canyon. The flute music seemed to have a magical power that went straight into people's hearts, forming an endless echo in the canyon. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Along with the flute music was the sound of high-frequency flapping wings. A large number of abnormal auras were rapidly approaching from both sides of the canyon. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He discovered that Tang Gaolan, who was beside him, looked as though she was facing a formidable enemy. However, she did not look surprised. The 200 water dance army soldiers quickly set up a battle array and protected the Tang siblings in the center, looking well-trained. Gu Chen and his group were not in a hurry. Very soon, they saw clearly what was flying over. It was a creature that looked like a butterfly but had a human skeleton in size. Even their heads were half human and half ghost. Before they got close, the evil aura emanating from their bodies was extremely shocking. There were thousands of them, and their flying speed was not slow. Oh no! It's the Rakshasa butterfly. Why are there so many of them? Tang Gaolan's pretty face revealed a panicked expression when she saw the enemies attacking. The flute music continued in the valley. Under the guidance of the flute music, a large number of Rakshasa butterfly quickly pounced on the 200 water dance army soldiers. The soldiers brandished the spears in their hands, and the spear tips emitted light from time to time. They cooperated and slaughtered the Rakshasa butterfly that flew over. However, the Rakshasa butterfly's bodies were extremely hard and invulnerable, so the soldiers' attacks did not have much of an effect. On the contrary, such attacks aroused the ferocity of the Rakshasa butterfly. They opened their mouths and revealed their sharp mouthparts, piercing through the soldiers' armors and into their bodies. In an instant, the soldiers' blood was sucked dry, and they fell to the ground as dried corpses. Those who did not meet this fate were not as lucky. Some of them were torn into pieces by the Rakshasa butterfly's joint attack. Seeing that the soldiers protecting them were dying at an alarming rate, the Tang siblings became flustered. Especially Tang Jianqing, whose face was as pale as a sheet of paper. "Brother Chen, please lend us a hand." Tang Gaolan pleaded to Gu Chen in a panic. She had originally gotten to know this group of rogue cultivators with the intention of making use of them. She had purposely revealed her background because she thought that once they knew her identity, this group of people would work harder to help her when she needed it. However, everything she had envisioned was in a situation where there were not too many enemies. This group of people were not fools. Only in that situation would they be willing to help her and act as her shield. The Rakshasa butterfly in front of her was large in number and extremely ferocious. She was worried that these people would flee immediately out of fear. How could they help her then? Therefore, her current plea was sincere and came from the bottom of her heart. Faced with the rapidly approaching Rakshasa butterfly, Gu Chen looked at Tang Gaolan calmly and finally understood why she had taken the initiative to approach them. It turned out that she wanted to use them to avoid trouble. "Sister, what's the point of asking them for help? Let's hurry up and kill our way out," Tang Jianqing said in a panic. However, the flood dragon beneath him was obviously frightened by the Rakshasa butterfly. It was difficult to control it in place, let alone kill its way out of the encirclement. Moreover, the Rakshasa butterfly could fly, so it was too difficult for them to escape in this mountainous region. Chief. His companions looked at Guchen with some interest in their eyes. The group of ferocious insects and demon beasts that had suddenly appeared was not simple. After coming to the Tao world for so long, they had not had a good fight yet, so they were a little itchy. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Let's do it. Guchen said nonchalantly. He knew what everyone was thinking. Even though Tang Gaolan had the intention of making use of them, she had indeed provided them with some convenience. It was not a big deal to resolve the trouble. Furthermore, this group of Rakshasa butterfly had clearly surrounded the canyon and could fly. If they did not resolve the trouble, they could not stay out of it. All right. With Guchen's permission, Gu Huang, the evil shark emperor, Green Ghost, the stone humanoid emperor, and the others rushed out eagerly. They did not wear armor or even carry any weapons. They just rushed out and used their flesh and blood to resist the Rakshasa butterfly. However, the outcome was shocking. Gu Huang used both hands to tear the invulnerable Rakshasa butterfly's body into two. The stone humanoid emperor was besieged by more than 10 Rakshasa butterfly, but his diamond-like body was unharmed. Nameless gently grabbed with his 5 fingers, and a few Rakshasa butterfly in front of him suddenly seemed to lose their sense of direction. They stumbled and suddenly lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. Guchen was calm and unruffled. He nodded silently as he watched his partners quickly suppress the situation. The primordial Tao world's heaven-earth restrictions greatly weakened everyone's strength, and the Tao world's living beings were not ordinary. If these Rakshasa butterfly were in the Chaos Sea, it would definitely be a terrifying ferocious beast that could harm a realm. Its destructive power was not as simple as it looked. Everyone could quickly control the situation when facing such ferocious beasts, which showed that they had indeed adapted to the Tao world's environment. Even though their strength in the Tao world was still very weak, Guchen could see that everyone who had experienced the primordial essence Qi baptism had extraordinary talent. They were above many people who had been born and raised in the Tao world. Guchen's group had a total of 18 people, but only 8 of them had attacked. However, just 8 of them had managed to control the chaotic situation. The Rakshasa butterfly, which had surged forward one after another, had died in their hands. With their help, the Water Dance Army soldiers' pressure was greatly reduced. They looked at the 8 people with deep reverence. As for the Tang siblings, they revealed expressions of disbelief. The Rakshasa butterfly was notoriously terrifying and difficult to deal with. Although Tang Gaolan could see that this group of rogue cultivators had some skills, she didn't think that they could be enemies with the Rakshasa butterfly. At most, they could buy time for them. Tang Jianqing, on the other hand, had looked down on this group of people from the very beginning. Now that he saw that even the most inconspicuous of them had extraordinary strength, he felt a lingering fear. He had offended them many times before. Fortunately, this group of people did not hold it against him. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Big sister is right, don't look down on the people of the world. Soon, more than half of the 1,000 Rakshasa butterflies were dead or injured. At this time, the tune of the flute in the canyon changed. The remaining Rakshasa butterflies immediately gave up on attacking and rose into the sky, trying to escape into the forest. Where do you think you're going? Guchen sneered. With a thought, the demonic sky-eater butterflies in his body emerged from his skin and chased after the Rakshasa butterfly. After entering the Tao world, the heaven-devouring demonic butterfly had also been baptized by the primordial Qi. After devouring the Worm King and standing at the peak of the Worm Clan's evolution, the heaven-devouring demonic butterfly's adaptability was very strong. Thus, after absorbing the primordial Qi, its strength had completely improved. When he saw these Rakshasa butterflies appear, Guchen realized that this was a tribe that did not exist in the Chaos Sea. Their bloodline factors were not present in his butterfly colony. The reason the Worm King had been so strong was that it had filtered the bloodline factors of countless races, allowing its body to constantly evolve. The Worm King's ability had naturally been absorbed by the butterfly colony. Guchen believed that the bloodline of these Rakshasa butterflies could allow the heaven-devouring demonic butterfly to improve further. The facts proved that Gu Chen's conjecture was right. After the butterfly colony was released, they all transmitted excitement. They immediately chased after the Rakshasa butterflies. Although they were not as big as them, there were more of them. Let's go. Let's go and see the mastermind. Gu Chen knew that someone had used the flute to control these Rakshasa butterflies. The other party should be a worm cultivator. There was no need to deliberately search for the direction. If he followed the direction in which the Rakshasa butterflies had escaped, he would definitely find the mastermind. Roar. The limitless tyrant dragon let out a soft roar. It carried Gu Chen and jumped agilely on the black rocks in the canyon. Soon, it leaped to the top of the canyon and disappeared into the dense forest. Nameless, Heaven's equal immortal emperor, and the others followed behind. However, because they were not as fast as the tyrant dragon, they were a step slower. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be in worm cultivator too. How can that flood dragon be so fast? The Tang siblings were momentarily stunned. A crisis had been resolved just like that. They felt like they were dreaming. Let's follow too. Tang Gaolan quickly realized that the crisis had not been resolved. If they did not deal with the person controlling the Rakshasa butterflies, they might still encounter an ambush. Furthermore, the other party's attack style was different from the enemy's style that she secretly understood. She had to figure this out. The limitless tyrant dragon leaped in the forest. The heaven-devouring demonic butterflies had already caught up to the Rakshasa butterflies. Both sides were biting each other, and the battle was extremely intense. Gu Chen did not help the heaven-devouring demonic butterflies. The evolution path that the butterflies had taken meant that they could not borrow the strength of others. Only by relying on themselves to snatch outstanding bloodline factors would they be able to successfully evolve. Most of the Rakshasa butterflies were held up by the heaven-devouring demonic butterflies. The usually vicious butterflies had encountered an even more vicious master today. Even though they were larger in size, they were clearly at a disadvantage under the attacks of the demonic butterflies. To put it bluntly, the growth process of the heaven-devouring demonic butterflies was like rearing goo. They evolved by eating their own companions. In terms of ferocity, as long as it was related to the word goo, no one could compare to it. The tyrant dragon leaped over the area where the goo swarms were fighting intensely and caught up to the first batch of Rakshasa butterflies. The source of the flute was also in the dense forest ahead. Not good. As if not expecting that there would be pursuers after the goo swarms had retreated, a sound came from the dense forest, followed by the sound of people fleeing. Stay behind. The tyrant dragon charged into the dense forest. When Gu Chen saw a figure leaping forward, he casually slapped with his large hand. The secret technique energy in his body was mobilized and turned into a shockwave palm. Boom, the trees 10 feet in front of him were instantly crushed. The terrifying shockwave passed through the void and smashed into the escaping figure. Wow. With a blood-curdling scream, a black-robed cultivator fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up and continue running, the tyrant dragon had already reached him. It stretched out a claw and fiercely pressed him to the ground. Spare my life. Please spare my life, my lord. The black-robed cultivator's mouth and nose were filled with blood as he hurriedly begged for mercy. I can let you go, but what benefits can you give me? Gu Chen said with a faint smile. He glanced at the bulging cosmos bags on the cultivator's waist. The butterflies had just entered the Tao world, so they were hungry and thirsty. They did not know what other ferocious insects this fellow kept besides the butterfly Rakshasa. Remember the mobile URL, Chapter 1716, Chapter 1716 Leave the People Behind. P1/1, bookmark for easier reading. What do you want, sir? When the black-robed cultivator heard Gu Chen's words, he looked hopeful, as though he had found his last hope. Just as Gu Chen was about to reply, a gust of wind came from the side. Swish, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex was the fastest to react. It swung its tail and a black dagger flew out with a clang, landing on a tree trunk not far away. There's someone else. Gu Chen raised his brows. His senses had been greatly reduced in the Tao world and he had actually been ambushed. He looked calmly at the dense forest. Even after a while, he still could not find where the other party was hiding. Sizzle, the dagger that landed on the tree trunk suddenly emitted a rolling gray fog that spread in all directions in the blink of an eye. All the trees in the vicinity of the gray fog rotted instantly and an intense pungent smell spread. Gu Chen's pupils constricted. He did not dare to take on the attack without knowing the might of the gray fog. He kicked the dragon's back and the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex let go of the black-robed cultivator's claw and fled in the blink of an eye. "They're here to silence me. Don't leave me behind." The black-robed cultivator was terrified and tried to get up to escape. However, he was a step too late and was drowned by the gray fog instantly. A tragic scream came from within. Gu Chen escaped from the gray fog in time, and his expression changed when he heard the tragic scream behind him. He did not dare to be careless since he was not sure if the person in the dark would attack again. The man and dragon stood in the dense forest and looked around coldly. Before long, his companions arrived one after another, with the Tang siblings following closely behind. The gray fog in the forest dissipated as well, leaving behind an ash zone. "Where is he?" His companions looked at Gu Chen in surprise. The insect cultivator who ambushed them couldn't possibly be alive now that their leader had made a move. Gu Chen did not say anything and walked into the ash zone. Soon, he saw the corpse of the black-robed cultivator. The man's flesh was completely corroded by the gray fog, leaving behind only a pool of blood and tattered robes. Without needing Gu Chen to say anything, Elder Xiao stepped forward and carefully searched through the other party's robes. Soon, he found a token. Then, he removed the storage ring and the cosmos sack left on the man's body, walked back, and handed them to Gu Chen along with the token. Gu Chen took the token and scanned it. He found that there were runes and patterns on it that he didn't recognize. The Tang siblings also noticed the corpse on the ground. Tang Gaolan couldn't help but glance at the token in Gu Chen's hand. Her expression changed drastically as she cried out involuntarily. "The token of Modest Pavilion? This person is an assassin from the Pavilion of Honesty?" Everyone couldn't help but look at her. Gu Chen threw the token to her and said in a low voice, "What's the Hall of Honesty?" Gu Chen initially thought that the person who attacked him was coming for him, but after the insect cultivator on the ground died, Gu Chen quickly realized that the other party only wanted to silence him. After the insect cultivator died, he didn't encounter any more attacks. The person in the dark left quietly, which further proved this point. The insect cultivator was obviously coming for the Tang siblings, and Tang Gaolan probably guessed from the start that there would be an attack along the way. Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with this woman for using them, but he had to figure out the identity of the person in the dark, lest they didn't even know who the enemy was when more trouble arose. Modest Pavilion is a famous assassin organization in the Desheng dynasty. Only their assassins carry this token with them. Tang Gaolan's expression was solemn. She flipped the token over and examined it carefully. Suddenly, her expression relaxed quite a bit. "Fortunately, this is an apprentice token. I'm afraid that the fellow who died wasn't an official assassin of the Hall of Honesty." "Fortunately? You might not know this, but I wasn't the one who killed him. Someone attacked him secretly just now," Gu Chen said coldly. "You didn't kill him, Brother Chen?" Tang Gaolan had thought that the tragic scene in front of her was caused by Gu Chen and was secretly wary of his ruthlessness. Hearing this, her expression froze. "That's right. This person was probably carrying out an assessment mission arranged by the Hall of Honesty. It's normal for someone from the Hall of Honesty to monitor him in secret. The Hall of Honesty is an assassin organization that places great emphasis on secrecy. This person failed his mission, so to prevent him from divulging information about the Hall of Honesty, it's normal for him to be killed." Tang Gaolan's eyes flickered. There was something she didn't say. It was extremely expensive to hire an official assassin of the Hall of Honesty. As far as she knew, the Tang family's enemies couldn't afford it at all. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it at all, but the price was too high. There was no need to do it just for the two of them. But it was different for an assassin apprentice. Because they weren't an official member of the Hall of Honesty, there was no guarantee that the mission would be completed, so the price was much lower. It was just that this dead insect cultivator could actually control so many butterfly rakshasas. This kind of ability was quite shocking. The Hall of Honesty was indeed the Hall of Honesty. Even their assassin apprentices weren't simple. Fortunately, she suddenly thought of inviting this group of people along the way. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. The more Tang Gaolan thought about it, the more fearful she became. In that case, we're in trouble. Will the assassins keep coming all the way? Feng Yao's pretty face turned cold. At this point, how could she not understand that she had been used by Tang Gaolan? The other companions also looked at the two of them coldly. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's heart. How dare they use them as weapons? No, it won't. This is just an assassin apprentice. The Hall of Honesty didn't make any promises, so they won't go all out for this. To put it bluntly, the Hall of Honesty is open for business. It won't make a loss. Tang Gaolan sensed a faint murderous aura and felt a chill in her heart. She hurriedly explained. From the way they fought just now, how could she not understand that this group of itinerant cultivators was much stronger than she had imagined? They couldn't be offended at all. How do you know they'll make a loss? Gu Chen teased. Tang Gaolan's heart skipped a beat. She knew that her previous thoughts had been completely seen through. She sighed and didn't dare to lie anymore. She said honestly, I roughly know who hired the Hall of Honesty. It's an enemy of the Tang family. Given their ability, they can't afford to hire an official assassin from the Hall of Honesty. Sister. Tang Jianqing looked at his sister in shock. He didn't know anything about this. I see. I won't argue with you about this. But I won't return those drakes to you. Gu Chen glanced at her coldly and said bluntly. Tang Gaolan had used them, but she had also provided them with some convenience. Gu Chen was a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Since he had taken the drakes, they were even. As for whether more assassins would come later, he didn't want to care. He decided to part ways with this group of people. Brother Chen and the rest of you have helped us greatly. That's a life-saving grace. What are a few drakes to us? Tang Gaolan answered hurriedly. These were words from the bottom of her heart, but Gu Chen obviously didn't intend to ask for her permission. He turned and left after he finished speaking. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. His companions followed him, and it was obvious that they were about to leave. Tang Gaolan panicked. The 200 Water Dance Army soldiers had suffered heavy casualties in this ambush, and the strength of the killers sent by the Chou family was beyond their original estimation. What if they continued to send people after this failure, without Gu Chen and the others to look after them? Tang Gaolan was worried that she and her brother would not be able to reach the Luo gate. Brother Chen, wait. Tang Gaolan called out to Gu Chen. Riding on the T-Rex, Gu Chen turned back slightly, and his eyes were very cold. It was fine that she used him once, but this woman still didn't know what was good for her. Looking at Gu Chen's eyes, Tang Gaolan realized that she was wrong. From the beginning, she had the mentality of using this group of people. She looked friendly on the surface, but in fact, like her brother, she looked down on this group of people. It was because of this mentality that she lost the possibility of becoming friends with this group of people. Since they were not even friends, of course, they had no reason to continue to help them. She felt guilty and opened her mouth, but she was speechless. How could she have the nerve to ask them to protect them again? Seeing that she did not say anything, Gu Chen turned back, and the group of people gradually left the dense forest. Seeing that they were getting farther and farther away, Tang Gaolan was really anxious. She stamped her feet and hurried to catch up with her brother. Brother Chen. Brother Chen. Wait. She begged bitterly. Tang Jianqing did not speak. He was not stupid, and now he had already understood the situation of the sister and brother, and also knew that the group of people in front of him was not simple. The sister and brother hurriedly chased after the T-Rex, as if desperately grasping at a life-saving straw, and their posture was extremely low. Tang Jianqing's original arrogance was crushed in the process. What else? Gu Chen frowned, a little impatient. Brother Chen, I want to invite you to become the Tang family's worship. Tang Gaolan knew that it was not possible to curry favor with him, so she gritted her teeth and said. Worship? Sister, this matter needs father's approval, right? Tang Jianqing's face was full of shock. What was a consecration? It was a powerful cultivator that some clans that were not strong enough would pay a large amount of wealth and cultivation. resources in order to obtain protection. The Tang family was considered a prestigious family in the Pei nation. The strength of the two consecrators in the family was not to be underestimated. At the same time, it had cost the Tang family a lot of money. Inviting someone to be a consecrator was a matter of great importance, so how could he make such a hasty decision? Moreover, the person in front of him indeed had some ability, but compared to the consecrators in the clan, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. You want to invite me to be your guest? The Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped in its tracks. Gu Chen had a faint smile on his face. He recalled a distant memory. When he had left the Wuchen sect at the age of 16 and entered the world of cultivators, he had also served as a consecrator for a certain clan. That's right. I want to invite Brother Chen to become my Tang family sinecure. There is something that Brother Chen might not know. My father is the commander of the Pei country's water dance army and is deeply trusted by the Pei country's king. My Tang family is a prestigious family in the Pei nation. If you become my Tang family's consecrator, we will definitely not mistreat Brother Chen. Tang Gaolan revealed everything. She believed that with the Tang family's status and background, the person in front of her would not be indifferent to such a request. Gu Chen and his companions exchanged a few glances and saw the mockery in each other's eyes. Tang Gaolan thought that they were short of money, so she used a consecrator agreement to attract them. However, in reality, how could a mere consecrator be attractive to them? All of them were mighty rulers in the Chaos Sea, and Gu Chen was the publicly acknowledged celestial, the arch of the myriad nations. If the people of the Chaos Sea found out that he was going to become a consecrator for a small family, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? My leader is not interested in being your Tang family's *T consecrator. Does your Tang family have that right? Gu Huang said bluntly, wanting to chase the Tang siblings away. How dare you look down on my Tang family? Tang Jianqing was angry when he heard this. His Tang family carried the glory of the Pei nation. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Brother, don't be rash. Tang Gaolan did not expect this group of people to be so arrogant. However, she was more rational. She knew that the situation was not in their favor, so she stopped her brother from arguing and continued speaking humbly. Brother Chen, please consider it seriously. My Tang family has quite a lot of influence in the Pei nation. If you become a consecrator for my family, not only will we provide you with cultivation resources, but we can also help you do many things. Brother Chen, you will still be free after you become a consecrator. You just need to provide some protection for the Tang family when the time is right. Of course, there are 2 other consecrators in my family, so I won't trouble you usually. Tang Gaolan only wanted Gu Chen and company to escort them to the Luo men successfully. She did not expect him to provide any help to the Tang family in the future. As she said, the Tang family had 2 other consecrators, and they were very powerful. If not for the fact that distant water could not quench the present thirst, why would she be begging so bitterly here? Gu Chen listened to her words and fell into deep thought. He was not very interested in the cultivation resources provided by the Tang family. However, if the Tang family really had a high status in the Pei nation, they could help him. With such a status, they must know more about the situation of the various major forces in the Dao world. Perhaps he could gather the information he wanted through them. Can you make this decision on behalf of the Tang family? Are you fooling me and going back on your word after the matter is done? Gu Chen looked at Tang Gaolan and finally relented. His partners were extremely surprised to see that he actually intended to be a consecrator of the Tang family. I'm sincerely inviting you. I won't go back on my word. Tang Gaolan knew that Gu Chen had seen through her little thoughts. She felt apprehensive and gritted her teeth after serious consideration. All right, I'll agree to your request. Gu Chen said nonchalantly and added, I hate people who go back on their word the most. I hate people who go back on their word the most. If the Tang family goes back on their word, they will have to pay the price. His tone was extremely arrogant. Tang Jianqing was indignant. When he recalled the burly man's contempt, he secretly thought that they were indeed jackals of the same tribe. Brother Chen, don't worry. The Tang family will not mistreat you. Tang Gaolan said resolutely. She was happy that she had finally roped in this group of people. Since Gu Chen had agreed, his partners naturally would not say anything else. The group followed the Tang family siblings back into the canyon. They did not set off immediately. The Tang family siblings personally buried the soldiers who had died in the attack, while Guchen waited for the return of the butterflies. The sky-devouring butterflies almost killed a large number of Rakshasa butterflies. Although there was a small number of casualties, the survivors showed obvious signs of evolution. Half a day later, when everything was settled, everyone continued their journey to the Luo Gate. When the team disappeared at the end of the canyon, a person wearing a bamboo hat and a veil, black clothes, and a black cloak slowly walked out of the dense forest above the canyon. It was hard to tell whether this person was male or female. He stared in the direction in which Gu Chen and his group had left, his eyes flickered non-stop. After a long time, he or she turned around and left. He raised his sleeve, and a gray sparrow the size of a bee flew into the distance. It was unknown what kind of message it was sending. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, booksellers mobile the towering mountain range was extremely dangerous. In the middle of this beautiful place, there was a huge waterfall that cascaded down. We're finally here. Below the waterfall, a group of flood dragons stepped on the pebbles on the riverbank. Tang Gaolan looked at the waterfall in the distance with a happy expression. Ever since the attack, the group of people had sped up and did not encounter any other dangers along the way. They had arrived at the Luo Gate area smoothly that day. There were still 3 days left before the official entrance assessment of the Luo Gate. It was drizzling in the air without any signs of stopping. Guchen rode on the back of the Tyrant dragon, and the rain could not touch him as he glanced at both sides of the river. There were steep cliffs on both sides, and there was no way to pass through them. Only the river in the middle connected to the waterfall. The surface of the cliffs was engraved with countless dense array patterns. There were almost no gaps. Occasionally, birds tried to fly over and enter, but they disappeared inexplicably. Interesting. The dwarf emperor stared at the mountain river restriction on both sides of the river with a look of interest. What should we do next? Guchen turned to ask Tang Gaolan. The Luo Gate is where the waterfall is. It is said that there is another world within the waterfall, and the only way to get close to the waterfall is through the river here, Tang Gaolan answered excitedly. In that case, we still have to find a boat. Feng Yaya glanced at the river and found that it was abnormally turbulent. Under the water, there was a looming black shadow that seemed to be hiding some kind of monster. This river was obviously not much safer than the cliffs on both sides. Ordinary boats can't get close to the Luo Gate. Only the water-chasing platform of the Luo Gate can pass through this river. It is now the assessment period, and it is said that the water-chasing platform will pick up the candidates at a fixed time every day. We just have to wait here. Tang Gaolan pointed to a few groups of people standing on the other side of the river. They were obviously waiting for the water-chasing platform to pick up the candidates. This is a natural stronghold and protected by a major array. Even getting in and out is so troublesome. The Luo Gate is really impregnable, Wu Ming said as he stroked his beard. There were very few cultivators in the Dao world who could fly. Both sides of the Luo Gate were surrounded by towering cliffs, and the river was full of hidden dangers. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to fly over. The more impregnable it is, the worse the situation is. Guchen shook his head, implying something. Many of his companions fell into deep thought. That was probably the case. For truly powerful cultivation forces, even if their doors were wide open, no cultivators would dare to casually come and offend them. The tight defense of the Luo Gate showed that their situation in the cultivation world was not very good. This could be seen from the dense formation patterns on the cliffs on both sides of the river. The Luo sect is the most powerful sect in our Pei nation. It has a long history, so why isn't the situation optimistic? Don't tell me you don't like her? When Tang Jianqing heard Guchen's words, he was unconvinced. He had admired the Luo sect for a long time and had always hoped to become a disciple of the sect. Naturally, he did not want others to belittle the Luo sect. Moreover, even though the person before him had accepted the invitation to become the Tang family's guest, he could sense from the words that he and his people occasionally revealed that they didn't care about the Tang family at all. In addition, he didn't encounter any danger along the way, so he felt a little bit of a loss. To put it bluntly, this group of people were just some powerful itinerant cultivators. There was no need for his sister to invite them to be guests. She could just give them some money and send them away. Gu Chen had seen Tang Jianqing's impolite words before, so he didn't argue with him. He smiled and continued talking to the others. The more he ignored him, the more Tang Jianqing felt that he was looking down on him, which made him extremely angry. Just you wait. Let's see how many of you can get into the Luo sect and how dare you put on airs in front of me. He was indignant and made up his mind to perform well in the upcoming assessment. He had heard that Gu Chen's group was also going to participate in the entrance assessment. When his results were far better than this group of people, he would like to see where they could hide their sense of superiority that permeated from their bones. When Tang Gaolan heard Gu Chen's words, her pupils subconsciously shrank. The Luo sect recruited disciples once every 100 years. This time, they were recruiting again after 10 years. She had heard some rumors. Along the way, she felt that the aura of this group of people was different from the itinerant cultivators she had met before. Now that she heard Gu Chen's words, her opinion of them improved. The group waited until noon. From the direction of the waterfall upstream, a huge black shadow slowly approached, accompanied by a loud roar. When it got closer, the group realized that it was a huge platform. The two sides of the platform were embedded into the cliffs on both sides, as if they were walking on a track. Below the platform, gears turned one after another, extending into the river. This was obviously the so-called water-chasing platform. The group watched as it stopped from time to time, picking up cultivators from both sides of the river. The water-chasing platform soon arrived in front of Gu Chen and his group. 2 Luo sect disciples stood on it. One disciple was in charge of controlling the water-chasing platform, while the other stood at the edge of the platform. Both of them wore sect robes of alternating black and white. In the middle of the robes was the image of a copper coin. The image of the copper coin was round on the outside and square on the inside. It was the same color as the robes, alternating between black and white. Gu Chen glanced at it and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Fang Shiji also revealed a strange look. He exchanged glances with Gu Chen, his eyes filled with excitement. Gu Chen understood what he was excited about. Fang Yuan's Destiny Dao copper coin was exactly this image. Although there were some differences, it might explain the relationship between the Luo sect and the Origin clan. Come on up. The Luo sect disciple standing at the edge of the platform looked down at Gu Chen and his group and said casually. Tang Jianqing was the first to jump onto the water-chasing platform excitedly. Tang Gaolan followed behind, followed by Gu Chen's group, and finally, the water dance army soldiers. After picking up this group of people, the water-chasing platform did not return. Instead, it continued to move forward along the river. This river was much longer than everyone had imagined, and many more people came up one after another. These people's cultivation and races varied, but it seemed that as long as they were standing on the riverbank, they would be qualified to enter the Luo sect. Another group of people came up, led by a handsome and elegant young man in a white robe and black cape. Beside him stood a dwarf elder. Seeing this young man, Tang Gaolan and Tang Jianqing's eyes shone with fear. The young man also noticed them and walked over. What a coincidence, the two of you have also come to the Luo sect. The young man smiled. His gaze swept past the siblings, and when he noticed Gu Chen's group, his eyes flickered incessantly. Xiao Heiyang, aren't you asking the obvious? You and I have been preparing for the Luo sect's assessment for many years. There are many people in Pei City who know about it. Tang Jianqing snorted coldly, his tone clearly unfriendly towards the young man. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Look at my poor memory. I forgot that young Master Tang has set his sights on the Luo sect for a long time. Xiao Heiyang looked as though he had just remembered it. He patted his head and looked at Tang Gaolan. Miss Tang is here too. You must be escorting brother here. It must have been a tough journey, right? His words seemed to imply something. Tang Gaolan's pretty face turned cold and she replied coldly, You don't have to worry, young Master Xiao. It's a safe journey. Gu Chen listened to Xiao Heiyang's words and saw Tang Gaolan's attitude. He was deep in thought. It seemed that this man, who was dressed elegantly and had a mysterious look, had something to do with the previous attack. He was not interested in this person. Instead, he paid more attention to the dwarf elder beside him. This elder gave him a slightly more dangerous feeling. He was probably the strongest person he had encountered since entering the Dao world. The dwarf elder's gaze also landed behind the Tang siblings. However, he did not care about the very young Gu Chen. He paid more attention to Gu Huang, the Stone Emperor, and the others. Their figures and appearances were hard to ignore. I wonder who these people are. Xiao Heiyang and the Tang siblings chatted and soon shifted the topic to Gu Chen and the others with some curiosity. It was not strange that the water dance army would be escorting them. After all, the Tang siblings' status and background were obvious. However, the additional 18 people did not fit in with the Tang siblings and the water dance army in terms of appearance and temperament. Xiao Heiyang's gaze landed on Feng Yaya, thinking that she was a beautiful girl. Tang Gaolan was also good-looking, but she paled in comparison to the purple-haired Feng Yaya. Tang Gaolan did not have a good impression of Xiao Heiyang. However, as the saying went, one should not hit a smiling person. She turned to point at Gu Chen and introduced him. This is the Tang family's consecrator, Brother Chen Yi. As for the others, they are Brother Chen's partners. Xiao Heiyang did not pay much attention to Gu Chen at first. Upon hearing this, he re-examined him. Gu Chen had long concealed the mysteries of his constitution with the help of the Tyrant body's qi-locked divine power. His appearance was also a little different from before and looked much more ordinary. In a crowd, he was at most a little handsome. The most special thing about him was the cross rune between his eyebrows. I know the two consecrators of the Tang family. Since when is there another one? The dwarf elder looked at Gu Chen with a surprised expression, but his eyes quickly lit up with a blue light. That was the sign of the activation of the spiritual eyes. Gu Chen had seen it before, but he remained calm and indifferent. The dwarf elder quickly confirmed Gu Chen's cultivation base through the spiritual eye test. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Family's consecrator status, Gu Tang, he at Gu, how at Tang at. His words were filled with ridicule. Xiao Heiyang was stunned when he heard that, and the Tang siblings' expressions changed. Only 800 Dao, huh? Tang Gaolan looked at Gu Chen in disbelief. Although Gu Chen did not do much when they were ambushed in the canyon, she felt that he had the ability to deal with so many butterfly rakshasas and even find the hidden insect cultivator. Although she knew that he could not be compared to the original two consecrators of the Tang family, she did not expect him to only have 800 Dao. She knew very well that there was no need for the dwarf elder to lie. He had clearly used the spirit eyes, which was not a cheap Dao artifact. His judgment could not be wrong. You only have 800 Dao, huh? You're only at the second Mahayana realm? Tang Jianqing's face darkened. He had originally felt that it was a loss to hire Yuxing as a consecrator. Now that he was being mocked by someone he did not like, he felt that he had lost all his face. Gu Chen was expressionless as he responded to Tang Jianqing indifferently. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? After entering the Dao world for so long, Gu Chen had a clear understanding of the Dao power that the Dao world used to measure one's cultivation level. In the Chaos Sea, cultivation was divided into physical body, divine power, nirvana, longevity, heavenly being, dharma aspect, grotto heaven, immortal transformation, and Dao-seeking realms. After the Dao-seeking realm, the Dao lords found another path because the path ahead was severed. They even created the Dao-severing realm. However, in the primordial chaos Dao world, because there was primordial chaos essence Qi everywhere, the cultivation realm was very different from the Chaos Sea. In the Chaos Sea, the power of the origin was very rare. Only Dao-seeking emperors could grasp it. If a Dao-seeking realm cultivator wanted to cultivate stronger origin laws, they could only develop in other worlds due to the limited origin power of this world. This led to wars everywhere. However, even if one conquered a large number of worlds and became a Dao Lord, the power of the origin they grasped was just a drop in the ocean in the vast origin sea. This meant that the ceiling of the Chaos Sea was too low and the realm was limited. However, this problem did not exist in the primordial chaos Dao world. The ubiquitous primordial chaos essence energy meant that there was endless pure origin Qi. It meant that the vast nomological sea was completely open to the living beings in the Dao world. Living beings in the Dao world were bathed in primordial chaos essence energy from birth. Therefore, their bodies were born with the power of the origin. They did not need to cultivate arduously like the cultivators in the Chaos Sea to obtain it. Their power of the origin was systematically summarized and called Tao power. It was the foundation to measure all cultivation levels. Be it demon cultivators, fiendish cultivators, Diana cultivators, sword cultivators, saber cultivators, or body cultivators, any race or any type of power was essentially Tao power. With Tao power as the basic unit, the cultivation realm of the primordial chaos Tao world was divided into the Tao integration Tenhyana realm. 1 to 100 Tao power was the Tenhyana realm. Although one could prolong one's lifespan with Tao power and knew some rough cultivation techniques, they were actually considered ordinary people in the Tao world. 100 to 1000 Tao power was the Tenhyana realm. According to Gu Chen's estimation, the Tang siblings and the Water Dance Army soldiers all belonged to this category. 1000 to 10,000 Tao power was the Tenhyana realm. The garrison soldiers killed by Gu Chen at the border of the realm C were roughly at this level. According to this rule, 10,000 to 100,000 Tao power belonged to the Tenhyana realm. 100,000 to 1 million Tao power belonged to the Tenhyana realm. At the Tenhyana realm, one's Tao power would reach 100 million. One could be conferred the title of sage in the primordial chaos Tao world. As for the Tenhyana realm, one was a Tao ancestor. They were the true supreme figures of the primordial chaos Tao world. They could easily affect the situation everywhere with a raise of their hand. As for the Tenhyana realm, legend had it that it was the ruler realm. However, it was only a legend. Whether it really existed or not, only the highest-ranking figures of the 9 great Tao courts knew. The Tenhyana realm mercilessly divided the living beings in the primordial chaos Tao world into various ranks based on the amount of Tao power. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, the higher the cultivation level of one's Tao power, the higher the authority and status one had. The level of one's Tao power also determined how much respect one would receive when dealing with someone they did not know. Gu Chen's cultivation level was only 800 Tao power. He wasn't even at the Tenhyana realm. The Tang siblings, who had some experience, naturally couldn't accept it. As for the dwarf elder, he was even more disdainful. Genius 1 second remember site address, mobile version website. Gu Chen did not give a clear answer. His tone was neither cold nor warm, revealing his calmness and composure. However, the so-called confidence must be built on the foundation of strength. Xiao Heiyang and the dwarf old man were amused by his reaction. Tang Jianqing's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He felt that he had embarrassed himself in front of his archenemy. Tang Gaolan was also at a loss. Could it be that she had made a mistake? The Tang family's taste in choosing their worshippers is terrible. This is a joke, old man. The dwarf old man continued to make sarcastic remarks. His spiritual testing eyes glanced at the companion standing behind Gu Chen. With this glance, his smile suddenly froze while his voice trailed off, and a trace of surprise and bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Tao power, 8,800. Tao power, 8,700. Tao power, 7,800. Tao power, 9,900. It was true that the Tang family's new worshipper only had 800 Tao power, but the group of people behind him, even the weakest one, had more than 7,000 Tao power. The strongest one was close to 10,000 Tao power, which was close to the 4 Heian realm. The dwarf old man suspected that his spiritual testing eyes were broken. With the Tang family's financial resources, how could they afford to hire such a group of experts? What was the concept of the 4 Heian realm? He had trained hard for many years, but his Tao power had only reached 12,000. Although none of the people in front of him had reached the 4 Heian realm like him, they were the best of the best in the 3 Heian realm. Not to mention that they could break through to the same realm as him in the future. He would not be able to handle them if they joined forces. He knew the Tang family's background very well. Other than the 2 worshippers he had dealt with before, there were very few experts in the Tang family or the Waterdance army who could reach the 3 Heian realm. Even the Tang family's master had barely reached this realm. It would be fine if there were only 1 or 2 people like that. It was not like the Tang family could not afford to recruit them. However, there were more than 10 of them at once, and it had completely overturned his understanding. Impossible. The Tang family does not have the ability to recruit so many experts. Where did these guys come from? The dwarf old man's expression became uncertain. He suddenly recalled Tang Gaolan's introduction to him. She seemed to have said that these people were Qinyi's companions. That's right, the Tang siblings' bodyguards all had distinctive insignias. It was obvious that they were the Water Dance Army soldiers. This group of people obviously came from a different background. Looking at the position of this group of people, Qinyi seemed to be the leader. They were probably his people. However, how could a cultivator with a Dao power of only 800 have such a large group of experts under his command? He felt that this was inconceivable. After carefully counting, he discovered that there were a total of 16 experts with more than 7,000 Dao power, and all of them were surrounding Qinyi. He automatically ignored the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex and only treated it as an accompanying mount. Elder Wei, what's wrong? Xiaoheyang could not help but ask when he noticed the change in the expression of the dwarf elder who was mocking him a moment ago. The Tang siblings also noticed it. Their embarrassed expressions eased a little as they stared at the dwarf elder in confusion. The dwarf elder stared blankly and did not reply. His heart was in turmoil. After realizing the strength of the group of people in front of him, he looked at them again and felt that every one of them was not simple. An invisible aura emitted from them made him feel uncomfortable. This aura did not come from cultivation. It was purely an aura. Only those who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood would occasionally have this aura. If you laugh too happily, it's easy for extreme joy to turn to sorrow. Gu Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He had also noticed the change in the dwarf elder's expression and said meaningfully. The dwarf elder understood the hidden threat and his expression became extremely uneasy. He would not have any qualms about mocking or even teaching a lesson to a brat with only 800 Dao power. However, he had such a group of experts behind him. He had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. If a conflict really broke out, he would not be able to defeat this group of people. He would definitely not be able to protect Xiaoheyang who was beside him. Therefore, even though he was unhappy, he did not respond to Gu Chen. He snorted coldly and turned around to signal Xiaoheyang. Then, the group of people walked to the other side of the water-chasing platform and sat down. What's going on? The Tang siblings looked at each other. This group of people had clearly come with ill intentions. Why did they suddenly give up? Could it be because of Brother Chen's threat? But just a moment ago, the other party was arrogantly mocking Brother Chen. How could they be afraid of his threat in the next moment? Tang Gaolan was extremely puzzled. She wanted to ask Gu Chen, but unfortunately, Gu Chen did not give her the chance to ask. Since I become your Tang family's guardian, I will help you when I need to. However, you'd better not randomly question me. This is good for both of us. Gu Chen coldly glanced at Tang Jianqing, then walked to a corner and sat down. His companions naturally followed him. For a moment, the Tang siblings were left on the spot, looking a little awkward. Only then did Tang Gaolan come back to her senses. She realized that she had lost her composure just now. Regardless of whether the other party's cultivation was only 800 Dao power or not, she had shamelessly invited him over. He had indeed protected their safety along the way. Because of a single sentence from someone else, they had just had such thoughts. They had also forgotten their position. It was inevitable that they would give off the feeling of burning the bridge after crossing it. Tang Gaolan's face instantly turned red. She knew that Gu Chen had probably guessed their thoughts. She wanted to follow up and explain, but she gave up after thinking about it. The other party had spoken very clearly just now. At this juncture, the more she explained, the more it would seem that she was in the wrong. He clearly doesn't have much strength, yet he's still putting on airs. Sis, are we really going to let him become our Tang family's guardian? Tang Jianqing was still brooding over Xiaoheyang's group's mockery. He disliked Gu Chen even more. Leader, it seems like that guy has already seen through our strength. Sitting on the platform, Wu Ming glanced at the dwarf elder in the distance and said to Gu Chen. The dwarf elder's reaction was very different from before, and everyone could see that something was amiss. Testing a Dao artifact like spiritual eyes is indeed a little troublesome. From the looks of it, apart from me and T-Rex, it's hard for you guys to hide your true cultivation. Gu Chen said in a low voice. He had confirmed some things after meeting the dwarf old man face to face. His partner's strength had already reached the peak of the Dao-seeking realm when they were in the Chaos Sea. After entering the Tao world and accepting the baptism of the primordial essence energy, they had all transformed. Everyone's current cultivation level was not too different. It was between 7,000 and 10,000 Tao power. Such a cultivation level was not considered strong in the Tao world, but it did not mean that they were at the mercy of others. Gu Chen had roughly understood the strength level of his group in advance. It was precisely because he understood the difference in strength levels that he could determine what kind of strength he should display in front of outsiders. 800 Tao power was the cultivation level that he had deliberately displayed by using the 11th heaven mystic technique. Such a cultivation level was much lower than that of his companions, but it was the first layer of disguise that he had deliberately created. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. When necessary, he would let his Tao power soar. Those who had fought with him would pay attention to why his Tao power fluctuated, but they would never associate it with the brilliant ancient overlord body. This had been the case when he had fought with the realm sea garrison. Even though he had deliberately exposed the power of the overlord body, they had paid attention to why his Tao power fluctuated before they had died. The spirit testing eye was a Tao artifact that could accurately measure a cultivator's strength. Countless people in the Tao world were convinced of its accuracy. Because of this thing, the 2 layers of camouflage that Gu Chen had attached to the overlord body were not easily seen through. The truth proved that the dwarf elder was much stronger than the realm sea garrison. However, he had not even seen through the first layer of camouflage of Gu Chen and had only seen through the strength of his partners. This person can see through our cultivation level. I'm afraid the experts in the Luo sect are no exception. It seems that it won't be so easy for us to sneak into the Luo sect's entrance assessment. Wu Ming sighed. Gu Chen nodded. The biggest advantage of meeting the dwarf elder was that he already knew whether the Luo sect could see through them. After all, the Luo sect had once been a powerful sect and had a relationship with the Source clan. If they were to come into contact with him rashly, Gu Chen was worried that they would be exposed in some aspects. Based on the dwarf elder's reaction, he was roughly sure that it was difficult for his partners to hide in front of the Luo sect, except for him and the Tyrant dragon. He had cultivated the Tyrant clan's chi-sealing divine ability and a mystic technique to conceal his energy, so he could deceive everyone. The Tyrant dragon had a close relationship with the Tyrant clan and also cultivated a similar powerful divine ability. Therefore, it could also hide its true strength and bloodline power. This was the reason why it had been repeatedly mistaken for an ordinary sky dragon. Since sky dragons were very common, its concealment ability was stronger than Gu Chen's. Don't interfere with the Luo sect's entrance assessment. Shiji and I will participate. Realizing that everyone could easily be exposed, Gu Chen made a decision. He had originally considered letting everyone participate in the entrance assessment. If they could sneak in, it would be convenient for them to act. However, for fear of arousing suspicion, it was better to have as few people as possible. The others could just wait outside the Luo gate. Fang Shiji was determined to enter the Luo gate. Since the token belonged to the Fang family, he would be a part of it if there were any opportunities. However, Gu Chen was worried about Fang Shiji sneaking into the Luo men alone, so he decided to follow him. This matter concerned whether or not he could complete Fang clan's inherited ultimate technique, and he also found clues that seemed to be related to Fang Yuan on the Luo sect disciples. Gu Chen would not miss this opportunity. Naturally, no one objected to Gu Chen's decision, and they all nodded in agreement. Leader, since we're already at the Luo gate, there's no need to care about the Tang family, right? While everyone was chatting, Green Ghost said unhappily. He had seen the reaction of the Tang siblings, and he had long been dissatisfied. From his point of view, it was the Tang family's blessing that their leader could become the Tang family's consecrator. Unfortunately, those 2 brats didn't know what was good for them. The Tang family is insignificant, but the consecrator title can more or less conceal our true identities. Gu Chen's gaze flickered. Everyone immediately understood that their leader was willing to be the consecrator because he was keeping a card up his sleeve to prevent the Luo gate from investigating his background. Old Wei, what happened to you earlier? On the other side of the water-chasing platform, Xiao Heong couldn't help but ask the dwarf elderly. They had purposely gone to find trouble with the Tang siblings, but who could have thought that Old Wei's attitude would change so quickly? From the looks of it, he was actually somewhat wary of the Tang family's new consecrator. Young master, we invited an assassin disciple from Honesty Pavilion to assassinate the Tang siblings, but we failed. I didn't understand why we failed, but I understand now. The dwarf elderly sighed. Doesn't that Chinese only have a cultivation of 800 Dao power? Is he hiding his strength and is actually very strong? Xiao Heiyang asked in surprise. They had taken the initiative to find trouble with the Tang siblings today, not only because the two families had a grudge against each other, but also because the assassination they had planned for a long time had actually failed. They knew how strong the Tang siblings' guards were, and they had spent a lot of money to hire an assassin from Honesty Pavilion. Even if it was just an assassin disciple, it should have been easy to kill the two of them. However, the assassination had failed in the end. Because Honesty Pavilion had received a limited amount of money, and the one who died was an apprentice, they didn't care at all, so they didn't explain the details to them. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it. They wanted to know what kind of expert the Tang siblings had, which was why they had come looking for trouble earlier. That person is indeed an idiot. His cultivation can't even withstand a single blow. The strong ones are the group of people around him. The dwarf elderly sighed and told them what he had noticed. That group of people is actually that strong? Xiao Heiyang's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but look at Gu Chen and the others in the distance. With such a group of experts protecting them, it's normal for Honesty Pavilion's assassin disciple to fail. Master had hoped that we could successfully kill the Tang siblings on the way. That way, we would be able to eliminate all possible future troubles. However, the plan has failed, and they've successfully reached the Luo Gate. The rest is up to you, young master. The dwarf elderly warned him carefully. Xiao Heiyang recovered from the truth revealed by the elder. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Elder Wei. I'll definitely get into the Luo Gate. I'll think of a way to kick that Tang Jianqing out of the competition. Xiao Heiyang knew very well that the Luo Gate had too much influence on the Pei Nation's imperial court. Moreover, the Xiao family and the Tang family were sworn enemies in the imperial court, constantly fighting both openly and covertly. On this trip to the Luo Gate, both he and Tang Jianqing seemed to be seeking knowledge, but in fact, it involved the interests of both families. Because of this, even though he had absolute confidence that he could defeat Tang Jianqing in the assessment, his family had secretly tried to get rid of Tang Jianqing in advance, not giving him any chance to do so. Now that the assassination had failed, it was time to compete with real ability. This was actually more to his liking. Tang Jianqing was nothing to him. He was participating in the Luo Gate assessment to get first place. It's important to suppress the Tang family, but young master shouldn't waste too much energy on Tang Jianqing. If you can get first place in the assessment, you must do your best. Don't forget what master told you about what happened in the Luo Gate 10 years ago. The dwarf elderly seemed to be implying something. Elder Wei, you're talking about that big shot with the surname Gu, right? Xiao Heiyang's expression changed when he heard this. He recalled the secret that happened 10 years ago, a secret that very few people knew about. That's right. If we can make friends with that person, the Xiao family will have a bright future ahead of them. Why would we need to fight with the Tang family in Pei Nation? The dwarf elderly sighed. Xiao Heiyang was deeply moved. He nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would do his best. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 1722, Big Shot with the surname Gu, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. The water-chasing platform crossed the green hills and clear waters and soon arrived at the Luo sect. The silver waterfall seemed to fall from the 9 heavens, and there were large palaces and pavilions on both sides of the waterfall. The Luo sect was divided into the inner and outer sections. The large palaces and pavilions were where the outer sect was located. As for the inner sect, it was said that there was another world within the waterfall. That was the inner sect, the true core of the Luo sect. The examinees and the people who came with them were naturally arranged in the outer sanctum. After getting off the water-chasing platform, Gu Chen and his group were taken to a courtyard by the Luo sect's external affairs disciples to stay and wait for the day of the assessment. Since they were from the same batch, the Tang family and the Xiao family naturally stayed in the same courtyard. After settling down, Gu Chen gestured to the strange dragonfly to secretly investigate the surrounding environment. Of course, this was an important place of the sect, so he reminded the strange dragonfly to be careful during the investigation. Although the pair of compound eyes of the strange dragonfly was powerful, they did not understand the various restriction methods of the Tao world. They needed to be a little respectful lest they were exposed. After instructing the dragonfly monster, Guchen stayed in his room. He held a few scriptures in his hands and read them carefully. He had decided to participate in the Luo sect's entrance assessment with Feng Shiji, so he naturally had to study the scriptures that were required for the assessment. Otherwise, if Feng Shiji passed the assessment and he was eliminated, it would be a little awkward and unfavorable to his plan. 1 life, 2 fate, 3 feng shui, 4 accumulations of yin virtue, 5 studies. As Guchen flipped through the destiny-knowing scripture in his hands, his eyes revealed a strange glint when he flipped to a certain line on a certain page. He had seen this line in the Feng family's secret technique that Feng Shiji had given him. Feng Shiji had given Guchen almost all of the Feng family's inheritance that he knew, and the most important of these was, of course, the Feng family's origin technique. As a source master, the Feng family's origin technique was the foundation. Although this clan cultivated the Fate Tao, they were not bound by the ordinary Fate Tao. In the Feng family's origin technique, there was a similar description of 1 life, 2 fate, 3 feng shui. Was it a coincidence? Obviously not. The fact that the origin race had handed the Luo Gate the trump card that would allow them to rise once again showed that the relationship between the Luo Gate and the origin race was not ordinary. The Luo sect was a sect of the Path of Destiny, and the Knowing Destiny Sutra was also compiled by the Luo sect. Their purpose was to select suitable disciples for cultivation through these sutras. Guchen did not know how long these scriptures had been passed down, but some of the knowledge and theories in the scriptures must have come from the ancestors of the Luo men. Where did the ancestors of the Luo sect learn this knowledge? Guchen understood this point. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Feng Shiji's guess was correct. The complete inheritance of the Feng family, or rather, the origin race, was very likely to reappear in the Luo Gate. He began to look forward to seeing what the origin race had left behind in the sect. Guchen carefully flipped through the scripture. With his memory, it was very easy for him to recite the contents of the entire book. However, memorizing the scriptures was not enough. The most important thing was to understand and digest them. The knowledge of the Path of Destiny described in this book was very mysterious, and to ordinary people, it was no different from a heavenly book. Guchen had a certain understanding of the Path of Destiny, so the contents of this book were not difficult for him to understand. Instead, it gave him a feeling of enlightenment. After obtaining the Feng family's Genesis technique, he would study it whenever he had time. Not to mention anything else, just the spirit capture and source dispatching Tao technique alone was worth studying. With his comprehension ability, it was not difficult for him to get started in the Genesis technique. However, after getting started, it was not easy to cultivate it to a profound level. Although it was the same spirit capture and source dispatching Tao technique, ordinary disciples of the Feng family could only capture ordinary qi of heaven and earth. However, in the hands of a freak like Feng Yuan, he could even control chaotic qi. The mystic technique was the same, but the realm of understanding was different, and the power would be very different. In Guchen's opinion, his understanding of Genesis techniques was only superficial. There were many deeper things that he could not understand, and he did not know how to go deeper. However, after reading Life Knowing, some of the puzzles that existed in the cultivation of Genesis techniques were solved in a simple way by Life Knowing. Guchen was very surprised. He had once regarded this book as a treasure, and he wondered why the Luo sect was willing to publicize such a priceless book. However, as he understood more and more, he understood the reason behind it. The content of Life Knowing was not particularly profound, but his foundation was too poor, or in other words, he had gone astray. Guchen's grasp of the Path of Destiny originated from the Heavenly Emperor Time Fist's Path of Karma. However, how could his understanding of the Path of Destiny compare to the Feng family, which had been immersed in this path for countless years? To cultivate the Feng family's Genesis techniques, one needed a good foundation in the Path of Destiny, and the knowledge and theories involved in Life Knowing could help one build a good foundation. Guchen's foundation was not good to begin with, and he relied on his own comprehension ability to forcefully study Genesis techniques, so he did not understand many things. With the help of these basic theoretical books, some of the originally very simple principles suddenly became clear, causing his Genesis technique attainment to improve by leaps and bounds. This further proved the relationship between the Luo sect and the Origin clan. Guchen was really interested in the book in his hand, and he forgot to eat and sleep for a while. Before the entrance examination, Guchen did not go out at all. Tang Gaolan wanted to see him, but she was stopped by Green Ghost, who was guarding the door. During this period, Guchen only saw the strange dragonfly and got a general understanding of the surrounding situation from him. The outer sect of the Luo sect was actually not much, and the strange dragonfly did not find anything worth paying attention to after asking around. However, there were more cultivators who came to participate in the Luo sect examination than expected, and it was worth paying more attention to. The strange dragonfly originally wanted to take the opportunity to sneak into the waterfall to investigate. After all, that was the real important place of the Luo sect. However, there was no cover around the waterfall, and there were Luo sect disciples patrolling, so it would be too obvious if he sneaked in. Following Guchen's instructions, he did not dare to take the risk, so he came back. Guchen got a general understanding of the situation from the dragonfly, then waved his hand to let him leave, and continued to concentrate on studying the book. The day of the Luo sect's official entrance examination soon arrived. Under the huge waterfall, a dense crowd gathered. Guchen and his group were among the crowd, looking curiously at the open space in front of them. Around the open space stood numerous Luo sect outer sect disciples, responsible for maintaining order. In the center of the open space was a huge 8 trigram. This 8 trigram had not been seen yesterday, so it was obvious that it had appeared overnight. It was unknown if it had anything to do with the contents of the entrance examination. Brother Chen, long time no see. I wonder if your anger has subsided? Tang Gaolan asked with a bitter smile as she looked at Guchen, who was dressed in white and had his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. She had been wanting to see Guchen for the past few days to apologize for her previous rudeness, but Guchen refused to meet her. She thought it was because of her previous rudeness that there was a rift between them. This matter was indeed her fault. Her thoughts were seen through, and she felt that she was in the wrong, so she did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. Where did I get my anger from? Guchen was stunned, but he quickly understood what she was referring to and shook his head. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart, Miss Tang. Tang Gaolan was speechless when she saw Guchen's nonchalant expression. If he did not hold a grudge against her for the past few days, why hadn't he seen her for the past few days? She did not say it directly. Instead, she asked, Brother Chen, what have you been busy with these past few days? It's so hard to even see you. Isn't the entrance examination just around the corner? I've been reading for the past few days. Guchen glanced at the open space in front of him and answered honestly. Tang Gaolan's expression turned strange when she heard that. He had indeed taken many books from her and said that he would participate in the entrance examination. However, the contents of those books were too difficult to understand. How could he learn anything in such a short period of time? She originally thought that he would give up after reading a few books. Who would have thought that he would seriously prepare for the entrance examination? Can you understand those scriptures? It's not as simple as memorizing them. Tang Jianqing could not help but mock when he heard Guchen's words. He had only gained some understanding of the books after studying hard for 10 years. He knew that the metaphysical theories in the books were too difficult for ordinary people. I did learn something, Guchen said with a smile, as if he did not hear his sarcasm. Tang Jianqing was in disbelief. He thought to himself, who asked you to brag? You'll show your true colors when the entrance examination begins. Tang Gaolan's thoughts were similar to her brother's. However, she looked at Guchen's group with a smile on her face. Are all of Brother Chen's people participating in the entrance examination? Guchen had previously mentioned that they wanted to join the Luo sect to cultivate. That's not it. Only Yuan Jia and I are participating. Guchen glanced at Fang Shiji beside him. Since the surname Fang was a sensitive one, Guchen asked Fang Shiji to use an alias. Only the two of you are participating? Tang Gaolan could not help but take a few more glances at Fang Shiji. Previously, Fang Shiji was inconspicuous among Guchen's group and stood at the back most of the time. Now that she took a closer look, she realized that the black-robed young man was even more handsome than a girl. However, he had a cold expression and did not seem approachable. She was not surprised that only the two of them were participating in the entrance examination. Presumably, Gu Chen's other companions had given up after reading the books. Since the two of them were left to participate in the entrance examination, they should be more confident, right? Tang Gaolan guessed, but she was still not optimistic. After all, Gu Chen and Yuan Jia had prepared too hastily. As they were chatting, an elder of the Luo sect appeared on the empty ground. End of chapter. The Luo sect elder was tall and thin, with a mustache on both sides of his mouth. His eyes were sharp and full of spirit. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept across the densely packed crowd as he spoke concisely. Let's cut to the chase. Today's entrance test officially begins. Those who are interested in participating, please line up on the left. Later, 50 people will form a group and enter the 8 trigrams. The test is simple. Those who walk out of the 8 trigrams within 30 minutes will pass the test and become an outer disciple of the Luo sect. Those who perform outstandingly and are chosen by the prophets will be able to enter the inner gate directly. Of course, it doesn't mean that others don't have a chance. After the entrance test, there will be an inner gate test. Those who perform outstandingly will also be able to enter the inner gate and cultivate the profound Taoist techniques of the Luo sect. The elder explained the process of the examination very clearly, and the method of the examination greatly surprised many of the examinees present. Many people thought that the first test of the entrance test would be a written test to test one's understanding of scriptures such as knowing destiny. After that, there would be more tests, and only those who passed all of them would be qualified to become a disciple of the Luo sect. However, the test method was just to walk into the 8 trigrams in the open space and leave within 30 minutes. Everyone guessed that the 8 trigrams must have hidden secrets, but such a simple and direct test method still caught them off guard. Those who are chosen by the prophets can enter the inner gate directly. Are the prophets more powerful than the elders? Gu Chen turned to ask Tang Gaolan, who was beside him, when he heard the test method. The Luo sect does not have a sect leader. The person with the highest position in the sect is the great prophet. Below the great prophet, there are usually 9 prophets. The great prophet usually doesn't interfere with the affairs of the sect, so the 9 prophets have high positions and power. However, what is a prophet? He is an otherworldly expert who has foresight and is not interested in mundane matters. Thus, there is a position of elder, who is responsible for handling the trivial matters inside and outside the sect. Tang Gaolan had known that Gu Chen did not know much about the Luo sect, so she was not surprised and answered honestly. Gu Chen understood that the so-called elder was just an odd job worker, and the true higher-ups of the Luo sect were the prophets. Gu Chen could not help but glance around. Apart from the Luo sect elder and the disciples who were maintaining order, he did not find anyone else who could be a prophet. Since the prophets would select disciples, they should be somewhere watching the test. Gu Chen couldn't find the traces of the prophets and sighed inwardly. It was really troublesome to lose the powerful divine sense. He exchanged glances with Fang Shiji, who was beside him, and then glanced at the great waterfall in the distance. Fang Shiji immediately understood what he meant and nodded seriously. The inner sect was the true core of the Luo sect. Since the two of them wanted to find out more about the Luo sect, they naturally had to enter the inner sect. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Chen instructed Fang Shiji that there was no need to hide his abilities. He should perform well in the assessment and attract the attention of the prophet of Luo sect. No one else noticed Gu Chen and Fang Shiji's eye contact. After Tang Jianqing heard about the rules of the assessment, he looked uneasy. No. Testing to writing. To test. Gu, and I end of the test. He had studied painstakingly for 10 years, waiting for this day to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, the sudden change had reduced his confidence by quite a bit. Interesting. Xiao Heiyang, who was not far away, understood the rules of the test. When he saw sect leader Tang's uneasy look, he smiled mockingly. After the Luo sect elder announced the test, the candidates quickly lined up. Because they did not know the mystery of the 8 trigrams, most of the candidates hesitated and did not want to be at the front. Many squeezed to the back. If you don't want to take the test, you can leave now. The Luo sect elder had a bad temper. After a faint warning, the people in the front did not dare to retreat, and the line finally returned to normal. Gu Chen, Fang Shiji, and Tang Jianqing lined up at the front of the line, while Tang Gaolan, Feng Yaya, and the others waited for the test results in the distance. Soon, the first batch of 50 candidates walked into the huge 8 trigrams. As soon as the group entered, the people outside quickly saw the mystery of the 8 trigrams. The behavior of the examinees who entered the 8 trigrams diagram became a little strange. They walked around in the 8 trigrams diagram, as if they wanted to walk out, but they were trapped in a small circle, going in circles. Time passed quickly. Half an hour had passed, but none of the candidates had successfully walked out of the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams was only 300 meters long and wide, but it was like a curse, binding all the candidates inside. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the candidates outside became solemn. They did not know what was strange about it. When the time was almost up, the candidates in the 8 trigrams began to become anxious. Some of them even ran around in the 8 trigrams, anxious. The strange thing was that the 50 people were scattered in the 8 trigrams diagram. The anxious ones ran around randomly, but they didn't bump into or affect the others. It was as if the 50 people inside were in different worlds. The Luo sect elder looked at the running candidates and shook his head. Many of the Luo sect disciples also looked like they were watching a good show. Of course, there were some who were not idiots. Some of the candidates in the 8 trigrams studied it for a long time, and their eyes gradually revealed a thoughtful look. Their feet carefully stepped on the 8 trigrams, and their footsteps were very strange. Such people were rare. The candidates waiting outside realized that they were getting closer and closer to the border of the 8 trigrams. Finally, there were 2 people who were just a step away from the 8 trigrams. One of them suddenly vomited blood and fell to the ground, while the other took a step out of the 8 trigrams. Those who successfully passed the test turned back and looked behind them. Especially when they saw the candidates lying on the ground, they had a look of lingering fear. At this time, the incense had also burned out. The test is over. Out of 50 people, only 1 passed. The Luo sect elder's voice was like a bell. His voice woke the candidates who were still trapped in the 8 trigrams. As if they had just woken up from a dream, some were annoyed, and some were sad. The elder threw a token to the only candidate who passed the test, and the candidate was taken away by the Luo sect disciples. The candidate who was just a step away from the 8 trigrams but vomited blood and fell to the ground in the end also woke up. His face was pale. He looked at the back of the only person who passed the test and cried out in agitation. "It's not fair. I saw him at the end. I was clearly on par with him. Why did I collapse in the end? There must be a trick." The crowd did not know what happened in the 8 trigrams. They only saw the failed candidate speak incoherently and question the fairness of the Luo sect's test. They broke out in cold sweat for him. The Luo sect was not a place to be questioned. If he was not careful, he could lose his life. End of this chapter. Trick? Are you suspecting that the Luo gate is biased? Elder Luo Gate revealed a mocking look and said, "What you see may not be true. If you fail, think about what you did wrong. Don't blame others. Otherwise, no matter how many times you try, you won't be able to walk out of the 8 trigrams." With a flick of his sleeve, several disciples immediately escorted the candidate away so that he would not affect the rest of the test. The candidate was escorted away. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed as if he had gone mad. The crowd did not understand what he had experienced in the 8 trigrams, but they realized that the test was far more difficult than it seemed. Only 1 out of 50 people had passed, and he had done it in the nick of time. Did you see any clues? Gu Chen had witnessed the entire process, and his voice was transmitted to Fang Shiji's mind behind him. The 8 trigrams array is ever-changing. If you are not in the array, it is difficult to determine what he has experienced. Even if you understand what he has experienced, the situation we face when we enter the array may be very different. If I use the divine eye of heaven's origin, I can see some clues at a glance and break the array easily. It's just that leader doesn't allow me to use it. Fang Shiji's voice also quietly sounded in Gu Chen's mind. The divine eye of heaven's origin was the Fang family's strongest eye technique. It could observe the power of the mountains and rivers, as well as the aura of all things. It was naturally not a problem for it to break illusions and arrays. With the help of the divine eye of heaven's origin, the Feng family's Genesis techniques could be displayed to the extreme. Feng Shiji had cultivated in seclusion for 100 years, and the divine eye of heaven's origin had reached a very high level. However, although the divine eye of heaven's origin was powerful, its characteristics were also very obvious. To prevent others from seeing through his identity, Guchen asked Feng Shiji not to use it casually. "Can't you pass without using the divine eye of heaven's origin?" Guchen transmitted his voice as he turned to look at Feng Shiji. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Feng Shiji seemed to be provoked when he heard this, and he looked at Guchen with a burning gaze. "Leader, if I take first place, will it cause too much of a commotion? Will it cause trouble for you?" His tone was filled with the confidence of victory, with a sense of determination. Guchen originally wanted him to perform well so that he could join the inner sect, but he seemed to want to do even better. Guchen knew that Feng Shiji had been tormented by hatred for the past 100 years. All he wanted to do was to kill Feng Yuan, and the Luo sect in front of him was his first step. Guchen knew that Feng Shiji had been stubbornly isolating himself from the outside world for the past 100 years. Although his strength had greatly increased because of this, his mentality was very problematic. What he said just now was to provoke him, and it was time for him to vent his anger. "As long as you don't expose your inheritance, do whatever you want. If there's any trouble, I'll handle it." Guchen replied indifferently. Feng Shiji's expression shook. He already knew what he had to do. Batch after batch of examinees took turns to walk into the 8 trigrams, but their results were still unsatisfactory. In a batch of examinees, it was considered good if 2 or 3 of them passed the test. Some batches were completely annihilated. Seeing this, Luo sect elders' brows gradually furrowed. The quality of this batch of examinees had disappointed him. However, when he thought of the fact that the sect test was held once every 100 years, and that it had to be repeated after just 10 years, the situation was not so surprising anymore. Luo sect elders' thoughts drifted, and he seemed to have thought of something. His face revealed a worried expression, and he sighed. Another batch of examinees had a miserable ending, and it was finally Guchen's turn. Tang Jianqing lined up in front of Guchen. His expression was stiff, and he did not say a word. Anyone could see that he was nervous at the moment. The passing rate was too low. Tang Jianqing had originally fantasized that he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, being fought over by the 9 prophets of Luo sect, and stepping into the inner sect in one go, becoming the proud son of heaven that everyone in Pei country would know. However, even the number of examinees entering the outer sect was far less than he had imagined, which made him dispel all his ambitions. Now, he only prayed in his heart that he could pass the test and enter the outer sect. He was extremely nervous. Occasionally, when he turned around, he saw that Guchen and Feng Shiji were calm and composed, as if they were not worried at all. He could not help but curse inwardly, "The ignorant are fearless." In his opinion, the 2 of them had only studied scriptures for a few days, so they were probably a dead pig that did not fear boiling water. That was why they were so calm. When he thought of the scriptures, he felt a little indignant. From the looks of it, the scriptures he had studied would probably not be of any use. Didn't they see that a few white-haired old men had been eliminated? They had studied scriptures all their lives, but they did not seem to have any advantage in the test. "Excuse me, please excuse me." The crowd at the back suddenly surged. Someone had cut the queue and squeezed to the front. Tang Jianqing heard the voice and looked over. Who was it? It was not like those who took the test first would be able to pass. Was there a need to cut the queue? He looked at the person who had cut the queue, and his face quickly turned gloomy. That person was dressed in white and had a black cape. He was handsome and elegant. Who else could it be but his archenemy, Xiao Heiyang? Xiao Heiyang was originally at the back of the queue, but now he had squeezed to the front and was in the same batch as Tang Jianqing. It went without saying who he was after. "Xiao Heiyang, you're really haunting me." Tang Jianqing gritted his teeth in hatred. He was originally upset because of the test, but he did not expect his archenemy to come and cause trouble. "Young Master Tang, your words are too rude. You and I are both participating in the Luo Gate test. Do I have to avoid you? Or are you that afraid of competing with me? Xiaohang said with a smile. It was the kind of smile that hid a dagger in it. Everyone could hear the provocation in his tone. He was not far behind Feng Shiji in the queue. Neither Guchen nor Feng Shiji bothered to turn around to look at him. I'm afraid of you? I'm just worried that you'll humiliate yourself, okay? Tang Jianqing sneered, giving tit for tat. Oh? Since young Master Tang is so confident, why don't we make a bet? Xiaohang's eyes flickered as he suddenly suggested. Bet? What bet? I'm not in the mood for that. Tang Jianqing frowned. I won't cheat you. I bet that I'll be the first to pass the test. If I succeed, you'll kneel in front of me and kowtow to me 3 times. How about that? Kneel and kowtow. It was obvious that he was trying to humiliate Tang Jianqing. All the candidates looked at Xiaohang in surprise. Although the bet was a little vicious, he dared to say that he would be the first in this batch of candidates. Would he dare to do so without some strength? Xiaohang's confident words were heard even by the Luo Gate elder who was not far away. He cast an interested gaze at Xiaohang. What if you can't do it? Tang Jianqing was furious. Xiaohang was not betting on his result. Instead, he was aiming for the first place. It was obvious that Xiaohang did not take him seriously. If I can't do it, then I'll kneel to you, kowtow to you 3 times, and call you grandpa. Xiaohang's calm and collected demeanor allowed him to show off in front of everyone. When Guchen heard this, he turned around. However, he did not look at Xiaohang. Instead, he looked at Feng Shiji with a strange expression. Isn't this like going to the toilet with a lantern? Is he courting death? It seemed like someone was going to suffer a huge setback. End of this chapter. Tang Jianqing's face darkened. Since Xiaohang had put it this way, if he didn't agree, wouldn't others think he was afraid of him? Wouldn't people laugh their heads off when they heard about this? Fine, let's bet. Everyone here will be witnesses. I hope you won't regret it. Tang Jianqing pretended to be tough and cupped his hands at the people around him. His voice was sonorous and powerful. Seeing that he agreed, Xiaohang's lips curled into a smile. Since he dared to challenge Tang Jianqing, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence. Tang Jianqing had fallen into his trap, so there was no way he could climb out. If the son of the commander of the water dance army and the direct descendant of the Tang family knelt and kowtowed to him in front of everyone in the Luo Gate, not only would Tang Jianqing be embarrassed, but the Tang family's prestige would also be damaged. Xiaohang had achieved his goal, so he didn't say anything else. At this time, the Luo Gate elder also spoke, and the group of 50 people entered the 8 trigrams together. Tang Jianqing walked in front, his mind somewhat disturbed by Xiaohang's bet. Guchen looked at him from behind and couldn't help but shake his head. Tang Jianqing had no shrewdness. To put it bluntly, he was stupid. A few words from others had already disturbed his state of mind, so he probably wouldn't be able to pass the test. However, this had nothing to do with Guchen. Although he had agreed to be the Tang family's minister of offerings, it was only a verbal agreement. Whether he would do it or not depended on the situation in the Luo Gate. If everything went smoothly in the Luo Gate, he would part ways with the Tang siblings. He couldn't be bothered to care about him. At the edge of the 8 trigrams, Guchen stepped in, and the scene in front of him changed instantly. Tang Jianqing, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared, and Feng Shiji, who was behind him, also disappeared. He stood alone in the vast field, with towering mountains in the distance and a mirror-like lake nearby. Guchen narrowed his eyes. The scene of the group of people running around like headless flies was still vivid in his mind, and he had already guessed what would happen after entering the array. To put it bluntly, this was an illusion array. Guchen didn't rush into action, and he looked around with interest. The mountains in the distance and the water nearby. The pattern between the mountains and the rivers was thought-provoking. He looked up at the sky again. It was dusk, and the sun was still setting in the west. However, the moon had already climbed up into the sky, and it was dotted with a few pale white stars. Guchen was deep in thought. In his mind, the mountains and rivers were his muscles, and the sun and moon were his bones. This seemingly ordinary world suddenly seemed to have a different structure with hidden mysteries. I see. In just a few breaths, Guchen understood the mystery of this illusion array. This was not an ordinary illusion array. Ordinary illusion arrays could be broken by force as long as one's mental strength was strong enough or one had mastered mental secret techniques. As for the illusory formation before him, it combined the unfathomable changes of the 8 trigrams to create mountains and rivers. Only those who understood the feng shui of the world could break it. If he tried to break through by merely relying on his powerful mental strength, he would fall into a recurring illusion as the 8 trigrams evolved. Even if someone's mental strength was strong enough to tear through the entire 8 trigrams illusion, they would not be the disciple the Luo sect wanted. Guchen had heard before that the Luo sect's entrance examination was not restricted to one style, and that a powerful cultivator might not have a higher chance of passing than an ordinary person. He didn't believe it at the time, but he did now. The Luo sect wanted people who fit the characteristics of their sect. Cultivation alone would not be able to pass this test. Only by understanding the feng shui of the world could one pass the test. But how could one understand the feng shui of the world? The answer was hidden in the scrolls of scriptures that the Luo sect distributed to the public. Those scriptures were a stepping stone. If one had enough perception and could truly understand the contents of the scriptures instead of memorizing them, he would definitely be able to see through the mystery of the illusory array in front of him and find a way to leave. 1 is fate, 2 is luck, and 3 are feng shui. Genesis masters understand the feng shui of the world and are experts at locating dragons. The Luo sect wants to recruit disciples who have the potential to become Genesis masters. A strange light flashed in Guchen's eyes. After looking around, he already knew how to successfully leave the 8 trigrams. Although he had only been studying the Destiny Knowing and the other scriptures for a short period of time, his mastery of the Feng Shui Dao was not low. Thus, he was able to master it very quickly. Moreover, he had the Feng clan's inheritance. The Feng clan was originally from the Origin clan, and the Genesis masters were founded by the Origin clan. The illusion array before him was nothing more than child's play. Guchen was confident that he could leave the 8 trigrams in a dozen breaths. However, he did not rush into action. Instead, he pretended to be at a loss, as if he didn't know where to go. Feng Shiji would do the shocking things. He decided to keep a low profile and enter the Luo sect as inconspicuously as possible. If he wanted to conduct an investigation within the Luo sect, it would be much easier for him and Feng Shiji to work together in the dark. With a plan in place, Guchen put on a cautious and perplexed expression. From time to time, he would take a few steps in a certain direction. Occasionally, he would deliberately take the wrong path, maintaining a steady pace as he advanced. When he reached the mirror-like lake, he slowly took a step onto the surface of the lake. His figure was reflected in the lake. He casually glanced at the reflection and saw a strange smile appear on the face that should have been calm. His reflection was actually looking at him and smiling. Around the reflection, the mottled light from the setting sun on the surface of the lake was slowly swallowed up by the darkness until the surroundings became a pitch-black hole. Guchen's expression changed slightly. What was going on? Could it be that there was some hidden trick to this test? Guchen stared at the reflection with a gloomy expression. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to make a move, he suddenly felt that someone was watching him. The feeling of being watched was extremely strong. It was so strong that he felt as if his secret would be completely exposed if he didn't leave the 8 trigrams. The golden blood qi in Guchen's body began to surge instinctively. His expression changed, and he quickened his steps on the surface of the lake. After changing his position a few times, his previous hesitation disappeared. It was as if he suddenly had an epiphany, and his movements were swift and decisive. Behind him, the feeling of being watched was still following him like a shadow. It was as if he had to be exposed. Guchen's heart trembled. Without any hesitation, he took a few more heavy steps, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The mountains and rivers disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a large number of examinees. The feeling of being followed and spied on had also disappeared. It was as if 2 huge black hands had retreated like the tide and hidden themselves again. Guchen lowered his head and looked. His 2 feet had already landed firmly outside the 8 trigrams. Obviously, he had passed the test. Not far away, there was a sudden commotion. From the time he entered the 8 trigrams to the time he walked out, only a very short period of time had passed. Gu Chen looked around and realized that Fang Shiji had not come out yet. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. End of this chapter. Gosh, he walked out of the 8 trigrams in such a short time. Who is this person? He should be the candidate who took the shortest time so far, right? He might be accepted into the inner sect by the Luo sect prophet. Many people in the surroundings were discussing spiritedly. Their gazes fell on Gu Chen with surprise and envy. Tang Gaolan looked at Brother Chen, who passed the test but did not look happy at all. Her jaw dropped, and she wondered if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Tang Gaolan had been cramming for a few days to read the scriptures. She looked like she was just accompanying a guest. She had never imagined that the man in front of her would actually pass the examination. It would have been fine if he only passed the test, but he broke the record of all the candidates and walked out of the 8 trigrams in the shortest time possible. Tang Gaolan's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly looked at Gu Chen with a new gaze as if she had discovered a new continent. Chief, this, nameless, Elder Xiao, and the others looked at each other in surprise. They did not find it strange that their chief was capable of getting first place, but this did not seem to be his intention. What was going on? The Tang family's new high priest. In another corner of the crowd, the Xiao family's dwarf old man's expression twitched. Then, he stared at Gu Chen gloomily. He had seen Xiao Heiyang's bet with Tang Jianqing. Xiao Heiyang had even discussed this with him before making this decision. He knew the Tang family's capabilities very well. Xiao Heiyang, the Xiao family's young master, had outstanding talent, so it was easy for him to win the bet. However, things had changed before his eyes. He had only entered the 8 trigrams for a short while, but the Tang family's new high priest walked out. Xiao Heiyang's bet was that he would be the first to walk out, not that he only needed to defeat Tang Jianqing. Now that the Tang family's new high priest came out in first place, he was undoubtedly supporting Tang Jianqing and giving the Xiao family a hard slap in the face. The dwarf old man did not suspect that there was something wrong with the 8 trigrams. At this moment, he only felt that the other party was pretending to be weak and tricked him. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This time, Xiao Heiyang had lost. If he really knelt down to Tang Jianqing and news of this got back to Paidu, how was he going to explain it to Master Xiao? Let's not talk about the dwarf elder's internal drama. Gu Chen, whom he labeled as a sinister person, did not feel any joy from passing the test. It wasn't that he was in a bad mood because he had unexpectedly won first place, but because of what had just happened in the 8 trigrams diagram. The reflection in the water that smiled strangely at him, the feeling of being spied on like a shadow following him. Gu Chen had thought that he had made sufficient preparations and that no one would be able to see through the secret of his physique. However, in the process of escaping just now, he felt that he could be exposed at any time. That's right, he didn't walk out, he escaped. The reason why he abandoned his original plan of keeping a low profile and immediately left the 8 trigrams diagram was because he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, his secret would be discovered. It was just a feeling. Perhaps some people would think it was a fuss, but he knew that his intuition would not be wrong. The glorious ancient overlord body was a heaven-defying body. It brought with it powerful instincts that gave him the ability to foresee disasters and blessings. This instinct allowed him to avoid many dangers, and as his physique developed to a higher level, he could even foresee the future. This instinct was even more valuable than the combat instinct, and it was known as the foresight instinct. Back in the Chaos Sea, because Gu Chen had mastered the power of rules, there were very few things that could threaten him. Therefore, the foresight instinct rarely appeared. It had been a long time since he had experienced this sudden ominous feeling. Now that he had suddenly encountered it, and it was in the Luo Gate, it naturally made him feel uneasy. Because his foresight instinct had not been developed to the point where he could see the future, he was not sure if his secret had been exposed or who was spying on him. Gu Chen felt indignant, but he did not show any flaws on his face. He pondered. The glorious ancient overlord body had not appeared for countless years, and his chi-locking technique was not something to be trifled with. In such a short time, the other party should not have seen through everything. It was just that he had been leisurely in the 8 trigrams diagram earlier, and he had suddenly sped up. Others might not have noticed anything, but the person spying on him would definitely be suspicious. If he was suspicious, he would probably come into contact with him very soon. Gu Chen glanced at the waterfall. Since it happened during the assessment, the person spying on him was probably a senior member of the Luo Gate. You did well. Go to the side and take a rest. The Luo Gate elder in charge of the assessment handed Guchen the qualification token and said in a pleasant tone. His attitude was much better than before when he treated the other candidates. It could not be helped. The results of the previous batches of candidates were too poor. Now that a good seedling had finally appeared, he was happy, so his attitude was naturally much better. Guchen took the token and nodded. He guessed that the person spying on him could not be this elder, so he followed the guidance of the Luo Gate disciple and went to the side. He did not go far. He watched the assessment results and waited for Feng Shiji to come out. He was not sure if the illusion in the 8 trigrams diagram was the same for every candidate, so he wanted to ask Feng Shiji about it. The lake he had encountered, the strange smile on the reflection in the water, and the experience of the lake being swallowed by darkness and emptiness made him very concerned. He wanted to know if the others had encountered a similar situation, but it was not convenient to ask the other candidates under the watchful eyes of the Luo Gate disciple. He could only wait for Feng Shiji to come out before making a decision. Given Feng Shiji's attainments in Genesis techniques and his previous confident words, Guchen thought he would come out soon. Who would have thought that he would still be in the 8 trigrams diagram after a long while? He was motionless in the 8 trigrams diagram, standing in a certain position. His eyes were closed the entire time, and no one knew what he was doing. Guchen was surprised. It was not that Feng Shiji could not pass the stage. Given his ability, it was normal for him to come out earlier than Guchen if he gave it his all. Guchen did not know what Feng Shiji was doing. He guessed that Feng Shiji had encountered something unusual as he observed calmly. After a while, the second person who passed the assessment appeared. The handsome and elegant Xianxia calmly walked out of the 8 trigrams diagram. When he saw the large audience in front of him, he gave them a calm smile. He was pleased with himself. He had been calculating the time and was sure that he had used less time than the previous candidates who had passed the assessment. He was sure that he would cause a series of exclamations when he came out. This would be the first time he made a dazzling appearance in the Luo Gate. Perhaps even the prophet of the Luo Gate would be alarmed by him. One by one, they would appear without reservation and fight to take him as their disciple. A beautiful scene appeared in his mind, but the praises and exclamations that fell in his ears were much fewer than he had imagined. What was even stranger was that he saw some people looking at him sympathetically. He did not know why. Watch Start Zui New Chapter Section Please arrive Tang Ke Shop, mobile address, what's going on? Xiaohang was stunned. He looked at where the dwarf was and saw that the dwarf's expression was gloomy and devoid of any joy. He suddenly felt uneasy. He quickly looked at the candidates who had passed the test and looked around. After looking around and not finding Tang Jianqing, he heaved a sigh of relief. That was close, that was scary. Just now, those people's sympathetic expressions made him mistakenly think that Tang Jianqing had come out earlier than him, which made his heart skip a beat. If that was the case, even if he was chosen by the Luo sect prophet, it would be a nightmare. Because he had to kneel and kowtow to Tang Jianqing, fortunately, mud was mud. It could never be supported by a wall. He looked around and did not find Tang Jianqing. He calmed down. Suddenly, his expression froze, and his gaze was fixed on a certain person. That person was wearing a white robe and had an eye-catching cross-shaped tattoo on his forehead. Why did he look so familiar? He carefully confirmed it again, and his eyes gradually widened. His complexion also became somewhat pale. The Tang family's guardian with only 800 Dao power, if he remembered correctly, he was behind Tang Jianqing in the queue just now, right? In other words, he was in the same batch of candidates as him. He had already come out. Looking at him, he clearly did not come out just now. It seemed like he had been out for a while. Xiaohang's original expectations and beautiful imagination were all shattered at this moment. His mood plummeted. Isn't he the Tang family's guardian? Why is he participating in the test, damn it? He doesn't look very old. Could it be that his attainments in Fate Dao and Feng Shui far exceed mine? Xiaohang's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He looked at Guchen with killing intent. His lofty aspiration, his beautiful dream, had been smashed to smithereens at this moment. Guchen sensed Xiaohang's gaze almost immediately. His gaze fell on Xiaohang and quickly returned to the 8 trigrams. He could more or less guess what this person was thinking at this moment. However, it was insignificant to him. He looked at Fang Shiji in the 8 trigrams with flickering eyes. Xiaohang had already come out, but Fang Shiji was still standing in the same place without moving. This was very different from the first place he had promised. Half of the allotted time had already passed. If he came out now, his result would be the same. If it wasn't for the fact that Guchen knew that he couldn't see what was happening outside the 8 trigrams diagram, he would have suspected that Fang Shiji had changed his mind and decided to play the low-key role after seeing him take first place. Time ticked by, and 2 more examinees came out one after another. The quality of this batch of examinees was obviously better than that of the previous batches. Elder Luo Men nodded repeatedly, looking forward to the later assessments. When the time for an incense stick to burn was almost up, a few examinees were only 1 or 2 steps away from walking out of the 8 trigrams diagram, including Tang Jianqing. Fang Shiji, on the other hand, was still standing in the middle of the 8 trigrams. He did not take a step forward for a long time. In the eyes of others, he was naturally stumped and destined to have no fate with the Luo sect. Everyone's gazes were on the candidates who were just a step away. Tang Gaolan stared fixedly at where Tang Jianqing was, and she was extremely anxious when she saw him pacing back and forth without taking the right step. To be honest, she didn't have high hopes for her younger brother. However, Xiao Heian had already passed the assessment. If he didn't, it would be an invisible blow to the Tang family. The Luo sect had too much influence on the Pei Nation's imperial court. If the children of any of the imperial court's officials cultivated in the Luo sect, they would naturally have more authority in the imperial court. Tang Gaolan's heart clenched, and the gazes of Gu Chen and his companions turned slightly solemn. This was because if Fang Shiji didn't take action, he would be eliminated. Everyone had come to the Luo sect because of Fang Shiji, but he, the successor of the Source clan, was eliminated and couldn't enter the Luo sect. What was going on? The time for an incense stick to burn finally arrived. At the last moment, Tang Jianqing suddenly took a step forward and landed outside the 8 trigrams diagram. It was extremely close. He passed the assessment at the last moment. Tang Gaolan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, but she was shocked to find that she was covered in cold sweat. In the 8 trigrams diagram, the illusions in the eyes of all the examinees should have disappeared as the time was up. At this time, all of their faces would be filled with dejection, and they would leave the place disheartened. However, at this moment, all of them were still trying, as if the illusions had not disappeared. That's strange. Is the time not up yet? Someone looked at the burning incense in the incense burner suspiciously. It was obvious that it had burned to the end, and only ashes were left. Thus, everyone started whispering to each other, not understanding what had happened. The Luo sect disciples were also quite surprised. They looked at the elder present, only to see that he was also confused. There's a mystery in the 8 trigrams diagram, and the prophets in the sect can secretly control it. The assessment hasn't ended yet, so it can't be that the prophets remembered the time wrongly. The elder thought to himself, and his eyes flashed with doubt. This was not the first time he had presided over the entrance assessment, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The assessment was still going on, and the discussion among the spectators became louder and louder. Some of the examinees who had already failed the assessment were dissatisfied, feeling that this batch of examinees had taken advantage of them. If someone walked out of the 8 trigrams diagram now, how would the results be evaluated? Could it be that those who walked out now also passed the assessment? After a while, when the elder in charge of the assessment was about to send someone to the inner sect to inquire about the situation, there was a strange movement in the 8 trigrams diagram. One by one, the examinees flew out of the 8 trigrams diagram as if they were at the behest of gods and demons, as if they were being carried by an invisible force. One by one, the examinees fell out of the 8 trigrams diagram, and there was only one person left in the 8 trigrams diagram. That person was Fang Shiji. He was dressed in a black robe, and there was no joy or sorrow on his handsome face. His figure was straight and tall. For some reason, he was standing there motionlessly, but at that moment, everyone felt as if he had become the center of the world, and their minds were inexplicably attracted to him. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes, and just as he was about to take a closer look, the waterfall in the distance suddenly exploded. many figures leaped out from the cave behind the waterfall, and their bodies were agile as they glided down the flowing water, heading straight for this place. Just as they were about to arrive, their speed suddenly decreased, and their bodies floated around the 8 trigrams diagram like drifting leaves. Greetings, prophets. When the elder in charge of the assessment and the Luo sect disciples saw who the group of people were, they were shocked and quickly bowed. Everyone present was also in an uproar. The prophets of the Luo sect would not suddenly appear for no reason. It was probably because of that man in the 8 trigrams diagram. What did that man do? He was clearly standing there motionlessly, so why did he attract the prophets? Watch Start Zue New Chapter Section. Please arrive Tang Ke Shop, mobile address, 1, 2, 3. 9. Heavens, all 9 of the Luo sect's prophets have appeared. It's not easy for the prophets to meet even one of them. Today, all of them have appeared. What's so special about that candidate? The cultivators around the empty space were boiling with excitement. Such a situation was unheard of. Guchen also sized up the 9 prophets seriously. Their attire was not much different from the ordinary Luo sect disciples. They were all wearing black and white robes, with copper coins embroidered on the front and sleeves. However, there were 5 additional purple lines embroidered on the sides of their shoulders, which represented their identity as prophets. Outer sect disciples had 1 purple line, inner sect disciples had 2, deacons had 3, elders had 4, and the prophets had 5. There was no doubt about the identities of these 9 people. In the absence of the great prophets, they held the authority of the entire Luo sect. Fang Shiji had told Guchen beforehand that he would do his best to obtain the first place, but he was worried that he would cause too much of a commotion. Guchen did not expect that he would be able to cause such a huge commotion and attract the 9 prophets. It seemed that the results of his 100 years of hard work had exceeded his expectations. The 9 prophets descended around the 8 trigrams diagram. They did not look at the others, but stared at Fang Shiji with burning eyes. At this moment, the illusion in the 8 trigrams diagram had disappeared. Fang Shiji's gaze swept across the approaching prophets. His expression was very calm, and he had the demeanor of a general. "Young man, I wish to accept you as my disciple. Are you interested in being my disciple?" A prophet who was slightly closer asked impatiently, as if he was afraid that he would be snatched away by others. Before Fang Shiji could reply, the other prophets could not hold back anymore. "Old man. Don't even think about being first in line. This young man is the first one I have my eyes on. I was the one who noticed him first. Why don't you follow the rules?" A group of highly respected prophets actually started arguing in front of the crowd after just a few words. A few of them even started arguing with each other until their faces and ears turned red. This scene landed in the eyes of the surrounding people, and they were all stunned. They were wondering why the 9 prophets had rushed out of the inner sect in such a hurry, but it turned out that they were here to snatch a disciple. Under normal circumstances, even if an examinee performed extremely well in the entrance examination, the prophets would only inform them privately and let someone bring the examinee into the inner sect. But now, they had all run to the outer sect. They didn't even care about their faces. They only wanted to snatch the person in their hands. It could be seen how amazing that handsome black-robed youth was. What kind of monster is this guy? In the crowd, Xiaohiyang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It was already hard enough for him to feel that the consecrator Qin had snatched the first place away from him. Who would have thought that in the same batch, there was actually another person who had realized his originally beautiful imagination and caused the prophets to fight over him? He took a closer look at Fang Shiji and realized that Fang Shiji was originally in the Tang siblings group. His mood instantly worsened. As for the Tang siblings, who were traveling with Gu Chen and Fang Shiji, their expressions were even more interesting. How is that possible? Tang Jianqing's eyes widened. Most of the time, his gaze fell on Fang Shiji. Occasionally, he would look at Gu Chen, as if he had seen a ghost. Previously, when he was lucky enough to walk out of the 8 trigrams at the last moment, he quickly learned from the people around him that the first person to come out was called Chen Yi. When he heard this name, he first heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't Xiaohiyang. This way, he could be considered to have won the bet. Then, he carefully pondered. Why did this name sound so familiar, when he clearly realized that Chen Yi, who had obtained the first place, was the person he knew. His entire mind was violently shocked. He had studied hard for 10 years, but he couldn't even compare to a last-minute itinerant cultivator. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. He looked at Gu Chen and suspected that he had cheated. However, before he could accept this reality, an even more unbelievable reality appeared. The black-robed youth who had been following behind Chen like a follower had actually alarmed all the prophets of Luo men. Success in one day. After fantasizing about this scene, he knew very well that if 9 prophets were collectively fighting over him, the black-robed youth's future would be bright. Not only would he be able to enter the inner sect, but he would also be nurtured as a core disciple once he entered the inner sect. Tang Jianqing's heart was screaming that the heavens were unfair. He never would have thought that this person, whose name he didn't even remember, would actually become a big dark horse in this assessment. Many candidates were envious, jealous, and resentful. After the 9 prophets fought over Feng Shiji, they realized that it was not good to argue here, so they decided to bring Feng Shiji back to the inner sect first. You all continue with the assessment. The disciples who pass the assessment will be arranged to stay in the outer sect first. The inner sect assessment will be held another day. One of the prophets said a few words to the elder in charge of the assessment. Then, the 9 of them brought Feng Shiji back to the cave in the waterfall. Before Feng Shiji left, he secretly glanced at Gu Chen. Seeing that he nodded, he left with the prophets without hesitation. After this incident, coupled with the instructions of the prophets before they left, all the candidates, whether they had finished the assessment or not, realized that they had become a foil. Originally, the inner sect assessment would be held after the entrance assessment, but the prophets decided to hold the assessment another day, which meant that they were not free today. And the reason why they were not free was because they had not been able to snatch the disciple they wanted. The attitude of the prophets indirectly showed that in their eyes, all the candidates present were not as important as the one who had been taken away. Many of the candidates were not convinced because they did not know how Feng Shiji had passed the assessment. From the beginning to the end, his actions were too strange. Gu Chen was also very curious about how Feng Shiji had passed the assessment. Logically speaking, the last person to come out would not be able to get first place. Because of the strange changes in the illusion, he had left the 8 trigrams in a hurry, so he did not have an accurate grasp of the situation inside. Originally, he wanted to wait for Feng Shiji to come out and ask about the specific situation inside the 8 trigrams, so that he could compare it with his own experience. Unfortunately, this idea was not feasible now. Feng Shiji had already entered the inner sect one step ahead, so it would not be easy to contact him. Even if he could contact him, he was the focus of attention now, so it was not appropriate to contact him. It seemed that he could only wait and see, and wait until after the inner sect assessment. The assessment continued, but with such a big incident, the rest of the assessment seemed to be much more sloppy. Not only did the candidates lose their enthusiasm, even the elders and disciples of the Luo sect kept glancing at the waterfall, curious about what the prophets were doing now. It was not only the candidates who were confused, but they were also confused. This was the first time that such a situation had occurred in the entrance assessment. Very quickly, the assessment ended. The number of people who passed the assessment and officially became Luo sect's outer sect disciples was much less than in previous years. Even so, with the appearance of a genius who shocked the prophets, not only could this batch of assessment not be said to be bad, but it was also more outstanding than in previous years. After all, the Luo sect did not care about the number of disciples, they cared more about the aptitude. A disciple with good aptitude could lead the Luo sect to glory in the next 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. The Luo sect's disciples were never many, and they won by quality. End of chapter. The elder in charge of the assessment was in a good mood. He had made a contribution this time with the appearance of a genius who was being fought over. He was also curious about what was so special about the black-robed young man. He gave a few simple instructions to his disciples and hurried back to the inner sanctum to gather information. The examinees who passed the assessment were brought to the courtyard where the Luo sect disciples lived for the time being. To put it bluntly, they just changed their residence and were still in the outer sanctum, which made it even more inconvenient for them to move around. However, it was much better than the others. The examinees who failed the assessment were asked to leave the same day by the Luo sect. Even the people who accompanied them had to pack up and leave. As a result, the outer sanctum became much more spacious. Tang Gaolan and Gu Chen's companions stayed behind. They could leave after watching the inner sanctum assessment. This was a kind of preferential treatment that the Luo sect gave to those who passed the assessment. Because they heard that Yuan Jia, who was taken away by the 9 prophets, came together with Gu Chen and the others, Feng Yaya and the others were treated with unexpected courtesy. Their accommodation was upgraded to a better and bigger courtyard. Although Gu Chen and Tang Jianqing had to live in the small courtyard, the Luo sect disciples treated them much better. Tang Gaolan never thought that she would benefit from Gu Chen and the others. She was secretly excited and glad that she made the right decision back then. When the Xiao family's consecrator mocked Gu Chen for only having 800 Tao power, she actually regretted it. She wondered if her decision back then was too hasty. However, with someone like Yuan Jia, even if Chen Yi was not worth the consecrator's price, it was worth it just based on the relationship between the two. Moreover, Chen Yi was not bad himself. If Yuan Jia had not shocked the world, Chen Yi would have been the first place. Tang Gaolan realized that she had underestimated this group of people. She did not know if the others who did not participate in the assessment were also hiding their abilities. She began to curry favor with them. If she could bring this group of people into her Tang family, it would definitely be of great benefit to her Tang family. Fang Shiji successfully entered the inner sanctum and approached the power center of the Luo sect. Gu Chen also kept a low profile and stayed in the outer sanctum as he wished. The current situation was not much different from his original plan. However, Gu Chen did not relax. Instead, he was in a state of vigilance because of the spying in the dark. Although the spying completely disappeared after he left the 8 trigram, it did not mean that it did not exist. He was worried that something would happen soon. Therefore, he reminded his companions, especially the dragonfly monster, to be vigilant of every movement in the outer sanctum and report to him immediately if there were any abnormalities. After giving instructions, Gu Chen went to the small courtyard where the group resided. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he found that Tang Jianqing and Xiao Heong were arguing. "The bet we agreed on? What, are you going back on your word now? Xiao Heong, do you have any shame?" Tang Jianqing was in high spirits and had an overbearing aura. Many disciples who had just passed the test had gathered around him, and they all started to make things difficult for Xiao Heong. "Xiao with me, Shar, he weak," he said. Xiao said. "Xiao. Xiao of Xiao was I Xiao Mo Xiao Heong lost because of him. After all, he was the first to walk out of the 8 trigram. If he was not the first to walk out, Xiao Heong would not be affected no matter how amazing Feng Shiji's later performance was according to the bet." Gu Chen was not interested in the conflict between the 2 aristocratic families. He did not intend to intervene. However, Tang Jianqing was a newcomer, but he was surprised to see a group of supporters around him. Everyone present was a candidate who had passed the test. They were not related to Tang Jianqing, so why were they surrounding him and making things difficult for Xiao Heong? Was Xiao Heong so hateful? Gu Chen stopped to observe for a while and soon understood what was going on. This group of candidates knew that Feng Shiji came with them. They thought that Tang Jianqing had a strong relationship with him, so they were trying to please him. Everyone present was a disciple of the Luo sect. If they wanted to do well in the sect in the future, it was best to climb up a big tree. Feng Shiji was the biggest tree they could see and the easiest to reach, so they took action. Since they could not find Feng Shiji at the last minute, they started to flatter Tang Jianqing. Gu Chen looked at Tang Jianqing's smug face and wondered if he was purposely exaggerating his relationship with Feng Shiji. This person was really shameless. Gu Chen recalled how Tang Jianqing looked down on them. It was a stark contrast to how he was taking advantage of the situation. Gu Chen had a better understanding of Tang Jianqing's character. Gu Chen shook his head. He had no intention of undermining Tang Jianqing. He had been through countless storms, so he saw all of this as fleeting clouds. He deliberately avoided the group and headed to the room that was arranged for him. As for whether Xiao Heong would be forced to kneel in the end, he was not interested at all. After entering the room and closing the door, Gu Chen isolated himself from all the hustle and bustle of the outside world. He practiced quietly until the curtain of the night rose and the lanterns were lit. At this moment, there was a knock on his door. It was Tang Jianqing. He frowned slightly when he knew who it was. He wanted to ignore it, but he thought of using the identity of the Tang family as a cover, so he opened the door and let Tang Jianqing in. "Brother Chen, I'm really sorry to disturb you." Tang Jianqing was extremely polite the moment he entered. Since when had he ever addressed Gu Chen in such a manner? Gu Chen found it funny, but he gave him face and let him sit down to have a chat. Seeing that Gu Chen did not treat him coldly, Tang Jianqing's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed. Soon, he began to chat with him. In the eyes of Gu Chen, who had experienced many ups and downs in the world, Tang Jianqing was not shrewd at all. He was simple and easy to understand. The two of them chatted for a while, and Gu Chen understood the purpose of his visit. Gu Chen's previous suspicions were not wrong. After Feng Shiji shocked the world, Tang Jianqing pretended to be on good terms with them and took the opportunity to win over a large number of disciples. Although outsiders did not know the truth, he was clear about it. He more or less had a guilty conscience. Now that he came to find Gu Chen, he wanted to ease the relationship between them and make his lie become the truth. From his words, Gu Chen also learned that Xiao Heiyang was really an unlucky child. Under the coercion of a group of people, he really knelt and kowtowed to Tang Jianqing in front of everyone, fulfilling the bet they had agreed on. Tang Jianqing could be said to be proud of himself. After so many years, he had finally defeated his archenemy. His mood was soaring. However, this pride was fake and not real. Whether it could become real and last depended on Feng Shiji's attitude towards him in the future. And how Feng Shiji treated him depended on Gu Chen's mood. The Tang family's young master's weakness was now tightly grasped by Gu Chen, so he had to shamelessly curry favor with him. End of this chapter. If it weren't for Brother Chen, I'm afraid the one kowtowing on the ground would be me. I was disrespectful to Brother Chen earlier, but Brother Chen repaid me with kindness. I feel very guilty. Tang Jianqing sighed as the conversation in the room gradually got louder. These words were not just for show, but from the bottom of his heart. Putting aside the impact of Feng Shiji alerting the prophet, just the fact that Gu Chen was the first to walk out of the 8 trigrams diagram was enough to make him feel grateful. If Gu Chen wasn't the first to walk out, Xiao Heiyang would definitely be first, and the one forced to kneel and suffer humiliation would be him. The difference of one place was the difference between heaven and hell. He was truly glad. Young Master Tang, there's no need to be so polite. Since I become the Tang clan's sinecure, I naturally won't sit idly by. You and I should help each other, don't you think so? Gu Chen replied with a smile. These words made Tang Jianqing feel extremely comfortable, and the bit of worry he had vanished into thin air. Of course, Brother Chen's words make sense. Since young Master Tang understands this, there are some things that I won't hide anymore. Seeing that Tang Jianqing had taken the bait, Gu Chen continued, Yuan Jia and I are rogue cultivators after all. Now that we've entered the Luo sect, it'll be a little troublesome if they investigate our backgrounds. What kind of trouble? Tang Jianqing was stunned. As rogue cultivators, we're not like sect disciples. In the past, we lacked resources for cultivation, so we've more or less done some shady things. Now that we've finally entered the Luo sect, Yuan Jia has a bright future ahead of him. I really don't want these things to be used against us in the future. Gu Chen pretended to sigh helplessly. With Brother Yuan's talent, who would dare to gossip about you? I understand the situation of rogue cultivators, so Brother Chen doesn't have to worry too much. It's nothing. Tang Jianqing didn't think much of it. Rogue cultivators had always been in a difficult situation in this world, so it was inevitable that they would do some shady things. From what he heard, that was probably what Gu Chen was worried about. However, this world was always realistic. When you became strong, who would care about your past? That's true, but it's better to avoid trouble if we can, Gu Chen reminded. Brother Chen, what do you mean? I'm a guardian of the Tang family, so Yuan Jia is naturally a member of the Tang family. My companions are naturally members of the Tang family as well. What I said should be correct, right? Young Master Tang, do you understand what I mean? Gu Chen tapped his fingers on the table and said. Tang Jianqing quickly understood, and his eyes lit up. Brother Chen, I understand. Brother Chen, Brother Yuan, and the others are all members of my Tang family. If anyone dares to question anything, my Tang family will bear the consequences. Tang Jianqing was excited in his heart. He had originally come to make friends with Xianxia. He had already experienced the benefits of having a relationship with Xianxia today. Of course, he was eager to have a closer relationship with both sides. Previously, Xianxia was only Qingyi's partner, and Qingyi was only using the title of Tang family's consecrator. The relationship between the two of them was ambiguous. Now, Qingyi had taken the initiative to express his goodwill, and he had become a member of the Tang family. Tang Jianqing was not a scheming person. He only felt that this was a great thing, so he went along with Gu Chen's wishes without hesitation. He stayed for a while longer, and his attitude was warm, as if he could not wait to chat with Gu Chen through the night. It was only when Gu Chen hinted that he wanted to send him off that he tactfully left. Before he left, he was still in high spirits. After watching him leave, Gu Chen closed the door and shook his head. He might have already been targeted, and Fang Shiji was too dazzling. In this case, their background was very important. If they were unaffiliated cultivators with unknown origins, the Luo sect's suspicions would increase. However, if they were related to a family with a strong background like the Tang family, they would have an additional layer of protection. He had repeatedly hinted to Tang Jianqing tonight. With Tang Jianqing's temperament, the entire Luo sect would undoubtedly know that they were members of the Tang family in a few days. Tang Jianqing wanted to use this relationship to establish a foothold in the Luo sect, but he did not know that they also needed this relationship to deceive the Luo sect. If they were to be exposed one day, they could slip away, but the Tang family would not be able to escape. There might even be a lot of trouble. Therefore, the Tang family could not say that it was a good deal for them, but Tang Jianqing had not realized it yet. The sound of bottles being smashed could be heard. Xiao Heiyang stood in the messy room. His expression was extremely livid, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Elder Wei, help me kill that Qingyi. I want him to die a horrible death." His voice was furious and hysterical, but the dwarf elder standing next to him was much calmer. He waited until he had vented most of his anger before replying, "Since you can even endure the humiliation of kneeling, how can you be so irrational?" Xiao Heiyang understood what he meant, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. This was the Luo sect. Even if he succeeded, he would not be able to bear the consequences, let alone the success rate of killing someone. He knew that Elder Wei would not help him kill someone in this place. He was only a high official of the Xiao family, but it did not mean that he was suicidal. However, whenever he thought about the humiliation he had to endure during the day, he almost lost control of his emotions. Utter humiliation, that good-for-nothing Tang Jianqing actually knelt down to him under his coercion. If word of this spread back to Paidu, he would definitely be utterly humiliated. However, if he did not fulfill his promise, judging from the attitude of those people in the afternoon, they might even break his legs. The Xiao family might be considered a prestigious family in Paidu, but in this sect, worldly power was nothing. Those who stood by Tang Jianqing's side in the afternoon were all prospective Luo sect disciples. There were also some veteran disciples who watched coldly from the sidelines. The guards that he brought along dared not offend him, and the same went for Elder Wei. Under those circumstances, he had no other choice but to accept his defeat. He had endured the humiliation, but what tormented him was his mental state afterward. Every time he recalled that scene, he felt like thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart, and his hatred grew. Compared to Tang Jianqing, whom he had always looked down on, he hated the high official named Qingyi even more. If it were not for him, he would not have been reduced to a joke today. What's done is done. No matter how angry you are, it's useless. Let's think about the future. The dwarf old man glanced around. Seeing that the doors and windows were closed and there was no unusual movement outside, he lowered his voice and said, "According to the master's arrangement, the best situation would be for you to get first place in the assessment and successfully become Dong Xianji's disciple. Then, you'd be given the gifts. In this way, you'd have a very bright future in the Luo sect. However, now that Xianxia has alarmed the 9 prophets, he will definitely become a huge threat to you, young master." Hearing this, Xiao Heiyang's face suddenly became a little gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are you saying that the big shot surnamed Gu might take a fancy to Xianxia?" Mobile version, that person's status is so high that Xianxia probably won't even get to see him, so how could you be interested in him? The midget old man laughed and explained, but that person did give the Luo sect a chance to follow him 10 years ago. It's just that none of the Luo sect disciples met the requirements. The Luo sect recruits disciples once every 100 years. Why did they make an exception this time? I'm afraid they're trying to find a good seedling so that they can get in touch with that person. That person's influence is growing, and the Luo sect is weakening. It's necessary to curry favor with those in power if they want to rebuild their sect. Think about it. Under these circumstances, the Luo sect is in desperate need of talents. Naturally, the chances of being recommended to that person will increase if you get first place in the assessment. That's why you tried your best to get first place. But now that Xianxia has gotten first place, and it's a result that alarmed the 9 prophets. It's obvious how talented he is. You're already one step behind him. If this goes on, I'm afraid you'll completely lose this opportunity. The midget old man sighed. His words made Xiaohang even more depressed. He sighed at his bad luck for encountering such a strong competitor. I heard that many of the Luo sect disciples were killed or injured when the big shot with the surname Gu came to the Luo sect 10 years ago. Perhaps there's more to it than meets the eye. Even if I manage to get in touch with that person, it might not be luck. Xiaohang comforted himself. What else could he do other than think that way? What happened 10 years ago was indeed strange, but the quota can't be fake. The Xiao family has been filial to Prophet Dong for a long time. He wouldn't lie to us about this. The midget old man shook his head. That Prophet Dong won't do anything without benefits. If he really treated the Xiao family differently, he could have just taken me in as a disciple. Why beat around the bush? Xiaohang complained. The midget old man's expression changed when he heard that. He looked around nervously. Young master, please be careful with your words. The prophets of the Luo sect know everything. If you're unhappy with him, he'll be able to tell at a glance. It won't do you any good if you make him unhappy. Elder Wei, you're overestimating those prophets. They're just a bunch of people who never leave the mountains. Xiaohang mumbled a few words and felt a little guilty. After all, he had heard of many supernatural powers of Prophet Luo. As he spoke, his voice became softer. Now that things have come to this, young master should prepare for the inner court exam. If you perform well enough in the inner court exam, you will still have a chance. The dwarf elder comforted him for a while and then left. Xiaohang was left alone in the room. Thinking back to everything that had happened during the day, he couldn't think straight and couldn't sleep the whole night. After the dwarf elder left, no one noticed that on the roof of Xiaohang's room, a small dragonfly that was motionless like a statue blinked its compound eyes. In the middle of the night, a small dragonfly flew in from the open window of Gu Chen's room. Gu Chen, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, immediately opened his eyes and stretched out a finger. The little dragonfly landed on his fingertip and transmitted some information to him through a weak spiritual force fluctuation. Because of his vigilance, Gu Chen asked the dragonfly monster to pay attention to any movements in the outer court. Since Xiaohang wanted to kill him, the dragonfly monster would naturally report it. When Gu Chen learned that the dragonfly monster had heard the private conversation between Xiaohang and the dwarf elder, he didn't care about Xiaohang's killing intent. Instead, he was interested in the inside story that the two had mentioned. A big shot with the surname Gu? There's a hidden secret in the Luo court entrance exam? Gu Chen's expression was uncertain. For some reason, his eyelid twitched when he heard that someone with the same surname as him had been to the Luo court. Increase the surveillance on Xiaohang. Also, find a way to find out what happened in the Luo court 10 years ago. Gu Chen quickly gave new instructions to the dragonfly monster. Then, he closed his eyes and went back to cultivating. The candidates who passed the outer court exam didn't have to wait for a few days before the inner court exam arrived. Gu Chen originally thought that the prophets would be in charge of the inner court exam and that he might be able to see Feng Shiji. However, he was disappointed. None of the prophets appeared during the inner court exam. Naturally, Feng Shiji didn't appear either. He had no way of knowing which prophet had snatched Feng Shiji as a disciple and what Feng Shiji had done in the Bagua diagram. The Luo court elder was still in charge of the inner court exam. Unlike last time, the Bagua diagram was no longer there. Instead, there was a pile of large and cumbersome Dao artifacts. Today, we will test your Dao root, physique, mental power, and other aspects. The results will be given to the prophets. The prophets will decide who to accept into the inner court based on your results. The Luo court elder briefly introduced the rules of the exam. Some of the new disciples couldn't help but look gloomy when they heard this. This kind of exam was actually the most common way for the major sects to recruit disciples. It was normal to give treatment according to one's aptitude. However, the Luo court was not an ordinary sect. The uniqueness of the sect made its requirements for recruiting disciples different from others. This made it possible for people with mediocre aptitudes to pass the exam. It wasn't easy for these people with mediocre aptitudes to enter. They had hoped to be chosen by the prophet, but who would have thought that the prophet wouldn't even want to see them? The prophet had used the most universal standards to measure them. How could they not be upset? Under the universal assessment method, some people's results were determined from the beginning. Regardless of what the new disciples thought, large Dao artifacts emitted resplendent lights as they began to check everyone's aptitude. The new disciples lined up to be inspected. Guchen stood at the back of the line and waited calmly. Before entering the Luo court, he had an idea of the possible inspections and had made the corresponding preparations. Therefore, he didn't panic. The various sects in the primordial chaos Dao world might use different methods to check one's aptitude, but there was no difference in essence. The first thing in terms of aptitude was the Dao root. In the eyes of the people of the primordial chaos Dao world, the Dao root was a person's innate cultivation aptitude. This included what kind of laws were suitable for one to cultivate and how high one's talent in cultivating such laws was. The Dao roots were divided into the 5 elemental Dao roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were also dark, wind, and lightning Dao roots. There were countless strange Dao roots. The Dao roots were also divided into inferior grade, medial grade, high grade, precious, and divine grade. This division was the same as the division of the Chaos Sea cultivators' origins. Was it a coincidence? Of course not. The so-called Dao roots of the primordial chaos Dao world were actually what the Chaos Sea cultivators called the origins power. However, living beings in the Dao world grew up bathed in the primordial chaos essence energy. They were born with the origins power, which was also a Dao root. As for the Chaos Sea cultivators, they could only obtain it through cultivation. One side was born with a Dao root, while the other side required arduous cultivation. Only a few geniuses could possess it. This was the reason why the people of the primordial Dao world looked down on the living beings of the lower realm. In comparison, the living beings of the Chaos Sea could not compare to the living beings of the Dao world, but it did not mean that they did not have any advantages. Because the Dao root was cultivated, the living beings of the Chaos Sea had more plasticity. The living beings of the Dao world were born with aptitude that was hard to change. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Chaos Sea could choose what kind of origin they cultivated. When the origin they cultivated was abnormally strong, they would have strong capital after entering the Dao world. The reason why Fang Yuan had targeted Gu Chen was that he had 4 divine grade origins. This was unimaginable in the primordial Dao world. 4 divine grade origins meant 4 kinds of divine grade Dao roots. Those who had divine grade Dao roots would be highly valued in any sect in the Dao world, let alone 4 at the same time. According to Zhou Fengling and Gu Chen, there were not many people with 2 Dao roots in the Dao world, and those who had 2 divine grade Dao roots were absolute geniuses. Fang Yuan had seized his origin and possessed 4 divine grade Dao roots. He could be said to be a rare genius in the Dao world. One could imagine that with 4 divine grade Dao roots, Fang Yuan would be able to thrive no matter where he went in the Dao world. Without the 4 divine grade Dao roots, Gu Chen did not have any Dao roots in his body. Hence, it would be very difficult for him to pass the Luo Gate test. However, he had cultivated the 11th heaven mystic technique. With the help of the mystic technique's energy, he could simulate any kind of Dao root in his body. By purifying the mystic technique's energy, he could disguise himself as a Dao root of any grade. So, it was actually extremely easy for him to pass the test of his Dao root. What worried him more were the other tests. The constitution test tested whether he had a special constitution. Although some people with special constitutions did not have strong Dao roots, they could still make a name for themselves with their special constitutions. Hence, the test would naturally not miss this point. The mental strength test tested the strength and tenacity of one's mental strength. If one had an abnormally strong mental strength, he would have a great advantage in cultivating Tao techniques. Gu Chen possessed the glorious ancient overlord body, which was arguably the most powerful special body in the world. Although he had lost the source of his soul, with the nourishment of the overlord body, his mind was still stronger and more resilient than ordinary people. If he were to reveal a bit of his true strength in these two tests, the Tao artifact would probably be paralyzed. Therefore, he needed to consider how much strength he should display in order to enter the inner sect without causing unnecessary trouble. Others racked their brains to think of ways to improve their results in the assessment, but Gu Chen was conflicted about concealing his strength. He thought about it carefully. No matter how careful he was during the test of his body constitution and mental power, accidents might happen with the foundation of the glorious ancient overlord body. So, he had to completely conceal these two aspects of his ability. In this way, if he wanted to smoothly enter the inner court, then he had to tamper with his Tao root. Gu Chen pondered deeply, and while he waited for the inspection, he started to circulate the energy of the secret technique within his body, and he transformed it into an ordinary fire Tao root before ceaselessly purifying it. The fire Tao root was very common, and it was not easy to attract attention. If it was of a high grade, it should be enough to enter the inner sect of the Luo sect. As for the higher grade and the divine grade, it was not impossible for Gu Chen to forge them, but there was no need for that. Because it was his first time trying to forge a Tao root, Gu Chen was worried that he might not be able to grasp it accurately, so he was extra careful. In the process, many new disciples went through the inspection. Tang Jianqing was tested to have a high-grade water Tao root, which was considered not bad among the many disciples. Xiao Heiyang was even better. He was tested to have a low-grade wind Tao root, which was ranked first among those who had been tested. Many people looked at him enviously. However, Xiao Heiyang did not feel proud after the inspection. Instead, he turned around nervously and stared at Gu Chen, who was about to be inspected. He already knew about the quality of Chen Yi's Tao root, so there was no doubt about it. What he cared about now was Chen Yi's Tao root. Chen Yi had lost to him in the outer sect assessment. If he could turn the tables in the inner sect assessment, then he would have won the overall assessment. After all, the ranking in the inner sect assessment would directly affect the priority of the prophets, which was much more important than the outer sect assessment. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Heiyang and the others, the Tao root in Gu Chen's body was finally forged. He calmly walked into the Tao tool for testing the Tao root. Soon, the result was out. High-grade medium fire Tao root. When Elder Luo said this, the disciples beside him recorded it down. Many people were excited, but Xiao Heiyang's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. One was low-grade high-grade, and the other was middle-grade. There was only a slight difference, but the second place was still the second place. Xiao Heiyang knew that he had lost again. He clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. Tang Jianqing, on the other hand, was beaming with joy when he saw this. After the heart-to-heart talk with Gu Chen that night, he had already regarded Gu Chen as one of his own. Gu Chen had surpassed Xiao Heiyang once again, so he was naturally happy. When Gu Chen heard the inspection result, he smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. It was already not easy for him to use the energy of a secret technique to forge the Tao root. As for the grade of the Tao root, how could he control it? As long as he did not accidentally create a precious Tao root, he would be very satisfied. As for Xiao Heiyang, it was purely an accident. Then, the other inspections continued. Because of the high-grade Tao root, Gu Chen had aroused the anticipation of the elders present. With such a Tao root, if he was talented in other aspects, the prophets would definitely pay more attention to him. Although it was impossible to have a grand scene like that of Yuan Jia, if more prophets noticed it, there would be more choices. However, Gu Chen's performance was inevitably disappointing. His performance in the test of physique and mental strength was extremely ordinary. In the end, the elders sighed regretfully. After all the inspections were completed, the results of all the new disciples were immediately sent to the inner sect by the elders for the prophets to check. About half a day later, the list of disciples who had successfully passed the inner sect assessment was released. Gu Chen, Xiaohang, and Tang Jianqing were all on the list. When he heard the news, Tang Jianqing was overjoyed, Gu Chen was calm, and Xiaohang was still brooding over the fact that he did not obtain first place. There were a total of 16 disciples who had entered the inner sect. Compared to the outer sect assessment, the elimination rate was much better. The 16 new inner sect disciples were immediately led by the elders through the waterfall that separated the outer sect and the outer sect. They stepped into the inner sect of the Luo sect that they had been curious about for a long time. Behind the waterfall was a karst cave. After taking a few turns in the karst cave, their eyes suddenly opened up to a beautiful and rich mystic realm. As Gu Chen looked at the beautiful scenery of the mystic realm, he sighed inwardly. He had finally entered the inner sect of the Luo sect. He wondered if the backup plan left behind by the origin race was here. Did Fang Shiji discover anything when he entered a few days earlier? The 16 new inner sect disciples were brought by the elders and quickly arrived in front of the prophets to go through the selection and apprenticeship process. Watch Start Zue New Chapter Section. Please arrive Tang Ke Shop, mobile address. Among the pavilions, the 9 prophets leaned against the railings and examined the 16 new disciples below. Being recruited into the inner sect meant that the 16 of them were qualified to be apprenticed to a master. However, it was up to them to decide which prophet they would be apprenticed to. Some disciples were only chosen by one prophet, so there was nothing to hesitate about. They could just go up and pay their respects to the corresponding prophet. However, some disciples were chosen by several prophets at the same time. It was difficult to make a choice. Although the 9 prophets had similar positions in Luo sect, they had different personalities and different cultivation levels. Their futures after being apprenticed to a master would also be different, so they had to be careful. Gu Chen had the best Taoist root among all the disciples, so he naturally had the right to choose. A total of 4 prophets had chosen him. He raised his head and examined the prophets behind the railing. He was deep in thought, unlike the other disciples who were timid and excited. The prophets are waiting for you in the pavilion above. After you've made your choice, go up and take them as your masters. There's no need to be too conflicted. The skills of any prophet are enough for you to learn for a lifetime. Elder Luo sect reminded them with a smile after he brought them there. Everyone present was already an inner sect disciple, so their status was much higher than the outer sect disciples, so his attitude was much better. Elder, there's something I'd like to ask. Gu Chen pondered and turned his head to ask politely. What's the matter? The elder glanced at Gu Chen in surprise and asked kindly. Gu Chen spoke very little along the way. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Plus, he had a good result in the test, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy with some simple questions. I wonder which prophet Xianxia is apprenticed to? Gu Chen asked straightforwardly. Hearing this, many disciples had a strange look on their faces. Then, their eyes lit up. The scene of the 9 prophets fighting for Xianxia was still fresh in their minds. Although they didn't know the strength of each prophet, they thought that the prophet who could get a genius like Xianxia was definitely not weak. This Chenny was smart. If he could be apprenticed to the same prophet as Xianxia, not only would he be a good teacher, he could also get closer to Xianxia. For a moment, all the disciples listened attentively and had the same thought. Even a disciple chosen by a prophet was looking forward to hearing the name of their prophet. Why are you asking this? The elder's face immediately darkened. Just like the others, he misunderstood Gu Chen's intentions. For a moment, he had a bad impression of him. Of course, he couldn't tell them about this. Not only would he not get any benefits, he would also offend many prophets for no reason. Seeing the elder's expression change, as well as the expressions of the others, Gu Chen felt helpless. He knew that he wouldn't get an answer. Of course, he knew that asking this question could easily cause misunderstandings, but even so, he still hoped to get in touch with Fang Shiji as soon as possible. It was not only because he had a lot of questions to ask him, but also because it would be much more convenient for the 2 of them to be apprenticed to the same person. Elder, please don't misunderstand. Xianxia and I are friends, that's why I asked. Since it's not convenient for Elder to say, then I won't ask. After Gu Chen gave up on this topic, the elder's expression eased up a little. Don't think about crooked things. The prophet's apprenticeship is more about fate. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you hesitate here for too long, it will affect the first impression the prophet has of you. The elder's words were slightly sarcastic, but everyone understood what he meant. The disciples chosen by only one prophet were startled and hurried to the pavilion to be apprenticed. With this reminder, everyone quickly made their choice and left one by one. Gu Chen thought about it again. Since he couldn't know which prophet Feng Shiji was apprenticed to, then he could only choose the second option. He glanced at Xiaohang and saw him start to move. He climbed up the pavilion and followed at a moderate pace. If the information of the strange dragonfly was correct, Xiaohang would certainly choose Prophet Dong, who had some relationship with the Xiao family. And among the prophets who chose Gu Chen, there was coincidentally this Prophet Dong. Regarding Xiaohang's secret plot, Gu Chen was very interested, so he simply followed him and acted according to the circumstances. Xiaohang entered the pavilion and walked straight to a middle-aged man with a square face and bowed respectfully. Junior Xiaohang greets Prophet Dong. You're Xiao Jianmen's son? Not bad, you look talented. Prophet Dong glanced at Xiaohang and nodded slightly. Xiaohang smiled gracefully and was about to reply when footsteps came from behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a face that he hated at first glance. His expression couldn't help but become gloomy. Chenyi, why are you here? As soon as Xiaohang said this, he realized that it was inappropriate. He came here at this time, of course, to be apprenticed. Wasn't he just talking nonsense? It was just that he was repeatedly suppressed by Gu Chen in the previous exams, and the shame of kneeling was also because of him. Now that he seemed to be planning to be apprenticed to the same prophet as him, he couldn't bear it for a moment. Coming here, of course, is to be apprenticed. Gu Chen answered indifferently. He walked up to Dong Xianji's side and nodded slightly to Dong Xianji. Junior Chenyi greets Prophet Dong. His etiquette was obviously not as solemn as Xiaohang's. Prophet Dong noticed this detail and was slightly unhappy, but it was not good for him to fuss over such a small matter. It would seem that he was not a good teacher. Xiaohang reacted after the initial displeasure and said to Gu Chen with a faint smile, Brother Chen, didn't you ask around which prophet Yuan Jia was apprenticed to? Why are you here so quickly? When Prophet Dong heard this, he frowned. He immediately felt that Gu Chen was good at taking advantage of opportunities and that it was not sincere to be apprenticed to him. Prophet Dong was even more unhappy. How could Gu Chen not understand the sinister intention of Xiaohang's words? He glanced at him coldly and was too lazy to explain. He did not care whether Prophet Dong thought highly of him, as long as he could enter the inner sect. In fact, if Prophet Dong thought too highly of him, it would bring inconvenience to his future actions. His previous behavior was not to show his arrogance. With the first impression Xiaohang had imposed on him, the conversation with Prophet Dong was naturally not pleasant. Most of the time, Prophet Dong only talked to Xiaohang and ignored Gu Chen. Gu Chen was also happy to take advantage of this opportunity to examine the person in front of him openly. The prophet of the Luo sect should be the person with the deepest cultivation level he had encountered since entering the Tao world. Although he had locked the supernormal power of the glorious ancient overlord body, he could still acutely sense the cultivation level of the people around him through his instincts when he was close. He felt that the 9 prophets in the pavilion were stronger than the Xiao family's consecrator. Ever since he had entered the Tao world, Gu Chen had been concealing the existence of the glorious ancient overlord body. At that moment, he could not help but rub his nose and think about whether he could defeat the prophets of the Luo sect if he went all out. When Zhou Fengling had been in the Chaos Sea, he had wanted to determine the limit of Gu Chen's overlord body so that he would be confident when he fought with others after entering the Tao world. However, at first, Zhou Fengling had been able to roughly judge the level of Gu Chen's strength. However, as Gu Chen's overlord body developed more and more, even he could not estimate it accurately. It couldn't be helped. The glorious ancient overlord body hadn't appeared for countless years and couldn't be measured by common sense. Perhaps only a serious battle in the Tao world could determine Gu Chen's power limit roughly belonged to the level of the Tao integration tenfold realm. Both of you, come with me. After chatting for a while in the pavilion, Dong Xianji stood up and spoke, interrupting Gu Chen's thoughts. This time, Dong Xianji had accepted a total of 2 disciples. Dong Xianji walked in front and led Gu Chen and Xiaohang to the mountain peak where he lived. There were 9 straight mountain peaks in front of them, and the second mountain peak on the left was Dong Xianji's residence. Outside the 9 peaks was a vast lake. The surface of the lake sparkled under the sunlight, as if there were countless golden fish leaping about. They followed Dong Xianji to his residence. In a large hall, Dong Xianji summoned a beautiful female disciple. Although I accepted the 2 of you into the inner sect, it does not mean that you are my disciples. In fact, the Luo sect's prophets have rules for accepting disciples. You can only enter the prophet hall and truly inherit my mantle if you pass your homework. You have a 3-month probation period. Su Shui will tell you what you need to do. Su Shui, take them away and settle them down. Dong Xianji was about to leave when Xiao Heong hurriedly stopped him. Dong Xianji, please wait. I have something to say. What's the matter? Dong Xianji was expressionless. This, Xiao Heong glanced at Gu Chen and the female disciple called Su Shui. You can leave first. Dong Xianji immediately waved his hand and asked Xiao Heong to stay. Gu Chen followed Su Shui out of the lobby and let her lead him to his residence. That Xiao family's young master is quite clever. He knows how to please master the moment he arrives. Aren't you prepared? Aren't you afraid that you'll have a hard time in the future? On the way, Su Shui teased Gu Chen, looking forward to seeing his uneasy expression. It was an unwritten rule for disciples to give gifts to the prophet. Prophets also needed to cultivate, and cultivation required resources. However, the Luo sect was no longer as powerful as it used to be. Their methods of obtaining resources were limited, so they naturally had to find ways to make money. And the most common way to make money was to accept the support and filial piety of some aristocratic families. With Prophet Luo's status in Pei Nation, many aristocratic families were willing to pay a lot of money to show filial respect to them in exchange for some simple care from them. The Xiao family had been filial to Dong Xianji for a long time. Therefore, Su Shui had some understanding of Xiao Heong even before he entered the family. Given the Xiao family's generosity in the past, Xiao Heong's gift to Dong Xianji would definitely not be light. On the other hand, this young man with a strange cross tattoo on his head actually left the hall without even preparing a gift. Could it be that he was a fool who didn't know anything? Su Shui wanted to make Gu Chen nervous and see him make a fool of himself, so she reminded him. Dong Xianji is an expert. It's too tacky to give him a gift. Moreover, I'm very poor. Gu Chen casually replied as he looked at the scenery in the mountain. Tacky? Poor. Gu Chen's words made Su Shui speechless. Looking at his calm and composed appearance, she became a little interested in him. She practiced the Luo sect's Taoist techniques, so she naturally learned the art of reading one's face. The person in front of her seemed to have an unusual bearing. If you're poor, your future in the Luo sect will be bleak, Su Shui added. What do you mean? Can't I learn the profound Taoist techniques of the Luo sect if I don't give a gift? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. He wanted to talk to Su Shui more. What's the big deal about your gift? How can the Luo sect's culture be so bad? Su Shui looked at Gu Chen with a strange expression. Why is that? Gu Chen asked in confusion. It seems that you know very little about the Luo sect, Su Shui giggled. Indeed, I know very little. I only know that the Luo sect is the #1 sect in the Pei Nation. Please enlighten me, young lady. As a stowaway from the lower realm, Gu Chen did not hide his ignorance. The #1 sect in the Pei Nation? When the Luo sect was at its peak, we weren't just famous in this tiny place. Su Shui sighed as a hint of pride flashed across her face. Have you heard of the 81 Great Technique? Gu Chen shook his head and listened attentively. When the ancient netherworld ended, the 9 primordial Tao laws appeared out of nowhere. They gathered the primordial Tao land of the 8 directions and created the primordial Tao world. The 9 major Tao courts were also born because of this, and they each controlled one primordial Tao law. After that, the Tao courts discovered through research that although the primordial Tao laws were extensive and profound, each of them could roughly deduce 9 Tao true meanings. Some extremely talented people comprehended earth-shattering Tao techniques from the Tao true meanings. They were known as the strongest Tao techniques in the world. These were the 81 Great Techniques. The 81 Great Techniques were derived from the primordial Tao laws. Anyone who could comprehend a great Tao technique would definitely become a Tao ancestor and leave their name in history. As for the Luo sect's founder, he comprehended the great prophecy technique of the 81 great techniques. When he was alive, the Luo sect was extremely glorious. Su Shui's words touched Gu Qin. His expression froze and he blurted out. Miss Su, have you heard of the Great Destiny Technique? Eh? You know about the Great Destiny Technique. It's also one of the 81 great techniques. Rumor has it that it can defy heaven and change fate. However, it seems like it hasn't appeared in countless years, Su Shui answered without thinking too much. The 81 great techniques were the ultimate Tao techniques that all cultivators in the Tao world dreamed of. It was not strange for anyone to have heard of them. You're getting off topic. The 81 great techniques are too far away from us. Although the great prophecy technique was once in the hands of the Luo sect, no one in the Luo sect has been able to cultivate it since the founder. Although the great prophecy technique has become a legend, the related minor spiritual speech technique has been mastered by the prophets of the Luo sect for generations. The minor spiritual speech technique is one of the 3,000 minor techniques. The resources needed to cultivate it are extremely huge. That's why I said that if you're poor, your future in the Luo sect will be bleak. This is probably the case in this world. After all, geniuses with extremely high comprehension are rare. Ordinary people can only use resources to cultivate profound Tao techniques. Su Shui gave an explanation for what she had said previously. Her tone was somewhat disappointed. What are the 3,000 minor techniques? Gu Qin asked impatiently. Back when Feng Yuan had used the Great Destiny technique on him, he had mentioned the difference between the minor and minor destiny techniques. At that time, he had not understood the profound principles behind it. It was a completely unknown domain to him, so he had suffered a huge loss. Now, he finally knew the source of his defeat. Each of the 81 great techniques represents a great Tao technique of a supreme law. Since ancient times, only an extremely small number of talented geniuses have been able to master Tao techniques of this level. However, if it's only a portion of the great Tao technique's law profundities, the difficulty of cultivating them is not that high. The 3,000 small techniques are incomplete Tao techniques derived from the 81 great Tao techniques. Small techniques might have some flaws when compared to great techniques, or their power might be greatly reduced, but they are comprehended from great Tao techniques after all. They can still be considered extremely powerful Tao techniques in this world. Only some ancient inheritances or sage Tao inheritances can compare to them. Su Shui spoke with fervor and assurance. She was taking special care of this new disciple, Gu Qin. There are only 81 great Tao techniques, but there are a total of 3,000 small Tao techniques. Gu Qin muttered, roughly understanding the difference between the two. 3,000 is just a rough estimate. In fact, different small Tao techniques sometimes have huge differences in power. There are even superiors and inferiors, and the relationship is very complicated. Moreover, the number of small Tao techniques has been slowly increasing, Su Shui said. Why is it increasing? Gu Qin was surprised. Su Shui smiled, realizing that this new disciple was indeed quite ignorant. However, she continued speaking. The 9 primordial Tao laws are controlled by the 9 great Tao courts. In each Tao court sacred land, there is a great Tao pool. If someone makes outstanding contributions to the Tao court and is voted unanimously by the Tao court's representatives, they will have a chance to go to the great Tao pool and comprehend the great Tao technique. Anyone who is qualified to enter the great Tao pool, even if they are not talented enough to completely comprehend a great Tao technique, they will definitely comprehend some small Tao techniques. After countless years of accumulation, the number of small Tao techniques will naturally increase slowly. Gu Qin understood. He did not expect that anyone would have a chance to come into contact with the 9 primordial Tao laws that created the primordial Tao world. The Great Fate Art was one of the 8 great techniques. In that case, Feng Yuan had once entered the great Tao pool. Gu Qin's gaze flickered. He had already guessed Feng Yuan's true origin, and now he was even more certain. According to Su Shui, people who could grasp great Tao techniques were extremely rare in the primordial Tao world. That Feng Yuan was truly not simple. At the same time, a doubt arose in his heart. Based on their original speculations, the Luo Gate should have been a vassal of the Source race. But now, it seemed that the Luo Gate, which had once grasped the great prophecy technique, had a deep foundation, and the Luo Gate's ancestor was an incredible figure. As such, the relationship between the Luo Gate and the Source race had to be re-evaluated. It was unknown what the Feng family's ancestor was thinking. Although he had left behind a token, he did not explain everything clearly. This secret was completely buried in history. Gu Qin had the urge to ask Su Shui directly, but he restrained himself. It would be too obvious to mention the Origin clan, and it would easily alert the enemy. Moreover, the relationship between the Luo Gate and the Origin clan was not something a disciple like Su Shui could come into contact with. Some sensitive questions weren't easy to ask, and Gu Qin didn't want to pursue Su Shui for too many questions. Seeing that she had opened her mouth, he focused on what she was most concerned about. Miss Su, may I ask which of the 9 prophets Xianxia is now a disciple of? To tell you the truth, I'm old acquaintances with him. After I settle down here, I want to pay him a visit. Gu Chen's words were reasonable, and he even laid the groundwork for him to look for Feng Shiji later. You know Xianxia? Su Shui's eyes lit up when she heard this. Without thinking too much, she said, almost everyone in the inner sect has been talking about him these past few days. He hasn't been accepted by any of the prophets. Not long after he entered the inner sect, he was summoned by the great prophet and went to the sacred island. Summoned by the great prophet? Could it be that the great prophet wants to take him as a disciple? Gu Chen's heart trembled. It seemed that Feng Shiji had caused a bigger commotion during the exam than he had imagined. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. It's possible. After all, the great prophet hasn't cared about worldly affairs for many years. Even the 9 prophets find it difficult to meet him. There must be a reason why he took the initiative to summon him. Xianxia didn't leave the sacred island after that day, so no one knows the specifics. Su Shui's words were filled with envy. May I know where this sacred island is? Gu Qin asked. Naturally, it's in the sacred lake. Su Shui pointed to the vast lake behind the prophet's 9 peaks. Gu Qin followed her finger and looked towards the vast lake. From the top of the mountain, he could see far into the distance. He quickly saw a small island in the distance. The island wasn't big, and there didn't seem to be any grand buildings on it. It was more like a slightly larger reef, inconspicuous. That's the sacred island? Gu Qin asked. Apart from the small island, there weren't any other decent islands. That's the sacred island? Su Shui said. That's right. Don't look down on the sacred island. The great prophets have all lived there. Only a small number of people in our sect have the qualifications to go there. Gu Qin frowned when he heard this. It wouldn't be easy for him to go to the sacred island to see Feng Shiji. Even if he sneaked over, with the lake's vastness and possible restrictions, he would be easily discovered. Could it be that he could only wait for Feng Shiji to come out and find him? But according to Su Shui, Feng Shiji hadn't left the island for many days. Only the heavens knew how long he would stay. This wasn't what Gu Qin was worried about. That unknown great prophet suddenly summoning Feng Shiji made him worry that Feng Shiji's identity would be exposed. The feeling of being spied on during the entrance examination was still vivid in his mind. Gu Qin suspected that it had something to do with that great prophet. After all, he had already come into contact with the prophets and was certain that they couldn't give him the same feeling of fear that day. What conditions do I have to meet to enter the sacred island? Gu Qin pondered. Prophets and elite disciples can enter the sacred island, but they have to have important matters and have the great prophet's permission. As for us ordinary disciples, only when we obtain the qualifications to drink Luo water will we have the chance to go. Drinking the Luo water means that you have the qualifications to cultivate the minor spiritual word. You should be able to understand the difficulty. I've been in this sect for many years, but I still don't have the qualifications to drink the Luo water. You've just entered the sect, so don't bite off more than you can chew. Alright, we're here. While the two were talking, they arrived at Gu Chen's residence. Su Shui told Gu Chen a few things to take note of before leaving. Gu Chen understood many things from their conversation, so he accompanied her to the door before returning. He looked at his residence. It was a small courtyard with a few wooden houses. It couldn't be considered luxurious, but it wasn't simple either. In front of the small courtyard was the path to the summit, and behind the courtyard was a cliff. A peach tree was planted on the cliff. Standing under the tree, Gu Chen could see the sacred lake and the sacred island in the distance. His eyes focused on the distant sacred island. Gu Chen tried to guess Fang Shiji's current whereabouts. As he had just arrived, he could only bide his time. If he was lucky, Fang Shiji might come out in a few days and come find him. Let's wait. If he didn't hear from Fang Shiji for a long time, he would find a way to go to the island and meet that great prophet. It was late at night, but the mountain peak was still brightly lit. There were a few sheets of paper on the table and an exquisite box placed casually beside it. Dong Xianxia sat on a chair and looked at the contents of the paper in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the half-closed window and a crow with shiny black feathers appeared on the table. Dong Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He quickly stood up and said politely to the crow, "What brings you here, Daoist Yan?" The space between the crow's eyebrows wriggled, and then, a strange third eye appeared. It was a blood-red pupil. At the same time, it let out an old and dissatisfied voice as if it was speaking from its abdomen. "Daoist Dong, you're not being honest. That old man hasn't done anything for the past 10 years and now he's recruited a new disciple to the sacred island. Why didn't you tell me about such a big commotion? You even made me come here personally." Dong Xianxia could hear the dissatisfaction in the crow's voice and could not help but smile bitterly. "Daoist Yan, you're being too serious. The current situation is unclear and I was thinking of reporting it to you after learning more about it." No matter how big or small the old man's situation is, I should report it at the first possible moment to avoid overlooking anything. Forget it, let's talk about the current situation. What's the background of that Xianxia? Is there a problem with his identity? The three-eyed crow asked about serious matters. "Please take a look, Daoist Yan." Dong Xianxia immediately handed over the paper in his hand. "What's this?" "It's about Xianxia's background investigation." The three-eyed crow didn't take the paper. It only took a glance at it to understand the contents of the paper. In fact, there was not much on the paper. There were only a few lines. "Someone from the Tang clan? The Tang clan of the Water Dance Army?" The three-eyed crow said. "That's right. Xianxia came with the young master of the Tang clan, Tang Jianqing. The Tang clan holds the military power of the great nation, so they are naturally strict with the background investigation of the people around them. There shouldn't be any problem with Xianxia's identity if he's with Tang Jianqing," Dong Xianxia said. The three-eyed crow frowned and its eyes flickered. So the old man invited him to the sacred island purely because of his love for talent? That's the only explanation. After all, this young man's talent is indeed shocking. He actually triggered a change in his life lake. Dong Xianxia sighed. Since his life lake is showing signs because of him, do you think it's possible for him to obtain the great prophecy technique? The three-eyed crow guessed. Dong Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. He explained, "Fellow Yan, you think too highly of him. Triggering a change in his life lake only means that he has the talent to cultivate my Luosek's Dao technique. Other than that, it doesn't mean anything else. 10 years ago, Lord Gu personally came to the Luo sect. Even someone as resourceful as Lord Gu couldn't obtain the great prophecy technique, let alone a new disciple like him." Hearing this, the three-eyed crow realized that its words were somewhat ignorant. It said with slight anger, "You also know that 10 years have passed. 10 years ago, I was left behind to monitor that old bastard. These 10 years of boring days were not pleasant." Dong Xianxia remained silent. He knew that this person was complaining. 10 years ago, Lord Gu didn't get what he wanted in the Luo Gate, so he sent someone to keep an eye on him. It was also at that time that Lord Gu chose to rely on him. Logically speaking, this was considered a betrayal of the sect, but he didn't think so. The Luo sect was declining day by day. It should have found another way out long ago. Now that Lord Gu was at the peak of his power in the Plain Heaven Dao Court, the Luo sect would definitely rise again if Lord Gu followed him. However, the great prophet was old and muddled. He didn't understand this logic. 10 years ago, he didn't grasp such a great opportunity. Since the great prophet wasn't willing to follow him, he could only maintain this relationship in private. As long as he followed Lord Gu and became rich, he naturally wouldn't forget his roots. He would also make the Luo sect live a better life. Fellow Dong, if you really want to join us, you'd better put in more effort in this matter. The sooner you find the whereabouts of the great prophecy technique, the sooner I can leave this place. You'll also be able to put in a good word for you in front of Lord Gu and Lord Sang, the three-eyed crow reminded him. Of course I'll do my best, but I'm afraid this matter requires luck. Dong Xianxia smiled bitterly. Lord Gu was sure that the complete great prophecy technique still existed in the Luo sect. However, everyone in the Luo sect knew that the great prophecy technique had been lost a long time ago. After all, only the first ancestor had successfully cultivated the great prophecy technique throughout the years. Later on, no great prophet had succeeded in cultivating it. As it was passed down from generation to generation, the essence of the Tao technique had naturally been continuously lost. Today, the Pei dynasty had become the Pei kingdom, and the Luo sect was content with its corner. The great prophecy technique had already become a legend. If the complete great prophecy technique could still be found in the Luo sect, all the major powers in the Tao world would have come one after another. How could they wait for Lord Gu to come and retrieve it? However, Lord Gu was extremely confident. He firmly believed that the great prophecy technique could still be found in the Luo sect. Over the past 10 years, there had been a huge commotion. Because of that commotion, many elite disciples of the Luo sect had died. Although Dong Xianxia had defected to the great prophet and didn't dare to question the great prophet, he had always been doubtful about whether he could find the great prophecy technique in the sect. Humph. Where there is a will, there is a will. As the three-eyed crow persuaded him, it glanced at the other papers and the treasure box on the table. Xianxia, who is this? It glanced at the contents of the papers. This is my new disciple. He's also a member of the Tang family. I heard that he's a consecrator of the Tang family. Dong Xianxia answered truthfully. The other papers also contained the background checks of Tang Jianxing and Xiao Haiyang. Oh? Does this mean that this disciple is in cahoots with Yuan Jia? The three-eyed crow's eyes flickered. That's right. Dong Xianxia nodded. In fact, he had only found out after reading the background checks. He hadn't known about it during the day. The inner sect assessment list only recorded each disciple's results. He had chosen Xianxia based on his results, so how could he have known that he was related to Yuan Jia? He had only found out about this after the deacon of the sect had sent him the background checks of Xianxia and Xiao Haiyang. Since he had accepted these two people, he naturally had to investigate their backgrounds. This was the sect's rule. As for Yuan Jia's information, he had been paying special attention to it. Before the three-eyed crow had arrived, he had been slightly concerned about the relationship between Xianxia and Yuan Jia. He had been combing through the information of the 3 members of the Tang family. Since this person is related to Yuan Jia and has become your disciple, let's pry open his mouth and interrogate him, the three-eyed crow suggested calmly. Daoist Yan, do you still suspect that there's something wrong with Yuan Jia? Dong Xianxia asked with a smile. I'm not sure, but that old man has been too quiet for the past 10 years. We can't let go of any details, the three-eyed crow said with a commanding tone. Alright, I'll call him over tomorrow. Dong Xianxia nodded. Isn't it enough to just ask? Can't he lie? You don't need me to teach you how to do that, do you? The three-eyed crow glanced at Dong Xianxia coldly. Dong Xianxia understood. He thought that the three-eyed crow was making a mountain out of a molehill. It actually wanted him to use a technique on a small disciple. However, he didn't mind it and agreed. The three-eyed crow was satisfied with his attitude. It looked at the box on the table and asked, where did this box come from? A gift from the kid of the Xiao family. Dong Xianxia said bluntly. He opened the box in front of the three-eyed crow. There was a translucent emerald inside. A 4th-grade light spirit pill. The Xiao family is really sincere. The three-eyed crow glanced at it and clicked its tongue. I told the Xiao family about Lord Gu's visit to the Luo sect. The Xiao family hopes to establish a relationship with Lord Gu through me. Of course, they're interested in me. Dong Xianxia revealed a mocking expression. The Xiao family is quite ambitious. The three-eyed crow revealed a disdainful expression. Although the Xiao family is a bit whimsical, Lord Gu did say 10 years ago that the Luo sect would send a good seedling to him and he would teach him a thing or two. I originally had some expectations for the kid from the Xiao family. If he was chosen, it would be his fortune. Unfortunately, there's Xianxia now. How could he get a chance? Dong Xianji felt somewhat regretful. He wasn't regretful that Xiao Heiyang had missed his opportunity, but that he couldn't take Xianxia as his disciple. Back then, Lord Gu had caused many elite disciples of the Luo sect to die in order to explore the Lake of Life. He had made that promise as compensation. That promise actually had another purpose. It was to bind the Luo sect. However, if he could go to that person's side, he would naturally become his person. His fortune would still be there. This fortune was different from relying on Lord Gu. Lord Gu had so many people under him. Even if he relied on him, he would only be following his subordinate. There was still a few levels of difference between them. However, the promise he made to the Luo sect was to personally teach them. That meant that the person chosen would have the chance to enter Lord Gu's inner circle and become his partner. The meaning was very different. Dong Xianji had already planned for his future. If he could have someone in Lord Gu's inner circle who could speak up for him, his future would be brighter. At the very least, the Crow Taoist in front of him would have to be polite to him. Alright, I can't stay here for too long. That old man is very sharp. It would be troublesome if I was accidentally discovered. Find out about Chen Yi and Yuanjia's background. If there are no problems, continue to keep an eye on the sacred island. If you have any problems, come to my place. The three-eyed raven had said everything it needed to say. It spread its wings, turned into a black gust of wind, and disappeared from the room. Remember the mobile URL, Chapter 1737, Chapter 1737 Crow Taoist, P1/1, bookmark for easier reading. On the second day of entering the inner sect, Guchen returned to the outer sect. The assessment was over, and his companions couldn't stay in Luo Gate for long. Tang Gaolan wanted to return to Paidu and invite Gu Chen's people to go with her. Because Fang Shiji and Gu Chen had both entered the inner sect of Luo Gate, she had a strong desire to recruit this group of people. She could also see that this group of people was indeed hiding their strength, and there might be a few geniuses like Yuanjia hidden among them. However, Gu Chen declined, and his companions weren't interested in going to Paidu at all. Because Fang Shiji's situation wasn't clear, Gu Chen had everyone find a place near Luo Gate to focus on cultivation and wait for his next arrangements. By the time his companions left Luo Gate, it was already dark. Gu Chen returned to the inner sect, and as soon as he arrived at his residence, he saw Xiao Heiyang waiting there. What's the matter? Gu Chen was surprised. Xiao Heiyang hated him to the core, so why would he come looking for him? Chen Yi, you're really something. I've been waiting here all day. Xiao Heiyang sneered. He had indeed come to Gu Chen's residence early in the morning, but he didn't see him. Gu Chen had just left, so he had to wait until now. Why were you waiting for me? Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him. Dong Xianji summoned you. Why else do you think I waited so long for you? Xiao Heiyang swept away the irritation of waiting, and a teasing expression appeared on his face. Dong Xianji wanted to see you this morning, but you came back so late. I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain. Why did he want to see me? Gu Chen was puzzled, but he wasn't worried that he would offend Dong Xianji if he was late. Who knows? Come with me. If you delay any longer, even I'll be scolded. Xiao Heiyang led the way to the peak. Although it was only his second day here like Gu Chen, he acted like an experienced veteran. Gu Chen followed behind him, thinking about the possible intentions of Dong Xianji. If there was anything, he could have said it yesterday. Why did he summon him today? Could Xiao Heiyang have said something bad about him in front of Dong Xianji? Could it be that Xiao Heiyang had said something bad about him in front of Dong Xianji? If the dignified prophet of the Luo sect were to make things difficult for a disciple who had a grudge with him just because a disciple had given a gift, then the sect would probably have reached its end. However, Gu Chen could not figure out Dong Xianji's intention after thinking for a long time. Chen Yi, although your results in the entrance examination were slightly better than mine, results do not determine everything in this world. On the way, Xiao Heiyang suddenly turned around and said to Gu Chen with a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. Sect, Xianxia sect, Dong Chen. Dong sect, Dong said. Dong sect, he Dong, s. Gu Chen was stunned by this inexplicable sense of superiority. He looked at Xiaohang as if he was looking at an idiot. Xiong Dong. Didn't he just wait for me for the whole day? In Xiaohang's eyes, this kind of thing actually became the capital to boast about himself, making people feel even more speechless. Gu Chen ignored him. Xiaohang wanted to take him down a notch and put him on edge, but he didn't expect to be rebuffed. This made him even angrier, so he kept on talking. He was just trying to show off that he was familiar with many of Dong Xianxia sect's disciples. He wanted to show that he was better than Gu Chen, be it in terms of interpersonal relationships or tactics. If Gu Chen was really an ordinary disciple who had just entered the Luo sect like him, his heart might really feel heavy after hearing his words. However, Gu Chen, who had other plans, was not affected at all. He even wanted to laugh. But you knelt to Tang Jianqing. Seeing that Xiaohang would not stop, Gu Chen suddenly replied. Xiaohang's face turned red, and he was so aggrieved that he could not say a word. Chen, continue to be arrogant. You can't be arrogant for long. Life is full of ups and downs. I'm destined to be a rising phoenix in Luo sect, while you and Tang Jianqing are just chickens. I'll trample you under my feet. Xiaohang flew into a rage. He didn't say a word after making the oath and sped up to the peak. Gu Chen was speechless. He didn't do anything. How did he become arrogant? Fortunately, his ears were a lot quieter. Xiaohang didn't lead Gu Chen to the meeting hall yesterday. Instead, he led him to Dong Xianxi's residence. This was a rather elegant courtyard. The courtyard was filled with tuberose, and there were also fireflies dancing in the dark. What took you so long? Dong Xianxia was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, drinking tea. When he saw Xiaohang and Gu Chen come in, he said with slight dissatisfaction. He had sent Xiaohang to call for him in the morning, but he only came at night. This new disciple was really unbecoming. Xianxia, I immediately went to Qin Yi's residence after receiving your instructions, but he was nowhere to be seen. I could only wait. Who would have thought that he would only come back after dark? As soon as he came back, I hurriedly pulled him over. Please forgive me, Xianxia. Xiaohang quickly explained the ins and outs of the matter. Of course, he had to let Gu Chen take the blame. Oh? Chen Yi, you're a new disciple and you're not familiar with the place. Where could you have gone for a whole day? Dong Xianxia said coldly. He was already very displeased with Gu Chen's behavior yesterday. Gu Chen's attitude wasn't respectful enough and he didn't give him any gifts. Today, he took so long to come back. Some friends accompanied me to participate in the Luo sect's test. Now that I've successfully entered the Luo sect, they were going to send me off. I didn't expect Xianxia to summon me today. I hope you can forgive me for wasting your time. Gu Chen replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The biggest difference between his words and Xiaohang's was that Xiaohang acted like he was already Dong Xianxi's disciple, while Gu Chen kept his distance. It was as if he had no interest in getting involved. The two of them were still on probation, so they couldn't be considered Dong Xianxi's disciples. However, Dong Xianxia, who was used to being flattered and trying to get closer, was not used to it. He glanced at Gu Chen in surprise. He realized that this person seemed a little different from the other disciples. He couldn't tell what exactly was different. There were no loopholes in Gu Chen's words, and he wasn't offending him. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Since you've already entered the Luo sect, it's better for you to sever your relationship with the outside world. Heong, you can leave first. Dong Xianxia didn't plan to pursue this matter. He had other important matters to attend to. Understood. Xiaohang was very curious about what Dong Xianxia wanted to say to Gu Chen. However, since Dong Xianxia had spoken, Xiaohang didn't dare to stay and quickly left the courtyard. Soon, only Gu Chen and Dong Xianxia were left in the courtyard. Dong Xianxia glanced at Gu Chen coldly and said calmly, "Why are you standing so far away? Come forward." Yes. Gu Chen took a few steps forward and said, "What instructions does Xianxia have for me?" Dong Xianxia didn't answer. He pointed to another stone bench. Sit down. I wouldn't dare. Guchen was a little surprised. I told you to sit. I don't have that many rules here. Dong Xianji snorted. Since Dong Xianji said so, Guchen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on the stone bench. Sogu website, now the two of them were face to face. Dong Xianji pointed to the tea on the table and said, the tea was freshly brewed. Don't waste good tea leaves. Have a taste. Not only did he ask Guchen to sit with him, he even invited him to tea. If Xiao Heiyang was here, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Guchen was also surprised. Why was Dong Xianji suddenly so polite to him? Could it be that he sensed something? Just as the thought arose in Guchen's mind, he felt that something was wrong. Dong Xianji's gaze was clearly not polite at all. What, don't want to drink? Dong Xianji saw that Guchen didn't react for a moment and said calmly again. Guchen came back to his senses. He wasn't afraid that Dong Xianji would poison the tea. He raised the teacup and was about to drink. Suddenly, his hand holding the teacup froze. An inexplicable chill appeared behind him. With the appearance of this chill, he felt like his body was enveloped by an unknown power. A devilish whisper echoed in his ears. Come forward. Sit. Drink. An invisible power descended and wrapped around every inch of Guchen's skin. It seemed to replace his consciousness and control his actions. Guchen's pupils suddenly shrank. The Dong Xianji in front of him suddenly seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and he saw that an illusory ghost hand had appeared on his arm that was holding the teacup. It was in the form of smoke and it was sticking to and wrapping around his arm. A faint exhalation sound came from behind him. Guchen, whose body had stiffened, turned his head with great difficulty. He saw a strange demon god. This demon god had a sharp horn on its head and a fierce face. Its long tongue stuck out and licked the back of his head. The demon god's body was like smoke, constantly floating and merging into Guchen's body. And that devilish whisper also came from it. Every word it said seemed to have an irresistible charm. It was as if it was the supreme law of heaven and earth, forcing Guchen to act according to its will. Against a mere brat like this, he actually made me use the minor spiritual word technique. That crow Taoist is being far too cautious. Dong Xianji sat on the chair and drank his tea. He saw Guchen's body stiffen and his eyes lose focus. He had a matter-of-fact expression on his face as he calmly muttered to himself. The minor incantation of spirit was an absolute art of the sect that the Luo sect's prophet had to master. It was one of the 3,000 minor arts. The power of this Tao technique was that it used words to drive the power of the Tao. When cultivated to a high level, a single word could change the color of the heavens and earth, and a single word could cause a person to stretch their neck and commit suicide. Words alone could kill, let alone manipulating others. Dong Xianji had just given 3 orders. The first was to come forward, the second was to sit down, and the third was to drink tea. When Guchen did as he was told, the power of the minor incantation was activated. In fact, it was not so troublesome to activate the minor spiritual art of word. However, such a prerequisite would increase the power of the Tao technique to an unprecedented degree. The 3 orders were 3 prerequisites. When a person followed all of them, even if he had unintentionally fallen into a trap, the minor spiritual art of word would be fully activated. The binding power it possessed was far greater than normal. Under such a binding power, even if one's cultivation was higher than Dong Xianji's by a realm, one would not be able to resist his orders and could only obey his every word. Logically speaking, to deal with such a disciple, there was no need to set up a verbal trap. However, Dong Xianji liked the feeling of absolute control. He would not miss out on the minor spiritual art of word that could allow one to be in the most perfect state. At this moment, Guchen had already completed the first 2 orders. As long as he drank this cup of tea, it would form an absolute binding power, and he would no longer be able to resist any of Dong Xianji's orders. At this juncture, Guchen's hand that was holding the teacup suddenly paused. It was a little strange, but Dong Xianji did not suspect anything. Some people were weaker and did not need to fulfill the 3 prerequisites to be completely under the spell. In his view, Guchen was in such a state. Tell me about your background. Dong Xianji felt that it was about time and asked casually. As he asked this question, Gu Chen, who was under the shroud of the demon, suddenly felt the binding power around him strengthen. "Tell me about your background," the demon behind Gu Chen murmured. Its long tongue licked his hair, and its words had an invisible magical power that affected his thoughts and strengthened the spirits around him. It was a strong pressure on his body. This pressure was too strong, and Gu Chen could not react at all. He did not expect to be hit by such a Dao technique just by sitting down and drinking tea. Therefore, an accident happened. Under the strong pressure, the tyrant's blood in Gu Chen's body instinctively started to boil. As the glorious ancient overlord body, how could he allow an unknown demon to be arrogant and domineering in front of him, and even try to control him? Boom! A golden light suddenly burst out from Gu Chen's body. This golden light could only be seen by Dong Xianxia, who was casting the spell. The teacup in his hand suddenly exploded and turned into dust. A terrifying inborn domineering aura only slightly leaked out, and the demon that shrouded Gu Chen let out a scream and completely turned into smoke. Gu Chen returned to reality, and his body regained its mobility. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. Courting death. His eyes turned cold, and one hand reached out and pressed on Dong Xianxi's head. He stood up and lifted Dong Xianxia up as well. Dong Xianxia groaned, and his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth were bleeding at the same time. He did not resist at all. He had set 3 prerequisites for the minor word of spirit art. Once the spell was successfully cast, its power would naturally increase greatly. However, there was also a drawback. Once the spell failed, he would suffer a serious backlash. This was the congenital weakness of the minor word of spirit art. After all, it was an incomplete Dao technique that was enlightened from the great prophecy art. In fact, he had never thought of such a backlash. Because if the 3 prerequisites were met, the binding power would be too terrifying. Not many people could resist it, unless their cultivation was far above his. And if their cultivation was far above his, he would not even seek death by casting spells on them. Today, he had failed miserably in an easy task. Before Dong Xianxia understood what had happened, the minor word of spirit art had been broken by the instinct of the glorious ancient overlord body, and he fell into the hands of Gu Chen. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. At this moment, his brain was in chaos due to the backlash, and he had lost all his abilities. This person can't be left alive. I have to kill him. Gu Chen pressed on Dong Xianxi's head, and his expression was extremely gloomy. He did not expect that the other party would suddenly attack, nor did he expect that the other party's Dao technique would be so powerful. It directly alarmed his body's instinct, causing his overlord body to be exposed. Before he decided what to do in the Dao world, he could not easily expose his identity. Therefore, since Dong Xianxia knew, he had to die. At this moment, Gu Chen did not care about the consequences of killing Dong Xianxia. In his opinion, no consequences would be more serious than the consequences of his constitution being exposed. Gu Chen's eyes were cold, and he was about to crush Dong Xianxi's head. Suddenly, under the moonlight, the strong feeling of being spied on in the 8 trigrams came again without warning. Like being stared at by a poisonous snake hiding in the night, Gu Chen's heart tightened. Dong Xianxia attacked him for no reason, which made him worried that he had been exposed in the Luo sect. If that was the case, then Dong Xianxia was not the only one who wanted to attack him today. It was very likely that all the experts in the Luo sect were ready. Because of this, he wanted to kill Dong Xianxia immediately without hesitation to prevent the secret of his physique from being exposed. He was confident that at that moment, except for Dong Xianxia, who was close at hand, no one else could detect the secret of his body. However, the feeling of being watched that made him extremely afraid appeared again. Since he walked out of the 8 diagrams, this feeling had disappeared for so many days. Now that he wanted to kill Dong Xianxia, this feeling immediately appeared again. This could not be a coincidence. Perhaps the spy had been watching his movements, and this Dong Xianxia was just sent by him to test him. Gu Chen's heart sank, but he did not panic. He did not change his mind of killing Dong Xianxia first. The fingers pressing Dong Xianxi's head exerted a little force, and the skull made a cracking sound. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the night. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes subconsciously, and at the same time, he felt his hand was empty. Not good, he muttered to himself and looked at his hand again. There was no trace of Dong Xianxia. Dong Xianxia had disappeared without a trace. He looked at his position again. and it seemed that he had moved a little compared to just now. What's going on? Gu Chen's pupils shrank like needles. He disappeared into thin air like a magic trick, and he did not know how he disappeared at all. For a moment, he felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The spy's cultivation was indeed unfathomable. Since you've made a move, don't hide anymore. Come out. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with cold electricity as he looked around. Fog suddenly appeared in the night, shrouding the entire top of the mountain. For a moment, there was some commotion everywhere on the mountain. Gu Chen frowned. Whether it was the wind before or the fog now, they were obviously the tricks of the spy. Was he trying to use the fog to trap him? Gu Chen was on full alert, and his 5 senses were extended to the limit. Why is it suddenly foggy? I'm not sure. It's a little strange. The disciples from all over the mountain sensed the abnormality and rushed to the top of the mountain, wanting to ask Dong Xianxia for advice. Gu Chen noticed the commotion and frowned. He thought that the Luo sect had set up an ambush for him and that there might be a large number of experts hidden around, but it did not seem like it. While he was puzzled, he suddenly saw the fog near the cliff recede, and a passage opened up, as if it was hinting for him to go there. Gu Chen was bold and skillful. His eyes flickered as he slowly walked toward the passageway. He quickly reached the edge of the cliff, only to find that the area covered by the fog was larger than he had imagined. The Prophet's 9 peaks were completely sealed, and no one could see each other from a few feet away. All of the mountain peaks were in an uproar. Clearly, no one had expected such a strange phenomenon to appear. What's going on? Gu Chen was getting more and more confused. Fellow Taoist, do you dare come to the island for a chat? An old voice suddenly sounded in Gu Chen's mind. The Luo sect's great prophet? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He had guessed from the beginning that the person spying on him could be the Luo sect's great prophet. Now, the other party wanted him to go to the island, and there was only one island here, the sacred island where the great prophet lived. Why not? Gu Chen walked to the edge of the cliff and directly jumped down. His body was as agile as a bird, sometimes gliding, and sometimes leaping off the cliff. He quickly landed on the surface of the sacred lake, and just like that, he walked on the water, heading straight for the sacred island. He had originally considered peeking at the secrets of the sacred island, but now that his identity had been exposed, there was no need to think too much. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. This fog that the other party had deliberately created was perfect for him to show off his skills. It's not that easy to get onto my Luo sect sacred island. The old voice sounded again. His voice seemed to have a magical power that caused the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi to sway along with his voice. At the same time, Gu Chen, who was walking on the water, suddenly felt a powerful binding force again. The demon god that had appeared behind him had appeared again. The old voice in the dark had also used the minor spirit word art. However, his words were the law, and he looked extremely relaxed. Gu Chen felt a strong sense of danger. The illusory body of the demon god was once again restraining him, trying to influence and control him. He turned his head and found that this demon god was much larger than the previous one. Its face was ferocious, and there was a hint of solemnity in it. Its long tongue was like that of a giant python. It's the same Dao technique as before, but the difference in power is huge. Gu Chen muttered. Under the influence of the minor spirit word art, his body once again showed signs of disobeying him. Can you see the Dao spirit? Noticing that Gu Chen had turned his head, the old voice in the dark became meaningful. Gu Chen did not respond. Under the powerful pressure of the minor spirit word art, the tyrant's blood in his body once again showed signs of resistance. However, this time he was prepared, and he forcefully suppressed it. The cross-shaped rune between his eyebrows began to glow. He tried to use a secret technique to break the other party's Dao. Technique. He did not want to take the risk of exposing more of his constitution. Dong Xianxi's previous state was clearly unconscious. Even if the person in the dark rescued him, it was impossible to get any secrets out of him at this time. Therefore, he still held back. The secret technique energy in his body was mobilized. Under the control of Gu Chen, it was transformed into the power of the origin of shock. It escaped from his body and tried to break the seal. However, the powerful Dao spirit behind Gu Chen was unmoved. The power of the origin of shock seemed to be in another time and space, and could not affect this mysterious binding force at all. The difference was too great. Guchen realized that the secret technique energy used to disguise himself could not compete with this overly powerful enemy. If he wanted to win, he had to use his true power. This is not the power you have shown before. Just based on this, you are not even qualified to fight with the old man. The aged voice seemed to have noticed something as well, and it ridiculed. As his words fell, the Tao spirit behind Guchen suddenly swelled, and its body became even larger. The power in the dark pressed on Guchen even more intensely, forcing him to bend his back and kneel. "Tsk, since you want to see it, then I will fulfill your wish." Guchen withstood the tide-like pressure. The cross-shaped rune between his eyebrows slowly disappeared, and the golden blood in his body began to boil like a vast ocean. The strength of the enemy was too strong. There was no point in disguising. Now, if he wanted to control the situation, he had to end the battle quickly. He had to get rid of the opponent before he attracted too much attention. Rumble, Guchen's body bloomed with infinite golden light, and golden lightning even appeared on the surface of his shining body. A terrifying domineering aura dissipated. As soon as this domineering aura appeared, the original terrifying pressure around him suddenly disappeared. The huge Tao spirit behind Guchen also began to rapidly collapse. The old man's minor spiritual word technique was broken in an instant. The old voice in the dark began to murmur as if he was analyzing something. Such an extremely overbearing aura. It's so strong that it can suppress all laws. It's so strong that even the minor spiritual word technique, one of the 3,000 minor techniques, can't withstand a single blow. Coupled with this golden blood, you're actually a member of the Tyrants. Not just an ordinary tyrant body, but the glorious ancient overlord body that hasn't appeared in countless years. The old man's voice throbbed. It seemed that even his heart, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, had ripples when he got the answer. Guchen instantly broke the Taoist technique that was approaching him. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes turned golden. He stepped on the water and strode toward the sacred island. After listening to the old man's analysis, his face was indifferent, and his aura was like that of a supreme being. "You can see through the mystery of my physique in an instant. The great prophet of the Luo sect is indeed knowledgeable. It's a pity that once you know this, you'll definitely die." He covered hundreds of feet with each step. After the disappearance of the glorious ancient overlord body, the tyrant's path of cultivation has become more inclined toward martial arts. Although the tyrant body still has the ability to weaken most Taoist techniques in the world, the minor spiritual word technique is not an ordinary Taoist technique. Only the glorious ancient overlord body can crush the minor spiritual word technique so easily. After all, it's one of the few top-notch physiques in the world that can suppress grand Taoist techniques. As if he couldn't believe what he had seen, the old voice continued to attack. Behind Guchen, the doctrine spirits appeared one after another as if they had been revived. The other party continued to use the minor spiritual word technique, but Guchen was expressionless. He just walked toward the sacred island, and the doctrine spirits behind him could no longer withstand the overbearing aura of the tyrant body. They collapsed again and again. After witnessing it so many times, the old voice sighed. The glorious ancient overlord body is indeed worthy of its reputation. It can really suppress the laws in the world. The old man has only heard of legends before. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes one day. However, what the old man doesn't understand is that the tyrants were banished from the mortal world millions of years ago, and the glorious ancient overlord body hasn't appeared for countless years. Why is it reborn now? He was confused and seemed to be hoping that Guchen could answer. Guchen naturally wouldn't reveal any secrets to him. He only coldly said, "Surrender immediately, kneel and worship me as your master, and I can consider sparing your life." Considering the trouble that might arise after killing this person, Guchen was more willing to subdue him. That way, he might be able to turn the crisis into an opportunity. "Young man, even though you possess the best physique in this world, you seem to be far from mastery, right? Isn't it too arrogant to talk to the old man like that?" When the old man heard Guchen's overbearing words, he mocked. "You're the great prophet of Luo Gate, right? The technique you used on me earlier was the secret technique of your sect, the minor spiritual word technique, right? Even your sect's secret art can't withstand a single blow." Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Guchen replied coldly. In his field of vision, the sacred island was already not far away. Young man, aren't you looking down on our Luo sect? That's right, the minor spiritual word technique is indeed the secret art of the Luo sect, but it's not the only secret art of the Luo sect. As the glorious ancient overlord body, it would indeed be difficult for the minor spiritual word technique to be used on you directly. However, the minor spiritual word technique doesn't just make people listen to orders. If it's cultivated to a high level, it can also command the power of nature. As the great prophet spoke, his voice became ethereal as if it had merged with the entire world. What I've said is a prophecy. The sky will give birth to young fire, and the earth will surge with dark ice. As soon as he finished speaking, the essence chi in the air gathered, forming balls of flames that spun and crashed toward Guchen. The water under Guchen's feet began to freeze, and a cold air rushed toward him. The combination of ice and fire was working together to kill Guchen. Guchen understood where the fog around him came from. The minor spiritual word technique was indeed not simple. Not only could it control the actions of others with words, but it could also control the essence chi of heaven and earth. If the minor spiritual word technique was already so powerful, then how terrifying would the great prophecy technique be? The fire was no ordinary fire. The ice was also of extreme. Feeling the pressure, Guchen's back glowed with golden light. Tyrannical Grand Blueprint appeared, a tall, golden figure stood on the surface of the lake. No matter how the ice and fire wreaked havoc, it firmly protected Guchen in the center. Guchen was invincible. He continued to approach the sacred island. My words are a prophecy. Sun and moon in the sky, light and darkness merge. The great prophet continued to speak like thunder. The area around Guchen was melted by the light and swallowed by darkness. It was still tyrannical Grand Blueprint protecting Guchen. Guchen's figure stood tall and straight like a pine tree. He walked on the boundary between light and darkness like an undefeatable demon god. No matter how the great prophet's words were, Guchen didn't budge. He took advantage of the situation and pressed forward. Just like that, he closed in on the sacred island. He was only 10 feet away. It's no use. Your minor spiritual words can't do anything to me. Kneel and acknowledge me as your master. As they fought, Guchen sensed that the great prophet didn't seem to want to kill him. The great prophet was just probing him. Guchen's tone softened. He didn't know what the great prophet was thinking. The great prophet had been observing him for so many days. If not for tonight's matter, he might have continued. It didn't matter if he didn't know the great prophet's thoughts. As long as the great prophet submitted, he was no longer a threat. Kid, let's call it a draw. Can we stop and talk? Seeing that Guchen was about to reach the shore, the great prophet's tone suddenly softened. What right do you have to fight me to a draw? If I capture you, you'll naturally listen to me. At this point, how could Guchen stop so easily? Only by controlling the great prophet could he feel at ease. This is Luo sect. Aren't you worried that the old man will attract all the prophets and disciples? Will you be able to handle it? Aren't you afraid your secret will be exposed? The great prophet mocked. If you really want to do that, then I'll slaughter everyone in Luo sect. Not a single one will be spared. Guchen replied resolutely. You. How arrogant. The great prophet was somewhat angered. Huge waves rose on the sacred lake and the energy in the surroundings went berserk. Guchen ignored him. Seeing that he had reached the shore, he stepped forward and was about to reach the island. Whoosh. Something strange happened. When he stepped down, he didn't reach the island. Instead, he appeared in the center of the lake. Guchen's eyelids twitched. This wasn't the effect of a formation, nor did it seem like teleportation. This was because something strange had happened. He had maintained tyrannical ground protection the entire time. However, when he appeared here, tyrannical ground protection suddenly disappeared, as if he had never used it in the first place. Now the old man has the right to fight you to a draw, right? The old man said that minor spiritual language isn't the only secret technique in Luo sect. The great prophet's aged voice sounded much more arrogant than before. Guchen's expression was solemn. He couldn't tell what the great prophet had done. What he was experiencing right now seemed to be similar to Dong Xianji's disappearance. Dong Xianji had mysteriously disappeared right under his nose. He had also mysteriously been pulled away from the sacred island. Even tyrannical grand map had dissipated on its own. If he didn't understand the profoundness of the great prophet, it wouldn't be easy to take him down. What kind of Taoist technique is this? Gu Chen didn't take any further action. He stood with his hands behind his back and probed. This is the minor intervention technique. Like the minor spiritual word technique, it's a Taoist technique derived from the great prophecy technique. It's also commonly known as one of the 3,000 minor techniques. The minor intervention technique can intervene before something is set to happen, thereby correcting the consequences, the great prophet answered straightforwardly. The great prophet answered readily. His honesty surprised Gu Chen. He had thought that the great prophet would not tell him much about such a powerful Taoist technique. Intervening before something is set to happen. It sounds mysterious. Is this time reversal or spatial transfer? Gu Chen pondered. Each of the 8 great techniques is born from the primordial Taoist law. They can't be simply categorized into one type of law. They are often all-encompassing. The minor intervention technique is derived from the great prophecy technique. It's naturally the same principle, the great prophet explained. You mean this Taoist technique contains the profound meaning of space-time, but there are other mysteries? Gu Chen still couldn't understand. If time was reversed, then when he wanted to kill Dong Xianji but returned to his original position, Dong Xianji shouldn't have disappeared. Instead, he should have returned to his original state. However, if it was just spatial transfer, then his attack shouldn't have been affected. Tyrannical grand map shouldn't have disappeared. Even he himself didn't notice it. This minor intervention technique was a little strange. It sounds difficult to understand, but old man, give me an example. You'll understand. The great prophet was very patient. A gust of wind blew on the surface of the lake, blowing away the fog within a certain range. In its place, a mirage image appeared. It was a figure with a knife in his left hand and a hare in his right. He was about to slit the hare's throat. The next moment, the man will kill the hare. This is the simplest prophecy. Is the old man right? The great prophet asked. Gu Chen nodded slightly. If I had interfered in this matter before the man made his move, would the prophecy not have come true? As soon as the great prophet finished speaking, the knife in the man's hand disappeared into thin air. His plan to kill the hare had failed. Gu Chen looked surprised and thoughtful. Interfering with certain things in advance within the spacetime of a given fact, thereby influencing and changing the outcome. That is the true essence of minor interference, the great prophet said with a smile. With such a powerful Tao technique, wouldn't he be invincible? Gu Chen took a deep breath. He realized how terrifying this Tao technique would be if used well. Minor interference technique is good, but it has a weakness. To put it bluntly, it has a limit. The old man can influence the knife in the man's hand and make it disappear, but the man still has countless ways to kill the hare. The old man can only interfere with one factor. It doesn't mean that the final outcome can be changed. Sometimes, fate can't be reversed. The great prophet sighed. He had actually taken the initiative to point out the Tao technique's weakness. These words were very profound. Gu Chen thought about it carefully and then asked, if minor interference technique has a limit, what about great prophecy technique? The great prophet was silent for a while. His voice floated over the surface of the lake. Great prophecy technique can be like minor spirit speech at its peak. Every word is a law, and every word is a prophecy. When the outcome of the prophecy might be different, it can also interfere absolutely, making the prophecy happen. Is this the power of a Tao technique? Gu Chen understood and was extremely moved. Prophecy would happen. This great prophecy technique did not just mean what it meant. It could predict what would happen in the future. Instead, it could domineeringly influence the fate of the world, making the prophecy come true. If the prophecy said that you would die, you would die. The entire world would cooperate. How could you resist? Gu Chen had experienced the terror of the great destiny technique. It was a completely irreversible rise and fall of fate. He had not expected the great prophecy technique to be so powerful. 81 Great Tao Techniques. Were all of them at this level? Gu Chen's mind wandered. It took him a while to recover. He looked in the direction of Sacred Island and said, "Why are you telling me the secrets of this minor interference technique in such detail? Aren't you afraid that I'll find your weakness and defeat you? If you don't understand the secrets of this Tao technique, you will always be on guard against the old man. If the two of us can't trust each other, there will be no way for us to sit down and talk," the great prophet replied. Gu Chen fell silent. Indeed, this Tao technique was too strange. If he did not understand its secrets, no matter what the great prophet said to him, he would suspect that it was a trap and not easily believe it. But what was there to talk about with him? "If you really want to talk to me, why did you attack me before?" Gu Chen continued to probe. Until now, he still could not understand the great prophet's intentions. He should have sensed that something was wrong with him during the entrance examination, but he had not made a move for so many days. It was rather strange. Moreover, he had not figured out why Dong Xianji had suddenly attacked him. He felt that Luo sect was hiding many secrets. "To be honest, the reason why I attacked you is because I wanted to understand your secrets. Now that I know who you are, of course we can sit down and have a good talk." Who knows if you're telling the truth? Maybe you really wanted to kill me before, but realized that you couldn't, so you're looking for an excuse now. You're a smart man. You can tell if the old man is telling the truth or not. Why are you purposely nitpicking? If you have any questions, just ask. The old man will answer them truthfully. The great prophet seemed to see through Gu Chen's thoughts. His words left him speechless. Gu Chen was no fool. Of course, he could see that the great prophet was mostly speaking the truth. If the great prophet really wanted to kill him, he would have had so many days to prepare. He could definitely have designed a far more perfect ambush than today. What was going on today? Dong Xianji's plot against him had failed, and he had almost lost his life. The great prophet's ninth peak was in chaos after the incident, and he did not seem to have received any news in advance. After the incident, the fog created by the great prophet was actually beneficial to him. It could conceal his identity, and it could not be denied that the great prophet had not done it on purpose. As for the great prophet's deliberate explanation of the mysteries of Taoist techniques when he attacked, and the fact that no reinforcements had arrived after such a long time, all of these proved that the great prophet had no intention to kill him. Gu Chen knew this, but he still wanted to test him. The great prophet had seen through everything and said everything he knew, which made him seem narrow-minded. "Since you've said it, then fine." Gu Chen sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, and the golden light around his body retracted. With the minor intervention spell, he could not easily deal with the great prophet, and it was not his wish to fight to the death. He could only listen to the great prophet and talk first. "What do you want from me?" Gu Chen went straight to the point. The great prophet had been observing him in the dark and testing him. Then, he had let bygones be bygones. It would be strange if he didn't have any ulterior motives. Only by understanding the other party's intentions could he decide if he could continue the conversation. To be honest, Gu Chen didn't have much confidence at the moment. The old man had seen through his biggest secret, and Feng Shiji might have fallen into the great prophet's hands. He was obviously at a disadvantage. He didn't have much leverage. He could only threaten the great prophet with the safety of the Luo sect. "Do you know when the old man noticed something was wrong with you?" The great prophet didn't answer him directly. "Of course it was during the entrance exam. In fact, I still don't know what happened in the 8 trigrams." Gu Chen recalled the strange things that had happened in the 8 diagrams that day. At first, everything was fine. He had seen through the mystery of the 8 trigrams, so he could walk out easily. However, when he walked to a lake that was similar to the one before him, something strange happened. His reflection in the lake gave him a strange smile. Then, the area around his reflection was swallowed by the darkness. The lake water disappeared, leaving only a black hole. It was also after that he noticed someone spying on him. Everything was messed up. On the surface, the 8 trigrams tests one's ability to understand scriptures like knowing destiny and understand the power of heaven and earth. However, there are other mysteries hidden within. The lake you saw in the 8 trigrams is the Fate Lake. It actually exists, but what you saw was a projection of its power. The Fate Lake is the lifeline of the Luo sect. It's connected to the 8 trigrams to pick out those who are outstanding and fated with the Luo sect. The old man lives on the sacred island all year round. One of the main reasons is to protect the Fate Lake. The old man has a spiritual connection with the Fate Lake. Something strange happened when you were taking the Fate Lake test. That's why the old man noticed you. The great prophet spoke with fervor and assurance. Guchen understood after listening and secretly cursed his bad luck. He had been careless. He had been in the illusion of the 8 trigrams, but he had not realized that the illusion was real. The lake was actually a projection of real power. He could understand why the Luo sect had set it up this way, and he even understood why Feng Shiji was able to alarm all the prophets in the Luo sect. The difficulty of walking out of the 8 trigrams diagram was actually not that high. With this as the standard for the assessment, only ordinary disciples would be accepted. The Luo men wanted geniuses, which was why they had the Life Lake test. He did not know the method of the Life Lake test, but Feng Shiji must have seen something fishy since he was able to alert the 9 prophets. Understanding this, Guchen became worried and asked, "Are you the only one who noticed my abnormality?" If the 9 prophets or even more people were connected to the Lake of Life, then he would be exposed even more thoroughly. The others aren't as closely connected as the old man is to his Life Lake, so you don't have to worry about this. The great prophet understood what Guchen was worried about, so he put him at ease. What's the matter with Dong Xianxia? Why did he attack me? Guchen did not believe it. He colluded with outsiders and indeed had evil intentions towards you, but he didn't know your secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been attacked, the great prophet explained. If he didn't know my secret, then why did he attack me? I'm just a disciple. Is it worth it for him to use the minor spiritual spell? You're related to Xianxia, and Xianxia was called to the sacred island by the old man. They must have attacked you because they wanted to understand the situation. Dongji failed to recognize Mount Tai and ended up like this after attacking you. He deserved it. The great prophet did not sympathize with Dong Xianxia at all. They're coming for you? Gu Chen's eyes lit up as he caught the important information from the great prophet's words. Dong Xianxia was the prophet of the Luo sect, yet he dared to collude with outsiders and disrespect the great prophet. He suddenly understood the situation the great prophet was in. The old man is helpless that the Luo sect has fallen to this state. The great prophet sighed. Gu Chen could hear the sadness in his words. What's going on? Gu Chen's expression turned serious. 10 years ago, a big shot came to the Luo sect and asked for the great prophecy spell. The great prophet spoke of something that happened 10 years ago. Gu Chen recalled the information the dragonfly monster had gathered. His heart skipped a beat. That big shot seemed to have the same surname as him. After eavesdropping on the general situation from Xiaohang, he had asked the dragonfly monster to continue asking around. Unfortunately, the matter was clearly an internal secret of the Luo sect, so he did not manage to find out anything. According to Xiaohang, the big shot with the surname Gu had a complicated relationship with the Luo sect. His appearance 10 years ago caused the death of many disciples in the Luo sect, but he seemed to want the Luo sect to follow him. Such a close yet distant relationship, if one didn't know the inside story, they would be confused when they heard it. Now that the great prophet said that the big shot came for the great prophecy spell, Gu Chen immediately understood that the big shot from 10 years ago did not come with good intentions. I heard that the great prophecy spell has been lost for a long time. If it was still around, the Luo sect would not have been able to hold on to it with its current strength. How could we have waited for him to come and get it? Gu Chen did not mince words. It was a fact that the Luo sect had fallen, and he believed that the great prophet would not be so petty. The great prophecy spell has indeed been lost. Everyone knows about it, but that big shot didn't believe it. It's because the Fate Lake was left behind by the founder of the Luo sect. He believed that the complete great prophecy spell was still hidden in the Fate Lake, so he had to get it. The great prophet sounded melancholic. He wanted to make a move on the Fate Lake, but you refused, so you ended up fighting? I heard that many disciples of the Luo sect died, Gu Chen guessed. You've overestimated the old man. The Fate Lake is the lifeline of the Luo sect, so it might contain the great prophecy spell. Many people know about this, and it's not the first time someone has set their sights on it. Those who dare to set their sights on the Fate Lake are not ordinary people. The old man could not afford to offend them. To protect the entire Luo sect, the old man never rejected their requests and allowed them to explore the Fate Lake. It was embarrassing to talk about this. It was not easy for the great prophet to tell the truth. Since you've cooperated, why are there still so many casualties? Guchen was puzzled. Exploring the Fate Lake is not an easy task. To find the great prophecy spell, that big shot used the disciples of the Luo sect to help him. That's why we lost so many people. The great prophet's tone turned cold when he mentioned this. Guchen understood and felt sad for the Luo sect. No matter what, the Luo sect was once a reputable force. Now, it had fallen to the point where its lifeline had to be explored by others. Even its disciples had to be used as cannon fodder. How miserable was this? As the leader of the Luo sect, the great prophet felt even more pained by this situation. Did you find the great prophecy spell in the end? Guchen asked again. Of course not. That person returned empty-handed, but he was not satisfied. He was sure that the old man was hiding something, so he used some tricks before he left. He said that because of him, the Luo sect had suffered heavy casualties. As compensation, the Luo sect could send suitable people to him, and he would take care of them. It sounded nice, but he was actually trying to rope in the upper echelons of the Luo sect. He still hasn't given up on the great prophecy spell. Other than that, he also bought people's hearts. For example, Dongji, who attacked you, was sent to spy on the old man. Guchen thought that this person was not only powerful but also shrewd. He sighed and said, since you know that Dongji is a spy, why didn't you get rid of him? Wouldn't it be disadvantageous for you to keep such a threat around? If I kill Dongji, there will be others. The enemy is too powerful, and the old man can't fight back. Moreover, if the old man did that, it would look like he has a guilty conscience. If he gets desperate, it doesn't matter if the old man dies, but I'm afraid that the legacy of the Luo sect will be buried in the hands of the old man. Although the great prophet's tone was calm, Guchen could hear the heaviness and helplessness in his words. He sympathized with the great prophet. He seemed to be high and mighty, but he was actually trapped here. One wrong step and he would be doomed eternally. After saying so much, I understand your situation. But what does it have to do with me? Guchen brought the conversation back to the main topic. He had initially asked what the great prophet wanted from him, but the great prophet had talked about the big shot. The two seemed to have no connection. During the entrance assessment, everything you experienced at the Lake of Life reminded the old man of the big shot from 10 years ago. When he entered the Lake of Life 10 years ago, the phenomenon that happened was very similar to yours. This phenomenon has never happened to anyone who entered the Lake of Life. According to the old man's knowledge, the two of you are the only ones who have ever experienced it. It's hard for the old man not to think of the two of you. The great prophet said meaningfully. When Guchen heard this, his pupils shrank, and his heart was in turmoil. What's the name of that person? Guchen took a deep breath, and he had a guess in his heart. The big shot's name is Guchen. When the great prophet answered, Guchen's eyes shone brightly like never before, and his body erupted with an uncontrollable murderous aura. The great prophet sensed Guchen's abnormality, and he was sure that his guess was right. There was an unspeakable relationship between the two of them. Guchen. Guchen. I didn't expect you to be so used to this name. Guchen sneered, and the murderous intent in his heart churned like huge waves in the ocean. Great prophet, does that Guchen look like me? As soon as Guchen finished speaking, the lines on his face changed slightly, and his facial features changed back to his original appearance. The great prophet looked at Guchen's true appearance for a long time, and he sighed. They look exactly the same. It's like they were made from the same mold. When Guchen got the confirmation, he no longer had any doubts. He didn't expect that the big shot who visited the Luo sect 10 years ago was actually Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had come here, but his goal was different from theirs. They were here for the Origin clan's backup plan, but he was here for the great prophecy spell. The Origin clan's backup plan was a secret, and only the family head knew about it. Guchen had asked Fang Shiji about it before. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan knew about it, he would definitely cause trouble by entering the Tao world 100 years earlier. Because Fang Yuan didn't know about it, they could come to the Luo sect with ease. However, they didn't expect Fang Yuan to have already come to the Luo sect in such a small world. Because of the Great Fate spell, their fates were already intertwined, and they would have to fight sooner or later. Separated by 10 years, Guchen sat on the sacred lake, feeling like he was fighting with Fang Yuan across space. 10 years ago, Fang Yuan visited Luo sect. And 10 years later, Guchen came here as well. They met at the same place at different times. The one who noticed this was the great prophet. The same face, the same anomaly in the lake of life, the old man could more or less guess what was going on. It seems that we are friends and not enemies. The great prophet sighed. Guchen's gaze flickered, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, this news came too suddenly. A moment later, he regained his senses, he looked at the sacred island with a deeper gaze. Since we are friends, aren't you going to invite me to the island? His tone became calm again. Fang Yuan's conflict with Luo sect made him truly interested in this great prophet, he wanted to know what he wanted to do. Friend, you have already shown your true appearance to the old man, if the old man continues to hide, would he still have any sincerity? Please. The moment the great prophet said that, a path of light appeared under Guchen's feet, it crossed the lake and reached the sacred island. Guchen saw this and left, he arrived at the sacred island in a few steps, there were no more obstructions. This sacred island was smaller than he had imagined, other than a few wooden houses, there was nothing else on the island, it was truly a shabby place. An old man with white hair and a long white beard stood at the end of the path of light, he welcomed Guchen with a smile. Before we talk as friends, I want to see you on Jia. The sacred island was very small, he could tell at a glance that Fang Shiji was not here. Guchen said coldly. What the great prophet said earlier was only his side of the story, although he believed it, he needed the great prophet to show more sincerity. And Fang Shiji was the best sincerity. Only if Fang Shiji was unharmed and gave a friendly judgment to this great prophet, could the two continue their discussion. Friend, you don't need to worry about Yuan Jia's safety, he has a deep relationship with our sect, the old man will not harm him. The great prophet knew. Guchen squinted, hearing this great prophet's tone, he seemed to know about Fang Shiji's background. Did Fang Shiji tell him of his own accord, without his consent, he didn't think that Fang Shiji would do such a risky thing. In that case, the great prophet had guessed it himself, Guchen felt that the great prophet was more and more scheming, but he still said the same thing. I want to see you on Jia. The great prophet did not say anything else. He stroked his beard and glanced behind Guchen. Noticing his gaze, Guchen turned around and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Behind him was the vast sacred lake, but the scenery before him had changed. The sacred lake was still there, but the lake water now reflected a different scene. It seemed to be daytime, and there was another lake under the daytime. One had to know that the entire sacred lake had been sealed off by the fog and it was nighttime. How could the lake water reflect such a scene, the reflection of the lake and the sacred lake, one yin and one yang, one bright and one dark, complemented each other on the outside and inside. It was truly strange. This is the life lake? Recalling what the great prophet had said before, Guchen guessed. The great prophet did not deny it. Guchen immediately clicked his tongue in wonder. Before setting foot on the sacred island, he had not sensed anything special about the sacred lake. Once he set foot on the island, such a phenomenon had occurred. There were indeed many things in the primordial Tao world that he could not understand. He carefully looked at the life lake. The life lake had an attractive quality, as if it could immerse one's mind into another space and time. He soon discovered that there seemed to be a figure standing in the middle of the life lake. He tried to see clearly. Under the influence of the life lake, his vision strangely zoomed in, allowing him to clearly see the person in the middle of the lake. It was Fang Shiji, he stood on the life lake with his eyes closed. His aura was drawn out, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. Above his head floated an ancient bronze mirror. The bronze mirror hung upside down, reflecting the life lake. That bronze mirror was a keepsake left behind by the Fang family's ancestor. Guchen could not help but turn to look at the great prophet. The moment he entered the sacred island, his life lake appeared on its own. He is the child of the prophecy, the great prophet explained. What prophecy? Gu Chen could roughly guess what had happened when he saw the bronze mirror, but he still wanted to get to the bottom of it. The Luo sect's ancestor had an agreement with the Source clan to protect certain things in their life lake. Those things can only be opened when a descendant of the Source clan brings a specific keepsake. The moment he arrived, the keepsake automatically resonated with the life lake. After that, he walked into the life lake and meditated for many days. The old man did not want to disturb him. The great prophet sighed as he recalled the first time he had met Feng Shiji. He had not expected that after such a long time, a descendant of the Source clan would actually appear. The promise made by the ancestor had finally come true in his hands. You guessed Shiji's identity from the beginning. That's why you summoned him to the sacred island? Gu Chen could not help but ask. Although he had heard that Luo men cultivated the ability of foresight, this old man was still too powerful in his opinion. Not really. Although his performance in the entrance examination was outstanding, according to the rules of the sect, it was not enough for the old man to make an exception and summon him. The main reason why he was summoned was because he noticed you and noticed that you were together, the great prophet answered honestly. The great prophet answered truthfully. He had paid attention to Gu Chen because of his unusual behavior in the Lake of Life. Later, he noticed that Feng Shiji was in cahoots with him. Thus, driven by curiosity, he summoned Feng Shiji to test him. As for why he did not summon Gu Chen directly but beat around the bush, it was partly because he did not want to alert the enemy and partly because he did not want people with ulterior motives to find out. Feng Shiji's performance in the entrance examination was outstanding. Although it was surprising that he had made an exception and summoned him, it was not to the extent of making other guesses. The great prophet was very thoughtful. However, he did not expect Feng Shiji's identity to be so extraordinary that he triggered the prophecy of the life lake as soon as he arrived at the sacred island. Caught off guard, the great prophet did not even have time to talk to Feng Shiji. He did not communicate with Feng Shiji as much as he did with Gu Chen. After understanding the situation, Gu Chen relaxed a little. It seemed that the great prophet was not so godlike that everything was under his control. How long will it take for him to end this state? Gu Chen looked at Feng Shiji and said. Out of caution, he still had to discuss some questions with Feng Shiji. The old man is not sure either. Fellow Taoist, you are with him, so you should know him better than the old man. The great prophet was trying to sound him out. After so many years, I did not expect the Luo sect to fulfill its promise and not take the things left behind by the Source race for themselves. Gu Chen did not respond to the great prophet's words. Instead, he teased him. The Luo sect's ancestral master was indebted to the Source race. Before he passed away, he said that if the Source race was in trouble, the Luo sect should do its best to help. At that time, the Tao world was newly established, and the Source race was one of the 10 ancient Netherworld clans. Its power was overwhelming and far greater than that of the Luo sect. My sect's ancestors did not understand why the ancestral master had said that. They only thought that he was purely grateful for the Source race's kindness. Later on, the Source race really declined and eventually encountered a great calamity. They came to the Luo sect's door and entrusted it to us. Only then did the Luo sect's ancestors realize the ancestral master's penetrating insight. Naturally, no one dared to disobey the ancestral master's instructions. Thus, for countless years, the Luo sect was entrusted with important things by the Source race. We scrupulously abided by morality and kept secrets, waiting for the descendants of the Source race to come to us. The great prophet made it sound like he was loyal and righteous, but Gu Chen, who had dealt with him before, knew that he was a cunning old fox and that what he said was definitely not the whole truth. Don't give me that. Can't Luo men guess what the Source race left behind? After so many years, didn't he have any thoughts? You should know that the origin race far surpassed the Luo gate when they were at their peak. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how much they declined, their foundation was still there, and the things they left behind would not be bad. They might even help the Luo gate advance further. Perhaps the Luo sect was truly loyal and didn't have any thoughts when they were in power, but the Luo sect's situation hasn't been very good these past few years. There are so many of them, and it's impossible that none of them have any thoughts of attacking the origin race. Gu Chen directly exposed Fang Shiji. He had to know if the thing he had obtained was complete. When the great prophet heard these straightforward words, he revealed an embarrassed expression. He closed his eyes and said, "Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but even if the Luo sect really had people who wanted to steal the origin race's treasure, none of them had the ability to obtain it." "Oh? What do you mean?" The old man just mentioned that the ancestral master had foreseen the calamity of the origin race. Therefore, he had already made arrangements in his fate lake. Back then, the origin race placed the heavy object into their life lakes according to the ancestral master's arrangements. The moment the heavy object entered the life lakes, it triggered the ancestral master's great divination technique. Under the influence of the prophecy, only those with the bloodline of the origin race who hold the token and enter the life lake can fulfill the prophecy's conditions and find the heavy object. Since ancient times, only the patriarch has successfully cultivated the great prophecy art. Therefore, the prophecy he left behind is unbreakable. Even if the Luo sect wanted to take it down, they could only lament their inadequacy. The great ancestor knew the real reason. It wasn't that no one in the Luo sect had any ideas, but that they couldn't do it. Gu Chen sighed inwardly. The Luo sect's ancestral master was really ruthless. In order to repay a favor and fulfill a promise, he even guarded against his own people. 10 years ago, that person also explored the Lake of Life. Did he not find anything strange? Gu Chen changed the topic and revealed a cautious expression. In his opinion, other than the founder of Luo sect, everyone else could not compare to Fang Yuan. 10 years ago, Fang Yuan had personally made a trip to his fate lake. With his unfathomable abilities, Gu Chen was inevitably worried that he might have noticed something, or even secretly used some tricks, waiting for others to take the bait. This was not because he was overly cautious, but because Fang Yuan was such a person. Back then, Fang Yuan had plotted for a long time for a single destiny path coin. Who could have thought that the overbearing overlord would be defeated by a single coin? Taoist, you're not born and raised in the Tao world, so I'm afraid you don't understand how powerful the 8-8 major technique is. No matter how powerful that Lord Gu was, it was impossible for him to break the great prophecy technique that was personally cast by the patriarch. Let me ask you, if you don't fulfill the conditions of the prophecy and can't even see a hint of the technique, how are you supposed to break it? The great prophet said with certainty. Don't underestimate him. He knows great Tao techniques too. Gu Chen glanced at the great prophet and told him the important information. You're talking about the great destiny technique, right? The old man has never dared to underestimate that person. He is the most dangerous person the old man has ever seen in his life. The great prophet's expression was even more solemn than Gu Chen's. You even guessed the great destiny technique. How much do you know about this Tao technique? Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly. He was certain that the great prophet had not known that Fang Yuan knew the great destiny technique beforehand, but had guessed it after coming into contact with him. The old man doesn't know much about the great destiny technique. After all, this technique has been lost for many years. Even when it was at its peak, it was famous for being mysterious and strange. There are 3 main reasons why the old man was able to guess it. First, the fate lake instinctively reflects a person's fate, but your fate is severed, as if it has been erased. There are only a few Tao techniques with such power. Second, you have the same appearance as that person. It is very similar to some records regarding the great destiny technique. Third, it is because you have a close relationship with the origin race's inheritor, and the great destiny technique is in the origin race's hands to begin with. It is hard not to make guesses. Gu Chen was slightly disappointed. So this was how he deduced it. It seemed that the great prophet's understanding of the great destiny technique was also very limited. In this case, it would depend on Fang Shiji's luck if he wanted to further understand the great destiny technique. Thinking of this, Gu Chen took another look at Fang Shiji, his heart filled with anticipation. No matter what, Fang Shiji was safe and had successfully obtained the origin race's trump card. This was a good thing. And although this great prophet was still somewhat suspicious, there was still room for cooperation. Ignoring everything else, there was at least no problem in understanding Fang Yuan's current strength and situation through him. The origin race's inheritor won't be coming out for the time being. Why don't you sit down with the old man and have a good talk? The great prophet waved his sleeves, and a teapot, teacups, table, and cushion appeared in front of him. He naturally sat down on the cushion and started to brew tea for Gu Chen, looking like he was planning to talk through the night. Gu Chen sat down on the cushion opposite him. At this point, he had information that the other party wanted to know, and the other party also had information that he wanted to know. Forget about cooperation, he had to drink this tea. What is your relationship with that person? What kind of past do you have? The great prophet asked unhurriedly. The name Gu Chen belongs to me. That person's real name is Fang Yuan, and he is also a origin race descendant. Gu Chen drank his tea as he revealed the information unhurriedly. Oh? He is actually a origin race member, no wonder he knows the great destiny technique. The great prophet's eyes shone brightly. This information was truly significant. Everyone knew that person came from Chaos Sea, and even among the countless geniuses that had been selected from Chaos Sea over the countless years, he was definitely an outstanding person, an unquestionable genius. Everyone only thought of him as a grassroots that rose up in Chaos Sea, but they did not expect him to have an origin race background. He knew some details about the origin race's plight back then. As long as he leaked this information, he would definitely cause some trouble for the other party. Since he is a member of the origin race, why didn't he come to Luo sect with the token? Is the origin race still guarding against a genius like him? The great prophet continued to ask impatiently. Gu Chen waved his hand to stop him from asking any more questions and sipped his tea. It's my turn to ask a question. The great prophet immediately quietened down and gestured for him to speak. One question and one answer, with some coming and going, this was the foundation of cooperation. What is Fang Yuan's current status in the primordial Tao world? You, the great Luo sect's great prophet, addressed him as an important person. He must not be simple now, right? The moment Gu Chen asked this, his emotions were somewhat unsettled. Everything Fang Yuan had now stemmed from his despicable plot against him back then. The higher he climbed, the more he felt a mockery of him back then. Bookseller house, 100 years ago, that person appeared out of nowhere. Because he had the supreme aptitude of a natural Tao root, he was accepted by Heavenly Pu Tao Court's Sage Purity as his disciple. Sage Purity is a regular member of Heavenly Pu Tao Court. It is already unimaginable for ordinary people to become his disciple. Everyone thought that this grassroots person from Chaos Sea had reached the peak of glory, but who would have thought that this was just the beginning of his legend? In the first 50 years, he was peerless and showed off his abilities. He defeated many geniuses of the primordial Tao world's younger generation and stood at the top of the legend ranking, leading the way. In the second 50 years, he hid his sword in the sheath and his bow in the forest. He seemed to be quiet, but he did not care about fame. He secretly devised strategies and expanded his territory, nurturing his own force, heaven and earth association. Now, 100 years have passed. He seems to have washed himself clean and is not showing himself, but he has already built a huge and complicated force network in private and has infiltrated the various dynasties. In terms of reputation, he is vaguely catching up to Sage Purity. A low-level cultivator from Chaos Sea has stirred up endless storms in just 100 years, vaguely showing signs of changing the world's situation. Be it talent or methods, they are all unimaginable. The great prophet said. From the amazement in his tone, Fang Yuan had not only become a big shot, he was simply a monster through and through. Sage Purity Disciple, Legend Ranking, Heaven and Earth Association that had infiltrated the various dynasties. Gu Chen did not know much about the titles that Fang Yuan had now, but he could feel that they carried great weight. The current Luo Gate is only a corner of Pei Nation, it cannot even control Pei Nation's situation. Pei Nation is governed by the Great Qing Dynasty, and the current crown prince of the Great Qing Dynasty is said to be a member of Heaven and Earth Association. The great prophet added, his words even more bluntly revealing the difference in status and identity between him and Fang Yuan. Gu Chen took a deep breath. He had expected Fang Yuan to soar after entering the primordial Tao world, but he had still underestimated his growth speed. He believed that what the great prophet said was only part of it. With Fang Yuan's unfathomable strength, he was bound to have many more secrets. In other words, his true force was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. With such monstrous power, it was no wonder that the great prophet had to be careful with every step, lest he destroy the foundation of his ancestors. With Fang Yuan's current strength, not only would Gu Chen seek revenge, if he were to discover traces of him, he would face a calamity. It's the old man's turn to ask a question. The great prophet did not give Gu Chen too much time to organize his thoughts. He eagerly continued with the previous question and answer session. The two of them continued asking and answering like this for an entire night, exchanging a lot of valuable information. Of course, the great prophet had undoubtedly profited. He had learned about Fang Yuan's past and present lives, while many people in the Dao world knew what Gu Chen had obtained from him. However, Gu Chen did not feel that he was at a disadvantage. The great prophet had deep foresight. Some of the things that Fang Yuan had done over the last 100 years might not seem special to others, but he could observe the essence of these things from an extremely crafty angle. Through his analysis, Gu Chen gained a better understanding of Fang Yuan's current movements and his hidden thoughts, benefiting him greatly. What Fang Yuan was doing now was nothing more than a grand ambition to conquer the world. His hidden ambition was terrifying. That Fang Yuan is eyeing our Luo Gate's great prophecy technique covetously, and he will not give up until he succeeds. Since you have a predestined entanglement with him, a battle is inevitable sooner or later. Since you and I are destined to fight him, and he is so powerful now, cooperation is obviously the best choice. At daybreak in the east, the great prophet, who had a clear conclusion after a long night of conversation with Gu Chen, said this. The fog that had shrouded the sacred lake for an entire night had dissipated, and there were no major movements from the prophet's ninth peak across the lake, as if nothing had happened last night. Evidently, the great prophet had made proper arrangements in private. The Luo Gate did not know about Gu Chen's visit to the sacred island. How do you want to cooperate? Gu Chen looked at the great prophet. One night of conversation had given him a good understanding of this old man's wisdom. Before last night, he was very guarded against this great prophet, and he believed that the other party was the same, so he had been observing him secretly. But with the exposure of the glorious ancient tyrant physique, the two of them had the same stance against Fang Yuan, which changed everything. Both sides were forced to work together by the situation. Because if they did not cooperate, they could only fight to the death. Gu Chen would not let the secret of the tyrant physique be exposed, and the great prophet would not let Luo Gate fall into a crisis because of Gu Chen's arrival. Cooperation was a necessary and rational choice, but the problem was, how to cooperate. With Fang Yuan's current strength, Gu Chen did not think Luo Gate could help him much. As long as Fang Shiji successfully obtained the fortune in his life lake, Luo Gate would lose its value to him. Having an additional ally would only increase the danger. After all, with Luo Gate's strength, they could not contend with Fang Yuan at all, and they had been targeted long ago. Allying with them would only expose them. This great prophet had both strength and wisdom. If it was just him, Gu Chen would be willing to cooperate with him, but was he willing to give up Luo Gate's assets? From the defense situation inside and outside Luo Gate, he clearly had no such intention. Gu Chen could not speak his mind directly, so he wanted to hear if the great prophet had any other opinions. Although he did not say it, how could the old and shrewd great prophet not guess his concerns? He sighed and said, "You are the glorious ancient tyrant physique, you will definitely have the ability to contend with Fang Yuan in the future. But not only is Luo Gate declining, we might even become a burden. At first glance, we don't seem like a suitable partner." Gu Chen did not respond and waited for the great prophet to continue. But no matter how strong the glorious ancient tyrant physique is, it is no longer the era when the 10 ancient underworld races ruled a world alone. The current situation in primordial chaos Dao world is far more complicated than you can imagine. That Fang Yuan already has an enormous force. Even if you want to take revenge on him, you might not even be qualified to get close to him because of the layers of forces around him. The old man's strength is not as simple as you think. Although Luo Gate is in a difficult situation, it is not necessarily useless. The great prophet spoke pointedly, as if he had something he didn't want others to know. Gu Chen saw that the great prophet did not continue, but he was somewhat disappointed. And shook his head. I only have one question. If the premise of our cooperation is that the great prophet gives up on Luo Gate, can you do it? In Gu Chen's opinion, since Luo Gate was already targeted by Fang Yuan and had made all kinds of arrangements in the open and in the dark, Luo Gate's fate was already set. He did not dare to say that he understood Feng Yuan very well, but he had a deep understanding of Feng Yuan's ruthlessness. The great prophet might really have some hidden abilities, but he could not change the situation even after 10 years. It could be seen that Luo Gate was really beyond cure. Cooperating with Luo Gate was equivalent to completely exposing himself to Feng Yuan. Compared to the risks, the benefits he would obtain were insignificant. The great prophet thought that Gu Chen wanted to take revenge on Feng Yuan, but in fact, Gu Chen had a more important goal in the Tao world. He could not let himself be destroyed before he was fully fledged. 21. Gu Chen was willing to accept the great prophet as an ally, but he did not want a burden like Luo sect. He said it bluntly, even though it was unreasonable, he had no choice but to do so. The great prophet was silent. Luo sect had been passed down for so many generations. As the current great prophet, how could he watch Luo sect perish in his hands? If he really listened to Gu Chen, he would be the sinner of Luo sect, and he would not be able to face his ancestors after his death. But would Luo sect not perish if he did not give up? The great prophet knew that Feng Yuan would not give up until he obtained the great prophecy technique. He was still patient now, but when he lost his patience one day, Luo sect would meet its end. Not to mention Feng Yuan, even the great prophet looked at Gu Chen and knew that if they could not cooperate, they would have to fight each other. He had found out the huge secret of the glorious ancient tyrant body. If he could not become one of them, there was no reason for him to let him go. Although Gu Chen was young, he was keenly aware that he was by no means a pedantic, kind-hearted person. For the sake of his own goal, he would definitely do something ambitious and ruthless. By then, even if he had the small interference technique, he might not be able to resist the glorious ancient tyrant body. Luo sect would perish in advance. The great prophet was in a dilemma. He wanted to convince Gu Chen to take the huge risk and cooperate with Luo sect, but both sides were smart people. If this person cannot be used by the old man, I have to find a way to capture him. If I hand him over to Feng Yuan in exchange for his trust, Luo sect might be able to survive. The great prophet had no choice but to consider another plan, even though he did not think it was a wise move to side with Feng Yuan. If I can't cooperate with this person, I will have to kill him in the end. Gu Chen made up his mind. Even though he had no enmity with the great prophet, Chaos C's future depended on him, he could not take the risk. Gu Chen and the great prophet's gazes landed on Feng Shiji, who was in the lake of life at the same time. The negotiations between the two sides had clearly reached a dead end. The great prophet could not bring himself to give up on the Luo sect, while Gu Chen was unwilling to cooperate with the Luo sect in the open. Since that was the case, one of them had to die. Neither of them was willing to shed all pretense of cordiality, but they had to make a choice sooner or later, and the final time limit for their choice was when Feng Shiji ended his enlightenment. They could not drag it out for too long. After all, the later they made their choice, the higher the possibility of Feng Yuan finding out. As Gu Chen waited on the sacred isle, the great prophet sighed repeatedly. Both of them were smart enough to foresee what would happen next, but in the martial world, there was nothing they could do. 2 days later, in the night, Feng Shiji, who was in the life lake, slowly opened his eyes that had been closed for many days. The surface of the ancient mirror floating above his head immediately shattered, and the body of the mirror turned into dust that drifted in the air. Gu Chen and the great prophet stood up almost at the same time. Both of them stepped into the waters of the sacred lake one after the other and entered the inner world of their lake of life. Feng Shiji seemed to have gained a lot from the enlightenment process. He stood on the spot and pondered quietly for a while. When he raised his head and saw Gu Chen in front of him, he showed deep shock on his face. Why did the leader enter the life lake? What was happening in front of them was very different from their original plan. Feng Shiji was slightly uneasy. Did he spend too much time comprehending Tao and caused a change in the plan? He acutely sensed that the atmosphere between Gu Chen and the great prophet of Luo sect was somewhat strange. Both of them seemed to be on guard against each other and were ready to fight. How's the harvest? Gu Chen's question made Feng Shiji quickly discard his wild guesses. His expression turned into one of excitement. My guess was right. Feng Shiji did not say it clearly, but Gu Chen immediately understood that they had achieved their goal. This life lake indeed contained the complete inheritance of the origin race. Their trip was not in vain. Since their goal was achieved, Gu Chen turned around and looked at the great prophet with a solemn expression. Next, it was time to deal with the problem of Luo sect. The great prophet felt Gu Chen's gaze. and his expression became solemn as well. As the great prophet of this generation of Luo sect, he could not give up on the inheritance left by his ancestors. He could not accept the choice that Guchen had given him. Even so, he did not hold any grudges in his heart. Both of them had their own standpoints, and since their standpoints clashed, a battle was inevitable. They could only rely on their own abilities. The two of them exchanged glances, one wary of the glorious ancient overlord body's outburst, and the other wary of the mysterious minor intervention technique. Just as they were about to clash, Feng Shiji suddenly spoke. "Great prophet, I heard a voice while I was receiving the inheritance of the origin race. That voice should belong to one of the ancestors of Luo sect, and he asked me to pass on a message to the current leader of Luo sect." The great prophet's body trembled, and he immediately turned around to look at Feng Shiji. Guchen was also surprised. What did the ancestor say? The great prophet took a deep breath. The inheritance of the origin race was sealed in the great prophecy spell left behind by the ancestral master, and no one could break it. Therefore, the voice that Feng Shiji heard could only be the ancestral master himself. That senior said that the Luo sect will be in great trouble during the next full moon. Instead of passively waiting for the destruction of the sect, it's better to plan ahead. Cutting off one's tail to seek survival will allow one to live, but if one doesn't, one will only suffer. Feng Shiji said truthfully. After he finished, he noticed that Gu Chen and the great prophet were looking at him with strange expressions. "What's wrong, chief?" Feng Shiji asked anxiously, wondering if he had said something wrong. He could tell that the atmosphere was not right, and he was hesitant to tell the truth about what he had seen and heard. However, when he thought about how the Luo sect had kept its promise with the origin race for countless years, and how the survival of the sect was at stake, he thought it was better to say it. "Is that true?" Before Guchen could say anything, the great prophet could not help but ask. His expression was uncertain. Just as Guchen was about to ask him to give up on the Luo sect, Feng Shiji received a prophecy from the ancestral master, saying that the Luo sect was about to be destroyed. He suspected that the two of them had colluded. However, Feng Shiji had just woken up. How could the two of them have colluded in such a short time? Feng Shiji could tell that the situation was not right, so he did not dare to answer carelessly. He looked at Guchen with an inquiring look. "Just answer truthfully," Guchen said solemnly. Upon hearing that, Feng Shiji let go of his worries and nodded seriously. That senior did indeed say so. If you don't believe it, you can check it out for yourself. He looked at the surface of the lake of life, as if the answer was hidden there. When the great prophet heard that, he could not hold back anymore. While guarding against Guchen, he extended his hand. A drop of lake water condensed in the lake of life and floated up, flying into his mouth. As he swallowed the lake water, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He saw the entire Luo sect engulfed in a sea of fire, and the prophet's 9 peaks collapsed one after another. When the scene disappeared and returned to reality, the great prophet's face was as pale as a sheet, and his body was swaying. Remember the mobile website, Chapter 1747, Ancestral Master the Prophecy, page 1/1, bookmark for easier reading. The great prophet's reaction was so intense that Guchen was curious, so he imitated him and took a drop of his lake's water. The water of his lake was also known as Luo water. If Luo sect disciples wanted to learn minor spirit words, they had to drink Luo water to have a chance to comprehend the inheritance. 2 days ago, the female disciple Su Shui had mentioned Luo water with a yearning tone. Who could have thought that in just 2 days, Guchen would easily obtain what she yearned for? Guchen opened his mouth to drink the Luo water and soon saw the scene the great prophet saw. The scene was fragmented and fleeting, but it clearly showed Luo sect's ending. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, the sect was burned to ashes. It was a scene of doomsday, extremely tragic. Everything verified Feng Shiji's prophecy. No wonder the great prophet lost his composure. How could this be? What kind of change will happen during the next full moon? The great prophet mumbled to himself. His mind was in a mess because of the great prophet's prophecy. He did not suspect that the scene he saw was faked by Feng Shiji, because he understood the Fate Lake very well. He knew that Feng Shiji did not have that ability. The great prophet's prophecy technique was left in the Fate Lake, and after the origin race's inheritor unsealed it, the great prophet could see the future by drinking Luo water. In terms of foresight, no one in Luo sect could surpass the great prophet's realm, so the great prophet did not doubt that the prophecy would come true. Since the great prophet said that Luo sect would be in trouble during the next full moon, it was definitely true. There are only 9 days left until the next full moon. What kind of change can happen in such a short time to cause Luo sect's destruction? Is the one who exterminated Luo sect the one before me, or the one far away? The great prophet's mind was in turmoil, his expression kept changing as he tried to guess Gu Chen. He thought about it, the only people who could cause Luo sect's destruction were this person and Fang Yuan. But if he could not reach an agreement with Gu Chen today, they would have to fight. If he lost, Luo sect's disaster would not have to wait for 9 days. Since the possibility of the disaster being caused by Gu Chen was not high, then why, the great prophet couldn't foresee the future that the patriarch had seen. He felt guilty and blamed himself. The gap between him and the patriarch in Fate Dao was too great. Cutting off one's tail to seek survival will allow one to live, but if one doesn't cut off one's tail, one will suffer. It seems like your ancestors' thoughts coincide with mine. Great prophet, it's time for you to make a choice. Gu Chen looked at the great prophet with a strange gaze after he understood that the situation had changed. Ancestral Master Luo Men had foreseen what was about to happen countless years ago, which made him feel very incredulous. More importantly, his last words coincided with Luo Men's current situation. It was as if Luo Men had already predicted his appearance and helped the great prophet make a choice. There was actually such a godly person in the world. Gu Chen became more interested in the Luo Men sect ancestral master and the great prophecy technique he mastered. This method was so amazing, no wonder Fang Yuan wanted it. The great prophet was in a dilemma, he did not reply to Gu Chen. He pinched his fingers and calculated from time to time, trying to deduce the future and weigh the pros and cons at each step. Gu Chen did not urge him. This matter concerned the survival of Luo Men, it was normal for the great prophet to be hesitant. After a long time, the great prophet finally made a decision. He gritted his teeth and looked at Gu Chen. Can you help the old man with a favor? After I help him, the old man will give you a satisfactory answer. What favor? Gu Chen was surprised and asked casually. The great prophet waved his sleeves and Dong Xianxia, who had vanished last night, suddenly appeared in front of him. He was still bleeding from his 7 orifices and was unconscious. Dongji is secretly colluding with Fang Yuan's Heaven and Earth group. The cultivator in charge of contacting Dongji and secretly monitoring Luo Men is called Daoist Crow. The night before Dongji ambushed you, Crow Daoist snuck into my Luo sect. Dongji must have been instructed by him to ambush you. I don't know how much information Daoist Crow has. The old man wants to capture him, I hope you can help. Gu Chen heard this and realized that there was more to the matter of him being attacked. He also gained a deeper understanding of the great prophet's schemes and foresight. The Qiankuan gang thought that their arrangements in the Luo Gate were watertight, but who would have thought that the great prophet had long since seen through them? He could even see their movements clearly. Gu Chen did not know if the great prophet knew the content of the conversation between Daoist Crow and Dong Xianxia. If he knew, but allowed Dong Xianxia to attack him, it meant that he wanted to use him to do the dirty work and probe him. There was no point in questioning this. Regardless of whether it was true or not, there was no problem from the great prophet's perspective. What interested Gu Chen was that the great prophet did not dare to attack Fang Yuan's men earlier, fearing that he would alert the enemy. But now, he chose to attack. This was a thought-provoking change in attitude. Great prophet, you feel that Luo Men's destruction is related to this Daoist Crow, so you want to interfere in advance and prevent the future? Gu Chen pondered. The old man does not have ancestors' incredible abilities, I'm afraid he cannot change the future. But doing it is better than not doing it. Even if he cannot change the future, he can get closer to the truth. The great prophet's words were somewhat bitter. Gu Chen understood and did not ask the great prophet to make any promises. He simply replied with one word. All right. He agreed to help. His straightforwardness caused the great prophet, who was still thinking of other excuses, to be surprised. His expression changed. You are not afraid that the old man is actually trying to set a trap? Blind suspicion will not win sincere cooperation. I have shown my sincerity first, and I hope that I can get your sincerity after this matter is over. Gu Chen's words were concise and to the point. The great prophet took a deep breath and nodded. The old man understands. The two of them immediately discussed the details of capturing Daoist Crow. Where is that Daoist Crow now? How many enemies are there in total? When do you plan to make your move? Gu Chen asked. The old man already knows where the enemy is staying, and there is only one target. We should do it sooner rather than later. We will make our move tonight. Only one person? Gu Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, it's just one person. Do we need to work together to deal with him? From his point of view, since the great prophet could secretly figure out that person's whereabouts, taking him down would be a piece of cake. There was no need to rely on others. It's not just you and me. Fellow Daoist, please bring everyone you can trust. The more prepared we are, the higher the possibility of taking down Daoist Crow. The great prophet's tone was solemn. Gu Chen realized that this Daoist Crow was not simple. Is this person's cultivation so high that even if we work together, we won't have the confidence to take him down? Not really. This person's cultivation is only at the five-fold realm. It won't be difficult for either of us to defeat him. However, this person has mastered a very troublesome Dao technique known as the minor fission technique. The great prophet explained. 3,000 minor techniques? Gu Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. The minor fission technique is one of the minor techniques derived from the great transformation technique. Those who cultivate this technique are extremely difficult to kill. They are also proficient in escaping. With this technique, even the old man isn't confident that he can take down Daoist Crow. That's why we need to make more preparations. After all, if we fail to capture him, the consequences will be unimaginable. The great prophet's words made sense. Gu Chen nodded. The two of them continued to discuss the details. Fang Shiji also joined the discussion. After discussing the details, Gu Chen secretly left the sacred island with the great prophet's help. He left the inner sect to find his companions. By the time everyone was ready, it was already night. The two of them met in the forest outside the Luo Gate. It was a dark and windy night. Gu Chen's 17 companions had all arrived. When the great prophet appeared in the forest, everyone looked at him curiously. Gu Chen had already told them what had happened. No one had expected the plan to infiltrate Luo sect to achieve such a breakthrough in just a few days. Knowing that the target they were going to capture tonight was loyal to Fang Yuan, everyone rubbed their fists and gritted their teeth. What happened 100 years ago was unforgettable. No one could forget it. The debt of blood with Fang Yuan had to be settled. Everyone had thought that it would not be easy to find Fang Yuan after 100 years, but the clue was right in front of them. Just as everyone was examining the great prophet also sized up Gu Chen's 17 companions. Not to mention Fang Shiji, the Origin clan's inheritor, the great prophet could tell from their appearances that the remaining 16 people were not simple either. Although their cultivation seemed to be lacking, they were like pieces of unpolished jade. With a little polishing, their future would be limitless. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly saw Limitless Tyrant Dragon, and his eyelids twitched. There were many things that Gu Chen had not revealed to him in detail, such as the existence of this supreme ancient dragon. He had the intention to teach others, but facing the strongest dragon in the world, he could only be cautious. These two are? Gu Chen looked behind the great prophet. He had not come alone tonight, but had brought two people with him. Judging from their attire, they should be Luo sect's prophets. They are the old man's disciples. They can be trusted. The great prophet retracted his gaze from Limitless Tyrant Dragon and said. Since the great prophet said they could be trusted, Gu Chen did not doubt it, and the two introduced each other. The two disciples were called Xiaoxing and Xiaofengji. Besides being the great prophet's disciples, they were also the current prophets of Luo sect. Usually, the great prophet did not care about worldly affairs, and many affairs were handled by them. Unlike Dongji, they were the great prophet's true confidants, otherwise, they would not have been brought to tonight's operation. I hope everyone can help me tonight. Prophet Xiao and Prophet Qiu's tone was rather polite, but when they looked at the group of strangers in front of them, they were rather confused. The great prophet had naturally told them about tonight's operation, But he didn't tell them why they would cooperate with this group of people when it concerned the survival of the sect. Being able to become the prophets of the Luo sect, the two of them naturally had good eyesight. They could tell that although this group of people had extraordinary appearances, their cultivation was just barely passable compared to theirs. Could such a group of people really be of help? Naturally, they wouldn't reveal what they were thinking. They quietly stayed by the great prophet's side and observed, rarely speaking. In fact, the operation was about to begin. They still didn't understand why their master, who had endured for 10 years, would choose to attack the subordinates of the Gu family tonight. The hillside in front is where the Crow Taoist is staying. Later, the old man and Friend Gu will capture him. The two of you will be responsible for surrounding the hillside. Remember, you can't let go of even the slightest trace of abnormality. If there's anything fishy, take action first. Moonlight shone on the forest, and when the great prophet arrived at the enemy's location stealthily, he informed them solemnly. Everyone already knew what the Crow Taoist was capable of, so they nodded when they heard him. Prophet Xiao and Prophet Qiu hesitated for a moment. They glanced at the exceptionally young Gu Chen and said, "Master, do you really not need us to go up the mountain with you?" On the surface, it seemed like they were worried about the great prophet's safety, but in reality, they were worried that Gu Chen would be a burden. The great prophet didn't dare to reveal the secret that Gu Chen possessed the glorious ancient overlord body to the two of them. In addition, Gu Chen had returned to his usual appearance, so he didn't look like an expert at all. The two prophets knew about the Crow Taoist's background. He was already rather famous before he joined the Heaven and Earth group, and his strength wasn't ordinary. Your area of expertise isn't fighting. Just set up an ambush at the foot of the mountain. With the old man and Friend Gu working together, even if the Crow Taoist manages to escape to the foot of the mountain, his strength will definitely be severely damaged. It won't be a problem for you to capture him, the great prophet said straightforwardly. The two prophets knew that their master's judgment wouldn't be wrong, so they nodded obediently. But Gu Chen's companions heard the hidden meaning in his words. Great prophet, you mean, if that Crow Taoist is unharmed, we won't even be able to stop him with so many people? Gu Huang said unconvinced. Although the other companions didn't agree, they were also somewhat unwilling. From the information, this Crow Taoist was only a minor character under Feng Yuan. Not only did they muster such a large force to deal with such a person, they were even doubted about their strength. In their eyes, Feng Yuan was only a despicable person who stole their leader's origin core, and Feng Yuan's companions were only traitors of Tyrant commandery. 100 years ago, the gap between the two sides wasn't huge. But now, they were. Doubted that they couldn't even beat a minor character under Feng Yuan, it was hard to accept. The Heaven and Earth Association has always been mysterious and doesn't accept mediocre people. Moreover, before Crow Taoist joined the association, he was already somewhat famous in the dark world. You can't underestimate him. Although the Luo sect is a large sect in the Pei Nation, I'm afraid our influence is not as good as Crow Taoists once we leave the country. I'm sure everyone understands that this person is not simple, right? Gu Huang's question was somewhat rude to the great prophet, so the two prophets were unhappy and explained plainly. Their words were very clear. They meant that even the entire Luo sect didn't dare to underestimate Crow Taoist. Where did this group of people get their confidence from? Gu Huang was infuriated after being looked down upon. He was about to speak again, but Gu Chen interrupted him. Alright, let's do as the great prophet says. Gu Chen sighed inwardly when he saw that the two sides didn't get along. He didn't know much about Crow Taoist, but he believed that the great prophet's judgment wouldn't be wrong. However, his companions probably didn't have this awareness. They had been invincible in the Chaos Sea for too long, so some of them still maintained their original confidence after coming to the Tao world. This was due to inertia, but in the eyes of the Luo sect's prophets, it was pure stupidity and arrogance. The difference in the heaven-earth environment and resources between the Tao world and the Chaos Sea was too great. Feng Yuan had entered 100 years earlier than them, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the two sides were separated by a chasm. Gu Chen was well aware of this, but if he wanted his companions to realize this, he was afraid that they would have to wait until they suffered a loss. He was afraid that once they suffered a loss, it would be a huge loss that they couldn't recover from. Gu Chen felt a headache over this. Now was not the time to think about this. He had to focus on the plan to capture Crow Taoist. Disperse. Gu Chen waved his hand, and his companion sneaked into the dense forest, faintly sealing off the entire mountain top. The two prophets also leaped onto the branches and sat down cross-legged, each holding a compass and waiting in formation. The night was as cool as water. A cave was faintly discernible in the depths of the lush greenery. Crows with shiny black feathers circled the cave. Some were perched on the rocks, while others were perched on the treetops. Their pitch-black bodies blended perfectly with the night sky, causing the unremarkable hillside to appear a little eerie out of nowhere. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the forest, startling the trees. The crows perched on the treetops were also startled, letting out noisy caws that broke the silence of the long night. Caw, caw, the crows fluttered in the air, looking ahead with bewildered and uncertain gazes. There, two people had just passed through the forest and arrived at the empty space in front of the cave. One of them had white hair and a white beard, looking like an immortal, while the other had hair as black as ink and a profound aura. Naturally, they were the Great Prophet and Gu Chen. Destroy. The Great Prophet casually glanced at the crows and spat out a single word. In an instant, flames appeared in the air and burned the crows to ashes, leaving not a single feather behind. The noisy caws of the crows disappeared for a moment, and the night returned to its tranquility. However, it was filled with a bone-chilling killing intent. What a surprise for the Great Prophet of Luo sect to visit my humble abode in the mountains in the middle of the night. An aged voice came from inside the cave. It did not sound panicked at all. You've been secretly colluding with the Great Prophet of Luo sect for a long time. Tonight, I've come to demand an explanation, the Great Prophet said expressionlessly. Inside the cave, the crow Taoist fell silent. He was caught off guard by these words. The Great Prophet of Luo sect had not taken a single step out of Sacred Island for 10 years, yet he had gone straight to his abode the moment he came out tonight. He thought that his visit to Luo sect had been done very discreetly, and that the old man would not be able to discover anything without leaving his abode. However, he had still underestimated the Great Prophet's ability to foresee the future. The fact that the Great Prophet could come here meant that Dong Xianxia had most likely been exposed. Furthermore, the Great Prophet had slaughtered his flock of crows as soon as he arrived, which made him feel that he had come with ill intentions. It was indeed a taboo to conspire with people from other sects, and the Great Prophet's demand for an explanation sounded perfectly justified. However, since the Great Prophet knew about him colluding with Dong Xianxia, he would definitely know who was the one who instructed him to do this. Behind him was the Qianquan group, but he believed that the other party wouldn't have the guts to settle the score with him. Thus, when he opened his mouth to probe just now, he harbored some hope in his heart. Perhaps this person had come to surrender. After being oppressed for 10 years, he should have thought things through. However, his plan fell through. Tonight, the Great Prophet of the Luo sect seemed to suddenly have the confidence and determination to fight against the Qianquan Association. The Great Prophet seemed to be denouncing him, and he didn't know how to respond. Great Prophet, you're exaggerating. That person is worried that someone is plotting against the Luo Gate, so he ordered me to pay attention in secret. If Great Prophet needs help, I can lend a hand. The Qianquan Association has good intentions. Great Prophet, don't be unable to differentiate between good and bad people. Taoist Crow deliberated for a moment before replying embarrassedly. When he mentioned that person and the Qianquan meeting, his tone was especially heavy. May I know who this person is? For Great Prophet to suddenly act like this, could it be that you've been bewitched by a traitor? Taoist Crow changed the topic, and when he mentioned Gu Chen, his voice became a little cold. Over the past 10 years, he had a clear understanding of the important people in the Luo Gate through Dong Xianxia. He even remembered their appearances. However, this person before him didn't belong to those people. In addition, the Great Prophet suddenly looked like he wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. Taoist Crow couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Could it be that this person was sent by another force who coveted the Great Prophet art? Did this Great Prophet dare to fall out with the Qianquan Association because he had the support of another force? If that was the case, then this force wasn't simple. It must be known that the Great Prophet's influence was extremely shocking. If ordinary forces knew that he had his eyes on the Luo Gate, they wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of him. However, this person before him looked young, and his cultivation didn't seem to be very high. If a great force really wanted to help the Luo Gate, why would they send such a small fry? Traitor? Gu Chen saw that Taoist Crow's words were directed at him. He was stunned for a moment before a cold smile appeared on his face. He was about to die, but he was still thinking about probing him. It seemed that this Taoist Crow really thought that no one would dare to touch him because of the protection of the Qianquan Association and Feng Yuan. Great Prophet, with his current status, I'm sure you know very well that a fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. If Great Prophet is thinking for the Luo Gate, you shouldn't make the wrong choice. As long as Great Prophet sincerely defers to the Luo Gate, that person won't mistreat you. Maybe one day, Luo Gate can even regain the seat that it lost in the Pure Heaven Tao Court. At that time, Great Prophet will become the greatest contributor to the revival of the Luo Gate. Great Prophet, you should think clearly about which is better. Taoist Crow continued to speak, trying to persuade the Great Prophet to make the right choice. If the Great Prophet really wanted to harm him tonight, although he didn't think he couldn't escape, his mission would be a complete failure, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Lord Death. Help my Luo Gate regain the seat of the Pure Heaven Tao Court. That's a big deal. Everyone knows how to make empty promises. The seat of the Tao Court involves a lot of people. Do you think that person can do such a thing? The Great Prophet couldn't help but laugh. He was indifferent to what Taoist Crow had said. That person's master is Saint Purity, and Saint Purity is the executive of the Pure Heaven Tao Court. As long as Saint Purity mediates, it might be possible. Moreover, that person has a bright future. His achievements will only surpass Saint Purity in the future. If the Luo Gate defers to him as soon as possible, we can also rise to the heavens with him. Taoist Crow continued. Rise to the heavens? Since when did the Luo Gate fall to the point where we have to rely on others? Are we really inferior to a fallen phoenix? The Great Prophet mocked himself. When Taoist Crow heard this, he snorted in his heart. The Luo Gate had long been a small, unranked sect. If it wasn't for the Great Prophecy technique, that person probably wouldn't even bother to look at it. They were already in such a predicament, so why would they care about their reputation? They were extremely stupid. Great Prophet, a wise man submits to circumstances. The future of the Luo Gate is right in front of you. I hope you won't make the wrong choice and bring disaster to the Luo Gate. Since you've chosen to come here tonight, I won't pretend to be ignorant. I can report to the higher-ups in advance. The choice is yours. I hope you can give me a clear answer tonight. If I leave tonight, you'll lose the chance to revive the Luo Gate forever. Taoist Crow's tone became more serious. He had no interest in comforting the Great Prophet's pitiful pride. If he left tonight, he'd lose the chance. Gu Chen and the Great Prophet couldn't help but look at each other with a strange expression. This Taoist Crow was already heavily surrounded, but he still didn't have any sense of danger. Instead, he wanted to persuade the Great Prophet to surrender. It was unknown whether this strange confidence was given by the Qianquan Association or earned by himself. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to leave tonight, Gu Chen said coldly. He was not interested in listening to Taoist Crow's nonsense. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? 3 balls of flame suddenly appeared in the pitch-black cave. They were 3 blood-red eyes that were filled with disdain. Before the old man came here, I've already made my decision. I've decided to form an alliance with this person and fight against the Qianquan Association together. The Great Prophet said coldly in response to Taoist Crow's question. What? Did I hear wrongly? Have you gone senile? How can this guy compare to our Qianquan Association? How can he compare to that person? Taoist Crow felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He found it extremely ridiculous. Old man, I've made up my mind. The Great Prophet's eyes shone brightly. He suddenly stomped his foot, boom. Boom, the ground trembled violently. The entire mountain seemed to have been awakened by a mysterious and unknown power. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every rock suddenly came to life. Taoist Crow suddenly let out a miserable cry in the cave, accompanied by the sound of rocks and soil tumbling down. Old fool, how dare you injure me? Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups. Your Luo sect is finished. Taoist Crow roared. There was a hint of retreat in his resentment. After he finished speaking, countless blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the cave that was about to completely collapse. In the next moment, countless three-eyed crows flapped their wings and flew out of the cave in a chaotic manner. They flew in all directions as if they were trying to escape. You won't have a chance to send any message to the outside world. You will only die here. Hearing that the Luo sect was finished, the great prophet's expression turned much colder than usual. His lips trembled slightly. The power of the minor spiritual word spread across the entire world. Pft. Pft. The rocks on the mountain were pulled by an invisible force. Like arrows, they instantly pierced through the crows that flew above. The shadows of the trees danced, and the leaves flew into the sky, cutting the crows in half. The weeds grew crazily. Like poisonous snakes, they wrapped around the crows and dragged them underground. Even the sky was filled with dark clouds. Any three-eyed crow that was lucky enough to fly into the sky was struck by lightning and destroyed in both body and soul. The great prophet's words were law. The entire mountain was filled with a myriad of phenomena. Countless crows died, and countless black feathers floated in the air. Guchen watched from the side. The great prophet was serious. He could see that the great prophet's cultivation was higher than Taoist crows. With the power of the minor spiritual word, it was no problem for him to take care of the other party. Taoist crow must have noticed this as well, so he chose to escape. Unfortunately, not a single crow was able to escape from the minor spiritual word spell's all-encompassing attack. Right when practically all the three-eyed crows had been annihilated, the black feathers that were drenched in blood that covered the sky suddenly started to emit strands of unusual aura in succession. The black feathers turned into three-eyed crows in disbelief. The number of crows instantly doubled, and they continued to flee in all directions. The minor sundering art had appeared. Taoist crow could split into countless copies of himself. No matter how the enemy killed him, he could not stop splitting. As long as one crow could escape, he would survive and recover to his original state in a short period of time. With this unparalleled Tao technique, he had avoided death countless times. End of this chapter. The crows were like a black tide, fleeing in all directions at an even faster speed than before. Under the control of the spirit of words, the three-eyed raven's power of nature was frantically attacking it. However, no matter how much it killed, as long as a broken body or even a feather was left behind, the three-eyed raven would continue to split and give birth to more of itself. No matter how profound your Tao techniques are, you won't be able to kill them all. Their numbers didn't decrease, but instead increased. It was enough to render any cultivator helpless. Although Guchen had heard about the power of the minute fission spell, he didn't know how tricky it was until he saw it with his own eyes. His eyes looked around and his ears listened in all directions, trying to find the true body of the crow Taoist from the endless crows. This was his experience in dealing with similar enemies in the past. However, how could the lesser fission technique be compared to those ordinary cloning techniques? It was derived from the greater transformation technique, and there was no difference between the main body and the clones. Instead, every clone was the main body, and they could all become clones. In other words, they were all Taoist crow. It was just that. Taoist crow had split into countless parts, just like an earthworm. If its body was cut in half, both sides could regrow. This was even more frightening than the undying body. Even if one understood the mysteries of this Tao technique, there was no way to stop it. No wonder he needs help. He can't kill them no matter how hard he tries. As long as one of them escapes, Crow Taoist will be alive. Guchen looked around and found that the number of crows had increased by several dozen times in just a short while. As the great prophet continued to kill the crows, their numbers continued to rise. If this went on, there would be fish that slipped through the net sooner or later, and a few lucky ones would escape. Guchen began to help. He used the battle mysterious hand. Every time his fists and palms landed, a series of bloodstains would appear, and a large number of crows would die. This splitting ability was indeed troublesome, but it also had its weaknesses. The most obvious one was that the crow's individual strength became very weak. In a situation where they were individually weak, no matter how many of them there were, they were still like ants. They could only increase their chances of escaping. Croak croak. Croak croak. The dark night seemed to have become a feast for crows. The entire mountain top was submerged in a black torrent, and the void was filled with strange phenomena. In the end, the speed at which the black torrent multiplied surpassed the speed at which the two people on top of the mountain killed, and it began to move down the mountain. It wasn't that there weren't any crows trying to fly into the sky, but the sky was covered by dark clouds and rumbling thunder. The hope of escaping was even slimmer. There were at least tens of thousands of crows swarming towards the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, the great prophet's expression turned serious. Although the minor word of spirit art could control the power of heaven and earth of many different attributes, it could not be compared to other Tao techniques of single attributes in terms of exquisite control of power. Naturally, there were loopholes and it could not be perfectly sealed. Now that so many crows had escaped through the loophole, it was unknown to what extent the crow Taoist strength had been weakened. Hopefully, the people at the foot of the mountain would be able to stop them and not let a single one of them escape. He's here. Gu Chen's companions had long been paying attention to the situation on the mountaintop. When they saw that the crows had finally broken through the great prophet's blockade and arrived before them, their faces lit up with fighting spirit. The great prophet's words from before were still ringing in their ears. Everyone was so proud that they wanted to complete the mission perfectly to prove their strength. A bunch of bastards. Don't even think about escaping from here. Gu Huang took a step forward. His body was like a huge city wall, directly blocking a torrent. He swung his arms forcefully, bam, bam, bam. A large number of crows were torn to shreds by his terrifying brute force, and feathers fell to the ground. Heaven's equal immortal emperor, Feng Yaya, Wu Ming, Mo, and the rest made their moves one after another. They had already formed an encirclement around the mountaintop and cooperated well with each other to block all the crows. Not a single one of them could even dream of escaping. The fleeing torrent seemed to have hit a great dam, and their momentum came to a halt. Seeing this, the great prophet at the mountaintop nodded slightly. Be careful, the crow Taoist is extremely cunning. Don't just focus on the obvious. Sitting in the treetops, Prophet Qiao and Prophet Qiao suddenly turned the compass needle in their arms, pointing in a few directions. They hurriedly warned. Heaven's equal immortal emperor heard this, and the third eye between his brows suddenly burst forth with a bright light, shooting towards a shadow on the ground. Infinite Tyrant Dragon also casually stomped its foot. With its foot as the center, a terrifying shockwave spread out. Bang, 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 a few strange cries came from the shadow on the ground, and bright red blood actually seeped out of the ground. Shadow evasion and earth evasion. They really have a lot of escaping abilities. Seeing this, the others hurriedly braced themselves, not daring to look down on these seemingly weak crows. Although the flock of crows was weak, as long as one escaped, their mission would be considered a failure. That would be a great humiliation. What a similar ability to mine. Among the group of crows, the immaterial woman stared at the newly formed crows that had been killed. Her eyes flickered incessantly. After hearing that the crow Taoist had grasped a Tao technique known as the minor splitting art, she had been paying attention to it. This was because the power source that she cultivated was also known as splitting. Previously, she wasn't sure if their names were coincidentally the same. However, after personally witnessing the process of the crow splitting, she was instantly sure that the Tao technique that the crow Taoist cultivated was similar to her own power source. As a result, many thoughts arose in her mind. At this moment, I can smell an attractive fragrance from your body. Let's start from you. A sinister voice traveled over, causing the slightly distracted immaterial woman to feel a chill run down her spine. Swoosh. A beam of black light entered her body at lightning speed. She let out a stifled groan, and her body swayed. Oh no. The expressions of Mo and Feng Yaya, who were closest to her, changed drastically. They clearly saw a crow burrowing into the immaterial woman's body. He, my intuition was right. There's actually such a body that's naturally suitable to cultivate the minor splitting art. The crow Taoist's slightly envious voice traveled over from the immaterial woman's body. Be it her fur or flesh, they were all starting to emit pure black light. The immaterial woman let out a tragic cry. Without hesitation, Feng Yaya dashed forward and extended her divine hand of creation. Rumble, an even more intense black light erupted from the immaterial woman's body. An illusion of a three-eyed crow appeared on the surface of her body, and its power surged like the sea. Wow. Before Feng Yaya's hand could touch the immaterial woman, she was sent flying by the ferocious power. She crashed into the forest and spat out blood. I'm a dignified expert of the fivefold realm. Who do you think you are? You don't even have a Dao power of 10,000, yet you dare to ambush and kill me? The illusion of the three-eyed crow circling around the immaterial woman's body spoke coldly, and its tone was filled with disdain. Damn you! Don't be complacent. When the crowd saw that Feng Yaya was injured and the immaterial woman was being controlled, they charged over furiously. Seeing this, a hint of mockery appeared in the depths of the crow Daoist's eyes. However, an even more vigorous Dao power erupted from his body. End of this chapter. End of chapter 1751. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.